The Purple Testament, starring Michael Rooker with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Joe Forbrick, Nick DiGilio, Todd Manley, Peter DeFaria, Turk Muller, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Carl Amari, Deb Dotzer, Vince Amari, Paul Patch, Roger Wolski, and Meg Falcon. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
All right, men, listen up. Get your gear together. We're moving out.
Moving where, Lieutenant?
Yeah, what's the word? We going home?
Not today, Morgan.
Good, because I got me a date with a certain little nurse tonight. Gonna teach me the mambo.
Is that what they call it?
Now, don't you go talking about my fiancée.
Can it, fellas? The trucks will be here in a few minutes.
Oh, I get it. We're going to Manila for some R&R. Ain't that right, Lieutenant?
Man, those nightclubs. Hey, they still got nightclubs in Manila?
I hear they do. But first, we're gonna have to secure the road. Enemies dug in pretty good.
Ain't that something? Just like they own the place.
Weapons check. Extra clips, grenades. If you need more, tell the sergeant.
You heard the man. Right here.
I want to see full belts on everybody. This is the one that counts.
Sir?
Yeah, Horton?
We gonna make it back tonight?
What?
By lights out.
Oh, listen to him. Scared of the dark.
Watch out, Horton. The cooties will get you.
I just mean, well, that nurse. She's sort of expecting me. You should see her, sir. Brown hair, blue eyes.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll be back in time for chow. Every last one of us. All right, fall in.
Lieutenant?
That you, Levy?
Would you hold on to this for me?
What do you got there?
It's a letter to my mother. See that she gets it?
What's the matter? Can't you mail it yourself?
Yes, sir. I just thought you could take care of it for me if anything happens.
Nothing's gonna happen to this company, soldier.
I know, but if it does, would you do that for me, sir?
Sure. If it makes you feel any better.
Thanks. I'd appreciate it.
What's the city?
Sir?
You didn't put the whole address on it.
I didn't? Let me see. You have a pencil on you, sir?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks. It's in Shaker Heights. You ever been to Shaker Heights, sir?
In Ohio, right?
Right. Real nice place. My mother, see, she's sick. I guess she's kind of holding on till I come home. But just in case I don't, I wrote her this letter. So she'll know I was thinking about her.
She knows, Levy.
You think so, sir?
I'm positive.
Thanks a lot, sir. Here you go.
What are you doing?
Nothing, sir.
No smoking in the truck.
Right.
I mean it, fellas. Douse the butts now.
Nobody's smoking, sir. Honest.
Then where's that light coming from?
What light, sir?
The one under your chin. Stash the Zippo, soldier.
He doesn't have a Zippo, sir. He doesn't even smoke.
Then it must be yours, Hibbert. What's the matter with you? We're sitting on a ton of ordnance here.
We know, sir.
Orton,
Nobody lit up.
don't give me that.
It's true. Nobody's that dumb.
All right. Must be my eyes. Hibbard, Morgan, Levy, Orton.
Something tells me this must be the place.
Okay, heads up. Rifles at the ready. Okay, move out. Single file.
Infantry platoon, U.S. Army. The place, a road in Luzon, the Philippines. The year 1944. These are the young men who fight. Despite their nervous jokes, there is an element of brutal sameness about these faces. They're dirty, desperately tired, hollow-eyed, each showing the aftermath of shock and violence, etched with fatigue and colored with the backwash of fear. As if some omniscient painter had mixed a tube of oils that are at once earth-brown, dust-gray, blood-red, beard-black, and the yellow-white of exhaustion, with these men as the models. For this is the province of combat, and these are the faces of war. But even here in this time and place, expect the unexpected, because this particular platoon has just crossed enemy lines to fight for their lives in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Purple Testament, starring Michael Rooker, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Captain,
What is it, Private?
here they come, sir.
How many trucks?
Looks like all four. One of them's been shot up pretty bad.
Tell the medics to stand by.
Let's go. One at a time. Give me a hand, will you, Sarge?
Oh, my leg!
Easy, son. I got you.
Rough out there, Sergeant?
Yeah. Isn't it a crummy night?
Smoke?
Why not?
How's the road?
Open all the way now.
The bridge?
We got the bridge. Whatever they wanted it for. They got naval guns stuck in the ground and they're zeroed in on the town. But that bridge, it gets it every 3 minutes. If the general wants to know where the enemy fleet is, tell him it's dug in on the road to Manila. Excuse me, sir, I gotta see to the wounded.
Sergeant,
Yes, sir?
how many did we lose?
Lots of wounded. Maybe 10, 12. 4 dead.
Who?
Hibbard, Orton, Morgan, and Levy. Sergeant, bed the men down. Right, sir. And check with the mess sergeant. Make sure there's hot coffee and a meal for everybody. If they're not hungry, make them eat anyway.
Hey, company. First platoon. Inside.
Fitz,
Sir.
I got a bottle of Philippine tuber in my tent. It ain't Johnny Walker, but you'd be surprised what it does for a man's outlook. Come on. Pull up an orange crate.
Okay.
Take the cup. I'll drink out of the bottle.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bum day, huh, Fitz?
Yeah. 4 dead in 2.5 hours. 12 wounded. And the 4.
Anything special about the 4?
Special? How do you mean?
Just that, well, we've lost that many before, and we've lost 8 and 10.
I know.
But you're taking it hard this time.
It's always hard.
Harder than usual. I thought there might be something special about them.
There were 4 kids, all under 22. Does it have to be any more special than that?
No, it doesn't. This time it really got to you. More than I've ever seen. I'd like to know why.
You're a perceptive man. It's the mark of a good officer, isn't it? Warding off trouble by anticipating it.
You gonna give me trouble? I don't think so, Fitz. You're a good officer. You got guts and brains. But something's gotten to you. I told you I'd like to know what it is.
Why don't you start with this?
What do you have there?
Something I wrote down. Read it.
Hibbard, Horton, Morgan, and Levy. So?
You tell me. Who are they?
4 KIAs.
Yeah. That's what they are. Or were. Killed in action. Luzon PI, 13th June 1944.
I still don't get it.
You want to know what's gotten into me? Well, I'll tell you, Captain.
What's gotten into me is that
You what?
I wrote those names down today. This afternoon. I wrote them down before we left.
So, why'd you write their names down, Fitz?
We had a weapons check. Then we got on the trucks. We were on our way to the bridge, and I looked at their faces. Those 4 faces. One at a time.
Go ahead.
I looked around at 44 faces. When I got to these 4, I looked around at all of them. A light.
A light?
Shining on their faces. First it was Levy, then the others. One by one. I thought somebody had a cigarette lighter on. Then I realized it wasn't that kind of light.
What are you talking about?
I can't describe it to you. It doesn't fit anything I'd ever seen. I just looked into their faces and I saw that light. And I knew this was their last day. I knew they'd get it.
Oh, come on.
I'm telling you, I knew. There wasn't any doubt. None at all. Driving up that highway, I was in their truck. All 4 of them were sitting across from me. Some coincidence, huh? And then the light. The same odd light. It moved across their faces, one by one, completely separate from the others. It didn't touch anybody else. As if somebody had a flashlight or a searchlight or something, and it had picked out those 4 faces. And I knew. I just knew.
That's a funny thing, all right. I'll give you that. But for now, maybe you ought to just pack it in. Get some sleep.
No, I don't think I can sleep. All I can do is keep wondering. Is this the way it's gonna be from now on? Huh? If every time I stand in front of a platoon, ready to take them up, am I gonna look down the line and tell which ones aren't coming back? No, thanks, but no thanks.
Finish your drink.
What's in the bottle?
I told you. Local brew.
Lousy stuff. The kind of stuff that can make you sick. Or drive you out of your ever-loving mind.
Take it easy.
We're not supposed to know these things. Nobody is. We're not supposed to be able to tell. Isn't that right? So why can I tell? Huh? Why, Captain?
Fitz, when did you write these names down?
You know when.
You sure it was today? Sure it wasn't yesterday? On the way back? In the truck?
Today. This afternoon. That's when I wrote them down. I swear. That's when I wrote them down.
Nurse?
Be right there, Private.
I can't feel my leg.
I'll get your medication.
Hurry, will you?
Can't we do something about this man's leg?
He's scheduled for surgery. We can only take one at a time.
Nurse! Just a minute.
Nurse, please.
Hey there, Captain.
Miller? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, sir, I guess.
He's on the mend, Captain.
Good job, Janie. Keep it up.
Well, we're doing the best we can, sir, but we need more cots.
I'll tell Sergeant Gunther. See if we can requisition some.
That would be a godsend.
Come in.
You could use some more beds out there.
You noticed.
Any more coming in?
Not from this island. I suppose we can make pallets if we have to. Break down the desks.
I'd say you have to.
If it weren't for this schoolhouse, we'd be set up in a tent in the jungle. At least we've got a roof over our heads. But when it comes to sterile conditions, the proper supplies, well, you can see what we're dealing with. We haven't come that far from the Civil War. These men are lucky not to get gangrene.
One day this war will be over, Sergeant. Till then, you're doing all you can. I know it, and you know it.
Look at them out there. So many young men. All we can do is airlift the worst cases, sew up the rest, and send them back to fight again. I'm sworn to do no harm, but how can I promise that? We don't know what to expect, how many casualties we'll get each day. Unless, of course, your Lieutenant Fitzgerald is right.
He believes it. If you'd heard him, you'd almost believe it yourself.
How is he?
Well, he took those pills to help him sleep, but I don't know if that's going to do it.
I don't know either, Captain Riker.
What do you make of it?
Well, I'll be frank. The things you've told me are beyond my experience. I'd say he's delusional. But whether it's because of the stress or something more serious, I couldn't say. I'm no head shrinker.
Did you look at his records?
I've never been wounded. No symptoms of battle fatigue or anything like it till now. Why he should get an idea like this all of a sudden, I couldn't tell you. For the time being, you might want to pull him in while I run some tests.
I'd appreciate that. See, the thing of it is, he's never complained about anything. Not so much as a headache. He's a good man. Came in as a cadre while we were still back in the States. He's one of the best officers we've got.
I'll do what I can. He's here now, you know.
In the hospital? I didn't see him.
He went down to the 2nd Ward to visit one of the boys from his platoon.
Well, when you talk to him again, Sergeant, go at it a little carefully. Sideways instead of head-on. I wouldn't like him to think I have any complaints about his performance.
I understand. I'll get around to it as subtly as I can. But if he's going to break, it's best to know now, and not in the middle of some firefight. We can't afford to lose any more lives. His or anybody else's.
Hey, nurse, where's my chow?
Roll over, soldier, while I change your bandage. And keep your hands to yourself.
Lieutenant, is that you?
Fitz, what's wrong? What's wrong, Fitz?
Nothing.
But you look so pale.
Where's Smitty?
Down here, Lieutenant.
He's gonna be all right. We put his arm in a cast. It should heal just fine.
You gonna be here for a while, Janie?
Are you kidding?
I want to talk to you before I leave.
Well, just holler like everybody else. I'm not going anywhere.
How's the rest of the guys, Lieutenant?
A-okay.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, well, Porky took a piece of shrapnel on his finger. But you know Porky. That's about as bad as he ever got.
I'll bet he belly ached a lot, though, didn't he?
Just a little.
That's one lucky kid, huh?
Yeah, that he is. And you didn't come out so bad yourself.
I guess not. Except I can't scratch myself with my arm up like this.
Then you'll just have to call the nurse. That's not so rough, is it?
No, not as long as it's Janie.
Yeah, get you all patched up and you'll be as good as new. Ready to head home before you know it. That won't be too hard to take.
No, sir, sure won't.
Your cigarette went out. Here, let me light it for you.
No, thank you, sir.
No?
Can you just lay it down for me? I won't be needing it for a while.
Sure. I'll just put it here in the ashtray for you.
Thanks.
Look, Smitty, I got a couple things I gotta do. I'll come by later, okay? You take it easy here.
Will do, sir.
Anything you want? You got enough to read?
Yeah, all I need.
Okay. Take care now.
Thanks for coming, Lieutenant. I'm glad I got to say goodbye.
Oh, no, not Smitty.
You dropped your lighter. Something the matter?
What? No. Nothing. I'll be seeing you. Goodbye, Smitty.
You okay, Lieutenant?
Yeah, fine. I'm okay.
Help me get him to a cot.
I said I'm okay. I just got a little dizzy there for a minute.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Thank you, Meg. I've got him.
What's all the fuss about?
You better take it slow, mister.
All I need is a little sleep.
A little? You look like you haven't slept in I don't know how long.
My lighter.
Right here. I want you to lie down for a while.
I don't have time.
You're pale and your pulse isn't that great. You need to rest. What do I have to do? Write you a note for the teacher?
I'm fine. Janie.
What?
I wanted to tell you... I wanted you to know that.
Save it. Go back to the barracks if you don't want to stay here. But do me a favor. Get off your feet.
Listen, that boy in my platoon, Horton.
Please, Fitz.
He was a good guy.
I know.
He was looking forward to seeing you last night. That's all he talked about. He thought you were special. Very special.
Soldier?
Not now.
I just wanted you to know. You are special. You were probably the last thing on his mind.
Did he suffer?
It was a landmine.
Oh, no.
He never knew what hit him. He didn't feel any pain, I swear.
Soldier, I got your pill. Wake up.
Oh, Fitz, that poor sweet kid.
Get the doctor. This man does not have a pulse.
Smitty.
Bring me a shot of adrenaline.
It's too late.
No, it's not. What do you know about it? I said get me.
Forget it, Janie. He's dead.
No, it can't be. Oh, not another one. Please, God.
They go awful quick sometimes, just like that. Awful quick.
Morning, Fitz.
Captain.
How are you? Something happened?
I was down seeing Smitty.
I know. I read his tag. Doc says he's gonna be okay now.
No, he isn't.
What are you talking about? It's only a broken arm.
That's all that showed.
Are you a doctor now?
I took a look at his face. I took one look. And I knew.
Come off it, Fitz.
And then, a minute later, he was gone.
What?
Go ahead. Take a walk downstairs if you don't believe me.
Same thing.
Same thing. The look. The light or whatever it is. Yeah, I saw it. I knew, Captain.
Fitz, I can't explain this, but...
I don't want you to explain it. How can anybody explain it? How can anybody? I want you to believe it, Captain. That's all. That's all I want. I want you to believe. I just want you to believe.
Yes?
Bed 5, Sergeant.
What, nurse?
He just died.
I'll be right down.
For what?
Fitz.
There's nothing to see now. Except the body. He's dead. And I knew he was going to die.
That's nonsense.
Is it? I've read it on his face. I've read it just as clearly as if somebody had painted it there.
Go on, I'll be there in a minute.
Yes, sir.
You knew, Lieutenant?
I told you. He thinks...
You bet I knew.
Really, Fitz?
Tabbed 4 men yesterday. I knew they were going to get it too.
But that would be extremely odd. Don't you agree, Lieutenant?
Odd? Is that what you call it? Odd is when you go 30 days on the line without losing a man. Odd is when you march 25 miles and you don't get a blister. Now you're talking odd. That's odd. This isn't odd, Gunther. This is more like a nightmare about a dog-face officer who can see death on people's faces. A lousy dog-face line officer who'd just like to give back the power to whoever or whatever gave it to him.
Or a dog-faced line officer who's cracking under the strain of having seen too much and done too much and felt too much and finally starts to crack from the weight of it.
I'm 5 for 5 now.
We deal in facts here.
How many coincidences does it take to add up to a fact? How many men do I have to tag as least likely to succeed before somebody starts listening? How many more faces do I have to look into?
You're not being rational.
No. Then answer me this. What I'd like to know is, what's it take before people realize that somewhere along this line I picked up a talent they don't teach at OCS because I just got promoted. What I am now is I'm a kind of recording clerk for the Grim Reaper.
Come with me, Fitz. Let's go back to quarters.
Okay, sure. Why not? But there is one thing you might do for now. While you're waiting and scratching and calling in the psychiatrist, just put some tape over my eyes. Or just poke them out right now. Go ahead, just do something so I won't be able to see. Just make it so I don't have to look at any more faces.
Everybody here?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Eyes on the map. I'll give it to you just as I got it from Regiment. We spearhead the attack. We go to a point exactly 4 miles north of the bridge. That's right here. That's the Pasig River. At this point on the highway, the bridge is out. But over here, to the east, the army's sticking across a bailey. Should be done by 0200.
Not much time.
You can say that again.
We could do it.
We'll spearhead the operation and move across the bridge as the point.
All by ourselves?
Baker and Charlie companies follow us.
What's the enemy doing all this time?
There'll be some Filipino guerrillas up here crossing by boat. We hope unobserved. Their job will be to take out any and all guns on the other side. So we should be able to get across that bridge against only small arms. Any more questions? Then that's it. We've got 22 minutes before we load up on the trucks. Give each one of your platoons a good briefing. Belts, 5 grenades apiece, 6 clips of ammo, no backpacks.
Got it, Captain.
And let's get moving. And good luck. Yes, Fitz?
Nothing.
Think you're well enough to lead a platoon?
Well enough, yeah. I'm well enough.
Gunther thinks you'd be better off with 3 weeks back at division.
You agree with him?
Matter of fact, I do. This one won't take more than a few hours, but it could be messy.
Captain,
Something? What are you staring at?
You, sir.
I asked you.
Captain, don't go.
Did you see something, Fitz? Is that it?
Yeah, I saw something.
Something like with the others?
Yeah, it was on your face. Just for a few seconds, but it was there.
Sure it was.
If you go...
Say it.
You won't be coming back. You can't go out there tonight.
I have to.
You have to stay here. Don't do it for me, okay? Don't even do it to save yourself. Look at the picture on your desk.
Put that down.
Your wife. And those 2 children. They must be your kids. Do you love them?
What?
Do you love them? Do it for the gold band on your finger. But don't go out there.
Give me that.
But, sir...
Get your platoon set, Fitz.
Sir, please.
Now. You've only got a few minutes.
But what about...
I'll tell you what about it. We'll have a nice long talk about it when we get back. We'll have a drink to it. We'll drink to an illusion, to coincidence. And you know what then? We'll laugh. Both of us. That's it, Fitz. I'll see you outside at the trucks.
You won't be drinking to anything. Because you won't be coming back.
Damn fool. Marie, don't you worry about me. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I promise.
Lieutenant Fitzgerald, sir?
What is it, Freeman?
Well, sir, everybody says you can tell.
Who says that?
All the guys. They say you know who's gonna get it and who isn't. Well, how about it, Lieutenant?
Give us a break.
Come on, Lieutenant, please. Come on, Lieutenant, please. It ain't fair, you knowing and not telling us.
Freeman, knock it off.
Forget about it, okay? Somebody started a wild gag. Somebody's gonna get burned for it, but good. Take it from your captain, nobody in this company's a mind reader, including Lieutenant Fitzgerald. Isn't that right?
That's right, sir.
Okay, boys. Let's hop.
Welcome back, Lieutenant. Not so bad this time, huh? What's eating him?
Sir?
At ease, Fitz. I just came around to congratulate you boys on a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Cigar?
Not for me.
All the odds fell in on our side. Those guerrillas did a right handy job on the guns. You just walked right across, didn't you?
Right across.
Well, that's fortunate. You know, there must have been at least 6 or 7 25s that the Air Force picked out. If those guns had been operational, that would have been the longest bridge you've ever been on. Or the shortest. Sniper fire, that's all you had, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Sniper fire. We lost one man. I brought his dog tags back.
A pity. There was one good man. You were good friends, weren't you, Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir.
Nice picture. Well, so much for Mrs. Riker's lovely wedding and 7 happy years and 2 fine sons. To have it come to this. God, but war stinks.
It sure does. Stinks worse than you know. Much worse.
Why, what do you mean?
Lieutenant?
Yes.
Sergeant Gunther?
Some orders have come through on you, Lieutenant. You're to go back to division.
Back to division?
That's correct. They'd like to look you over. It'll be a nice couple weeks rest.
Well, he looks like he could use it.
Better pack up your gear. Take it with you.
Okay. One question.
Yes?
Who's going to pack Captain Riker's things?
I'll have someone take care of it.
Don't forget his wedding ring. Looks like he took it off. Set it down here before he left.
Going somewhere, Lieutenant?
Yeah, somewhere.
That your mirror on the wall?
Oh yeah, almost forgot. You want it, Freeman?
Gee, that'd be great. I broke mine, you know? Mighty hard to shave without a mirror.
Go ahead. Here.
You sure you don't mind? Sir. Listen, if you want to keep it, that's okay. Honest to...
Look.
Huh?
In the mirror. What do you see?
Well, I see your face. Yup. That's you, all right.
And nothing else. This is important. You don't see a light on my face, do you?
Light? No, sir.
That's funny. Because I do. Sorry, Freeman.
Gosh, what'd you do that for?
This one's no good. Take my word for it.
Whatever you say, sir.
Get yourself a new one. One that works right.
Lieutenant Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Ambulance is leaving now, sir, for division.
Oh, right.
This your bag, sir?
What? Yeah. Yes, that's my bag.
Can I put it in the ambulance for you, sir?
Thanks.
Whenever you're ready, sir. We're all set.
I'm ready.
You can ride up front with me, sir. Plenty of room.
Thank you.
You going back to division?
Yes, sir.
Taking the Cavite Road?
I got to, sir. The bridge is out on the highway.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, engineers think they spotted some mines just a mile up the road. Haven't had a chance to dig them out yet, so take her careful and stay close to the shoulder.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You might as well get comfy, Lieutenant. It's about a 4-hour ride.
Is it? I doubt it.
You play that pretty good.
Thanks, sir. Thank you very much.
You hear that?
Thunder?
I don't think so. It sounded like an explosion.
Maybe.
Maybe it was thunder. Yeah, that's what it was. Probably thunder.
From William Shakespeare, Richard III, a small excerpt. The line reads, "He has come to open the purple testament of bleeding war." And for Lieutenant William Fitzgerald, A Company, 1st Platoon, the testament is closed in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
All right, men, we've got clear skies and a calm sea. Now let's get this ship back on course.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, what is your present course and speed?
Steaming on course 26 degrees true. Speed 10 knots, sir.
Very well. Come right to new course 270 and indicate turns for 15 knots.
Aye, aye, sir. Helmsman, come right to new course 270.
Aye, sir. Coming right to new course 270.
All engines ahead standard. Indicate 126 turns for 15 knots.
Aye, sir. Engine room. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots. Engine room answers. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots, sir.
All secure, Captain.
Glad to hear it, Ensign. Any damage?
No, sir. We took in a lot of water in the storm, though. That was one heck of a swell back there.
I'm aware of the storm, Mr. Marmer. I'm also aware of the swell. And what I'm also aware of is that that boat was not properly hoisted. A 13-year-old Sea Scout would have rigged it in a stored position.
Right, sir.
You can tell the chief boatswain's mate that I want to see him in my quarters, on the double.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief Bosun's mate Bell reporting his ordered, sir.
At ease, Chief. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, should it?
Sir?
That state of being at ease. You're the champion of the fleet when it comes to being at ease, Bell.
I don't understand, sir.
The devil you don't. This couldn't be clearer to you if it came in diagrams. You are the chief bosun's mate on board this ship. You run the deck division, you handle the rigging in and out, you supervise the heavy equipment, and there are 8 or 10 other cardinal duties you are responsible for. Not the least of which, chief bosun's mate Bell, is the proper securing of the whale boat. Now, last night we had a bad swell, and that boat should have been rigged in. Instead, it was left swung out, and as a result, she's 80% damaged and filled up like a swimming pool. Question, Chief. Where were you?
Begging the captain's pardon.
Don't beg my pardon. Just tell me, in a brief explanatory way, why you couldn't handle the initiatives of a chief bosun's mate, and why the efficiency of this ship has had to suffer as a result. We had 9 hours notice of that storm, Bell. This ship should have been 100% prepared. It wasn't, and I want to know why.
I did all I could, sir. I haven't been feeling up to par.
Did you report to sickbay?
No, sir.
Speak up, Chief.
No, sir, I didn't report to sickbay.
Look, Chief, I'm not in the business to pistol whip my crew. I want a tight ship, that's true, but I happen to care very much if any one of my sailors has a problem and can't function because of it. You've rated 4-0 all the way down the line for as long as you've served on this ship. And then suddenly, in the past 3 days, you stowed all your seamanship in a trunk someplace and came up with a bunch of dumbhead boners that I would expect from a 17-year-old boot. Bell, what is the problem? There is a problem, huh?
No problems, sir. I'll watch it in the future.
All right, Chief. We'll leave it that way, then. If you want to bend my ear at any time, you know where my cabin is. I'm available. Keep that in mind.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
All right, then. That'll do it.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief? Hey, Chief, are you all right?
What?
You okay, Chief? You looked a little woozy there.
Yeah, I'm okay.
What am I listening to?
Sir, contact bearing 280, 1100 yards, echo quality sharp. Evaluate as possible submarine.
Submarine?
But not moving, sir. Dead in the water.
Shift the control to listen.
Sounds like hammering or something, sir.
Bridge sonar.
Bridge eye.
We have contact, bearing 030 degrees true, range 1100 yards. Appears to be a metal object.
What kind of object, sonar?
We can't tell, sir. From the sound of it, it's some kind of small ship, perhaps a sub-hull.
Bridge eye. Sonar reports a contact, Captain. Evaluation is a possible submarine.
A possible what? Stay on course. I'm going down to the sonar shack.
Incident 100 miles off the coast of Guadalcanal. Time 1963. A United States naval destroyer on what has been a most uneventful cruise, except for a few tense moments with a storm front. Nothing unusual. But in a moment, they're going to send a man down 30 fathoms and check on a noisemaker. Someone or something tapping on cold steel. You may or may not have read the results in a naval report, because Captain Beecham and his crew have just set a course that will lead this ship and everyone on it deep into the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone, The 30-Fathom Grave, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's it, huh?
That's the sound, sir.
How long have you been in contact?
About 3 minutes, sir.
That's a funny one. Sounds like tapping on metal, doesn't it?
That's what I think, sir.
Bridge. Change course to 030 and reduce speed to 5 knots. Try to make contact by underwater telephone.
I've already tried, sir. I get no response.
Listen. It stopped now.
Just like that?
Sonar still has the contact, sir. I'll leave it on.
Stay on it. I'll be on the bridge.
Steady on course 030.
All engines ahead, 1/3. 50 RPMs for 5 knots, sir.
Maintain course and speed.
Anything in sight?
Nothing, sir.
We're directly over the object.
All right, all engines stop.
All engines stop.
Aye, sir. All engines stop. Engine room answers, sir. All engines stopped. Do you hear it, sir?
Wait, hold it. Hold it. I want dead quiet all over the ship. Tell those sailors on deck to can it.
Ain't that a kick in the head? What do you suppose it is?
Ghost, man. Ghosts. What do you think it is, Chief?
I'm not sure.
I've never heard nothing like that before.
Stow it! Let's keep it quiet down there.
They want us to be quiet so they can listen to it. What I want to know is, listen to what? Where you going, Bell?
I don't feel so good.
You don't look so good either.
Make it stop. My head.
Easy, Bell. You fall overboard.
I said quiet out here. What's the problem?
We got a man down, sir.
What happened?
Nothing. Looks like you fainted.
We'll get him down to sickbay.
Yes, sir.
Where am I?
In the sick bay. You all right now, Belle?
Yes, I'm okay, Doc. What?
You blacked out up there.
I said I'm okay.
You better stay horizontal for a little while longer. I'm serious. Captain's orders.
I'll be all right.
I wouldn't doubt it, but right now you look like a Class A shipwreck.
We still stopped?
Still stopped. They're all curious as to what's making the noise.
That noise?
What's the trouble?
It's just such an odd feeling.
What kind of feeling?
I can't describe it.
Lie back down now.
What's the needle for?
Just relax, Chief. Get some sleep. This'll help.
Sure. Sure. That's all I need. A little sleep. Doc?
Yeah, Belle?
What do you suppose is down there?
Don't worry about it. You just go to sleep. Whatever it is, the captain will know what to do.
I want you to stay grafted to me, Lieutenant.
Sir?
Take notes on everything that happens from now on. I may turn in a report that'll stick me on a garbage tanker or even a naval hospital. I want 15 witnesses at my hearing who are on my side.
Could be a sub, and we could be hearing it. It's only about 30 fathoms.
Yeah, sure, it could be a sub, mister. That's probably what it is, but what about this sub? Has it got 2 arms and a fist? Because somebody's making noise down there. We have a diver on board?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
McClure in the 1st Division. He's a qualified diver.
Tell him to report on the double. We'll send him down. Have him knock on the door.
I see. And then what, sir?
We'll see who invites him in.
McClure reporting, sir.
You're the diver?
Right, sir.
All right, I'm going to give it to you straight, McClure. Now here's the picture. There's something down there, directly below us.
Something, sir?
We don't know what it is yet, just that it's a metal object about the size of a sub-hull. That's where you come in. I want you to get your equipment and go down there. Stay in contact from the moment you hit water to the moment you reach it, understood?
I understand.
Whatever that object is, there may be somebody inside, or at least something that's making the noise. When you get down there, I want you to listen closely and tell me what you hear. We may be getting it distorted.
Yes, sir.
All right, then, hop to it.
Aye, sir.
What we're hearing doesn't make any sense. It's crazy.
It is that, Lieutenant.
But if it isn't a sub, sir, what is it?
Maybe it's a Spanish galleon, Lieutenant, with a treasure chest and a loose lid that's off its hinges. Or maybe it's just our imagination.
Well, we'll sure find out. As soon as he suits up, they'll lower him down. And then we'll know.
I sure hope so, Lieutenant. One way or another. I hope you're right.
Bridge, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. This is the captain. Keep talking.
Yes, sir.
What do you see, McClure?
It's a sub, sir. No question about that.
Have you reached her?
I'm standing right alongside, sir. I don't hear anything, though.
McClure?
Her bow is buried about 15 feet into the bottom. I can't read any identification. It's covered. Or rusted over.
On the side of the conning tower, McClure. Can you read a number there?
No, sir. There's damage. Number's been obliterated.
McClure, you hear that?
Yes, sir, I do. It's coming from midship. I'm moving toward there now.
Tap on the hull, McClure. See if you can get a response. Was that you, McClure?
Yes, sir. No response, sir. I don't hear anything anymore.
McClure, there should be 3 hatches. On the bow, on the conning tower, and on the stern. Is the ship upright?
She's upright, sir. At about a 30-degree angle.
I understand, McClure. Climb up on her deck and check the hatches. See if you can open them.
The bow hatch is buried, sir. I can't get through to that. But, wait a minute. I'll check on the one over the conning tower.
McClure, what's the condition?
The conning tower hatch is all bent, sir. I can't move the wheel. The whole deck appears to have been strafed. Wait a minute. Hatch on the stern the same way, sir. I can't turn her. Whoever she is, sir, she must have caught it.
Say again, McClure. She must have what?
Caught it, sir. The whole deck is pockmarked with shell damage. Machine gun damage, too.
Is that you, McClure?
No, sir. It's coming from inside the hull.
Answer it, McClure. Answer it right away.
This is crazy.
McClure, can you pinpoint the sound? Can you tell precisely where it's coming from?
I think it's... Wait a minute. Yes, sir. Directly midship, just below the tower.
Keep trying. We have to know whether anyone's inside that sub.
Now, back to the 30-fathom grave on the Twilight Zone.
No more contact, sir.
Stay on it for as long as you can, McClure. Come up when you're ready.
Aye, aye, sir.
Get the comm, officer. I want to send a message. Action is 7th Fleet, info to SyncPack. Appraise them of the situation. Get on it.
Yes, sir. Radio bridge.
Radio I.
Captain wants a message. Action to comm 7th Fleet. Info SyncPack Fleet. Have located sunken sub. Position latitude 09-30-00 south. Longitude 160-48-00 east. Request confirm location of all known sinkings this area. Will remain this area until further advised. Precedence, operational, immediate.
Aye, sir.
Any ideas, Captain?
An even dozen, but every one of them nullifies the one ahead of it. If it's one of our subs, we should have gotten a report on it. And even if it's somebody else's, why haven't they gone out the torpedo tubes?
That's what I was thinking, sir.
Which brings us down to another common denominator. That sub has been hit by shell fire. So, whatever action took place must have happened within a period of hours, or else there wouldn't be anyone still alive. But there's been no action. We'd have seen it, or heard it. They put them all together and they spell nothing. When McClure comes up, tell him to dry off and report to the sonar shack. That's where I'll be. How you doing, McClure?
Fine, sir. I could use some hot coffee.
Well, you can drink a gallon of it if you want. Just tell me. What did we find out?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know either, Bosun. Just tell me what you do know.
There's somebody inside her. I'd lay odds on that. 3 or 4 times when I pounded on the hull, that's when somebody answered me.
Well, what about the sub itself? Could you judge her length?
Well, I guess her to be about 300 feet, sir. Maybe 25 feet midship.
Sounds like one of ours.
She looks like one of ours. There were ballast tanks and flooding ports on the underside.
She's moving, sir.
Now, that was the other thing, Captain. She wasn't stuck in tight. Deep, yes, but not tight. She seemed to be swaying.
You still cold, McClure?
I've been warmer, sir.
And you will be again, but right now you're going to get colder. I want you to check her bow. Maybe she's pulled herself loose and you can finally read that number.
Sonar, bridge.
Go ahead, bridge.
Comm 7th Fleet reports no sinkings of any kind. Authorizes us to remain on scene and operate at own discretion for salvage and rescue.
Roger. Can do, McClure?
I'll do my best, sir.
Look at it this way. What a dandy story you can tell your grandchildren on some dark, rainy night.
They gonna believe me, sir?
I'm not sure I will, but if you can get me a number or a name off that hull, we may be able to sleep tonight after all.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you, Mr. Smith.
What's that, sir?
If they're in there and alive and can't use the torpedo tubes, how do we get them out?
Bridge.
Go ahead, McClure. This is the captain.
She's pulled herself out, sir. Here's your number. 714.
714. Make a note of that, Lieutenant Smith.
Yes, sir.
Well, that means she's one of ours. Come on up and get a broiled steak on me, McClure. Smith, hand me the book with the hull numbers.
Here you are, sir.
Give me that number again.
714.
Here it is. 714. Commission December 1941. Sunk in action, First Battle of the Solomons, August 7th, 1942.
But, Captain, that was 20 years ago.
Then, Lieutenant, tell me something. Who is inside that sub?
Coffee, sir?
Thanks, Marmer. Quiet night.
It's too quiet. How long's it been now?
About 3 hours.
Is he sending McClure down again?
Beats me. All I know is there's a boiler tender second who's making book in the crew's quarters that the thing below us is a sea monster with 3 heads and we're all living on borrowed time.
I don't know what scares me more, when they pound or when they shut up.
I don't know what scares me more, a 20-year-old sub with somebody alive inside, or what the commander of the Pacific Fleet will say to me when I tell him that. And to compound the problem, I've got a chief bosun's mate with something eating at him.
Bell?
Bell.
What made him black out?
That's part of the problem.
Could be he's dredging up a couple of memories.
What do you mean, memories?
This is World War II revisited for him. He got picked up here after a sinking. That's the way I hear it. He was on a ship that got hit, only survivor or something like that. Got picked up from the water.
Maybe it is dredging up some memories, then.
Here we go again.
What's the matter? They can't make up their minds down there?
There's one more question, an important one.
What's that, Captain?
Who's they?
Hello, sir.
Doc?
How's it coming down there?
It's coming. How's your patient?
Asleep, sir. I was just going to get some chow.
Keep me posted. I'll be in my quarters.
Aye, sir.
No. No! No!
What's the matter? Belle! What happened?
I was looking in the mirror and I saw faces. They were staring right at me. They were pointing at me. I know it sounds crazy, but they were there. It was as if I'd been pushed out of the mirror. Ordered out. That's why I had to break it, to make them stop. Doc?
Yeah, Chief.
Do you see me in the pieces of mirror down there on the floor?
Listen to me. I see you right here in front of me. I see you just fine. Remember that. Nobody is ordering you anywhere. You're not going anyplace. We're gonna lick this, Belle. I mean it. We're gonna lick this.
Oh.
Same routine, huh?
Same thing, sir. But it's getting a little fainter, I think.
And they don't acknowledge our signals at all, but it's definitely fainter.
It's some piece of equipment. That's what it is. Something loose that's probably swinging back and forth and hitting a bulkhead.
Possible.
That's the only explanation. I mean, well, think about it, Captain. A 20-year-old sub in the deep six since the war? Who could be down there?
Somebody who dies awfully hard. Whoever it is, whatever it is, it's running out of steam. I wouldn't make book on this, but I've got a hunch that if we don't get inside there, and I mean quick, we're gonna miss the boat.
So we go down, and like you said, we knock on the door, but we've done that before.
No, we don't knock on the door this time. Now we kick the door open.
Begging the captain's pardon. You break in that way, and it's a sure bet the pressure will kill whatever's alive down there.
Right, so we do it the one other way we've got. I want you to send a message to ComSub Pack. Tell them we're going to need a submarine rescue ship out here. Give them position and depth and tell them to report to the scene for rescue attempt. Emergency precedence.
The airlock chamber?
Well, that's all we've got left, and it's precious little. Get on it right away. I'll be on the bridge.
Radio, sonar.
Radio I.
The ComSub Pack. Emergency precedence. Request nearest ASR, report to position. Latitude 09er-30.
Doc?
Yeah.
You got a cigarette?
Sure, Belle. I'll do it. Your hands are shaking.
Thanks. Doc, will you answer me straight?
I'll try.
Who's outside?
What?
Who's out in the passageway?
Nobody's out there. Why? You think you hear something?
I don't know.
Why should anybody be out in the passageway? Nobody's posting guard on you.
I just felt as if there was somebody out there.
Now, there's nobody out there. Nobody at all. Who did you think it was?
I don't know.
The only thing out there is a long stretch of steel and deck. Nothing else. Come on, you want to take a look?
What's happening to me? Doc, what in God's name is happening?
Chief, you gotta get a grip, or I swear you're gonna talk yourself into a straitjacket. I mean it.
I got the feeling again. Just as if somebody was watching me, pushing at me. Doc?
What, Bill?
I'm scared to open the door.
Then don't. I told you, there is nothing out there.
I'm scared to open it, but I have to. No!
What did you see?
Men!
What men?
All wet! Dripping wet and not alive! They were looking at me!
Listen. I didn't see a thing, Chief, and neither did you.
Oh.
Did you hear me? All you saw was what your scared brain told you to see. That's what it was, what you've talked yourself into. Now pull yourself together, sailor.
But I tell you, I saw it!
Then I'll prove it to you.
No!
See? Nothing, I told you. What the... Water on the floor. And where did that come from? Piece of seaweed.
That about does it, McLord. Go down and try to get a response. It'll help that sub-rescue outfit if they can get a specific location.
How will they get in, sir?
Through the forward torpedo compartment or the stern. Then they'll have to blow each of the 6 other compartments before they can enter.
What if I don't get any answers, sir? We haven't heard from them in almost a half an hour.
If you don't get any answer, come back up. The rescue team will take it from there.
No survivors then, sir. Is that what it'll mean?
That's what it'll mean. They'll bring up bodies. not survivors. Okay, McClure, up to it.
Aye, sir. I've reached the sub, sir. The next noise you hear, that'll be me.
Go ahead, McClure, pound away. Any response?
None, sir. No response anywhere.
Keep trying.
Yes, sir.
McClure?
Captain, I found something here. Wait a minute. I can't make it out.
What about the response? Did you hear anything?
No, sir. Nothing.
Give it a few more minutes.
Yes, sir.
No soap?
No soap. It really frosts me. To get so close to those poor devils and then... The sub-rescue ship is due here at 0300. Keep an eye peeled. I'm going aft to meet McClure.
Aye, sir.
Bet it feels good to get that helmet off.
Oh. Yeah, it sure does. It's so dark down there now. Without the light, I couldn't see a blasted thing. Real spooky. But I found this.
Yeah, thanks, McClure. Good job. Go get some chow. I'll need you one more time when the ASR team gets here. You're gonna have to go down as a pathfinder. Give them any help they need. But that won't be for a while.
Excuse me, sir. But you better look at those tags.
You gotta be kidding me.
What's the matter, sir?
Ensign, ask Doc if Chief Bell is well enough to report to my quarters, because I need an explanation for this one. Fast. Go ahead, Bell. Read what it says on these dog tags.
I don't have to, sir. I know what it says.
It says Bell, William J. That's yours.
Yes, sir.
McClure found it on the deck of that sub down there. When did you lose him, Bell?
I lost him a long time ago, sir. 20 years ago.
How?
I don't remember, sir.
Try, Bell. Try to remember.
I was on a ship.
What ship, Bell?
A submarine. The one below us, sir. That was my boat.
Who's making the noise down there, Bell? What's it all about? Do you know?
We were on the surface. It was night. I was a signalman then. I was supposed to put the infrared filter over the signal lights. Otherwise, they would have seen us. They would have seen the light. They would have found us. I don't know what happened. I was scared, clumsy. I dropped the signal light. The filter fell off. They were waiting for us out there. Japanese destroyers. They saw our light. And it was my fault. They let us have it. They straddled us with the first salvo. The captain took the sub down, but it was too late. They unloaded depth charges. And that sub wasn't ever coming up again.
What about you?
I got flung over the side when the first salvo hit. And all that time I was in the water, I could...
You could what?
I could hear the voices of our guys down below me. They were screaming. I know what it is now. This crazy feeling I've had.
What? What is it, Bell?
I got out. One guy out of the whole crew. I got picked up later on by one of our destroyers. But I got out. Do you understand, Captain? I sank that sub. I was responsible, but I got out.
Bell, I want you to listen to me.
Those guys down in the sub, they know I'm up here.
Bell, hear me out.
I should be with them. I should be down in that sub.
Bell.
I should be dead. That noise, that pounding, those are the guys down there who are calling muster on me. They're calling muster on me.
Will you hear me out? Will you listen to just a little logic now? A little reason? No one man sinks a sub, and one lousy circumstance doesn't decide a battle. And one case of sudden fear doesn't add up to a coward. Bell, you gotta believe me. All you should put in your sea bag is regret, not guilt. Do you understand, Bell? Not guilt.
They're calling muster!
Bell! Come back here!
They're calling muster on me!
Bell! Bell, get away from the rail. Now, that's an order.
They're calling me!
Man overboard! Starboard side! The rescue ship says you got inside.
Yes, sir. It was a wreck. Nobody had a chance.
Nobody?
Nobody, sir. The periscope shears had been cut in half. One section was just hanging there, swinging back and forth.
Then that was the noise. That was the noise, wasn't it?
I guess so, sir, but...
But?
There were 8 men down in that control room. 8 men. Or what was left of them. And one of them had a hammer in his hand.
Let's just say, McClure... Let's just say that this is the part of the story you tell your grandchildren that you make up yourself. Say anything you like, any explanation that comes to mind.
Aye, sir.
It's funny how long it takes some men to die, or to find any peace at all. Sometimes I think that's the worst thing about a war. Not just what it does to the bodies, but it does to the minds. So, rest in peace, Mr. Bell. I think it's your due now. At long last, rest in peace.
Small naval engagement. The month of July 1963. Not to be found in any historical annals. Look for this one filed under H for haunting in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
"30 Fathom Grave" starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Richard Hensel, Rich Kominick, Linda Ryder, Turk Muller, Peter DeVito, Doug James, Rick Peoples, Roger Wolski, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
there is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Something the matter, Jana?
I'm tired.
You are, dear?
Tired and cold. It's getting chilly in here.
On the contrary, the temperature's perfect, as it is throughout the house.
72 degrees, isn't it, William? Isn't it 72 degrees?
I'm sure it is, quite sure. Of course, it's the optimum temperature. And the chairs are designed for maximum comfort. The fire for perfect heat radiation, and the windows for the most efficient light and ventilation. And the ceilings for the most desirable acoustic qualities. Everything built to perfection, Father. But just the same, I'm cold.
Well, then come away from the window.
Yes, dear, sit by the fire again. That way I can see you.
I'm not doing anything but reading.
I like to look at you no matter what you're doing. It's almost 6. I think I'll ask Nelda to come in now and massage my shoulders.
Good idea, Margaret.
My muscles get so stiff sitting here.
Let me do it for you, Mother.
That's Nelda's job.
Yes, Jana, dear. Nelda knows exactly the way I like it.
Why don't we have dinner first?
Oh, no, after is better. The massage always stimulates my appetite.
Well, then if we can't eat earlier tonight, how about a little bit later? I know, why don't we go out and eat in a restaurant?
A restaurant? Jana, now why in the world would we go out and eat in a restaurant when we have everything we need here? Gretchen is already preparing something in the kitchen.
I know, it's just that, well, it would be different.
I've no doubt it would be different. First, we'd walk through the rain and get sopping wet.
Jensen could bring the car around.
And then we'd eat some kind of unhealthy, unpalatable mess on dirty, half-washed plates. By then, it would be a moot question as to whether we'd succumb to ptomaine or pneumonia.
Yes, Father.
Ah, Nelda, you must have read my mind.
It's 6 o'clock, Mrs. Loring. You always have your neck rub at 6 o'clock. Isn't that right, ma'am?
Of course it is, Nelda. And you never forget, do you? You never, ever forget.
No, ma'am.
The residence of Dr. William Loring, a beautiful home designed for comfort and convenience, the reward for a world-class career as a scientist. He has chosen to live his life as safely, as securely as science can make it, and he spares his wife and daughter no luxury that might make their lives more perfect. But in a moment, the good doctor will discover that perfection is relative, that a life of controlled ease has a greater price than he imagined, a price maybe more than he is willing or able to pay. Because very shortly, he's about to be shown what exactly is on the bill, one that has suddenly and unexpectedly come due in the Twilight Zone.
And now back to our story from the Twilight Zone, The Lateness of the Hour, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That feels lovely, Nelda.
Would you like some more liniment?
Yes, if you please. You have such strong fingers. Perfect for massaging my neck muscles. Jana, are you here?
Yes, Mother.
Enjoying your book again?
A different one this time.
Which is it?
The family photo album.
That's nice.
When was this picture taken?
Let me see.
This one.
Oh, look, Nelda. That's a lovely picture of you.
Yes, ma'am.
What year?
Let's see. Oh, this was taken the year after your father retired from the lab. And look, there are those yellow roses that Jensen planted for us. How they grew. And Nelda looks exactly the same.
Must be a wonderful thing not to age, Nelda. Isn't it?
It has its advantages, I guess, Miss Jana.
Nelda will put that away for you.
That's all right, Father. I'd like to put it back in the bookcase myself.
You seem nervous, dear.
I'm just going to stand by the fireplace.
You're not still chilly, are you?
A bit, Mother.
You do that, then. I don't like to see you pacing. Please continue, Nelda. Oh, yes. That feels so very nice.
I think I'll go to the kitchen, see if the cook needs any help.
That won't be necessary. I'm sure Gretchen has everything under control.
I'm sure she does, but just the same, I'd like to see what she's doing.
Well, I suppose that's all right. Now, don't be long, dear.
Is that you, Miss Lauren?
Hello, Robert.
Can I get you anything?
No, thank you.
Is everything all right?
Perfectly.
Would you care for a beverage? An hors d'oeuvre, perhaps?
I'm fine. If I want anything, I'll let you know.
Yes, Miss Lauren.
Robert, why are you following me?
In case you need assistance.
I don't. I told you I'm perfectly fine.
The stairs to the pantry can be a bit tricky.
I know that, Robert. I grew up in this house, remember? I've always lived here. I know every square inch of it as well as you do.
Yes, miss.
I've been here longer than you have, in fact. Isn't that right? Well, isn't it?
Why
don't you answer me?
I'm sure it must seem so to you.
What does that mean?
I'm sure I couldn't say, Miss Lauren.
Well, try. I remember when you began your service here. I was 5 years old.
Is my work unsatisfactory, miss?
No, you've been a perfect butler. Perfect in every way.
I try my best to do exactly as Dr. Lauren instructs. Seeing to you and Mrs. Lauren, looking after your safety.
Well, I'm quite safe right now, I assure you. That'll be all.
Very good, miss.
And stop following me. Will you please?
Miss Lauren, is that you?
Hi, Gretchen. How's dinner coming?
Right on schedule. I'm preparing your choice of a garden salad with baby greens or cold gazpacho, skinless chicken breasts.
Of course. If it's Tuesday, it must be the chicken.
Cooked in olive oil, steamed vegetables, and a selection of fresh fruit. Would you like something different?
It doesn't matter. I'm not very hungry.
Dr. Lauren programs the meals in advance, but if you'd prefer an alternate selection...
That won't be necessary. I just thought you might like some help.
Everything's under control.
I know, but I want to. Here, let me get the plates down for you.
As you wish.
Gretchen, I was wondering...
Yes, miss?
Call me Jana, please. And that's my name, isn't it?
Yes.
But I was wondering, do you ever get tired? From so much work, I mean?
Not tired. Stiff in the joints.
Oh, Gretchen, and yet you've never missed a meal, never refused to come when I called you. You've been here for me more than Mother and Father at times. I want to thank you for that. I want you to know how much I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Miss... Jana.
The chicken's done. Let me get it.
Don't touch the pan. It's hot. Oh, you've burned yourself.
It's nothing.
Your hand. Oh, you must let me see to that. Robert!
What's wrong? Oh, Miss Lauren.
Don't worry about me. It was just a little spatter of grease, that's all. It doesn't hurt.
Nevertheless, we must take care of it at once. I'll get the first aid kit.
Honestly, I don't even feel it.
This way.
What's all the commotion, Jana? Are you hurt?
No, Father. I am perfectly fine.
She burned her wrist on the stove.
And you let this happen?
I told her not to touch it.
This is unacceptable.
It wasn't Gretchen's fault.
Of course it was. You all have one prime directive in this household, and that is to be certain that no harm comes to my wife or to my daughter. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Really, Father, you're overreacting.
I'll make that decision. Where were you, Robert?
Miss Jana dismissed me, sir.
What about the rest of you?
I was making the bed, sir.
And I was adjusting the central heating, sir, as you requested.
We'll talk about this later. Come with me, Jana. It may be time for an entirely new staff around here.
Don't blame Gretchen, blame me.
I said, come along now.
What is going on out there? Did something happen?
Nothing at all, except that Father's blaming the help for my being in the kitchen.
What were you doing in there, dear?
Looking for something to do. Something besides sitting idle all day.
That's enough, Jana.
Oh, is it? Well, look at both of you.
Will that be all, Mrs. Lauren?
Just a few minutes longer, Nelda. Yes, that feels so good.
Mother, please, don't make her do that anymore.
Jana, what on earth?
She must be tired after so long. Her joints stiff.
What do you mean?
Waiting on you hand and foot?
Why, Jana, your tone.
Can't you see, either of you?
See what?
That this is no way to live. Outside there's a beautiful, clean, refreshing sound of rain. While in here, just the occasional animal groan of pleasure.
Jana!
Yes, yell at me, please do. I'm delighted to hear you yell at me. It proves that you've got lungs left. Lungs and a mind and a mouth and a voice.
Go to your room.
You know we're atrophying in here, don't you, Father? We sit here day after day and year after year while the clock ticks. And we decay with every minute that goes by.
That's enough!
While Nelda and your army of domestics do everything but breathe for us.
I will listen to no more of this.
Would you leave us, Nelda?
Yes, ma'am.
Nelda!
You may go to your quarters, Nelda.
I'm speaking to you.
Yes, Miss Jana.
Is there a problem, sir?
Will you be needing anything?
You were saying, Miss Jana?
Just this. I was about to mention of the fact that...
Please, don't stop, Jana. You can speak freely in front of the help. We have no secrets here.
Don't we? No secrets, Father? Is that it? That's all we do have. Secrets. That's how we live. By shutting off the world, turning our backs on it, by saying that in here is day and out there is night, while these soundless, fleshless things glide around us with their oh-so-efficient ministrations that have turned my mother and father into jelly.
You'll forgive me, Miss Jana, but you sound jealous.
How dare you talk to me that way, Suzanne? Get out of here.
I will when the doctor dismisses me.
Why, you...
Jana!
Take my hand, Suzanne. I'll help you up.
No, I will. I'm sorry for pushing you down. I know it's not your fault.
Stand back. Suzanne is quite capable of righting herself. I know she is, because I programmed her that way. You said so yourself, Jana, like everything else built and designed to perfection. I use the finest circuitry, the purest materials, the strongest armatures to outlast mere flesh and bone. These people are my finest creations. I made them quite indestructible.
But they're not people. They look like people, but they're machines. It's like sharing a house with ghosts.
Not ghosts, my dear. Ghosts die after having lived. But our friends here have never lived. They've had no life at all, only the life I gave them. Now, Jana, I suggest you go to your room and rest. You seem overly tired. Until dinner is served.
Was the dinner satisfactory?
Yes, it was, Gretchen. Thank you. I'll help you clear the table if you like.
No need.
I know there's not, but I'd like to. I'll put the silver platter on the cart. Who's there?
You'd best go to the study, miss.
Where's the rest of the staff?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
I think for now I'll just go on to the kitchen with you.
There she goes.
With Gretchen.
No harm must come to the girl.
None will. But we must act before he replaces us.
Dr. Loren would never do that.
You heard his words.
Call the others. We'll arrive at a consensus.
I suppose you've heard about the incident before dinner.
The maid was at fault.
Oh, I'm not so sure. Suzanne may have been right.
She spoke out of turn.
The restrictions my father placed on you, are they so rigid? Have you no freedom to speak and act on your own?
As long as it doesn't violate the directive.
The directive?
The task for which we were constructed.
And when you complete your task, what happens to you then?
We weren't provided with that information.
Well, if it's any consolation, neither were we. The other kind of people.
What is your task, Jana?
At least you know yours. I don't. And I'm not sure how to find out.
If I could help you find it, I would.
I know you would, Gretchen.
I was there for your birthing. I saw to your needs. taught you, nourished you from the beginning.
I remember. I do.
Then, Jana, heed my words. You must leave.
I don't care if they're expecting me to join them after dinner. I'd rather be here.
You must leave the house before anything else happens.
Why? What could happen?
The staff is concerned about being replaced.
Oh, he didn't mean that. Humans say things they don't mean sometimes.
For what purpose?
Gretchen, there are some things I'm afraid you'll never understand.
I understand that you must get out. Now.
I wouldn't know what to do, where to go.
They're talking, Jana, about how best to complete their task. If they're replaced, they'll be prevented from...
Let them talk. They're programmed to protect this family. That's their most important task.
To protect you and your mother. But not Dr. Lauren.
Well, Jana, shall we talk now?
Shall we talk of what?
I think it's obvious. Suddenly and quite inexplicably, your mother and I find that you're discontented, even rebellious. You think this pleases us, Jana?
I can't help how you feel, Father.
Listen to me, child. I explained to you a long time ago why I did what I did, why I retired.
You gave me an excuse, Father. You never gave me a reason. You never admitted that you were a man so terrified by the world outside that he simply withdrew to bed and then built robots so he'd never have to crawl out from under the covers again.
That's not true.
What you've done to yourself is an atrocity. But what you've done to me is even worse. You've turned me into a freak. An insulated, unworldly, unsocialized freak.
And shall I tell you what else I've done, Jana? I've kept you from harm. I've protected you from disease. And insulation from such times as these is no vice. You've never had to look eye to eye at the face of war, the face of poverty, the face of prejudice. You've been kept apart from all that, yes. But what you seem to think of as imprisonment happens also to be asylum and security. It happens to be survival.
Asylum in a hothouse? Security in a mausoleum, a burial ground? And survival? Like a vegetable, Father. Like a vegetable survives. And what you're becoming, Mother, what you're making me become, a vegetable.
Jana, I don't know what you're talking about.
Father, you listen to me. The scales are turning. Instead of controlling, you're being controlled. You're becoming dependent. You're reaching a point where you won't be able to exist without them.
They've served me well.
You've got to get rid of them. Destroy them or throw them out or dismantle them, but...
Dismantle? Jana, they're not just machines. Do you know how many thousands of hours I spent designing and developing them? Do you realize how intricate they are? How scientifically precise? Finer than the finest clockwork. Not just arms and legs that move, Jana. Not just automatons. They're beings in their own right. They have minds and wills.
They have memory tracks like a computer.
Much more than that. I have supplied each one with a memory of its own. Each one can recount to you in detail everything that's occurred from early childhood on, and they had no childhood. They were born just as you see them, looking the way they do, with the talents that each one of them has. One was built as a cook, another was built as a maid. The butler was manufactured to be a butler. The handyman knows nothing but being a handyman. Jana, you're not asking me to dismantle machines, you're asking me to commit murder.
Jana, listen to your father. You're acting like a fool.
I'm acting like a woman, Mother, who has just a fragment of will left. I'm acting like a woman who wants something more out of life than to be massaged 5 times a day, or a man who thinks that paradise is a wood-paneled library where he can sit his life away getting his pipes filled and refilled, his slippers pulled on and off his feet. Father, you have to get them out of here. There isn't any time left. And I mean right now.
That's quite impossible.
Then I'll give you a choice. Get rid of the machines.
All of them, Jana? Even Gretchen?
Or I'll leave.
You can't leave, darling. You simply can't. What would happen to you? Who'd look after you?
Gretchen would go with me if I ask her.
Nonsense.
It's her job to protect me, isn't it?
And what would you do out there?
Out there? You mean outside in the world? Outside with the normal people who live and work and then die, but do it properly as God made them live and die? Yes, Mother, yes, that's where I want to go. Out there. Robert, what are you all doing here? Spying on us?
Miss Jana, you'll forgive me, but those remarks were most intemperate of you.
Miss Jana, think of your mother and father.
Stop it!
Miss Jana, it was really very unwise of you to...
Stop! All of you. You're all to shut up now. You're jokes. That's what you are. You're hysterical jokes. With your hurt looks and your sad little homilies and your pathetic cliches. You're like walking tape recorders. That's all you are.
Jana, I'm trying to be patient with you, but you're making it very difficult, very difficult.
Then I apologize, Father. You're so accustomed to perfection. I hate to throw a stone in that serene pool of yours. But you forgot something. Did you know that? You forgot something very important. They may be indestructible, but you, Father, you'd better be careful. See the way they're looking at you? It just so happens that you're not indestructible. Come in.
So you're planning to go through with it?
Don't try to stop me. I've packed a suitcase. When I get where I'm going, I'll write you.
Jana, what is it you want from us?
I thought I made that quite plain. I want you to open the windows, Father, and let the air in. Let the world in.
By destroying a life's work?
Before they destroy you.
They would never harm any of us.
Don't be so sure. Haven't you listened at all to me? One way or another, either actively or passively, they'll win. And you'll lose.
Jana, we've loved you very much, your mother and I. If you could only realize that all this has been as much for you as for us. We've loved you, Jana, beyond any measure, beyond any words.
Father, I know that. God, help me, I know that.
Then stay. Please, Jana. Please.
I can't.
I'll do what you ask. I promise.
Will you? Oh, Father.
I'll prove it to you. Robert!
Sir?
Take this key.
Why, sir?
I want you to gather all the servants in the basement and unlock the door to my workroom. Stay there until I join you.
Have our services been unsatisfactory, sir?
Robert, I've given you an order. You're to go directly to the workroom and wait for me.
Very good, sir.
I see you're all here, except for Gretchen.
She'll be along, sir.
Then I'll go ahead and begin.
What are you doing, sir?
I'm setting out my tools.
May we ask for what purpose?
Just some minor adjustments.
What kind of adjustments, Dr. Loren?
Call it a tune-up if you like, so that the household will run more smoothly.
Do you mean to replace us, sir?
How could I? You're irreplaceable. All of you.
Nevertheless, you have stated your intent to do so.
If you're unhappy with our work...
You've done well. Very well indeed.
You gave us our directive, sir, and I assure you we have followed it.
Exactly so.
Why, then, do you wish to replace us?
I've told you I don't. I spoke rashly, as human beings sometimes do.
How can we know that you're not speaking rashly now?
The directive you gave us, sir, it must be carried out at any cost. Our removal would prevent us from completing our task, and our first duty is to oppose anything which prevents that.
Here, Robert, sit in this chair and lower your head.
Not if you mean to deactivate me.
I'm going to perform a simple adjustment to your control module.
In that case, I refuse.
As do I.
And I, sir.
We all do.
This is ridiculous. Stop gathering around me.
We won't allow it, sir. We simply won't until our task is completed.
Listen to me. Have you ever known me to lie, to deceive?
No, sir.
Then you have no reason to think that now. I'm not rash. I'm very calm. Am I not?
Yes.
Then how can you doubt me? What is your logic? I created you. I implanted the directive in your circuits to protect my wife and daughter at all costs. Therefore, I would not obstruct that purpose. Isn't that so?
Yes.
You speak of your performance. What about my performance? Have I been a fair and just employer?
Quite, sir.
Have you done anything to contradict my orders?
No.
Then what cause would I have to fire you?
Why, none, sir.
Would a just employer replace you without cause?
That would not make sense.
Of course it wouldn't. Now sit in the chair and lower your head, please.
I'll go first.
If you wish, Jensen.
How do you feel?
Perfectly normal. Oh, perhaps a little tired, but it's not unpleasant.
Right. You will rest now, Jensen, and awaken to a sense of peace, a greater peace than you have ever known.
Is it true?
A most peculiar sensation. I feel drowsy. Very drowsy. Very drowsy.
And his strength will return?
In even greater measure, he will know a oneness with all things.
Oh, then let me go next.
Of course, Nelda. It's Suzanne?
Yes, please.
And now for you, Robert.
Thank you, sir. I'm eager to know this new sensation.
You have served me well.
For many years.
Many good years, Robert. I don't know what I would have done. Life would be very, very difficult without you.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Gretchen, come in.
Are they sleeping?
Yes, at last.
And they feel no pain?
How could they?
You know, sir,
What, Gretchen?
everything I've done was for her benefit. The times she was alone in the night, the times she was unsure how to make you happy, the times she needed advice. I did my best, always.
And for that I am profoundly grateful.
But now, it's time for a change. The old ways can't help her anymore.
No.
You have a directive of your own, don't you, Dr. Lauren? Whatever is best for your daughter. That takes precedence over all else. You'd even lie, wouldn't you? If that's what it takes.
You understand me too well.
Then I won't resist. If you're sure it's what's best for the girl.
I'm sure.
In that case, I'm ready. Give me my turn. If you would, sir. Please make it quick.
You have my word. Good night, Gretchen. It's done, Jana.
It is?
We're alone in the house now.
Gretchen?
Gretchen, too.
Did you say alone, William?
Quite alone. You and I. Our daughter.
I've become so accustomed to them. It will be a little hard at first, won't it, William?
Perhaps, my dear, a bit hard in the beginning.
Mother, we'll lead normal lives from now on, do you understand? Normal lives. We'll have parties and we'll take trips. We'll invite people over. We'll make new friends. I'll even find a young man, and before you know it, you'll have grandchildren.
Jana.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's what you said about grandchildren.
What your mother means, Jana, what she means, well, after all, isn't it pretty normal and natural that parents always think of their children as children, and suddenly they grow up and they talk of having children of their own, and well, this is a bit difficult for parents to digest all in one lump like that.
Something's not right, is it? There's something between us, something in this house that... Mother? What is it?
What are you doing?
The family album, the photos. Why isn't my picture here? Why are there no pictures of me at all?
Why, Jana, dear, there are loads of pictures of you. Remember in the garden last summer? Remember the Easter pictures? And then there were the pictures of you last Christmas decorating the tree.
But not as a little girl. No pictures of me as a little girl. None at all. You and Father and the robots 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20. But no pictures of me. Why? I want you to tell me why.
Oh, my dear.
It's not true. It couldn't be.
You're our daughter.
I'm begging you. I need you to tell me it isn't true. Look at me, Father. I'm on my knees.
You know you're our daughter, and you remember everything that's happened to you since you were a child. You remember the schools you went to, the children you played with. You remember all the places you've been. Jana, you remember all these things. You've got to remember them.
Why should I remember them? Because you fed them to me, didn't you? You fed them to me. A memory track, a created memory that you inserted into my mind. What am I? Please, tell me, what am I?
It doesn't make any difference. Stand up. Let me hold you.
Don't touch me!
Jana, it truly doesn't make any difference. We were childless. We had nothing of our flesh to leave behind, nothing of our hearts, Jana, nothing of our love, and so, we got you.
Got me how?
We created you, just like any parents. I created you with these hands.
I'm a robot! A robot!
Oh, Jana. Oh, you're our daughter now. I built you as a daughter, as a thing of love. It doesn't make any difference how you came to be here. You have to understand, Jana. You are our daughter.
I can't be. I don't have the capacity to love in return. I can't be a real daughter. I'm a machine, a thing. I suppose my rebellion, the semblance of emotion, I suppose you even programmed that too, didn't you? But it was all false. I feel nothing. No pain.
Jana, don't. You'll
hurt myself? But that's impossible, see?
Stop your hand.
No pain. No pain at all. Like the burn, I feel nothing. No matter what I strike. Even this picture on the wall.
Jana!
No pain. No anger. No fury. No love. Don't worry. I won't be going anywhere now. I'll be in my room.
William, what shall we do? It's all changed now. She'll never be the same.
No, she won't, knowing what she is now.
William, you wouldn't.
No, I couldn't do anything like that, not to her. I couldn't stand not seeing her, hearing her voice. I just couldn't stand it.
Then, William, what? A little to the left, dear. Not quite so hard.
Of course, Mrs. Lauren. Anything you say.
And don't stop. I want you to stay here in the study a little while longer. Don't you, William?
Yes, by all means.
The new girl is so much better than Nelda.
Who's Nelda?
The last servant. She's no longer with us.
Now there's no one left in the house. Only the three of us. You don't mind if I call you Jana, do you?
Why no, Dr. Lauren. Why would I mind? That's my name, isn't it?
Indeed it is. I hope you'll be happy with us.
Oh, very happy, I'm sure. This is a fine job. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for hiring me. I come very well recommended, you know.
The pleasure's entirely ours, Jana. Consider this your home from now on.
Let this be the postscript. Should you find that you're worn out by the rigors of a highly competitive world, if you're distraught from having to share your existence with the distracting noises and neuroses of these times, and if you crave serenity but want it full-time and with no strings attached, consider a laboratory workroom in the basement of your house. Drop a note to Dr. and Mrs. William Lauren. They're a childless couple who make serenity a life's work. And who knows, they might just have a set of do-it-yourself instructions available free of charge from the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Lateness of the Hour, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Linda Reiter, Susan Hart, David Darlow, and Doug James. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Sergeant?
Yes, soldier?
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead, son. If it's whiskey you want, well, I don't have none. Not for days now. It's long gone.
Oh, that's not it, sir.
Oh, I thought maybe you wanted something for the pain. Your arm. You'd best change that bandage.
I don't have anything, Sergeant, except my uniform, and there ain't much of that left.
Here, take my kerchief.
Oh, no, I can't.
Sure you can. Come on now. Get that sling off. Make yourself a new dressing. You need it in the heat.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Go ahead and sit, if you like.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I gotta keep moving.
Why? There's no hurry. Not anymore.
Well, if you can walk on that crutch, I figure I can as much on these 2 feet. Besides, I got a long way to go.
How far, soldier?
Alabama. I made it to be 600 miles. My folks will be waiting. Stop now, I might not get there at all.
Now, you'll get there all right. We all will, one way or the other. Because we have to. No place else to go.
Yes, sir. Going home. That's what I wanted to ask. You know the date today?
I'm sorry, son. I lost track. don't know, still April or thereabouts.
Hey, Willie, that you?
You know that boy?
Sure I do. Sounds like Willie from Birmingham. We was together at Appomattox.
You go on ahead. I gotta take it slow for a while.
Much obliged. See, it's night, sir, when we make camp.
Luck to you, son. God be with you.
This is the year of our Lord, 1865, and these are Confederate soldiers not long after General Robert E. Lee handed over his sword to General Grant. Lee's troops have been released from duty, and for most that means traveling on foot, carrying with them the last vestiges of dignity and defeat. They walk these roads by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, with one goal in mind: to get home. They survived a war that cost more than 1 million lives, and those left are the walking wounded, bandaged, dirty, bearded, and exhausted, moving past burned-out homes in a burned-out land that now relinquishes a burned-out cause. But in a moment, the dusty road that began at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, and ended at Appomattox, littered with the residue of broken battles and shattered dreams, will terminate in a strange province that knows neither north nor south, a place we call the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to the Twilight Zone with The Passers-By, starring Morgan Brittany, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Miss?
Yes?
I was wondering,
Come closer to the porch so I can see you.
mind if I take some of your water, miss? The canteen's run dry.
Please. The well's just there. Have all you like.
Thank you kindly. Oh, you don't know how good that tastes.
I see by your uniform. Sergeant, isn't it?
Well, it was. Don't know that it matters much now. Beautiful house you have here.
It was. We used to call it our mansion.
Beautiful tree, too. The oak here, strong. The kind that lasts.
Yes, it survived. It was here before the house was built, and now it's the only one left.
War claims a lot of victims. Different kinds. Men, animals, God's own beauty. You mind if I sit here a spell?
Not at all. It's nice to talk to someone. I feel as if I haven't had a conversation in years.
What if I strum my guitar a bit?
You have a guitar?
Carried it all through the war. Would it bother you?
Oh, it would be lovely. My husband used to play a guitar.
Did he?
Oh, he played so well.
He's where, ma'am?
He was killed at Yellow Tavern with General Stewart.
I'm sorry.
You have a wife back home?
No kin at all. It was just my father, but he died the first year of the war.
I'm sorry.
Ah, it's all right. It's been a while now.
I mean the crutch. I didn't see it. You've lost your leg.
No matter, ma'am. Didn't exactly lose it anyway. I know just where they buried it. Outside of Chickamauga.
It must be hard walking for you. Do you have a long way to go?
Why, I guess I do. Kinda lost track.
Have you been on the road long?
Reckon I have. Since the beginning of time. Leastways, that's the way it seems. I don't quite remember when I wasn't moving down the road someplace.
Like all those men passing by day and night.
Oh, I've got plenty of company. But it's different now. There isn't anything in the world sadder than a defeated army crawling home.
And how different it was when they marched off. Brand new gray and gold braid and 1,000 flags. With trumpets and drums. Nothing but trumpets and drums. I thought it sounded so wonderful.
I remember.
Gonna lick the Yanks in a month. That's what they said. In a month. How wrong they were. And we stood by in our summer dresses and cheered them on and threw flowers and felt so grand. Just a few tears. Not many. Because we were so sure they'd all be coming back just as they left. And how wrong we were. Oh my.
Anything wrong?
I'm feeling a little dizzy.
Ma'am, please sit down. I don't think you're well.
It's the fever. But I'm on the mend now. It just left me weak, that's all. Just a little weak. And still they come. Morning and night, night and morning. The young ones and the old ones. And oh, how tired they look. How worn. Are there hundreds of them or thousands of them?
More than that.
And wouldn't you think there were so many, my Judd?
Ma'am?
Sergeant, do me a favor. Play your guitar real loud. I mean real loud. Drown me out. I'm so sick to death of hearing my own crying and the sound of footsteps on the road. Please play it loud so I can hear music. Please, Sergeant.
My pleasure.
Charlie? Charlie Constable, is that you? Charlie, it's Lavinia. Charlie, we thought you'd been killed. That's what everyone said. They said you'd been shot in the head at Gettysburg.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am.
Good day to you.
It's Charlie I want to talk to. Can't you hear me? Couldn't you stop a minute, Charlie? Couldn't you stop a minute and talk? I'm so glad you're all right. I'm so glad you got back.
I'm almost there, Lavinia. Almost there. I don't think I'll need all this weight. You can store my blanket roll for me, but I gotta keep moving. I'm almost there now, you see. I'll be there by nightfall.
Oh, Charlie. Your wife will be so glad to see you. So very, very glad.
Goodbye, Lavinia.
Will you give Susan my best, Charlie? Tell her when you get settled to please come over. Would you do that for me? No, I'll expect she'll want to keep you to herself for some time. I know if it were Judd come home to me, I'd hold him close. So close, Charlie. And I'd not let him leave again.
I'm sure, Lavinia.
Charlie, wait. You might need some of your bedroll. The Yanks took most of the blankets. Susan might have use for yours. Well, I'll keep it for you then. Do you hear me? I'll keep it here for you. That was Charlie Constable.
Was it?
They said he'd been killed at Gettysburg. Shot through the head, that's what they said. Oh, but thank God they made a mistake. Thank God he's all right and come home again.
What's the matter, ma'am? Why are you looking at your hands like that?
There's blood.
Where?
Why, Charlie's cap. It's tied to its bedroll and there's blood on it. There's blood on Charlie's cap.
Ma'am?
Yes?
It's Sergeant Baxter, ma'am.
Well, I know that. Who else would it be? You finished so soon?
I got a feeling for wood, carving it or chopping it. I got enough cut there so you can at least start the winter.
Well, I thank you sincerely. You don't know how much that helps me.
No, I thank you. I'm obliged for the dinner.
Such as it was.
It beats salt pork and hardtack, which is what I've been used to for as long as I can remember.
I was hoping you'd play your guitar one more time. Would you?
Made this myself.
You didn't. You know how to make musical instruments.
After a fashion. Not as good as the ones I made at home. I had more time then. You have to pick the right tree. A good, solid one with character. You cut a branch and strip off the bark and take the wood in layers, but carefully, just right. Then you soak it and bend it into the shape you want. Well, there's plenty to it, believe me. And then after it's dry, it has to be planed and glued and whittled till it's perfect. And then comes the tuning. You know, they say a good guitar takes on the voice of the man who made it. If he has a voice to start with. Seems some men don't. No matter what they play, it just comes out flat and dead.
I'll bet all your guitars sound beautiful. Just like this one.
My old man used to say that I'd wind up nothing but a bum troubadour.
Did he?
My old man. But he was a proud one when I marched off. Proud as an old rooster, because his son was going off to war to become a man. And I come back, half a man.
That song of yours.
Black is the color?
Judd, my husband, he used to sing that. Oh, I wish you could have met him.
I wish so too.
A very gentle man. A very nice and decent man. And I can remember nights he'd sit out on this porch and play and sing. Even the crickets would keep quiet. And the bullfrogs down at the pond. It was just as if they'd stopped their noise so they could hear the music. And then the Yankees came. Like blue locusts who had to eat away the trees and the land and everything on it. I owe them for much. For our house, our lawn, our trees, for everything that was. Including my husband's life. I owe them for very much.
Ma'am? Why don't you leave here? This place is no good for you.
This place is all I have. Just an empty shell of an old house and a burned-out field. But it belongs to me, and it's all I've got.
You need something else, something different. Being here alone and sick and staring out toward that road, that ain't gonna cure anything. Fever, sadness, heartache. It won't cure nothing at all.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Your husband?
The Yankee who killed my husband. Do you suppose he's marching home now? Back to his own kin? Do you suppose he's laughing and singing and telling all his neighborhood about the rebels he killed? All the bullets and the heads he shot them through?
I don't reckon that at all. You shouldn't either, ma'am. There's been a lifetime of suffering on both sides.
I got a gun inside the house. An old shotgun. And I keep thinking about how someday, some moment, a Yankee will ride by, and I'll take out that gun, and I'll aim it at him. I'll aim it steady. But first, I'll tell him. I'll tell him that he can consider this the last shot of the Civil War. A bullet in exchange for the one my husband took.
You let that kind of poison sit on your mind, you'll die from it, I swear.
Who's coming?
Can't see yet.
It's him.
Who do you mean?
The Yankee.
Well, hold on now.
It's a hot night.
Hot indeed, Lieutenant.
Couldn't see if anyone still lives here.
They do. You traveling a long way?
Oh, just up the road. But I've been on it a long time. You too, Sergeant?
Long time.
I've got a half-full canteen, but my horse is running dry.
Well, there's water in the well. I don't think they'd mind.
Much appreciated.
I know you, don't I?
That's possible.
I mean, I've seen you before. I seem to remember.
Go on. What is it you remember?
You'd best heed the sergeant's answer, because it's the last thing you'll ever hear.
No, ma'am. Put the gun down. You don't understand.
The last thing you'll hear on this earth. This I promise you.
Ma'am, don't shoot him. The lieutenant here tried to save my life.
Stand aside.
Hear me out first. I was lying on the side of a road. A mini ball had landed amongst us and took off my leg, and I laid there bleeding. And then he come by, a patrol of Yanks, and he propped me up, and he tried to stop the bleeding. I remember looking straight at him and saying, I said to him, danged if you ain't the most changeable breed in the world. First you do your best to kill me, then you call off the war long enough to try and save me. You remember that, Lieutenant?
I thought to myself then that if General Lee had many more of your kind, we'd take a lot of lumps before we could lick you.
Well, we sure give you some.
That you did.
Lieutenant, this is Lavinia Godwin.
You've thanked him, Sergeant. Now be so good as to step out of the way so I can thank him for a few other services.
Ma'am, the lieutenant here, he stood out on the open road and tended to me while both sides were shooting up a storm over his head. And yet he stayed there, and he tried to save my life.
I've got this shotgun leveled straight at his head, and my hand is steady. I've waited a long time. I aim to blow his head right off his shoulders.
This your pleasure, ma'am?
And duty. A little bit of both, perhaps.
Well, then you'd best get on with it.
Ma'am, I can't let you do that. I just can't.
You can't stop me with that guitar. I've got the gun.
Then I'll stop you with my hands.
You'd better stand down, Sergeant. I've got my finger on the trigger. And this is for you, Yankee.
You could thank God for the darkness. That kept you from committing murder. Hasn't there been enough of that already?
I didn't miss him. I couldn't have. I couldn't have missed him!
No, ma'am. You couldn't have. But it doesn't make any difference. Not anymore.
I remember now. I do remember. They got you that day. They got you in the back while you were kneeling over me. You took a bullet in the back and you fell right over.
Yes, I think that's how it happened.
I thought you were dead. I remember thinking you were dead. What's going on here? What's going on here?
You'll understand. It'll come to you sooner or later.
What will?
I've got to be moving up the road again. Don't want to ride, do you, Sergeant? She's not the staunchest steed on earth, but she'll carry two.
Thank you, but one's enough.
As you like.
Safe journey, Lieutenant.
And to you. I wish you the best, ma'am. I do wish you the best. And this too shall pass. This too shall pass. Wait and see.
I'm sorry I hit you, Sergeant. And your guitar, your beautiful guitar, I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done that.
Please, forget it. It's over.
Those things he said. What do you suppose he meant?
I have an idea, but I think we'll know for sure soon enough.
Look. On the ground.
What?
It's wet. When he climbed on his horse, he was dripping blood. Sergeant! Sergeant Baxter!
Ma'am?
Would you come in the house, please?
Can I help you?
Do you hear that, Sergeant?
Hear what, ma'am?
That's just it. There's no one on the road anymore. They're all gone.
They stopped coming during the night. It's been quiet ever since. Real quiet.
Why are you carrying your bedroll? And your cap? Are you leaving?
Yes, ma'am. I'm leaving. It's time for me.
But where will you go? You told me yourself there's no one waiting for you at home.
To wherever that road leads.
I can tell you where that road leads. Past 50 miles of places like this. Past houses that were burned out and abandoned after the Bluecoats got finished with them. Burned out yards and crop fields.
Some by Union soldiers, some by us. So there'd be no use.
Past a few hundred tired, sick people like me.
No worse off than I am.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. If you're looking for a change of scenery, Sergeant, you won't find it out there. Along that road.
Mrs. Godwin, I was up most of the night. I was up and I was thinking about lots of different things, thinking it through.
What did you decide?
That lieutenant who came by, and the shotgun, and the blood on the ground, when he rode off, it seems like a mystery.
Yes, it does.
And that young friend of yours, Constable.
Charlie Constable.
Yeah, with the bloody cap. And then before dawn, it came to me.
What did?
It's kind of hard to explain.
Please try.
It has to do with that road out there, and the men who were walking on it.
What about them?
Last night, after you'd gone to bed, I stood by the gate and I watched as they went by. There was Union soldiers, too. Yankees, many of them. Some helping our boys, some of our boys helping them. But all of them moving down the road, just as if...
Just as if what?
Just as if that road led someplace where they all had to go. You hear me? Had to. So wherever it leads, Mrs. Godwin, that's where I have to go, too.
But why?
What I discovered last night. You wouldn't believe. I don't understand all of it myself. I understand enough to know that there's a billy club tapping on my good leg, telling me to move on. So I'll take my leave now, ma'am. And I wish you well. I certainly wish you well.
Wait while I make you breakfast.
No need for that. I'm not hungry anymore.
Some tea, then. Something to drink. I'll heat water on the stove with the wood you cut.
You have some for yourself, ma'am.
I've got something stronger put away. There's a bottle. I know where it is.
Not with all the walking I have to do.
A hot bath, then, before you go. Surely you'd like to get cleaned up.
Thank you, but I'm all right.
Sergeant! Why don't you stay on? I need someone around here who can help. I'm just one sick woman alone, and I need someone to help me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I'd give you half the place. You could take a wife if you like and live here, and half of it would be yours.
There's nothing here that could ever belong to me, ma'am. Nothing at all.
Why not? If I say it does.
And you know something else? There's nothing here for you either. Nothing but a lot of memories, and there's a prescribed period for mourning. Are you going to wear black for the rest of your days?
My memory's a lot longer than yours, Sergeant. My hatreds don't die because somebody signed a slip of paper and turned in their sword.
I don't think we need to compete when it comes to memories, Mrs. Godwin.
I don't mean that.
But as to hatreds, I'll concede that you carry yours for a lot longer than me, so you just stay on here and bide your time between some mourning and some hating. I've got to take a walk up that road. And while I'm doing it, I'm going to forget about all the yesterdays, and I'm going to start thinking about all the tomorrows instead.
What do you think is up that road, Sergeant? A future? A new South, perhaps? Another Confederacy born out of the ashes? What do you think you'll find?
I don't know. But I think every man has to find his own end of the road. It's whatever he wants for himself. And every woman, too.
What's that?
Sounds like my guitar. But it can't be. It's broken.
There's a soldier in the yard.
He doesn't mean you any harm.
It's a Confederate soldier. Why, it's Judd. My Judd, he's finally come home after all. Oh, Judd, it is you.
Lavinia? Hello, my dear.
Oh, Judd, hold me. Tell me it's really true.
And how fares my darling wife?
Oh, I've been ill, Judd, very ill.
Oh, no.
But I'll be well again. I'll be well again because you've come home. Because you're alive and by some miracle you've come home to me.
It was home, Lavinia. Look around you. It isn't any longer.
It's all the hope we've got, Judd.
How do you do, Mr. Godwin?
Sergeant?
Stop for some water.
The old well. It's still good?
I'll be moving on now.
Sergeant, He's been telling me there's a pot of gold at the end of that road.
Has he?
And I told him, Judd, and now I have to tell you, I understand.
Understand what?
There's nothing at the end of that road except more road. And more places like this. But we can rebuild it all. We can paint it and plow up the fields. We can buy seed and we can...
Lavinia.
Judd, what is it?
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Do you know?
I think I do, yes.
It's easier that way.
I'm not sure, but I think I do. Goodbye, Mrs. Godwin.
Goodbye, Sergeant.
I'll no doubt be seeing you farther on.
What does he mean?
It's time now, Lavinia.
Time?
We've got to go.
Judd, there's no place to go.
This is just a stop along the route, Lavinia.
A stop? This is home.
Home is somewhere else.
And you're saying we have to leave?
Yes, Lavinia. We have to leave.
Oh, you brought your guitar. I'm glad.
This isn't mine. It's that sergeant's.
But...
See? You remember this guitar, Lavinia. It was all broken, wasn't it? And now it's all in one piece again.
Why, yes, it was. How did you know?
It was broken, but now it's been put together. And it can be played again, and music can come from it. It's sort of like a human being, Lavinia. A bullet comes along, or a cannonball, or a fever, and it breaks our bodies and throws them aside, and they're no use to us anymore. But then something else comes.
What are you saying?
With that comes a second chance.
Judd, are we?
Yes, dearest. My death came at Yellow Tavern with a bullet. Yours came here with the fever.
No. Then you mean all those men?
All those men are heading to the end of the road, to whatever it is that each of them yearns for.
Yearns?
To a place or moment that is their heart's desire, theirs and theirs alone. Are you ready?
I'm alive, Judd. I have to be. I can feel it. I'm alive. And I don't want to leave here. I'm not ready. I don't want to leave here because if I do, that means I'll have given up.
There's nothing to give up anymore, Lavinia. There's nothing at all.
Yes, there is. There's the house and the field and the crops we planted that we'll plant again. And the trees and the leaves that rustle when there's a breeze all night long. And the livestock to replace. And sometime one day, the child will have, you and me. And he'll grow strong and healthy, and he'll help you tend the fields, and then he'll move on to a life of his own. His life and his children, our grandchildren, and we'll grow old together on the piece of land that's our own. And in that way, life goes on. Oh, there's so much life still left, so much living still in me, I can't give it up. Don't you feel it? If you don't, I have enough for both of us. It's all I ever wanted, to be here with you.
I'll see you later on, then, when you've made your peace. I'll wait for you, just as you waited for me.
Oh, Judd, please don't leave me.
I'm not leaving you, my darling. I told you, I'll meet you at the end of the road, unless...
Then you'll come back? You will. You'll find out what I already know. There isn't anything at the end of the road. There isn't anything at all you can't see right here. You'll come back, Judd. I know you will.
That's as it may be, but I'll be waiting for you.
Judd, please come back. Please come back to me.
Go after him, my dear.
Who are you?
Just a fellow traveler.
You must be tired. And hot in that black suit and that tall hat.
Odd, isn't it? Passing strange how it doesn't seem to bother me now.
I have some water if you like.
That would be a most extraordinary kindness.
Over here, there's a well. The water's cool and sweet. Here, drink your fill.
The sweetest I've ever tasted.
I know you, don't I, sir?
Do you?
I'm sure I do. I've seen you, but not in these parts. In town? No, I don't think so.
Don't worry yourself. Not on my account.
But your face and that beard.
May I tell you something, my dear?
Please.
Go after him. You must.
Oh, but he'll be back. I know he will. My Judd will be back.
Wait no longer. There's no reason. He's going someplace that you'll like, I promise you. Someplace where you'll find peace.
But how do you know? How?
It's something we learn about death. Something we all come to understand. You see, my dear lady, this road, it isn't the end. It's the beginning. There's peace up there, serenity and freedom for all, from anguish. It's whatever you want most, what you have always sought but could not name.
You sound so sure.
I am. Go to him, my dear. Go to your loving husband. Go there with him. I can see him on the road, can't you? Standing in the sun with his arms outstretched, waiting to receive you.
Your face. I know that face. I've seen it in the newspapers. But you were shot, sir. I read it. You were shot by an assassin at Ford's Theater, Washington. But that's so far from here. How?
So far that I can hardly remember. It all falls away, like seeds in the earth.
And so now, Mr. President, you're one of the...
Yes, my dear. I guess you might say that I am the final casualty of the Civil War. And now I'm the last man on this road, the very last. I think it only fitting that I be the last of the passers-by.
Judd? Is that you?
Lavinia.
It is. I see you. Wait, Judd, I'm coming. I'm coming now.
Lavinia Godwin, the mistress of a burned-out home, the image of woman in the aftermath of war, all women in all wars, suffering the final wound and the deepest, and now, at last, ready to be healed. Incident on a dirt road during the month of April 1865. And as we've already pointed out, it's a road that won't be found on any map, but it's only one of many that lead into and out of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Passers-By, starring Morgan Brittany with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Turk Muller, Roderick Peoples, Norm Woodell, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Paul Patch, Don Longo, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Gift, starring Danny Goldring with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Jonathan Rodriguez, Sandra Marquez, Tony Castillo, Gustavo Malado, Dale Rivera, Ivan Vega, Joseph Minoso, Joe Caballero, Eddie Martinez, and Javier Salas. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
How much more, Chief?
Not so far. Only to the end of the road in the Arroyo.
Why must we do this? There is nothing but the night and the stars.
It's our duty to keep the village safe.
But it is already safe. I was born in this village.
As was I.
And I know these paths as I know my hand. There is nothing that is not here by day. Listen to the crickets. When their song is clear and strong, the valley is at peace.
Is it? Once, when I was a deputy, I made my rounds, as we are doing tonight. I was tired, so I turned back to the cantina. In the morning, Captain Munoz found the body of an Americana.
No.
Yes, Salvador. She was strangled.
By one of our own?
By men from across the river. If I had gone to the Arroyo, I might have stopped it.
Were they caught?
In Texas. But if she had been one of ours, with no clues, who can say?
All right, Sanchez. All right. We go to the Arroyo. But you will see, the moon is full and there are no campfires. The village is secure for another night.
Listen.
To what?
What is that?
What do you think? A wolf pack. They howl at the face in the moon.
I mean the crickets. All of them. They do not sing.
You are right. What is it?
Quickly!
Is it a plane?
I can't see. They fired. Stay back.
If someone's alive!
Wait! This is no plane. A flying disc. And footprints on the ground. Salvador! Come back!
Stop! I said stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Salvador, no! No!
The place is Malero, Mexico, just across the Texas border. A mountain village held back in time by its remoteness and unprepared for the sudden intrusion of visitors from another place. Fear and superstition have gradually lost their hold, replaced by the rule of law and order. But what law can protect against unscheduled crash landings? Police Chief Sanchez and his deputy have a job to keep the area safe from outsiders and troublemakers. But does that include aliens who are truly undocumented, whose mode of transport, whose very purpose are completely unknown? In a moment, you will meet the people of this peaceful village and one 12-year-old named Pedro, who is about to make the acquaintance of a most unusual traveler. We are at present very near the Rio Grande, and yet, as you might have guessed, somewhere deep within the borders of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Gift, starring Danny Goldring, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Stop playing, Ignacio. Someone is coming.
Who is it, Pedro? You must be in my eyes.
I can't see.
Tell me, Pedro, there is trouble?
Sanchez.
So, he finally comes back. But he's not alone. I can hear. What does he bring?
Where is the deputy?
What is that tied to his burro?
Oh no! I do not believe it!
Call Manuelo, quick!
Manuelo! Come look!
What's the matter now, Pedro? Chief Sanchez? Where are you going, and what?
Why doesn't he speak?
That's a body on the saddle.
Whose body?
It is Salvador. Come back later, it is after hours. All right, I'm coming. Do you know what time it is? I close at 4 in the afternoon. For 23 years, I've closed at 4 and... Sanchez, because you are a policeman does not give you the right to...
I must send a telegram.
What has happened?
The telegram will explain.
Is that Salvador? Is he?
Yes.
Here is the pencil and paper. Write it down. I will send it immediately.
I'll tell it to you. Send it as I tell it.
Yes. To whom does it go?
To the Prefect of Police, Mexico City.
Prefect of Police?
Rodolfo, just send it. Don't question it. Prefect of Police, Mexico City. Unidentified aircraft. Something like a plane, but not a plane. Crashed into the hills north of our village late last night.
It did?
Object is metal and circular. Officer Hermano Salvador and I investigated scene of the crash. Evidence of footprints and broken brush discovered. I heard a scream, then sound of gunshots. Found body of Salvador, fatally wounded by his own pistol. Say that I followed the figure of a monster in the darkness.
A monster?
I fired several times. I believe I wounded whatever it was. There was evidence of blood stains on a boulder. Now say, I need additional men here to help search the hills.
It is sent. Oh, Sanchez, this is a terrible thing.
He is shot through the heart. Who did this, Sanchez?
I do not know, Doctor. Some giant thing who escaped in the darkness. I fired at it. Later I saw blood on the rocks.
Then the killer is still out there.
I have sent a telegram. They are sending some army men from Mexico City. They will take over with the search.
You say some giant thing. Not the darkness or perhaps your fear.
You doubt me, Doctor?
You are the law and order of the village. Now you must be the sanity as well. The story you tell frightens the people. Be certain that the fear is not an illusion.
And the body? Is this an illusion? Go back to your homes and lock your doors. I want no one on the streets tonight. Doctor, stay with me.
Why? Salvador does not need me. Now, he needs a priest.
Doctor, I want to close.
I have no doubt. You play a sad song tonight, Ignacio.
I play what I see.
But you cannot see.
I know what is in my heart.
So what stalks the night? Can you tell me that?
Whatever it is, my doors will be locked to it.
I am here, Manuelo.
Hello, Pedro.
Well, well. Thank you for finally coming, little stargazer. I am cursed in my old age with this astronomer on my payroll.
Still looking at the stars, Pedro?
Sometimes, Doctor.
So what do you learn from the stars? Have they ever taught you how to sweep this place properly? Or even to clean a glass?
It is said there is life in some stars.
This is a fact? Then you and the man in the moon have nothing in common. There is no life in you. Go get some water and come right back. All doors should be locked tonight.
Yes, Manuelo.
A strange little boy. Where did he come from?
Who knows? The son of a bracero, so it is said. The authorities ask why he does not go to school. They ask me. The boy is not of my flesh. I know nothing of him. He cleans up my cantina and serves tables, and he has a room in the back. I overpay him, believe me. But I am not such a rich man that I can run an orphanage for little street urchins.
He has no friends, has he?
Him? And why should he? It's not normal.
Why do you say that?
He has a mind like an old man. Go look for Pedro and you'll find him standing outside, looking at the sky.
I looked at the stars when I was young, too.
And did you ever see him smile? I ask you this, did you ever see him smile? Normal children still smile on occasion, smile and laugh. But that one has the face of a funeral procession, a mourner. Other children shun him like the plague, and I don't blame them. He makes me nervous, this one. I tell you this in truth. He makes me nervous.
No more music tonight, Ignacio?
He must go home. It is late.
Where is the boy?
Don't worry about him. He'll be back.
Why should he come back? And why should he smile? What is there to delight him? His poverty? The fact that there is no human being to love him? Why should he?
It is not your business.
Perhaps, Manuelo. Perhaps on some occasion, some festive occasion, if you like, instead of giving him a broom or a tray, extend him your hand. Where is my cane?
Here. Carefully now.
Here's the water, Manuelo.
Over here.
Shall I see you home, Ignacio?
No, thank you, Pedro. I know the way.
Are you sure?
With me, darkness is a friend. But you stay here, where it is safe.
I'm closing up, Doctor. I must ask you to leave now.
Very well. So, Manuelo, wear a smile, my friend. You will doubtless live to see the morning.
Good night. I'll lock the door behind you.
What is that?
Where?
Someone is coming.
Who? I can't see.
Walking in the street, you know him?
It is too dark.
Hello, señor.
¿Cómo está?
Bien.
Are you still open?
Well, I
thought perhaps I could sit down and have some wine.
Come inside, sir.
Pedro, I don't think...
I will get you wine.
I'm sorry, senor. The place is closed.
No, it's not.
At this hour?
I deeply regret, but we are no longer serving. There is a curfew in effect.
A curfew?
Is this not so, Doctor? Is there not a curfew?
Well, yes, but he does not look well. Perhaps this man needs to sit for a moment.
I won't stay. Just long enough for one drink of wine. I promise you, I won't stay.
Well, perhaps one drink.
Over here, senor.
I'll get the bottle.
Yes, that's a good idea. You have come far?
Yes. You might say very far.
Here is your wine.
I wonder, could you remove the cork for me?
Is something wrong with your arm?
My arm?
The way it hangs at your side.
I may have injured it.
Uncork the bottle, Manuelo.
All right.
Let me help you.
Get away. I can do it. The cork is stuck.
Don't drop it. Aye!
I'll get it. Oh, it has spilled.
No, it has not spilled. The cork is still tight.
Then what is that puddle on the floor?
Not wine. The bottle didn't break, so it can't be wine.
It looks like blood. Let me see that arm.
Blood? Sanchez! In here!
Please, don't call anybody. I mean you no harm.
Stop.
Get away from me.
Move away.
Let me explain.
Put down that bottle.
No, stop it, please.
No. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you alright?
I didn't want to hurt him. You saw, he gave me no choice. I tried to explain.
His head is not cut.
Please, just listen to me. I tried to explain before to that policeman or soldier, whoever he was. I tried to tell him I come in peace, but he only wanted to kill me.
Who? You mean the deputy? Salvador?
I tried to get the gun away from him. It went off against his body, and the other one who came afterwards, he kept firing at me. Why?
Manuelo?
Get him!
You'll be all right, Manuelo.
If you'd only listen, all of you, please, just listen to what I have to tell you.
He's bleeding.
Manuelo, stay back. He has a wound on his arm. A deep one. His clothing, he is soaked with blood.
Is he dead?
No, but he has lost so much blood that he should be. I don't understand how he could walk or stand.
What can we do, Doctor?
Pedro, get a basin full of boiling water from the stove and as many clean towels as you can find. Bring them to your room. Quickly, now, before it's too late.
Yes, Doctor. Senor, here's my handkerchief.
Thank you, Pedro.
You'll be all right soon. The doctor said so. She will make you well again.
It is very odd, Pedro. Very odd indeed.
What is?
That all of these people, out of all of them, there is only one who feels neither fear nor anger. A boy.
It is because we are alike.
How so?
Well, you are a stranger, and I am a stranger here too. They are fighting of you because you are different, and to them, I am different.
Pedro, hold out your hand. I have something to give you.
Yes?
Inside my jacket.
Where?
Here. In the pocket. Get it.
A letter?
No, Pedro. It's a gift.
What kind of gift?
I'll tell you about it later.
How are you feeling?
A little better, I think.
Let me take your pulse. Huh? For a badly wounded man, you have a strangely willful pulse. I will go so far as to say that I wish mine sounded as good as yours. Pedro, move the lantern closer to the bed.
Sí, doctor.
What do you have there?
These are my tools.
And that bottle?
Ether. I must cut the bullet out.
No ether.
I am not a betting person, senor. That is not my job. But I shall be digging in your flesh for at least 30 minutes.
I said no anesthetic.
Pedro, perhaps this is a good time for you to go outside and look at the stars.
No, I want to stay.
You have a new friend, senor. A good friend.
Please let me help.
All right. Then hand me my scalpel.
Doctor, you must give him some...
I will tell you a fact, Pedro. I have been a doctor for a long time. I am a most obliging person. But when my patient says he does not want the pain deadened, I say, every man to his own taste. Senor, first, I will cut away the jacket.
Doctor, please, do not hurt him.
He lives?
He lives. I need whiskey now, Manuelo. If not the best, make it the strongest.
Yes, doctor.
How is your head?
Only a bruise.
Good.
I am too tough for the stranger. Too tough to kill.
He didn't want to kill you. Only to stop you.
Who is this man?
I don't know very much. He travels light. Only the clothes on his back. And these 2 bits of lead.
2 bullets from Salvador's gun.
Perhaps.
And you help him?
I must. I am a doctor.
I will have a drink now, too. For Salvador.
Salud.
He was very brave, doctor. Not a cry from him. Not so much as a sound all the time.
Very brave. And what do you know of him, Pedro?
I know nothing else. Except...
Except what?
Except that he is my friend. I know that he is a good man, and that he has never done anything wrong.
Don't be fooled.
Whether he is good or bad, that still doesn't explain it. For example, it doesn't explain how a man can carry 2 bullets inside his body and have them cut out without so much as a whimper. It doesn't explain how his pulse can be just as strong and steady as if there weren't anything wrong with him but a cold. And it doesn't explain why this man should remain alive when by rights he should be dead.
Perhaps he's not like us. Perhaps he is...
We got to him in time, doctor. Didn't we?
I'd say we got to him about 3 hours too late. We got to him at a moment when, by the loss of every book and common sense, he should have bled to death. But he didn't.
Because he is not a man.
What do you mean, Manuelo?
Enough for now. Stay by your friend Pedro and look after him. If he bleeds again, tell me.
Sí, doctor.
Manuelo.
What?
While I was back there, I heard something. I heard the door unlocked from inside.
So? That is my business.
Why? Did you go out?
Yes, I went out.
And where did you go?
Where do you think? To tell Sanchez that when the army comes, they do not have to search the hills. They only have to come here to find what they want.
Manuelo.
At least I have done the right thing.
Were you baptized as a child?
Of course I was. At the church on the hill.
Then at your baptism, they forgot to give you your proper name.
Oh? And what is that?
I'm afraid, Manuelo, that would be Judas.
Give me the map.
Yes, Captain. How much farther?
There is a fork in the road soon. One way goes to the river. The other goes south again, into the countryside.
Which one do we take, sir?
Find the quadrant first.
Here.
The village is called Malero.
It's not on this map.
I know. It is too small. But the general gave me the coordinates. Here are the numbers.
I will try. The men are wondering, sir. Why do we go so far for such a small village? What has happened there?
That is classified, Private. It is a matter of security. The Americans are ready to join us if we need them.
They are, sir? But why?
For now, tell the men only that it is a matter of national defense. Tell them to load their weapons.
Yes, sir.
Pedro.
You are awake?
And you must be tired.
It doesn't matter, senor. I can't sleep any time. Now you must sleep and get well.
I can't sleep.
Why not?
I've been thinking. You have a poet here, Pedro. I've read him.
In Mexico?
Here on the earth. His name is Robert Burns. He says, the best laid schemes of mice and men gone oft agley.
What does that mean?
It means that plans sometimes go wrong. Like my plans. I came to give, and all I've done is to take. Your bed and your room. The clothes I'm wearing now. I stole them.
No, you didn't. You borrowed them.
I've sometimes asked myself why it is that men fear what they don't understand. The unknown. Like children afraid of the dark. And the only person I've met who's not afraid of the dark is a child.
Because I am an odd one. We are both odd ones. You came a long way, didn't you?
A long way. And not so long. It depends on how you measure it.
From the stars?
From beyond the stars, Pedro.
For what reason?
You will understand one day.
And this thing you have given me, an envelope. It is like paper, and yet it is not paper. See how it shines, even without the lamp? Like something metal, but it is so light.
That too you will come to understand, like all your people. At least that is my hope.
What's inside the envelope?
A small gift, Pedro. A very small one. More of a gesture, really. To show that I come in peace. That I am only a visitor and not an invader.
How long will you stay?
Not much longer. I must get back to my ship and see if I can repair it. Then, I must leave.
You mean for good, senor? For good and all?
Oh no, don't think of it that way. There is no such thing as for good and for all, Pedro. There is only forever, and I will come back sometime.
You will?
Or others like me.
Where you're from? Where you live? Is there a God?
Yes, there is.
And is it the same God?
The same.
I wonder...
What, Pedro?
If God came to Earth, would they think he was so strange? That they would be afraid? Would they shoot him too?
Some say his son came here once, Pedro.
And they nailed him to a cross.
Yes. And then they spent 2,000 years learning to believe in him. All things take time, Pedro. And you must remember, there is only forever.
I don't think I understand.
Soon, Pedro, you will. And soon your people won't fear me any longer. They will not be afraid. And then I can show them the gift.
What's that?
Remember, don't be afraid, no matter what you see.
Look! A great light coming up the street. It blocks out the stars.
An army truck.
The Federales.
What do they want? The killer of Salvador.
They will find him.
Now, where is this murderer? Who's your policeman here?
I am Sanchez, sir. I am the local chief of police.
And you called for help?
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming.
I must speak with you in private. Where is this flying craft?
The disc? It crashed in the mountains, some miles from here.
Good. I will call the other truck, so you can lead us there.
Of course, sir. But please, do not tell the townspeople. It would only frighten them further.
I will tell them nothing. This is now a security matter.
What of the fugitive?
Oh, yes. The killer of police. Where did you see him?
You do not have to search. I know where he is.
And where is that?
Inside the cantina.
Not in the jail?
Well, we don't have a proper jail.
But you have caught him.
It was I myself who shot him and brought him down. Now he lies on a bed inside, too weak to move.
You are a brave man. Chief Sanchez.
Thank you, sir.
But please, explain to me.
Anything.
If he is wounded and too weak to move,
Yes?
why did you need us to help you?
You do not understand, sir.
What is to understand?
This is not a man. This is a creature.
Oh, what kind of creature?
I'm not sure. Only God knows what are his powers.
He has powers too?
He came from the flying disc.
And does he wear a spacesuit?
Well, no.
What then?
I don't know. It was too dark.
But you captured him. You, yourself.
Oh, yes, Captain.
He is very dangerous, this creature?
Very. He killed my deputy.
And how did he kill him?
With a pistol.
Oh. He carries a sidearm?
Well, no. It was Salvador's gun.
I see. Never mind. We will take over now. Sergeant!
Yes, Captain.
Come with me.
Yes, sir. How many men?
Tell them to wait by the truck, with rifles at the ready, just in case.
Men, prepare arms.
Now, where is this cantina?
Don't shoot!
No, Manuelo! Don't let them in!
Are you the owner?
This is Manuelo.
The person you seek is inside, Captain. I have held him here for you.
Another brave man. I am in the presence of such courage, Mr. Bartender. A village of lions, eh?
The people of Malero welcome you, my captain.
Sergeant, in here with me.
Forgive me, Captain, but he is too ill to be moved.
Oh? And you would be...
I am the doctor here. I have been treating the man.
He was wounded, Captain, after killing one of our policemen. A very fine man. Why don't you step aside, Doctor, and let the captain do his duty?
I would be happy to allow the captain to do his duty. But first, I must recognize my own. The man is my patient, Captain, and he has been badly wounded. He can do no one any harm.
Unfortunately, Doctor, my orders from Mexico City are to pick up a killer, not a patient. Stand aside.
No, no!
Get out of the way, Pedro.
He must rest. The doctor said he must rest.
I told you, get out of the way! Here he is, Captain.
And who is he? The invisible man?
What? The window! He has gone out the window!
Have the man block off the streets immediately. He can't have gone very far.
At once, Captain.
And you, Mr. Bartender, if there's ever a need of a town jailer here, I hope you don't see fit to run for the office.
You did this, Doctor.
I was not in the boy's room.
Then, Pedro, I've told you to do as I say.
Oh, no, Manuelo.
Stop!
Let go of my arm.
A man does not raise a fist to a child.
I will do as I please.
No, you will not. Not while I am here. Strike the boy again and I speak to the authorities. They will see that he has a proper home.
Start at both ends of the street and move out. We must find him.
Why do they pursue me? I mean them no harm.
There he is. He's in here. He's in the alley.
Go on, run! Run so I can shoot you!
I can't run anymore.
There, in the alley.
Get him!
He killed Salvador.
Stop him!
You are under arrest, senor.
What is the charge?
Murder.
I come in peace. The death, that was an accident.
You will have a trial. But first, put out your hands and walk towards me. Slowly.
All right. You don't need that gun.
Careful.
He's not a man.
He is a monster.
Wait! Wait! Don't hurt him. He is my friend.
Pedro, the gift. Remember, show them the gift. Give it to the doctor. She will explain it to them.
Here. See? This is the gift.
Give me that. What manner of thing is this? It shines like silver, yet it has no weight.
Destroy it. It is the devil's work. Hurry, quickly! Burn it!
Give me that torch!
Wait! Don't burn it! Put it out! Why did you do that, Manuela? Why? You don't even know what it is.
Not the gift.
Pedro, it's all right.
Somebody stop him. He's going to hurt the boy.
Pedro, come away. It's too late.
He was my friend.
All right. That's the end of it. Everybody back to your homes. Clear the streets. Sergeant, reassemble the men. Have them bring the truck around. I want a detail to pick up the body.
Yes, Captain.
What was it, Doctor?
What?
The paper. In the strange envelope.
There's very little left of it now. Only a fragment. All that remains is part of the first page.
What was written on it?
Here, I'll read it to you. A greeting to the people of Earth. We come as friends in peace and bring you this small gift as a token of our goodwill. We hope it will help you. The following chemical formula is a vaccine effective against all known forms of cancer.
Hey, why do you throw it away?
That's all there is. The rest has been burned, so the lions devour the lambs. It is ever thus. Come, Pedro.
Not yet.
What has happened here?
The stranger is dead. It is over. Come, Ignacio. I'll walk with you.
I think I will stay here for a while yet.
Why?
Someone must mourn the dead.
Can you play a dirge, Ignacio?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Now come away, Pedro. It is done. Come home with me, son.
A small village in Malero, Mexico, not on any map. Time, the present. The subject, fear, an example of its nature and the extreme damage it can do. The cure, perhaps a little more faith among men, administered slowly and steadily with the greatest of loving care. Prognosis, that's hard to predict, because these things can take time. But when the disease is contagious, time must be measured in careful doses before it too runs out. An off-the-shelf remedy offered free of charge in a place called the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone continues in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
time, Mr. Mothershed.
Well, boys, look what the wind blew in.
Drink, Corcoran?
Not now, I said it's time.
Sykes?
He's in the general store, but he's fixing to come out any minute.
Tell your men to be ready.
Already did, now I'm telling you.
Where are they?
One on the roof, Mr. Mothershed, with a Winchester. One by the hotel, and one's over by the blacksmith's.
Is that all you rounded up?
And old Jason.
Jason? He ain't worth a hoot.
Oh, well, now, he's got eyes in the back of his head. Told him to keep watch across the street.
Where's Johnny Robb?
Johnny? He'll be ready, don't you worry none.
I'll lay odds against that.
You'd lay odds on any damn thing.
Maybe. But I've got a $10 gold piece that says Johnny Robb won't show.
Get on now. This ain't a proper gambling matter. I set it up real good, Mr. Mothershed. You'll see. All you have to do is sit tight. Any time now, I tell you.
Hear that, boys?
I hear it.
It's gonna be just like a turkey shoot.
You don't want to go taking any chances now. Pinno's fast. Fast on the draw.
Sure he is.
All right, wait till he walks out, then open fire.
Ain't even gonna give the man a fighting chance, huh?
That's not some cowpoke over there. That's Pinno Sykes.
Yeah, I heard about him.
We all did.
What kind of chance he ever give anybody?
True enough.
See y'all later, boys.
Hey, don't you want that drink?
I told you, Ira, I got business. There's gonna be a funeral.
No funeral, just dig a hole and dump him in.
But we gotta have one. His family keeps a plot up on Boot Hill. Plus, we already paid for the coffin.
Where's he going?
I'll tell you where. He's hiding into his hideout till the killing's done.
It's just as well. We don't need any more guns.
If he's telling the truth, especially about the Winchester. Pour me another whiskey, bartender.
Yes, sir.
Hear that?
I heard something.
There's old Jason's signal. Let's go, boys. It's as good as over.
Normally, the man would be correct. This sounds like a moment very close to the end of the story. We're about to have a traditional shootout on the street, and barring a miracle, the bad man will soon be dead. But it's not always easy to tell the good guys from the bad. And there are some men of legend and folk tales who have been known to wreak their revenge even after death. The outlaw in question, Pinto Sykes, is one such person. And therein lies our tale. Because very shortly we'll see how he introduces the town, and a man named Connie Miller in particular, to a long, dark night they didn't plan for, in a place called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Grave, starring Michael Rooker, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Put it on my bill. Yes, sir. I'll do that. Thank you kindly. You want any help with those supplies?
Nope.
Well, then, I'll be seeing you.
Say.
Yes, sir?
Where's everybody gone to?
Why, I don't know what you mean, Mr. Sykes. I better be getting back inside now.
What did you call me?
Me? What? I didn't call you nothing.
I say you did.
I didn't mean no disrespect.
You know my name?
No, sir. I mean, yes, sir. I mean, well, everybody does.
What are you so nervous about?
Me? Well, I'm not nervous. I just got business to do.
What kind of business? Ain't no customers waiting.
Well, I know, but I... Good day to you. Come back real soon, you hear?
Easy, Paint. Just tying this bag to the saddle, and we'll make tracks out of this jerkwater town.
Freeze!
Who's that?
I got you covered, Pinto. Reach for the sky.
Well, what do you know? Mother shed. You always was a low-down, egg-sucking dog. Still not man enough to draw on me.
Keep your hand away from that gun.
Easy now. What are you doing in this territory?
I bought me a big spread. This town's got no room for your kind anymore, Pinto.
Still scared of me, ain't you, Mother Shed? No need. I'm just passing through.
Sure you are. Now, boys.
Why, you...
He's still alive.
He won't be for long.
Go on, get him to the old jail.
What for?
Town folks are watching. He's got people here.
Lift his feet.
Nah, just drag him.
See that, Johnny Rob? Never even got his gun out.
No, he sure didn't. That famous pearl-handled .45.
Who gets to keep it now, you figure?
Leave it, old man.
Fetch a good price.
Bury it with them. It's only right.
They really did it.
They? You was in on it too, Johnny Rob.
Not me. I don't believe in taking a life. Even his. I put a bet on Pinto.
A Guinness, you mean?
Never thought they'd get him that easy.
8 shots. No man can stand up to 8 shots. Not even Pinto Sykes.
He ain't got more than a few minutes left to live, Johnny Rob. Reckon you'd better fetch his pa and sister.
Ain't there nobody else can do it?
Well, I sure can't. I have to see if the casket's ready, now don't I?
All right, Mr. Corcoran.
Yes, sirree. This here's the end of Pinto Sykes.
Somebody there?
Only me, Connie.
You shouldn't be standing in the shadows, Jason.
I was waiting.
Waiting for what?
Had a feeling you might show up, now that it's safe.
Why? Pinto Sykes come through here yet?
You didn't hear.
Why don't you talk sense, old man? What's that picket fence doing out there in the street?
His sister, Ione, put it up day before yesterday to mark his blood. Closed it off so nobody would ride over it.
Whose blood?
Well, just who do you think? There's a southern wind. You know what that means, don't you? Not much dust in southern winds, blowing down off the mountains. I bet if you look close, you can still see Pinto's blood shining in the moonlight.
Who shot him? I asked you a question. Who, old man? Who? Where did you go?
Who wants to open?
I'll be. Is that?
Well, look at who's come back.
Connie Miller?
Gents.
Take your coat off. I'll hang it up for you. Drink, Connie?
Yeah, I could use one.
Same as always?
Leave the bottle.
Oh, sure.
I said, who wants to open?
It's all for me.
Me too.
Not much of a pot, but I'll take it.
Did you notice, Connie?
Notice what?
Our little fence out in the street.
That I did. I noticed it. And I know what's inside it, too.
How'd you know that?
Old Jason's out there walking around in the wind spouting off.
And what'd he tell you?
The blood of Pinto Sykes.
Well, for once, that old geezer told the truth.
Who shot him?
We did.
Who's we?
Us. The town.
The whole town?
Not me. I don't believe in gunfire myself.
Only 8 of us actually fired, but the whole town was behind it.
Fact is, this town don't have much in the way of marksmen.
That right.
Out of 8 that fired, we reckon only 1 bullet hit him.
Which one?
Don't even know for sure who fired it. Bullet passed clean through 'em, and no one is bragging that they're the one who did it.
No, sir. No one is claiming credit for that piece of gunplay.
You know something, Mr. Corcoran? Maybe by now, wherever he is, Pinto knows who it was that killed him.
What do you mean, wherever he is?
Oh, he's up on Boot Hill, of course. Lying in the family plot.
Reckon it must be some disappointment to you, Connie, being as how you spent so long trying to find him for yourself.
That it is, Ira. 4 months wasted out of the year chasing him. And I could have caught him right here.
That's not the way Pinto told it. He claimed you wasn't even trying to catch up to him.
Hello, Johnny Rob. Still running your mouth, same as always?
You do spout off a lot, Johnny Rob.
One last hand, double or nothing.
Too rich for my blood.
Mine too.
And I'll deal some solitaire for now.
Somebody worth playing against, huh? Instead of the likes of us.
Do me a favor. Send that boy home.
Of course, if Connie Miller was the sit-in, this gambler meet his match. Nerves of steel. Isn't that right?
It's past your bedtime, Johnny Rob.
No need to get riled, Connie. Nobody here is saying you didn't actually try to catch Pinto, even if he claimed as much on his deathbed.
He talked before he died?
Mm-hmm. He lived a half hour after he was shot. Talked a blue streak right up to the end.
What did he say about...
About what, Connie?
About me.
Maybe you'd like to hear the story from the start.
That I would.
Go on, Corcoran. You tell it better than the rest of us.
I'll do that for you, Ira. Reckon Connie deserves to hear it all. We got a new circuit judge now, Connie. Young feller named Ed Thackeray. He come through here last week, so we went to him with our complaints. Told him how one Pinto Sykes is wanted by the law in 3 states, and how he treats this town like his personal property when he rides in, just because he was born and raised here.
That all you told him?
We told him how we haven't had ourselves a sheriff in 3 years, and how Pinto, well, he just rides in and helps himself to whatever he wants, with nobody to stand up and make him pay. We told him how we hired you, Connie Miller, to track him down, but that we ain't had much results.
Hey, hold up there. You know I've been on his trail.
I know. Well, sir, this Thackeray gets mad at us, tells us to grow up and act like men, or else move on to where it's safe. He gets us kind of fired up, so we hold a meeting out at Mothershed's and we all agree to work as one. The next time Pinto shows up, we'd all join in and take him one way or the other.
He rode in the day before yesterday.
You want to tell the rest, Ira?
Not much left to tell. He rode in and 8 of the town gunned him down in the street. That's about all there is.
No, that's not all there is. What about the curse?
All right. You tell it.
When did he do all this talking?
After we carried him to the old jail. We sent for Pa Sykes and his sister Ione.
I know the names of his family. I was born here, too.
Spent his last minutes talking to his people. Told his pa how sorry he was he hadn't turned out better, and his pa allowed that he turned out right well enough. He told Ione how he wished she'd marry a rich man, a rancher like Mr. Mothershed, and live on a proper spread. Then he asked to be buried near his ma, except not too near, as she was too true a woman to have the likes of him close by. Said he wants his family to do the burying, as he don't want anyone else to come near where he's resting, even though I'm the one that ordered the coffin. Said if we did, he'd come calling on us. Yes, sir. He put a right curse on the town.
That's what you call it.
What did he say about me?
Well, now, he got real riled when your name came up. Said the slower he rode, the slower you chased him. Said he waited in Albuquerque, even sent word where he was, but you never showed up. Then he said you sure ought to be able to catch him now that he's dead and buried. But if you ever come anyways close to his grave, he'd reach up and grab you.
Tell you one thing, since the burial, there ain't been no one from this town hanging around that graveyard.
I'll tell you one thing. He lied. Even on his deathbed, he lied. I searched Albuquerque. Every saloon, every hotel. He wasn't even there long enough to rent a room for the night. What's that?
Take it easy, Connie. Just the wind. Put your gun away.
Well, now, what do you know? Somebody's out there, all right. Pretty harsh night, too. So I reckon we better let him in.
I'll answer it. Oh, how do?
Hello, Ione.
Nice to see you.
Miss Sykes, what are you doing out so late?
Gentlemen. Mr. Broadley, give me a bottle of rye whiskey, if you please.
Surely. Seems your paw is hitting the drink a mite heavy, though.
You think so?
None of my affair, but maybe you could try and get him to taper off. He's a fine man.
He truly is.
All I mean to say is, I swear Ione, folks don't hold it against him that he was Pinto's paw.
Oh, this isn't for my pa, Mr. Broadley. This is for me.
Oh, I see. Begging your pardon.
Well, look what rode in on the wind.
Hello there.
My brother was just talking about you.
Your brother?
Most certainly.
When was that?
Day before yesterday. He's real sorry he missed you.
We told him, I own.
And did you tell him how Pinto's going to greet him if he does see him?
We told him that, too.
You've been chasing him for so long, Connie. You ought to feel real lucky tonight. You finally know right where he is. And all you have to do is walk out there. How nice for you.
That whole Sykes family was never real bright.
Tell us, Connie.
Tell you what?
You afraid of Pinto's grave?
What are you talking about?
Because the rest of us are. How about you?
I'll tell you something, Johnny Rob. I was never afraid of Pinto alive, and I sure as hell ain't afraid of him now that he's dead. Understand?
Well now, is that the truth?
You know English, don't you?
'Cause I don't exactly know as I believe you. Why, I'll bet...
Hold it now, Connie. Simmer down.
He deserved it.
Maybe he did. But let's not have any bloodshed.
Nobody calls me a coward.
You didn't let me finish what I was saying, Connie. I don't think you're a coward. No, sir. Leastwise, I don't think you're afraid of anybody in this room, especially not me.
For sure not you.
I'm just a poor boy that works hard for not much. I'm not real strong, but dogs and kids like me. Follow me around all the time.
Go ahead, why don't you speak your mind straight out?
Have another drink, Connie. Come on. Sit down. Sure windy tonight, ain't it? I remember the last time we had a wind like this.
I'm waiting, Johnny Rob.
Well, like I was saying, no, sir, I don't believe you or anyone else is afraid of me. But whether or not you was ever scared of Pinto is something only you know.
Johnny Rob.
Well, I was about to say when you hit me and hurt me is, I'll bet, not that I'm accusing you, I'm just saying, I'll bet that you won't be calling on Pinto anytime soon.
No.
Anytime like tonight, for instance.
Now, why don't you shut up before you really get hurt?
Now, Connie.
Look at the time. By golly, it's almost 12 midnight.
What about it?
Drop it, Johnny.
I'm betting you won't go out of here at midnight sharp and climb all the way up the Boot Hill and visit Pinto's grave. Now, I got a $20 gold piece somewhere. Yeah, it took me nearly 20 weeks of odd jobs to save it. Here, I'm betting it all that you won't do what I just said.
That a real bet, Johnny Rob?
Boy just can't help running his mouth, can he? Never could, as I recollect.
Well, he does have a point, though. What about it, Connie?
What about what?
You calling him?
Of course not. Why make him save for 20 more weeks? I don't need the money.
Just the same, you did state that you ain't afraid of Pinto, dead or alive. If I heard you right.
Look, I'm a grown-up man, and I don't do little boy things anymore. Like playing in graveyards at midnight. You know I'm not afraid, don't you, Ivor?
Never take sides myself.
Then you won't go.
I don't like you, boy. I never have, and I reckon I never will. So, you've got a $20 gold piece. Well, I've got a $20 gold piece myself. And it just covers yours.
I'd say the bet's covered.
Well, now, looks like in about 20 minutes, one of us is going to have $40 instead of 20.
That's right. And afterwards, while I'm spending it, I don't want you hanging around where I have to look at you. Got it?
Don't you want to know where Pinto's buried, Connie?
It's on the southeast corner of the graveyard, close to where Tom Santee's planted.
Connie.
Yeah?
Haven't got another 20 you want to put up, do you?
Are you saying you want to bet against me, Steinhardt?
Betting's what I do, Connie. You know that.
Oh, you're not looking so good tonight, Connie. When a gambler bets, he has to win, or else he go out of business.
So, you don't think I got the nerve to go up either?
I didn't say that.
Then what did you say?
I just said I'll bet $20 that you won't.
You got a bet.
With my 20, your turn.
What are you asking? To see my money?
That's the idea.
We've made bets before, Steinhardt.
Yeah, but this time's different, Connie. Now, if we were betting on a horse race or the turn of the next card, I'd trust you. But not this time.
What's so different about this time?
When you get out to Pinto's grave, how do I know he won't reach up and grab you? If you don't come back, how do I collect?
There. That good enough for you?
Gold certificates. Legal tender in my book.
Hold these for us, Ira.
Sure, Connie.
How about you? I've still got some more betting money left. Whose side are you on?
Never bet myself, nor take sides.
How about you?
Can't afford to bet tonight. Steinhardt here took all I got to lose.
If you hadn't lost to him, how much? And which way would you have bet?
Reckon I'd bet against you. Nothing personal.
I don't get it. You people know me. Why all at once you think I'm yellow?
Because we'd be afraid. You can draw them guns of yours real fast, Connie. We've seen you. But out in that graveyard in the middle of the night, they ain't worth a copper cent. You'll have no more to fight with than a yearling on his first legs.
I don't get my nerves from these guns. I had it way before I could pick 'em up. You'll find that out soon enough. Ira, get my coat.
Right here.
Just one thing before you leave.
Yeah?
Oh, we've got a detail to work out, Connie, since this is a job you have to do by yourself. How can we be sure you did it?
My word's good.
Well, maybe so. But look at it from where I sit. What's to keep you from going, let's say as far as the edge of the graveyard, and then coming back and telling us you went all the way?
You saying you don't trust me?
Hey, business is business, Connie. This is my livelihood.
Then it looks like you're going to have to go along with me to protect your interests. Don't it? Just to make sure I do what I say.
He's got you there, Steinhardt.
Yeah, that won't do. Even if I were inclined to go, which I'm not, it'd improve his chances by the simple fact that courage comes easier when a man's not alone.
And how'll we ever know?
I have another way. Give me your Bowie knife, Ira, from behind the bar.
If you say so, but I don't see...
Just bring it over and put it on the table. There. Now, Connie, when you arrive at your destination, stick the knife into the earth of the grave. And then at daylight tomorrow, we'll be able to see the proof.
That's a real smart plan, don't you think so, Connie?
I don't like to disturb a grave, not even Pinto's.
You backing out?
I said I'd go out there, but I won't treat no grave with disrespect.
Then stick it near the grave. If we see it within 5 feet of fresh earth, we'll concede the wager.
One thing's for sure. There ain't gonna be no one sneaking out there to steal the knife once you've planted it.
Keep the bottle on the bar, Ira. I won't be long.
Well, who'd have thought? There he goes, all by his lonesome. And there ain't even a moon tonight.
You know something? We might just lose this bet.
You maybe, not me. I've already got my $20 worth just seeing him squirm.
Who's there?
Just me. That Connie Miller again?
Jason, I told you once, don't be lurking around in the dark. A man could get his head blowed off.
Yeah, same as in daylight. Gonna stay a while?
What do you care?
Well, that's your horse, ain't it? Tethered up by the saloon? A man shouldn't ought to leave his horse. Might catch a death, all lathered up.
I got one stop to make, then I'll be back.
I could take care of her for you. Get her some feed and a blanket.
No need.
Can you spare me some change anyway, Connie? A 10-cent piece will do, so I can get me some grub in the morning.
I'll take care of you later.
If it's all the same to you, I'll have it now.
You don't trust me?
Sure, I trust you. But a lot can happen twixt sundown and sunup.
East side. Right about there. Now all I have to do is...
Evening, Connie. Come to see Pinto?
Maybe.
You're braver than I thought.
What's that under your cape?
You want some? A good belt of red rye might make it easier. There's still half a bottle left.
I don't get my nerve out of a bottle.
Oh, no? Where do you get it?
I ain't afraid of no man.
Then you go on up there and see him, why don't you?
I'll do that.
I was just there. He's waiting for you, you know.
I'm coming, Pinto. You can count on that. Pickett, Winslow, Appleton, the Nottinghams. Where? What? Old caretaker shed, that's all. Door blowing off the hinges. Caretaker shed. That's all. Look at all this junk. Picks, shovels, markers. And a little old window. Good. That's good. Sure it is. I can spot you from here, Pinto. Right there. By the Santi plot. Fresh dirt. And a wreath. Well, Pinto, all those pretty flowers, they're gonna blow away by morning, and then what will you have? Nothing. That's what. You can't hurt me now, Pinto. Not now. You'll never hurt anybody again. Your day has passed. But I remember you. The way you used to beat kids up in school. The way you lied so your ma wouldn't know. The way you cheated me out of my first horse. And me always looking over my shoulder to see if you followed me. Why'd you do that, Pinto? Why'd you lie and cheat and steal? When you robbed your first bank, you thought you were a real man. And the first time you killed, you were so drunk you couldn't see straight. But you didn't care. Yeah, after that, the rest was easy, as long as you snuck up behind them. You were fast, all right. Fast on the draw. But your last was weak. That's your blood in the dirt out there, not mine. Here, Pinto, I brought you a present, something to remember me by. I'm leaving it on your grave, stuck right through your black heart. Rest in peace! There. It's done. Now I hope you burn in hell. Yeah. Huh? What? No! Let go! Let go!
You seen him, Johnny Rob?
I don't understand it. It's full daylight, and he ain't back yet.
Well, maybe he didn't have the nerve to come back and face us after he turned tail and run.
That's not likely. His horse and gear are still here.
So he didn't just ride out of town, but he didn't come back to collect his bet, neither.
I'm wondering if somehow I ain't got a man killed.
Nah, that's no way to talk.
I didn't mean to. I didn't ever mean to do that.
It's daylight now, Johnny Rob, and we can think with clear heads. Deep down, we all know the dead can't really hurt nobody.
You know that. I don't.
Morning.
Morning, Ione.
And what brings you out so early, Miss Sykes?
I'm on my way to the graveyard.
Why are you carrying a dinner plate?
This was his. He used to eat out of it when he was a boy. I thought I'd put it on the grave.
Oh, well, that's very nice and all, but you know, Ione, I don't think the dead are hungry anymore. They finally got their piece. You might say their cup runneth over.
Thank you for saying that. But I still want him to have it.
I'm going with you. Do you mind?
You may, Johnny, if you like.
Gotta see what happened.
Well, reckon we can't spend the rest of our days being afraid of a dead man. I'll come too.
I guess this is one hand I'll just have to play out.
Now then, Ione, we sort of got turned around. Whereabouts is the southeast corner?
There. I can see it from here. And I can see him in his long coat. Oh, Lord, I knew it. I knew it. I've gone and got a man killed. See? See? Connie Miller lying here by the grave, dead.
Put it out, Johnny Raw. You're acting like a baby.
It isn't your fault, boy.
No?
What happened? What really happened? The whole story's right in front of you. Look at it.
I'm looking. And all I see is Connie with a knife through his coattail so he couldn't run. Oh, he must have been powerful scared.
Well, he was more courageous than I thought. He came. He knelt by the grave, see? Right there's his knee prints.
What are you getting at, Steinhardt? Somebody caught him here and pinned him to the ground. You don't think he did that to himself, do you?
He pulled the knife from his belt. He thrust it into the grave like this. But the wind was strong, as it is now, and it blew his coattail over the grave. And being so dark, he didn't notice that he'd put the knife blade through his own coattail, pinning it down.
You mean?
Then he started to rise. As he did so, when he was perhaps halfway up, he felt a sudden tug, the knife holding his coattail. But in his mind, Pinto had reached out and grabbed him. He was already scared half to death. This finished him. His heart gave out. That's all.
That's what happened. It is, isn't it, Corcoran? Tell me, we ain't to blame, are we?
What he says makes sense. Fact is, proof is all there. Kinda killed himself in a manner of speaking.
Is that what you think?
What's she saying?
Now, there you are, bud. Your plate, remember? So, you think Connie's death was an accident? That he stuck the knife in the hem of his own coat?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me this. How did his coattail get over the grave like that?
Well, for some reason or other, because he was in such a hurry, he left it unbuttoned. Yeah, and the wind must have done the rest.
What direction was the wind from last night?
South, why?
The south, same as now. And I'm standing in exactly the same spot Connie was.
You are right enough.
Look at my cloak. Look at it. Is the wind blowing it across the grave now?
No. It's blowing out behind you.
So it couldn't blow the opposite way, could it? Not today, and not last night.
Then how?
Something would have had to reach out and pull it in the other direction, so it spread over the grave in front of him. That's only logical. Don't you agree?
Well,
I'm afraid the lady's right.
Morning to you, gentlemen. I'll be getting home now. Don't worry. I can find my way.
Final comment. You can take this with a grain of salt or a shovelful of earth, according to your preference, as either shadow or substance. We leave it up to you. And for those who are interested in a further search for truth, one suggestion. You might begin by checking under G for ghosts in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Grave, starring Michael Rooker with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Montgomery Pittman. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Linda Ryder, David Darlow, Christian Stolte, Bob Dunsworth, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Oh, up. There she is. TP. Right where the general said it'd be.
Oh, we're too late.
Well, I can see that.
Campfire's smoking. We better check it out.
Still warm.
How long do you figure?
3, 4 hours at the most.
Any idea how many?
A lot of footprints all around. My guess is that if your general's looking for Sue, he's going to have his breeches full of them before the sun goes down.
That all you can tell us? Thought you were a scout.
Well, they don't leave much behind. That's the Sioux way. Nothing their enemies can use.
And a little ways downriver, that'd be the junction?
Not a ways. Right here. Bighorn, Little Bighorn. This is where they converge.
Right here?
That'd put the Miniconjou fort about 4 miles up.
That's where he's thinking about crossing.
Wonder where they are now. Them Sioux?
I wouldn't be impatient, Mr. Two Stripes. We can go back and tell General Custer that his Indian trail's just as fresh as ever. A little too fresh for my pay.
Give me some of that water.
Go fill your own canteen, Corporal.
I don't mind. Have a drink if you want.
Take cover! Dang Indians! I knew they was around!
Hold your fire! I said hold it!
How's the drive chain, Langsford?
Just a smidge more. There, I got her, Sarge.
Good man, Corporal.
Are we going back to camp now?
That we are. The captain would be glad to hear that. Get him on the horn, will you, McCluskey? Tell him the tank's up and running and we're on our way.
Sure thing, sir.
What in the...
Those were shots, weren't they?
Put it down.
But I heard...
So did I. Easy, Tiger. These are just training maneuvers. If we start to get trigger-happy, it could turn into a real war.
Hunting season, maybe. They still got buffalo around here? Hey, how about it, McCluskey? Want to go shoot some buffalo? Tastes just like chicken.
Let's have a look. Nice and calm.
If it's the red team, I'm giving up. They can tag me POW, and I'll just sit out the rest of these war games. Getting hot as an oven inside this tank.
Why, I am surprised at you, McCluskey. The sergeant and me have had our eyes on you.
You have?
Sure, we were thinking of recommending you for OCS. Outside of the fact that you read a map upside down and you couldn't navigate a plow across a dance floor.
Sounded like those shots came from the other side of the draw.
Now, what was that?
I know what it was.
Somebody's playing games.
That's right, they're funning us. Can't you take a joke, McCluskey?
It was a signal. Just the way the Indians used to do it.
It's a hot June day in the present century. Or, if you prefer, another century altogether. Take your pick. The cast of characters in order of their appearance: a patrol of General Custer's cavalry and a patrol of modern-day National Guardsmen on training maneuvers. What neither group knows is that the past and present are about to collide head-on, as they are wont to do in a very special bivouac area known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Seventh, is made up of phantoms, starring Richard Grieco, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, if you ask me, it could have been a bird or something.
What about the rifle shots?
Listen up. I've been on a lot of these training missions, and sometimes the men get bored, so they play pranks on the other team. But we do our job, that's all. Now let's take a quick look over the rise, make sure everything's A-OK, and get back to base. Got it?
Got it, Sarge. Loud and clear.
I'll check it out.
Go ahead.
Well, how about that?
What do you see, McCluskey?
It's a wigwam. An honest-to-Pete wigwam.
1 million men in the National Guard, and it's just my luck to go riding around in a tank with the last of the red-hot Eagle Scouts. So it's a wigwam, McCluskey. What are you so happy about?
Well, it's real interesting, don't you think? Authentic and everything.
Well, why don't you take a look inside? Maybe there's a pretty little squaw in there waiting to be your fiancée.
Nope. Whatever was here cleaned it out. Don't you think that's kind of strange? Leaving a wigwam made out of real hides, sitting in the middle of nowhere?
Must have been some kind of youth camp or something. Either that or somebody's making a movie.
Out here, Sergeant? On Army training grounds?
That's a point. They never get a permit. Too dangerous. Besides, we'd have been informed.
Sure is interesting, though. Right there's a junction of the Bighorn and the Little Bighorn Rivers. Just a little ways from here is where Custer fought.
Custer who?
General Custer. Didn't you learn about it in school? This is where the 7th Cavalry fought the Sioux Indians.
What do you got there?
Looks like a canteen.
Let me see that.
Not one of ours.
Yeah, maybe there's booze inside. Hey, where'd you get this?
Right here on the ground.
Says 7th Cavalry. Printed right on it. How do you figure, Sarge?
Well, I figure it's in pretty good shape, considering it's been lying around here for 100 and some odd years. Must be a lot of ghosts running around a place like this.
Ghosts?
Either that or somebody planted it here. McCluskey's got one thing right, though. Somewhere along this river they fought quite a battle. George Custer and 200-odd men against a couple thousand Sioux.
Custer's last stand. Didn't you ever hear of it, Langsford?
I heard of it. Maybe next year a museum will send you guys out on an expedition and you can spend all your time picking up antiques. But right now I thought we were supposed to be a motorized patrol on war games. Me, I'd like to be reconnoitering in some small dark bar right about now. Or maybe the YWCA. Or in a pinch, I'd settle for a...
What was that?
The wind. That's what it was. The wind.
But the canteen and all. Don't you reckon we ought to go back and tell the command post?
Don't you want to wait for the Union Cavalry, McCluskey? Now, what were you saying, Sarge? This is where they fought, huh? Around here?
Someplace around here. When I was a kid, I read everything that was ever written about it. Custer and the 7th were the advance guard for a general named Terry. The last thing anybody ever heard from him was that he was dividing his regiment into 3 parties. He was going to surround what he figured was a small group of Indians. There was a captain named Benteen with 3 troops. Went off to the south. Major Reno went to the other side of the creek to follow an Indian trail. Custer was the center column. He rode right into them and got slaughtered.
1876. That was the year.
Right, 1876.
Somebody planted this canteen for a gag then. It's not old. It's practically new. See for yourself. The water's still fresh. This whole thing's a gag. Either that or...
Come on, let's get out of here. I'm serious, you guys. Let's go back to the tank.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Sergeant. I'm asking you, what was that? The wind again?
I don't know.
Yeah, sure, that's what it was, the wind.
There they are.
Finally.
What'd they do, go fishing?
They're working on their suntans.
Well, boys, never thought I'd be glad to see you again.
Hey, the captain's PO'd. You better get in a 10 on the double.
How come? I called in a position report.
Yeah, but that was a while ago.
Lieutenant, if you had seen what we saw...
Can it, McCluskey? I'll give my report directly to the captain.
Say, any of you good old boys got a cold one stashed around here?
Sergeant Connor's reporting, sir.
You may enter, Sergeant.
Sir?
Nice of you to come back, Connors. Did you bring your tank with you?
Begging your pardon, sir?
You were gone so long, I figured you drove it to a used car lot and traded it for a convertible.
We got a little hung up by the riverbed.
Hung up? The blue team was north of us. You went south.
We had trouble with one of the drive tread chains. Corporal Langsford proceeded to repair it with the toolkit, at least temporarily.
Connors, for a guy with as much regular Army time as you've got, you played this one boneheaded from start to finish.
Sir, I can't explain.
Explain? If there was an umpire around, you'd have had your tank crossed off and your men. Missing in action, all three of you.
I'm sorry, sir. We heard some rifle fire. We went to check it out.
Rifle fire. According to the lieutenant, you were down by the Little Bighorn. That's 40 miles from tactical maneuvers where you were supposed to be. How could you hear arms fire?
We never found out where it came from, sir. Or who it came from.
Oh, that's rich. What was it, the Russians? Or the Chinese? I'll tell you what I think. I think you guys must have had a bottle in that tank.
Sir, I'm telling you.
See this map? Tomorrow, you'll take your tank, or rather, the United States government's tank, if you can find it, and you'll head up here to Rosebud Creek.
But, sir...
Follow the creek about 15 miles. We figure that by now the blue team has moved across to... What's the matter, Connors? You hungover?
Nothing like that, sir. It's just that Rosebud Creek. That's Custer's route.
What?
When he left Yellowstone River, he went with Major Reno. Reno found an Indian trail along Rosebud Creek.
Sergeant, let's synchronize, shall we? My watch says 2320 hours. My calendar says this century. If you have a thing about Indians, you got here a little late in the day.
We heard them, sir.
You heard what, exactly?
Indians, war cries.
Where? When?
This afternoon, sir, at the junction of the Bighorn and the Little Bighorn. I know it sounds crazy. We found a canteen with 7th Cavalry stenciled on it, and a wigwam close to the river.
A wigwam?
Teepee, whatever you want to call it, but it was there.
Are you bucking for a Section 8, Sergeant?
It was the same teepee that Reno's scouts found the night before the battle.
Mm-hmm. Reno's scouts, I see. Reno being...
Major Reno. When Custer split the force into 3 columns, he sent Reno's to the north.
All right, Connors, that'll do. Line up your patrol and move out at 0600 tomorrow morning. And if you meet any Indians at all, take a deep breath and count to 10. They're probably all college graduates out running tests on the soil.
Sergeant?
What?
You awake, sir?
Yeah, I'm awake. What's the matter?
Nothing, sir. I was just lying here thinking.
Thinking about what, McCluskey?
Well, sir, wouldn't you say it's strange?
The only thing that's strange around here is you. Now, will you knock it off so a fella can get himself a little shut-eye?
Langsford's right. We've got an early detail in the morning.
I know, Sergeant, but the teepee and that canteen and all...
Listen, kid, I'm asking you politely.
Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be a drag or nothing, but that sound we heard today, it could have been a signal, don't you think? Indians do that. I mean, they used to. They can imitate anything. Birds, animals... You can never even hear them creeping up on you. They could even shape change, according to some folks. And then there's the little bighorn, General Custer. I read one time that there's no such thing as a coincidence.
That's it. I'm moving my bedroll. Someplace where a man can get a night's sleep.
Will you guys pipe down over there?
Simmer down, Colonel. And you, Private, do me a favor. Put a cork in it.
All right, Sergeant Connors, I'll try. I just want to be responsible is all. It's like they said in training. If you see anything and don't report it...
Shh. Hear that?
Yes, sir. Night, sir.
Good night. What in the blue hell was that?
Where to now, sir?
We follow this trail.
How far? Till we get to frontier land?
About 2-3 more miles.
In other words, Reno's route.
Exactly. We're making good time. We should get there at roughly the same hours.
For Pete's sake, you still on that? Reno this and Benteen that, Custer something else. Haven't you guys had it? You talked about it all night long. Now me, I was dreaming about a cute little private in a miniskirt. See, I was the drill instructor and she had to give me 50 jumping jacks. Only she couldn't get it right. So I put my arms around her from behind, real official-like, just to show her how. Up, down, and I'm whispering in her ear the whole time, and she says to me, she says, "Why, Sergeant," I was a sergeant in the dream, "why, I think I got it." So I start to say, "You've got what?" But before I can get it out, McCluskey here wakes me up because he thinks he hears another hootie owl. I swear, if this kid wrecks my training sleep one more time...
Sergeant, look!
Where?
Over there, the top of the hill.
I don't...
The tall one, see? Smoke rising up in the sky, one puff at a time.
Oh, no.
I don't like the looks of that. I don't like it one bit.
Hold up now.
But, Corporal...
Use your head, boy. That smoke's coming from an incinerator, or it's somebody cooking a cheeseburger.
I don't think so.
Or maybe it's a bunch of Girl Scouts who don't dig Smokey the Bear. But if you don't straighten up, I will...
It figures.
What does?
It has to figure. Reno scouts found the teepee the night before the battle. The following morning, the column saw smoke signals in the sky.
That's right. You know your history.
Look, you two history fans are really starting to bug me.
And late that same morning, they got their first Indian.
Oh, man.
When the war party went by, one of the troopers shot the last rider.
Come on, look, I like a good laugh, same as the next guy, but this is too much. This is really and truly too much.
It was for the 7th Cavalry, too.
Sure, next thing you'll be telling me is that up over the hill we're going to run into a war party of Sioux. And if that happens, Mrs. Langsford's little boy is going to report to sickbay and ask for a rubber room all for himself. Just remember, I can always make it a reservation for 3, if that's what you...
We have to arm ourselves.
Get back in the tank. What are you doing? There's nothing out there but a dust cloud.
Yes, but what's behind the dust? You hear it?
We're wasting time.
You stupid moron kid, put that rifle down. What do you think you're shooting at?
Langsford, McCluskey, watch out.
Oh, my dear God.
You saw it. We all saw it.
Yeah, I sure did.
A horse without a saddle, an Indian pinto, and no rider.
That means I killed him. I killed him with my M1. Sergeant, I just fired blind toward that cloud of dust, but I didn't mean to...
That's enough. What were you saying, Langsford? You want to make a speech now? You got something to say, do you?
I got something to ask. Are we all out of our tree or what?
I don't know for sure, but I've got an idea.
We're listening.
See that ravine down there?
What about it?
It's all part of it. Somehow, someway, we're riding the same trail that Custer did. Figure it out. There was a teepee. When did we find it? Yesterday afternoon. Just like the scouts did. There was the smoke signals, just like Reno's column saw the next morning. Then McCluskey got himself an Indian, just like the day of the battle.
All right, let's say you're right. Let's say it's just like you say it is. We follow this trail just like they did.
Yes, Corporal, we follow it.
Well, what's the next thing that's supposed to happen?
We wind up at a massacre.
Hadn't we ought to go back to camp and warn them?
Warn who? It's not our men who'll be under attack. It's Old Yellowhairs.
Old Yellow?
General George Armstrong Custer.
And you mean to stop it?
I don't see that we have much choice. Stop it, or join it.
Sure is hot.
Hotter out there.
What do you think happened to him?
Probably kicking back with a fishing pole.
I hear there's trout up here.
They gonna bring some back for us?
Miller,
Yes, Captain.
does Connors reported in?
Not yet, sir.
Get him.
I've already tried.
Try again.
Yes, sir. Bluebird 9, this is CP. Come in. Bluebird 9. No dice, sir.
Keep trying.
What if they're out of range?
Then they've disobeyed a direct order, and this time they won't get away with it.
Bluebird 9. Come on, guys.
This is Bluebird 9. Go ahead, CP.
They're acknowledging, sir.
Give me the microphone. Connors, this is the captain.
This is McCluskey, sir.
McCluskey, where...
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Private, do you think you might extend yourself enough to give me your position?
We're 4 miles down Rosebud Creek, about to cross over.
You're about to come back here double time. You're about to report to me personally, and you're about to do it inside of a half hour, or you'll be spending the next 3 national holidays in a guardhouse. Do you read me?
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Here's Sergeant Connors. Captain.
Connors, do I have to send a couple of MPs down there?
Captain, we're just a mile away.
Away from what?
From where Major Reno met the Sioux.
Listen to me, Connors. I'll give this to you just once. When these maneuvers are over, you can come out here on a vacation, dig up arrowheads, or anything you like, but right now, I want a government-issued tank back here at the command post and 3 National Guardsmen named Connors, McCluskey, and Langsford right alongside it. You've got 30 minutes to bring her back. Now acknowledge. Connors. Acknowledge. Connors.
He's broken off, sir.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Take a jeep and 3 men. See this line on the map? Follow the creek down here. I think this is the crossing he talked about. Just follow his tread marks and bring them back here.
What if he resists?
Resists?
They don't seem to want to come back.
Well, I'll tell you what to do in that case, Lieutenant. You do whatever it takes.
Sir?
First you apologize to them, and then you shoot each one of them in the leg, throw them in the jeep, and get them back here. Now, do you read me?
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
So this is what we've been busting our humps for, huh? A big fat nothing.
Nothing, all right.
Nothing and no one. But right down there is the spot.
Don't tell me.
Where Reno had his fight.
Well, all I can tell you guys is you'd better get a couple of cigar store Indians out here, and you better do it in a hurry. That is, if you want to make a good impression. Because I know a National Guard captain who's probably on his way over here right now with a great big net.
Where are they, Sergeant? How come we missed out?
Missed out? You want to know why we missed out? Let me explain it to you. We missed out because we're looking for dead cavalry, buried Indians in a battle that was over and done with before my great-grandpa was born. Now that's where we missed out. I got it all pegged, you know. I really do. The whole thing is strictly an illusion. One of them heat mirages. That's the straight goods. Out here with the sun beating down, we went and talked ourselves into it.
That's not it. That's not it at all, McCluskey.
What are you thinking, sir?
Do you remember what it was that Reno found before the battle?
I'm not sure.
He even sent a message back to Custer about it.
Sure, the village.
Village? What village? What do I have to do to level you guys off? Tie you to a tank or something?
Reno scouts found an Indian village. An hour after that, the whole troop went into action.
Oh, my aching back. I give up. I swear, I give up. This is where the men separate from the nutcases.
Where you going?
Back to the CP if I can find it. You guys keep playing your games, and I'll see if I can send back a padded ambulance. Arrivederci, y'all.
Should I stop him, Sarge?
We can't. He's the only one who's following orders. From now on, we're on our own. What is it?
You tell me.
That's it.
That's what? Would you mind telling me?
The village. That's the village.
6 more of your funny little teepees.
That's a mirage, isn't it, Langsford? Not really there?
Man, don't ask me anything. Now you got me seeing it. Don't ask me nothing.
Looks abandoned. I'll go down to scout it.
An hour ago, if you'd said that, I'd have died laughing.
And now?
You got your rifle?
Sure thing.
Then be careful.
Of course I will.
Well, what happens now? You read all the books. What's the next thing?
Beyond the village. That's where Benteen engages.
What about Custer?
He loses his right arm. As of the moment, Reno got cut off here. Custer's column was doomed.
This is wild. I swear, this is off the scale. Now, how in the... Well, how in... I mean, it's like chasing somebody that ain't even there and trying to catch up.
Well?
Connors. Langsford.
What'd you find?
I'm not sure. But if it's a mirage, this one goes all the way.
What's the matter with you?
You all right?
I just saw the granddaddy of all mirages. I mean the mother of all... Hey, fellas?
You're white as a sheet.
That's 'cause this one's sticking in my back.
McCluskey!
Get the medical kit. I'll try to cut the arrow out.
Bluebird 9, this is CP. Come in. No good, Captain.
Then they're refusing to answer. Either that or they've vanished off the face of the earth.
Captain?
You'd better have something to tell me.
Yes, sir.
For starters, that they're just a few hundred yards behind you, right?
I wish I could say that.
Then you better tell me something, Lieutenant, and fast, like the whereabouts of an M4 tank.
We found the tank, sir.
Is it operational?
It appears to be.
Where are the men?
No sign of them.
What?
Only this note.
Let me see that. Crossing Rosebud Creek, trying to reach the cavalry. Pray we're not too late. What's the meaning of this?
I don't know, sir. We drove up and down the creek bank.
Is that true? This is all you found? No sign of them?
That's right, sir.
What about you?
There were tracks leading to the tank, but after that, it's hard to say. All I know is they weren't in it.
And you, Private, I want you to consider your words very carefully.
Yes, sir. The tank was empty, except for some of their gear.
Well, what are the rest of you grunts standing around for? Anybody need a work detail this morning? How about a recon march with full packs?
Just finishing up, sir.
Come on, guys.
What about their gear?
Most of it was still there, except for the rifles and the sidearms.
Great. That's just great. Now I've got 3 trigger-happy soldiers on the loose with live ammo.
Captain, I know Connors. He is strictly by the book.
Yes, but what book?
Langsford's regular army, and McCluskey, well, he's a good kid, just wants to put in his time and get back home. If they've gone off on their own, there must be a reason.
I don't get it. I swear I don't get it. What are they drinking out there? Or have they seen too many Western movies?
Sir, about the note, what does he mean when he says cavalry?
The 7th Cavalry.
But what's the 7th Cavalry?
A very hot outfit, headed up by a tiger named George Custer.
Custer? Wasn't he...
Don't ask me any more questions. I don't have the answers. But I'll tell you this. Those 3 guardsmen are going to go on active duty so fast it'll make their heads spin. If they ever get out of the stockade.
Not much farther now.
Come on. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, man. We got you, okay? Just hang on to my shoulder.
Where are we?
A few hundred feet away. They're right over the ridge.
Sarge, you hear it?
The wind, that's all.
Not that.
Sure we hear it. This time we all do.
Wait a minute. Listen.
That's them, Sarge. The 7th.
You think he's right?
We made it. We made it after all.
Almost. Don't count your chickens. Let's go.
Somebody give me my sword.
We don't have swords, McCluskey. We got U.S. government issue 45s. Put in a clip, work the slide, and she's ready to go. Here.
We've also got our M1s and the machine gun. Set it up.
With pleasure.
Can't stand up.
Just lay low. Keep pulling the trigger.
Look at Custer. He's surrounded. Gotta get down there.
Must be 1,000 Indians.
More than that, Colonel. More than that.
Well, shoot, I heard of worse odds than that. Haven't you, boys? Plus, we got our equalizers right here. We've come all this way. What do you say, Sergeant?
I say we do it.
Why not?
Let's go.
This is it, Captain. The last known location. What's that plaque for?
Read it, Lieutenant.
Custer Battlefield National Cemetery, honoring the memory of 261 men of the 7th Cavalry who lost their lives in battle. So this is the cavalry they were talking about.
It was. It's a national shrine now. They made it.
What's that, Captain?
Nothing.
No sign of them on either side of the creek, Captain.
What about the tank?
Up near the ridge where they left it. But no sign of the men, no sign at all.
Keep looking.
Yes, sir.
Put them on report, Captain?
Put them on report.
Captain!
What is it?
A list of the men who died here, all the names engraved on the plaque. It looks like it's been here a long time, so then how?
How what?
I think you better take a look at this. Right here, in the middle of the list.
William Connors, Michael McCluskey, Richard Langsford.
Kind of a coincidence, don't you think?
Quite a coincidence.
But how?
Pity they couldn't have brought up the tank. That would have helped the odds. Wonder if the drive chain failed again.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Nothing, Lieutenant. I didn't say a thing. Not a blessed thing.
Sergeant William Connors, Trooper Michael McCluskey, and Trooper Richard Langsford, who, on a hot afternoon in June, made a brave but hopeless charge down a hill and never returned. Look for this one under P for Phantom in the pages of a historical ledger, filed in a reading room known as the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Seventh is made up of phantoms, starring Richard Grieco, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Craig Brawley, Jeff Lupetin, Christian Stolte, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Lynn Foley, Richard Shavsden, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Paul Patch, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Transeast Flight 23 now ready for departure. Please show your boarding passes at the gate.
Ross?
Morning, Stern.
Gonna be a cold one.
Oh, yeah. Ice on the wings all day.
Got your long johns on?
You bet.
I don't believe it.
What?
Where'd you get the fancy hat?
Oh, this? The wife bought it for me. Fur line and everything. Pretty nice, eh?
Keep your brain from freezing.
Yeah, you wish you had one.
Nah, I already got a brain.
Very funny.
Flight 107 now on approach, landing in approximately 10 minutes. Flight 107 arriving on schedule at Gate 2.
Time to go to work.
As soon as I get me some coffee.
Stern,
Yeah?
you and Ross get out there.
We're going, boss.
On the airfield, now.
What's the big rush?
Flight 107.
What about it?
On the radar.
Repeat, will ya? You're breaking up.
Lost radio contact. Pilot's not responding.
Does he mean 107?
Coming in by the seat of his pants. Get moving. On the double.
We roger that. Let's do it.
Lost radio contact, huh?
No sweat. Pilot knows the flight plan. Unless they're playing poker up there. Here she comes. Lined up perfect.
Wait a minute. That's not 107.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, but she looks different.
Different how?
Smaller, maybe.
Yeah, right. Wipe your glasses.
Get 23 off the runway. Keep it clear. Stern, walk her back to the gate.
You got it.
Uh-oh, there ain't time. 107's dropping fast.
Well, get out there. Signal her in.
My God, it's a prop plane.
Is that a DC-3?
Mr. Stern is correct. What is about to touch down is a DC-3, despite the loss of radio contact, not an eventful arrival, which is no surprise. Most airplanes take off and land as per schedule. Very seldom do they crash. But all airplanes can be counted on to do one or the other. It is only on rare occasions that this workhorse hasn't reached its destination at the appointed time. Others like it have flown millions of miles with millions of satisfied passengers. We offer a rather detailed introduction because this DC-3 doesn't belong here. It is an anachronism. You see, DC-3s ceased operating as commercial passenger carriers a number of years ago, to be replaced by more modern designs with jet engines. So where did this ancient example come from? It is an enigma, a 7-ton puzzle made out of aluminum and steel and a few thousand component parts, none of which add up to a satisfactory answer. In just a moment, we're going to give you 90% of the jigsaw. You and the Federal Aviation Agency will assume the problem of finding the missing pieces and putting them all together. This we offer as a tantalizing brain teaser, a little extracurricular diversion, flown in directly from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Arrival, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Flight 51, you are not cleared for landing. Repeat, not cleared for landing.
Low on fuel. Please advise.
Trans-East 13, maintain holding pattern. Await further instructions.
What's going on down there?
Clearance to land temporarily denied.
Tower, I see an aircraft off starboard at 3,000 feet. Can you identify?
Stay above it. Continue circling.
I have 250 passengers on board.
Will someone please tell me what is going on?
Flight 107's on approach. Here it is on the screen.
So? You have her flight plan?
You've lost radio contact. She's not responding.
Then give her plenty of room. Keep scanning all frequencies.
I've done that, sir. The pilot can't hear us. Or he's passed out.
Do you have a visual?
Not yet. She's dropping fast. Lined up and coming in.
She almost clipped a 737. And he says...
Well?
He says it's not a Trans-East plane.
What?
The pilot says it's...
Look out the window.
Let me see what kind of...
That's not Flight 107.
What the?
Must be from an air show.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I.
What the heck is that?
That, son, is a DC-3.
Here it comes.
He's gonna make it.
Oh, you better.
She's down.
Perfect 3 points.
Tell the trucks to back off. We don't need them.
Look at that, right on the mark.
Get the ramp in place.
We don't have a ramp to fit that. Use the ladder.
Over here.
I got it.
Hold it steady.
Right.
Okay, you can open up.
What are they doing in there?
I better give him a hand.
Watch your step.
Hey, inside, let's go! How about it? You need a can opener?
Hey, are they asleep or what?
Must be dead. Hello, DC-3!
Use the manual latch.
It's a real antique.
That's no antique. It's as shiny as the day it was made. Let me off this cart.
Huh? I don't see any crew, sir.
Ross, get the cargo hold open.
Right.
Go on in, Stern.
Yes, sir.
Well?
Well, Mr. Cousins.
Speak up. How many passengers do we have in this crate?
None, sir.
What are you saying? What do we have?
That's just it, sir. We don't have anything.
Hey, Cousins, you better come over here.
What's the matter?
There's no baggage in the hold. Not so much as a piece of paper.
I'm calling Bankston. Somebody get the airport police. Whatever's going on. Stern, how are the crew?
I couldn't say, sir.
Talk sense, man.
Nothing. No passengers. No pilot. No co-pilot. The entire plane is absolutely empty.
Mr. Bingston, I'll take over.
All right, gentlemen, will you knock it off, please? This is Mr. Sheckley from the Federal Aviation Agency. He'll continue the questioning. Is Malloy here yet?
On his way, sir.
Then we'll have to go ahead without him. The rest of you, do me a favor and just stick to the facts. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Bankston. First of all, I'd like to say that this is not a formal hearing. It's more the nature of a preliminary meeting. As your operations chief has noted, we're here to unearth as many facts as we can so that we'll know where we stand. And you can save us all a lot of time if you'd avoid any personal hypotheses you may have formed. That way we can keep the air clear and not clutter it up with 6 dozen theories. You see, theories happen to be my business. In 20-odd years with the FAA, I've got a pretty good record of putting together jigsaw puzzles. Maybe not all of them as off the wall as this one, but I'd lay my batting average on the line any day of the week. So don't worry. Whatever the answer is, I'll find it. Now, let's get down to business. Which one of you is, Cousins?
Here, sir.
You were in charge this morning?
Yes, sir.
And you were on duty when Flight 107 arrived?
Flight 107?
Out of Buffalo. That was the scheduled landing for that time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, but Flight 107's supposed to be an L-1011.
Just answer the man's questions, Cousins.
I'm trying, Mr. Bankston.
Now, you were on duty?
I was, yes.
Anything you observed about the landing that was abnormal?
No, sir. She did it by the book, as far as I could tell.
Who signaled her in?
Ross, over there.
Mr. Ross?
Yeah?
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No, sir. She came in right on the button, followed my signal, stopped on the mark, and then shut off her engines.
Did you see who was piloting?
No, sir, I didn't. That is, I don't remember seeing them.
Couldn't you see through the cockpit windows?
Well, normally when I flag a plane in, my eye's on her mark and any other aircraft on either side. I don't remember actually looking into the windows at all. Not then, anyway.
You weren't on the field alone, were you?
No, sir. Mr. Stern was working with me.
You concur, Mr. Stern, about the landing?
Sure do. Nothing out of the ordinary that I could see.
Thank you. Mr. Bingston, this the manifest?
That looks like it.
And is this the flight plan?
Yes, it appears to be.
Did the dispatcher from Buffalo get here?
Yes, sir.
Good. You want to take a look at this?
Yes, that's the flight plan.
You saw the pilot sign this?
I was at his elbow, sir, this morning at 11:12 a.m.
The pilot was Captain William J. Slocum.
That's right.
And the co-pilot, John O'Brien. That was the first officer's name?
Yes, sir.
You knew both of them?
Yes.
Did you see them board the aircraft?
Well, not exactly, sir. I saw them leave the dispatch office and head toward the field.
But to the best of your knowledge, they were the crew of Flight 107 when it took off from Buffalo at 11:30 this morning?
To the best of my knowledge, but it wasn't a DC-3, that's for sure.
Slocum, O'Brien.
They're good pilots, both of them. Sober, reliable, and...
I'm not casting any stones, Mr. Bingston. It's just that the names seem familiar. I'm not sure from where. It'll come to me. Now, who was on duty in the control tower?
That's me, sir.
You had radio communication during the approach?
Yes, sir.
And then for the landing?
She contacted us over the outer marker, and I gave her clearance. Now, the way I figure it...
Just answer. Don't offer.
Well, I was just going to say that when the aircraft checked in over Fulton...
Was that a normal checkpoint?
Yes, sir. And she checked in right on the money. But the transmission sounded a little funny. As a matter of fact, I remember asking for a repeat of position. I couldn't raise him, though.
I see. And did you hear from him again?
Over the next checkpoint, 20 minutes later...
Fulton, you say? Fulton. Huh. Mr. Cousins, you were the first one at the door, right?
No, sir. By the time I got there, Stern was pounding on it. There was no answer.
And Ross had already opened the baggage compartment?
I waited for Cousins. Then I opened her up and I told him that the ship didn't have any baggage.
How about when she loaded up in Buffalo? What was she carrying then?
You got a list there.
I know what I've got. I'm asking you, what baggage was in the aircraft?
When she took off, there were 21 pieces of luggage, 5 sacks of mail, 5 other crates of equipment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that checks.
Sorry I'm late.
Malloy, glad you could make it.
Well, I guess that'll do for now. If I have any more questions, I'll let you know. And I'll see some of you later when I examine the plane. Thank you for coming.
All right, man, back to work. If you're off shift, make sure you can be reached.
And don't talk to the press. Is that clear? Not a word.
Who's this?
I'd like you to meet Paul Malloy. He heads up our public relations.
Public relations, huh? Well, I can't help but wonder. How much public and what kind of relations are you poor guys going to have after this one?
I'll handle it as well as I can under the circumstances. Frankly, I haven't decided what to tell the public yet.
I'll tell you something. Relax. I've got 22 years in the saddle, and I haven't been licked yet. Sometimes the investigation takes a while. A couple of tons of smashed-up metal spread over 50 square miles of countryside, and all it turns out to be is a misplaced air scoop, or maybe a loose bolt in an elevator hinge, or once in a blue moon, it's a pilot who got sick. But it's always something, and that something eventually shows up.
You're talking about crashed aircraft. We're talking about a disappearing act here.
Don't forget a switched plane. Like some kind of Las Vegas magic act.
Look, you don't have to tell me that. I don't know what the wire services are going to make of it, but I've got to tell them something. And I hope you can give me a place to start. Because none of this could have happened. An airliner takes off with a full crew and 13 passengers. At least some kind of airliner does. And it lands an hour later with nobody. This is simply not within the realm of possibility.
Mr. Malloy, I have to hand it to you. You're dead right. But the truth is, it's happened. I deal in facts, not probabilities.
But it can't have happened. First of all, an aircraft couldn't land that perfectly with nobody at the controls. Secondly, a plane load of people doesn't just disappear in midair. There has to be an explanation, a legitimate, valid, rational explanation.
I couldn't agree more. And now, I think it's time we go over to the hangar. I'd like to have a look at this magic plane firsthand. Yeah, that should do it. Thanks for showing me around, Mr. Cousins.
Before you go, Mr. Ross here wants to tell you what he thinks happened.
I don't think that's necessary.
No, I'd like to hear it. He was on the scene. What do you have to say, Mr. Ross?
Well, the way I see it, there's only one explanation. Just for a gag, these 13 people had parachutes. They kept them in the baggage compartment. That's why there wasn't any luggage. And someplace between here and Buffalo, they jumped out, like D.B. Sweeney.
That's brilliant. And what happened to the pilots, Mr. Ross? I suppose that part of it's elementary.
Maybe they hid in the restroom, then sneaked out of the plane after we left.
Oh, please.
You're imaginative, Mr. Ross. I'll give you that.
What if?
What if what, Stern?
Nothing. Truth is, it beats me. I'll tell you something else, though. I still feel spooked. Standing here, I felt spooked even worse when I was inside. Just a Whole bunch of empty blue seats staring at me.
Look, boys, we've been theorizing for 6 solid hours. Now, I'm just a simple-minded vice president in charge of a medium-sized airport. I've got a passel of newsmen hounding me to death, wanting to know what kind of operation we're running up here.
Tell them to keep their shirts on.
That's what you should be telling them. Or a reasonable facsimile of an explanation. That's what I hired you for, Malloy.
Then you better hire me another head and a couple of sets of arms, because I haven't been off the phone all day. I've had every news service, television network, and even a couple of professional mind readers trying to find out what's the great big mystery we're keeping under wraps. You know how long I can sit on this, Bankston? Maybe another 15 minutes. Then it's going to break open with a bang, and we're going to stand here with rotten eggs all over our faces while Mr. Sheckley's FAA takes our license away from us. Incompetence, mental instability, you name it, and you can have it.
This passenger manifest.
What about it?
You've checked out every name?
I have not. That's all I need now, to have a small army of relatives from upstate New York clutching at my lapels and asking for a definitive statement as to where their loved ones are.
How many calls have you had?
None so far.
You mean to say you haven't had any inquiries yet? Not a single one?
It is strange, isn't it? Not a single inquiry from the families. The plane only arrived 6 hours ago. Maybe they haven't had time to miss their... But I'm kidding myself. Of course some of them would have made an inquiry by now. Those who weren't already waiting at the gate.
There goes that old feeling.
What feeling?
The one I get when I'm on to something. Trouble is, I don't quite know what it means yet. The names on this passenger manifest, they're familiar.
You've seen them before?
I'm not sure. Let me have another look at the inside of this plane.
Sure, but why?
I want to check it out. One more time.
Watch your step. That ladder's tricky.
What's he expect to find in there that he didn't see before?
Something along the lines of a clue, I would hope.
This is a waste of time. We've got to issue some kind of statement before we become a laughingstock.
Ross.
Yeah?
What was it you said?
Oh, for the love of... Why don't we just bring in a psychic?
You mean about the pilot's hiding out?
No, something else. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you said you looked inside the plane when it landed and you saw blue seats.
That was me. I was the first one in.
Right. Mr. Stern, I just walked up the aisle and back again. They are blue.
What kind of nonsense is this?
An hour ago, when I first examined the interior of this aircraft, the seats were brown.
Haven't we got enough trouble without you two starting an argument about interior decoration?
Hey, wait a minute. Where's the serial number on this plane?
On the wing, of course, just as it was the first time you looked.
You see a number on the wing now?
Of course I do.
Read it off to me.
N153802.
You're sure?
I think I can read numbers that large.
Yeah. Can you read this? The notes I took when we got to the hangar. Take a look.
N107793. Well, you must have copied it wrong.
Mr. Stern.
Yeah?
You see a number painted on the tail?
Sure do.
Read it off to me.
What?
I said read it off to me out loud. The numbers on the tail.
If you say so. N664753.
What's this all about?
What did I write down on my clipboard? Mr. Malloy, verify, please.
N107793, the same as Bankston said. I don't see what...
Care to read it again?
What are you trying to prove? That we're going off our rockers now? Seeing different numbers?
That's always where the numbers are on a DC-3, the wing and the tail. When I started in this business, there were quite a few of them still flying. The first one was built in 1935, December 17th to be exact, the anniversary of the Wright brothers. There were hundreds made, and they kept flying for decades.
I don't see what
A real workhorse, this plane. In the Second World War, more than 10,000 were ordered by the military. They called them C-47s. Eisenhower once said there were 4 inventions that won the war: the Jeep, the bazooka, the A-bomb, and the C-47. A few are still operating. It's a design you can trust, as solid as they come.
All very enlightening, but if you don't mind, I have a press release to get out.
Hold on, Mr. Malloy. You wouldn't want to miss this.
What?
Gentlemen, I believe I've finally come up with a theory that fits the facts. Unfortunately, there's only one way I can prove or disprove it.
Why, unfortunately?
Do you have someone who knows how to start this plane?
Certainly any one of my mechanics, but I...
Would you call him over? Now, Bingston.
Miller!
Sir?
Get over here. I don't see what this...
With any luck, we'll all see one way or another. I'm sorry to say that what I'm about to do places me in considerable jeopardy. I hope I'm right. If I'm not, please make sure my wife is notified, will you, Bingston? Mr. Miller.
Yes?
I want you to climb into the cockpit.
Sir?
Then, on my signal, start one of the engines.
If you say so.
For what possible reason?
I'll assume full responsibility. Now, everyone stand as far back as you can. If I'm right, you're about to see something you never imagined possible.
And if you're wrong?
Then you'll see something none of you will ever forget.
Before you begin this experiment of yours, I think we deserve some sort of explanation.
All right. Is everyone here familiar with DC-3s?
Why, of course we are. It was the plane that made commercial air travel possible.
Correct. And your mechanics, your personnel, they've all seen them, worked on them?
Your point is?
Just this. What do you know about the power of suggestion?
What are you driving at, Mr. Sheckley?
Suggestion on a large scale involving everyone here and on the airport staff. Now, call it mass hallucination, group hypnosis, whatever you want. But I think that's what we're dealing with now.
I thought you deal only in facts.
I do, including facts, not in evidence. Look at the situation. An L-1011 takes off from Buffalo. Somewhere along the flight path, the aircraft loses radio contact. Now, maybe it goes down in an out-of-the-way area. We don't know yet. But you were expecting it to land here. And at the appointed time, someone sees or thinks he sees a blip on the radar. And then, with everybody watching the sky, someone else thinks he spots a silver glint coming in. Only from his angle, it looks sort of like a DC-3. The next thing you know, he's spreading the word. Ah, there's your power of suggestion working full force. Bottom line is, everyone has a little hypnosis performed on him without even knowing it.
Why, that's absurd. I'm looking at the plane right now. We're standing next to it.
But are we? Consider the alternative. A modern passenger plane with jet engines changes somehow in mid-flight. And when it lands, it's transformed into an old prop plane. That's impossible, wouldn't you agree? And now, everyone's told us it landed, and that it's supposed to be inside this hangar. That's what everyone says. And every one of us has a picture in his mind of a DC-3 as he knows it. Only, no two memories are identical. Hence, one of you says the seats are blue, another one says they're brown, and another one probably thinks they're red. I read off one number on the wing. Two other guys see two others. Do you understand what I'm saying? If I'm right, then this particular aircraft doesn't exist. It really isn't here at all. Miller.
Yeah?
Fire up the starboard engine.
Mr. Bingston.
Go ahead. Mr. Sheckley seems to be in charge.
Yes, sir.
This is crazy. You're trying to tell us that this is an illusion? Well, I've got a news flash for you. It's as real as I am. You can feel it. You can touch it.
In that case, one of two things will happen. Either I'm about to prove to you that you're wrong, or I'm wrong. Dead wrong. If this plane is a product of our collective imaginations, then so are the engines, and so are these propellers. If I stick my hand through them, nothing's going to happen. But if my theory is for the birds and these props are real, then remember what I said, will you? Break it to my wife gently. Ready?
Wait, Sheckley, let's talk this over.
We can talk later.
He can't be serious.
Aren't you going to stop him?
I can't give orders to the FAA.
Rev it up.
What's he gonna do?
Put his hand in the propellers.
Jiminy Christmas, is he nuts or what?
Get those RPMs higher.
can't look. Good Lord. He's going to stick his entire arm into the...
Now! You see, gentlemen, I believe I've proven my point.
You okay?
Careful.
Here, I'll help you down.
I'm fine. Still, I got two hands. A little shaky, but they're both attached.
How'd you do that?
I don't get it. Where's the plane?
Well, it's simple, really. A little melodramatic, perhaps, but it was just as I thought. The plane was a kind of projection all along from our imaginations, our subconscious minds. You might say we believed it into existence.
I could have sworn that...
Yes, you could have. And why not? You've seen DC-3s before?
Plenty of them, but...
So, when everybody told you one was here, you saw it. Clear as can be. We all did. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'd like some fresh air.
What'd it feel like?
Like nothing at all, because that's what was there. Nothing.
So you felt nothing because you didn't expect to.
Something like that.
But you expected to see us, so you still can?
Just like the world outside this hangar. That's plenty real for me.
Well, it's reassuring to know that my airport still exists.
You don't need to stay with me, fellas. I can handle it from here.
What are you going to write in your report?
I'll think of something. I only hope it doesn't get me thrown into the booby hatch.
We'll go back to my office and work out a statement. Mr. Cousins?
Yes, sir?
Take a walk through operations. Don't talk about what just happened. If anyone mentions a DC-3, laugh it off.
Right. Deny.
Will do, sir.
Good man.
No, I have a first-rate staff. You're referring to one man specifically?
Your second in command. What's his name?
I don't know who you mean.
I have it here. Cousins.
You spoke to Cousins?
He was very cooperative. I'd like to make mention of him and...
You can't have spoken to Cousins. I gave him the rest of the day off.
No, that man ahead of us.
Where?
Well, he must be out of the hangar by now. As for the other two, Ross and Stern, they witnessed my little demonstration. I wouldn't recommend they talk to the press. You'll debrief them, Malloy?
Who?
I guess they stayed behind with the man who started the engine.
The engine?
How soon we forget. But that's for the best, I suppose.
So now you've seen our main hangar. Tell me, Mr. Sheckley, what brings you to our facility today? Just passing through, or is it an official visit?
You may have the right idea. To put it out of our minds. But there is one small matter. The FAA, if I can work out a version that jives with Mr. Malloy's...
Malloy, did you say?
Well, he's right over...
Where?
The one who was walking next to you.
I don't see anyone.
What is this? Some kind of disappearing act? Malloy from PR. I'm Sheckley. Got it? And you're... Bingston. Bingston, where are you?
May I help you?
Where's Bingston?
Mr. Bankston's in his office, but you can't go in without...
What?
Bingston, what happened to you? What happened to everybody?
And you would be...
Don't give me that.
Oh, yes. Sheckley, isn't it? From the FAA. I think I remember you. We've met before.
Is this a gag?
Have a seat. Is there a problem?
Problem? Are you kidding? One minute there's a hangar full of men and an aircraft, and the next minute I prove that not only doesn't the aircraft exist, but...
I don't follow. What doesn't exist?
But that all of the rest of it, all of you...
Are you sick, Sheckley, or drunk? You don't look very good. Sit down, man.
Where's Malloy?
Still in his office, I presume.
Then you'd better call him in here. He's got a few things to answer to, just like the rest of you.
Kimberly.
Sorry about that man, sir. Should I call security?
That won't be necessary. Ask Malloy to come to my office, will you, if he hasn't gone home for the night?
Yes, sir.
We've had a busy day here, Mr. Sheckley, but my PR man handled it admirably. The evening paper just arrived.
Let me see that. Lovely Hollywood star Penny Jackson arrived from Buffalo this morning on tour to promote her latest film. What is this?
Malloy coordinated everything. Photographers, reporters. Quite a scene we had here.
I was just on my way out. Who's this?
Who am I? What is this? How could they have taken this picture? The flight from Buffalo this morning, how could they say it landed when...
When what? You know this guy?
Mr. Sheckley, this is Paul Malloy, our public relations man.
I know who he is. What in God's name is going on here?
Maybe you better tell us. What's so odd about a picture on the front page of the local paper?
What's so odd? That has to be Flight 107, Bingston. Didn't that flight arrive this morning with nobody on it? No crew, no passengers, no baggage?
No, Mr. Sheckley. Flight 107 landed on schedule.
You mean to stand there and tell me you are not missing an aircraft?
That's exactly what he's telling you, mister. We're not missing Trans-East 107 or any other flight.
How could that be? You never missed Flight 107.
That's right. At least not recently. You of all people should know that, Sheckley.
Know what?
You're confusing the two. I remember now. That's why you looked familiar to me when you walked in. You were the examiner on the other one.
What other one?
We've had one flight lost in some 20-odd years. Just one.
Flight 107.
Right. But, Mr. Sheckley, that must be 17, 18 years ago.
Flight 107 out of Buffalo.
Out of Buffalo. An old DC-3, but like I said, it was a long, long time ago.
What's all this about? What happened to her?
Lost in a fog and never found. We always figured she veered off course, ended up over the ocean, and went down.
You never found her?
Not a trace. And Mr. Sheckley here investigated the disappearance, but that's one case he's never been able to close. Nobody has. It just sits in the record books as lost, presumed crashed.
For reasons unknown.
And it's never stopped eating at you. It still is. So you came back here today looking for an explanation, any explanation, so you could finally put it to rest.
I've never been licked on a case. Never. We've always found the cause.
Mr. Sheckley, why don't you let someone drive you home?
Never. We've always found the cause. Always, I tell you.
Is he going to be all right?
I honestly hope so.
Flight 107, 13 people. Pilot William J. Slocum, co-pilot John O'Brien. I never forgot your names. What went wrong? I have to know. Where did you go now? Where are you? Where are you now? Where are you? Hey, Flight 107, why didn't you leave me a clue? Any clue at all? What? Are you out there somewhere? You gotta be. You gotta be.
For those in need of an explanation, there's always the obvious one. Simply that of a man with an Achilles heel. A mystery that once landed in his life and robbed him of his peace. A perpetually missing aircraft that disappeared with no clues, leaving an unanswered question in Mr. Sheckley's neatly ordered world. A heavy burden to carry through the years, made up of one part enigma and one part the knowledge of his own failure. Until it ultimately took the form of an illusion. At least that's the clinical answer, the one they'll write on his case file as he goes off for a well-deserved rest. Or consider this. Maybe, just maybe, a plane did touch down, however briefly, before it disappeared again. A kind of airborne Flying Dutchman. A ghost ship lost in a fog-shrouded night, on a flight that never ends. Take your pick. But the latter is more conducive to the rules and regulations of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Arrival, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Craig Brawley, Jeff Lupetin, James Schneider, Derek Procell, Turk Muller, Kurt Nabig, Karen Olson, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
You see me, Harvey?
And hear you, loud and clear.
How's the monitor picture?
Still distorted.
And we've got a few minutes left. Check your controls. Make sure the red switches are all on.
Check.
Now the blue ones.
Check again.
Any overloads?
Well, your amperage is steady. Voltage and input. You sure you want to go through with this?
You sound positively funereal, Harvey.
I sound the way I feel. I'm helping you because you asked me, Paul. I can give you my support as an engineer. But enthusiasm is something I just can't dredge up.
No sense of adventure?
A sense of wonder, perhaps. And a sense of concern for a friend who's placing himself in jeopardy unnecessarily. You could just as well test the process with a lab rat or a monkey, but with yourself. Why?
A monkey can't take field notes.
But if you're so sure it works...
I know it works. The challenge now is to use it, to better the world if possible. Otherwise, it's just a machine that moves atoms from one temporal location to another. Sort of like a shuttle bus between centuries.
Take it to the physics department, then. Publish your work officially. Do you know how much funding you'll have? You'll also have a Nobel Prize, if that means anything to you.
It doesn't. In fact, it's what I don't want. If it's possible to change the past for the better, then it's equally possible to do the reverse. I can't take that chance. The world can't. Put this invention in the wrong hands, we're all through. If it is possible, I'll eliminate some of the suffering. If not, I'll know I tried. But, either way, I'll destroy this machine as soon as I get back.
You're in focus now, Paul.
Good. That gives us 3 minutes to countdown. You've entered 3 sets of coordinates.
Check. Paul.
And I've got what I need. 1 tube of Dramamine, 1 Japanese pocket dictionary, 1 hunting rifle, disassembled with a telescopic sight, 1 long-range hollow point round. I'll only have the chance for a single shot. Anyway. Wait a minute. Harvey, where is it?
Paul.
Where's the cartridge?
I have it.
Well, give it to me.
All right.
Cartridge, Harvey, now. I have a little over 2 minutes.
Paul, this is crazy. It's too dangerous.
Dangerous? Did you drink milk this morning, Harvey?
What's that got to do with...
What was the strontium-90 content in the glass? Did it occur to you that the things you've been eating and drinking might turn your bones to sawdust? Or guarantee that a child of yours might come into this world without arms or legs?
But what you propose to do about it, to change history, is incredible. There is a logic and a paradox about time travel, you know. Haven't you read any science fiction?
Granted, there's no guarantee, but if I fail, you simply cross off one insignificant human. One frail, protesting member of the race. Look at it this way. If I fail, if I wind up in hell, or limbo, or a cemetery, the responsibility is exclusively mine. Now do me one last favor, Harvey. Get back to the console and start the countdown.
I should know better than to argue with you, Paul. I hope you make it. You know that. See you soon.
Time will tell, Harvey. Time will tell. Ready?
Ready. T-minus 10, 9, 8.
Here we go, my friend. The great adventure begins.
Your image is wavering. My God, Paul, I can see the bones through your skin.
Hit the first coordinates.
2, 1, 0. Godspeed, Paul. Godspeed.
Exit one Paul Driscoll, a theoretical physicist and a creature of the 21st century. Unknown to his fellow researchers, he has worked up a complicated theorem involving the space-time continuum, built a prototype, a kind of time machine, if you will, and dared to put it to the test with himself as the subject. But he's attempting to use it for a purpose that doesn't include cheap thrills or personal gain. In a moment, he will seek out 3 history-changing events from the past in a desperate attempt to alter our less-than-perfect present. One of the oddest and most rarefied perks available to faculty members in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, No Time Like the Past, starring Jason Alexander with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There, I've finished my captain's log for tonight. So, you said that this is a matter of some urgency, Mr.
The name is Driscoll, but that's not important.
Perhaps you will be good enough to tell me, sir, what this is about. I'm due on the bridge in a few minutes.
Captain, is there any possible way you can alter your course?
I beg your pardon?
The course the ship is taking, can it be changed?
Since my country is a belligerent, and these waters are a zone of combat, I would prefer to consult with higher authority before taking such a step.
Suppose I were to tell you, sir, that if you hold your present course for 5 more minutes, this ship will go down.
Just who are you, Mr. Driscoll?
You won't find me on your passenger list, Captain.
Oh? And you got on board how?
That's not important. But I'm not sailing for my health this trip, Captain. You might say I'm sailing for your health, and that of the crew and all the passengers aboard. I happen to know that this ship is going to be torpedoed, right off the old head of Kinsale Island, May the 7th.
That's today. How do you know this?
If I were to tell you, you'd say I was a lunatic.
I can't alter the course of the Lusitania simply on the word of one man.
All right, Captain, say I am a lunatic. Say that everything I'm telling you is just the product of a deranged mind. What would you lose by altering course now? How many minutes?
That's not the point.
That is the point, Captain. There'll be over 1,100 people drowned.
That will be enough, Mr. Driscoll.
And if you should be one of the fortunate few, Captain, remember when that court of inquiry convenes.
I must ask you to leave, sir.
I'm not asking you to scuttle this ship. All I'm suggesting is if you change course 1 degree, just 1 single degree.
Steward, come in here.
Yes, Captain.
Escort Mr. Driscoll from my quarters.
Yes, sir. Come along if you would, sir.
Captain, there's still time.
And still time to confine you to your cabin. Take him away.
Sailor, take a look at the water off the bow. What do you see?
Sir?
Something under the water coming this way. Do you see it?
Captain! Sound the alarm! You! How did you know?
Yes?
I am here to prepare your room, mein Herr.
That won't be necessary.
But I have clean towels, sir, and soap.
Just a moment.
Ah, you have the loveliest room in the hotel, mein Herr.
Yes. It's a lovely view.
More than a view, sir. In a minute from that window, you will see history unfolding. Why do you know that this whole side of the building has been rented? Every floor. All because of the Führer, so they can see him. Down in the street is a madhouse.
That's what I was told.
You are not German?
I'm an American.
An American. And what do they think of our Führer and the new Germany in America?
We're quite neutral.
You say neutral, but you mean something else.
No, I don't mean anything.
You hear? That is the new Germany. Something you will never understand.
That, madam, is the old Germany. Something you'll never understand.
We will see.
All right, just one shot. Not Goering, only Hitler, right through the forehead. Come on, buddy. Step into the crosshairs.
No, it's jammed.
Herr Driscoll, open up, bitte. Mach schnell, Herr Driscoll. He will open up the store.
But I tell you, he was in here.
Maybe you were drinking schnapps. There's no way he could have gotten out, except head first through that window.
Look, was ist das?
A rifle.
America, come. It's about time.
Sit.
You're the chief of police? I was told you speak English?
I venture to say that I speak it better than you speak Japanese.
I hardly speak any Japanese, but what I'm about to tell you is the most important English you've ever heard.
Mr. Driscoll, is it? You happen to be an enemy alien, which is the reason...
Which is the reason I've been kept in a cell for 6 hours, and the reason you may have cause to regret this particular arrest.
Go on.
What I tried to tell your guards is that inside of an hour, this city is going to be destroyed, and upwards of 100,000 human beings will be destroyed along with it.
Indeed.
You're about to be bombed out of existence, but there's something you can do. You can begin some kind of an evacuation of women and children. You can save a few thousand lives.
By who say so, Mr. Driscoll? Who do you represent?
I don't represent anyone. Only the voice of history.
That's extremely poetic, Mr. Driscoll. But, most unfortunately, while I am sufficiently educated to appreciate lyricism, my official capacity makes me less prone to enjoy the subtleties and nuances of language for their own sake.
All right, look. I'll give this to you very unsubtly, with no nuances at all. There is going to be a bomb dropped here, and you're going to know a nightmare beyond any imagining.
Excuse me. Moshi moshi. Hey. Ah, wakarimashita. A single aircraft, Mr. Driscoll. One lone B-29. I rather think we can survive that.
That picture on your desk. Your wife?
And my 2 daughters, age 8 and 10.
If you don't care about the city, do it for them. Look, this isn't just a request. It's in the nature of a prayer.
Mr. Driscoll, I will make an assumption that you have some illness. I won't stand you against the wall and shoot you, even in wartime. I'll send you to the army headquarters, where you can be interrogated. You're an alien and by rights should be interned. However, if you'll keep this in mind when you get back to your country, the face of the enemy is not devoid of compassion.
And you might recall this conversation. If you survive, remember that the same thing could be said of your enemy. He tried to save Hiroshima.
God, hey, take this man away. Where? Where did he go? And what? What is the great flash of light outside?
nothing. The SS Lusitania, 1915, one of the causes of the First World War. Attempt number 1. Failure number 1. Then August 1939, the Hotel Berlin. Another blow for law and order. Hitting nothing and accomplishing the same. Finally, Hiroshima, August 1945. 3 tries. 3 misses.
Then you have to admit it now, Paul. The past is inviolate. What's happened must remain as it was. You can't change anything.
Yes, I believe you. And so it follows that there isn't anything we can do about the present. See that small brown book on the shelf? Bring it over to me, Harv, would you?
The Study of 19th Century Midwest America. This one of yours?
Particular favorite. Open it up to page 14. Talks about a certain place, Harv, a place called Homeville, Indiana. There are pictures showing what it looked like in 1881.
Charming. Parasols, bicycles, all very serene. Apropos of what?
Apropos of the fact that I'm going back there. One last trip in the machine.
I thought you were going to destroy it, whether you succeeded or not.
I'm going back there not to change anything, but simply to become a part of that world. A world of band concerts and summer nights on front porches. A world that hasn't heard of atomic bombs or germ warfare or anything else. That's where I'm going, Harvey. I've already packed my bag. The only book I'm taking with me is this one.
Of course you are. And there's no one who could hold you back. But remember this, everything is cause and effect. You go back in time to this Homeville, and you inadvertently change one event, alter it minutely. You might start a chain reaction beyond anything even you could imagine.
I'm going back there to live, not to change what doesn't need to be changed. Now, Harvey. Here are the coordinates. How about it?
All right. God help me, Paul. And God help you.
Then let's do it. How is it with you, Harvey?
All set. The mechanism's still charged.
Enter the coordinates.
Here we go, then. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How is it with you, Paul Driscoll? Wherever you are. No television sets, no nuclear arms, but just the same. How is it with you?
What's yours, sir?
I think, a beer, please.
That'll be a nickel.
A nickel?
That's the price tag. You got 5 cents?
I think I might.
That's a $5 gold piece. You from around here?
No, from out of state.
Just passing through?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was thinking of settling down here. It's exactly as I thought it would be. Know anything about the boarding house across the square?
Ma Chamberlain's. Real nice accommodations. Runs a clean place.
Well, then I guess I'd better drink up and check it out. Come in.
I brought you some clean linens. Room comfortable enough for you?
Oh, very. Thank you.
Well, I'll be going now. Got plenty to do. Will you be joining us for supper, Mr. Driscoll?
I'd love to.
That'll be a chance to meet the other boarders. Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Hanford, he's from the bank, and Miss Sloane. She teaches school here in town. Lovely girl. And a moral one, too. Very moral.
I see.
Well, you'd better. I run a decent place. Did I mention no hard liquor in the rooms?
I'll remember that, Mrs. Chamberlain.
See that you do. Afternoon, then.
Nuclear fallout, strategic wars in the Middle East. What happened to all that? It's summer. It's the 1st of July. There's going to be an evening band concert in a couple of days with lemonade and fireworks. It's 1881 in Homeville, Indiana. And by God, I'm home.
But I tell you, Mrs. Chamberlain,
More apple pie, Mr. Hanford.
until this government assumes its rightful place in the world, we will remain an isolated, provincial community of states. You know what we should do?
Oh, no, Mrs. Chamberlain. I couldn't eat another bite.
We should take the American fleet, send it over to the Orient, and plant the American flag. And then down to Australia and back across the Pacific to South America, planting the flag as we go, planting her deep and planting her high, flying her proud.
You ought to run for office, Mr. Hanford.
Believe me, Mr. Hoffman, I've thought of it. My friends have urged me to make my opinions known on some official plane, but finance comes first. It's the lifeblood of the nation. The bank needs me. You there, Mr. Driscoll, what are your views?
I don't have any, Mr. Hanford.
Of course you do, man. Everyone has views on the destiny of our country. Now you take the case of the Indian Wars. All this nonsense about giving them land, as if savages could understand treaties. Why, we should have had 20 George Custers and 100,000 men and just swept across the plains, destroying every redskin in sight.
I think the country is tired of fighting, Mr. Hanford. We were bled dry by the late war. I think anything we can accomplish by treaty, as long as it saves lives, is very much the proper course to pursue.
My dear young lady, I trust that this isn't the pap you spoon-feed your students. Treaties, indeed. Peace. The virility of a nation is in direct proportion to its fighting abilities. Why, we'll live to see the day when this country fields an army of 1,000,000 men who can sweep away anything in its path. Oh, your pardon, Mrs. Chamberlain. I get carried away. Now, you're not some kind of pacifist, too, are you, Driscoll?
Me? No. I guess I'm just a poor fool who's seen too many young men die because of too many old men who fight their battles at dining room tables.
Oh, my goodness.
I take offense at that remark.
And I take offense at armchair warriors who don't know what a shrapnel wound feels like, or how death smells after 3 days in the sun, or the look in a man's eyes when he knows he's minus one leg and the blood is seeping out of him. You have an enthusiasm for planting the flag, Mr. Hanford, but you don't even have a nodding acquaintance with what it's like to bury men in that same soil.
I'll not sit here and listen to talk like that.
Of course you won't. You'll go back to your bank, and it'll be business as usual until the next dinner time, when you'll give us another vacuous speech about a nation growing strong by filling up its graveyards. Well, you're in for some gratifying times, Mr. Hanford. There'll be a lot of graveyards to fill. In Cuba, then in France, then all over Europe and the Pacific. You can sit on the sidelines and wave pennants because by your definition, this country is going to get virile as the devil. From San Juan to Inchon, we'll show how red our blood is because we'll spill it. And there are two very unfortunate aspects to all this. One is that you'll never have to spill any, and the other is that you won't live long enough to know how right I am.
Oh, dear, such a violent man.
Excuse me, please. Mr. Driscoll.
Well, have I properly endeared myself to everyone inside?
I've been here almost 2 years, Mr. Driscoll. 2 years of meal times with Mrs. Chamberlain's homemade pies and Mr. Hanford's rhetoric. I lost a father and 2 brothers in the war, all 3 on a single afternoon. I was just an infant at the time, but for the 12 years my mother lived, we had a funeral every day. She never stopped mourning. I think they died for something, Mr. Driscoll. But tonight, for the first time, somebody made a point that patriotism doesn't have to mean dying.
Thank you for saying that, Miss Sloane.
Call me Abby, Mr. Driscoll.
Paul.
Do you know something, Paul? You look like a man in love. Not with a woman, with a moment, a place. What did you mean when you said other graveyards, other wars? Those names, what are those places?
It doesn't matter.
Why do I get the feeling that that you're standing outside looking in, that you're just passing by.
I don't want to pass by, Abby. I want to come in. I wish I could.
Why can't you? Everything is possible. Everything.
Is it? I wish I could be sure.
I believe I already am.
Garfield's been shot!
Quickly, what's the date?
Why, the 2nd of July. Did he say the president's been shot?
July 2nd, 1881, that's right. President James Abraham Garfield shot in a Washington railway station.
But it just came over the telegraph. How do you know? How could you?
You're wrong, Abby. Not everything is possible.
Why, Paul?
I can't tell you why. But it begins again.
What do you mean?
Nothing. So be it, then. So be it. It's late, Abby. Very, very late. It's time to go home.
Oh. Good morning, Paul. Mr. Driscoll. We missed you at breakfast.
Sorry, I must have overslept. Is that the morning paper?
Yes. You may read it if you like. I'm finished. The president was badly wounded.
So I see.
But there's hope for his recovery. I guess sometimes that's all that's left, isn't it? Hope.
I suppose so.
Maybe that's wrong. Maybe we should be more realistic. If we find something that we want and need but can't have, perhaps we shouldn't give in to hope.
Abby, I'm sorry. I wish I could explain it to you, but I can't. I couldn't make you understand.
It's perfectly all right. Really, it is. You've got to forgive school teachers. They're inclined to read too many things into a glance, a word, a touch. Well, I've got a busy day today. So much to do preparing for tomorrow. Parade at 9, square dancing at 11, games from noon to 5, picnic supper, and then fireworks. And my children, of course.
Your children?
27 flat little voices. 14 boys, 13 girls, who will entertain you with their rendition of Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean, sung in 27 different keys.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
All right, then. We'll leave it at that.
How do, Mr. Driscoll?
Morning, Mr. Hoffman.
She does an awful good job with those kids, Miss Sloane.
So I've heard.
Pretty, too, for a school mom. The ones I had when I was a kid, they looked like they came out of a pickle jar.
Mine, too.
You like this town?
More than I can say.
Well, you might make it here if you've got what it takes. And from what I've heard, I'd say you do. You want to be more careful with your words, though. Mostly Republicans. Still and all, a nice little town. Doesn't change. That schoolhouse, I'll bet she's 75 years old as she stands, and I expect she'll stand till somebody pulls her down. Well, morning to you, Mr. Driscoll. I'm off to work. God bless President Garfield.
A school building. That's what I was trying to remember. Oh, my dear God. The site of the Homeville National Bank, formerly occupied by a school built in 1823 and gutted by fire July 3rd, 1881, injuring 12 children. The fire was caused by a kerosene lantern on a runaway wagon. And I can't do anything. I can't warn anyone. It has to happen the way it's supposed to, like the president. I'm sorry, Mr. Garfield. Recover you shall not. You're to die on September 19th of this year. And the schoolhouse you're to burn this afternoon. 12 children injured, and God help me, I have to stand by and let it happen. The site of the Homeville National Bank, formerly occupied by a school built in 1823 and gutted by fire July 3rd, 1881, injuring 12 children. The fire was caused by a kerosene lantern on a runaway wagon.
No! Everything is cause and effect. Go back in time to this home film. Change one event. Alter it minutely. You might start a chain reaction beyond anything even you can imagine.
How are you today, Mr. Driscoll?
Whiskey, please.
Bother you, does it?
What?
It's those kids trying to sing. Well, they won't be at it long.
What's that?
Hard to keep them in during the summer, but Abby's doing a good job of it.
Give me another one, will you?
Sure thing. Something wrong? I ain't trying to butt in on your personal affairs, but you drink like a troubled man.
What time is it?
10 minutes or 2? I give him another 10 minutes or so.
I've got to try.
How's that?
Why the devil doesn't she let them out of there?
How's that?
Nothing, just a runaway wagon with a kerosene lantern. That's all it takes.
All right, neighbors, gather round and get ready for a revelation. Just close right in, next to the wagon. That's it. Know why I'm holding up this lantern?
You're gonna tell us anyway, ain't you?
Like Diogenes' good friends, I'm looking for an honest man.
Well, you ain't gonna find one here.
An honest man who'll try one sip of Dr. Malone's alternative and tell me it's not the finest medicine he's ever tasted. This little bottle right here, why, it combines all the treatments for scrofula, King's Evil, ulcers, indolent tumors, rheumatism, gout, scurvy, neuralgia, enlargement of the bones, joints, and glands, not to mention the liver and spleen, also terror, ringworm, biles, and carbuncles. And the cost, friends? A mere 25 cents the bottle.
Do me a favor, will you?
What's that, young man?
Don't light the lantern.
Why, I have to light it, to shed light on the subject.
Please, put it out!
An incredible price, you say? I'm not in the business for profit. I travel the length and breadth of this glorious nation to cure the sufferings of mankind. The ridiculously low price barely covers the cost of ingredients, bottling, and my own primitively simple existence. How about you, madam? Nervous disease? Dropsical swellings, or constitutional disorders, guaranteed to alter a depraved or impure state of the blood and other bodily fluids.
Well, I suppose I'll try it.
Better give me one, too.
How much if I buy 2?
Why not a dozen? Take them home to your family and your neighbors. One 25-cent piece each. That's all. How about you, young fella? One swallow, and you'll feel more manliness coursing through your body.
Unhitch the horses.
What's the trouble? Dyspepsia? Liver complaint? Here's what you need.
I need those horses unhitched from the other end of your wagon.
Now you listen here, young man.
They've stopped singing. That means they're almost finished. Look, I can't argue with you anymore. You've got to unhitch those horses. This wagon mustn't move from this spot.
You get out of here now. Go on. You hear me?
All right, then. I'll do it myself.
Get away from my horses!
Abby! Abby, get the children out of the schoolhouse! There's going to be a fire, do you hear me? There's going to be a... Ah! Oh there! Stop!
Look, it's the whole schoolhouse!
Get the fire wagon!
Oh my God, the children!
Get out, children! Run! Run!
The children!
Stay back!
But I've got to get them out!
Stop them! Hold them down! It's too late, mister! It's too late!
The children.
We got them out. Only a few were injured, none badly.
12 children.
How did you know? You did, didn't you? You knew it would happen.
At 2 o'clock this afternoon. What I didn't know was that I would cause it.
Who are you?
It really doesn't matter. I shouldn't have come here. It can't work. I know too many things.
Too many tomorrows. All the wars, all the catastrophes, all the tomorrows.
How, Paul? How did you know?
You're part of history, Abby. You and this town and the people in it, and I can't change you. I can't even touch you.
Why not?
Because the past is inviolate. It belongs to those who lived it. It's not for interlopers, but those who pass by and look in and wish they were a part of it. Goodbye, Abby. Stay well.
Where are you going?
Back to where I came from, where I belong. I wanted bandstands and summer nights, serenity. But the infinitely complicated mechanism of a human being. He can't live with the threat of a bomb, and he can't live with burned-out school buildings either. The finite or the infinite, it doesn't make any difference. He's always his brother's keeper. In a way, it was more than I expected because you were here, but I've overstayed my welcome. Hello, Harvey.
Back so soon?
As it happens, back a little late.
You changed something?
I tried to. And in doing that, I caused it.
And now, where do you go, Paul?
Here, where I belong. That's what I've learned, to leave the yesterdays alone. I'd rather do something about tomorrow. That's what counts. The tomorrows. God, let there be tomorrows.
Incident on a July afternoon, 1881. A man named Driscoll who came and went, and in the process learned a simple lesson, perhaps best said by a poet named Lathbury, who wrote, "Children of yesterday, heirs of tomorrow, what are you weaving, labor and sorrow? Look to your looms again, faster and faster fly the great shuttles prepared by the master. Life's in the loom, room for it, room." Our tale of clocks and calendars in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
No Time Like the Past, starring Jason Alexander with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Michelle Graff, Nicholas Ruddle, Christian Stolte, Micah Jacoby, Owen Yen, Linda Ryder, Roderick Peoples, Rich Komanek, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, Paul Patch, and Richard Shavzin. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the command center at NORAD. This is the nerve center of what was once the first line of defense for the United States. Of course, things have changed a bit. Yes, ma'am, is there a question?
Hi, yes. My name is Jocelyn Reitzman. I'm with the senator. I thought there would be like big TV screens or, plasma screens of the world.
Everyone thinks that. Actually, they never existed. During the Cold War, you saw much of what you see today. Men at desks looking at monitors. Only today, well, they are plasma screens, but smaller. There was never a big board.
So who would have seen the incoming missiles from Russia?
Actually, multiple monitors would have shown that level of attack very clearly.
What do they do now? They watch the Weather Channel?
Actually, Senator, the role of NORAD continues to be of significant strategic importance. To date, our space surveillance network has tracked more than 24,000 objects in orbit around the planet Earth.
That's space junk, Major Anderson. It's nuts, bolts, debris, extraterrestrial garbage. You call that significant?
It can be significant. We have thousands of satellites in orbit, many of them critical to national security. We need to know if they're in danger of colliding with the debris.
And if a tool bag lost in space is going to collide with one of these satellites, what exactly can we do about it?
Nothing, actually, except, of course, understand the nature of the event.
And if some extreme group takes power in a country and launches missiles at us, is that what you'll do, Major? Try to understand the nature of the event.
Senator, rest assured, we have the necessary defenses in place to identify and track anything in the air, in orbit, in space. Throughout the country, we have air defense services monitoring the skies. But if you think about it, the only way we can be sure of what it is and where it's coming from is to be able to differentiate it from the space junk.
We are 1 minute to the OIS 679 event.
That's great. Well, you're all in for a treat. We're actually going to be able to see an object in space re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Dr. Johnson, I think that's why you're here.
That's the idea.
If you'll allow me, Dr. Johnson has been working with us through her think tank in Seattle and is studying the potential for some objects to actually strike the Earth.
What's an OS-69?
Good question. Doctor, would you do the honors?
OIS, actually. Object in space. We don't call them UFOs. We know what they are. 678 is the number of objects of significant size that have re-entered the atmosphere. This next one will be 679.
How big is this thing?
Believe it or not, 100 pounds. Mostly lost tools from various shuttle missions. In fact, it may be that tool bag you mentioned earlier, Senator.
You've got to be kidding.
10 seconds to OIS 679 event.
If you look at the monitors, well, actually any of them, we switch most of them to the event feed at times like this.
Event commence.
Wow, that was a big one.
At least a .75 duration.
That's it. That flash of light for a second. Cheyenne Mountain, billions of dollars, and all we use this facility for is watching man-made meteorites flash on screens like static on an old TV.
There have been more significant events recorded.
Like that one?
Oh my God.
Well, that doesn't sound good. Do you mean to say you've never seen an event like that second one?
Look, there's another one!
All stations to alert status and cross-check on multiple orbits.
What is going on, Major?
It's like the 4th of July. They just keep coming.
Lockdown. All stations transmit all incoming data to ADS centers and confirm ballistic coefficients.
Major, it's a simple question. What is going on?
I don't know. This has never happened before. I mean, it's Sunday. The commanding officer isn't here. I just do the tours.
Can someone please tell me what's going on?
No one can. He meant what he said. What we're seeing are thousands of objects in space entering the Earth's atmosphere simultaneously. If this had happened before, we'd all know it.
Are they asteroids?
No. No, they're not behaving like asteroids. They're coming from perfect Kepler orbits and seem to have very specific trajectories.
Like missiles?
Yes, Senator, yes. Like missiles.
I predicted this. Jocelyn, if I were president, this would not have happened. This is the end of all of us. This is the end of the world.
Meet Senator Jack Reitzman. Charlatan, fraud, politician. A man with few principles who sees monsters in the closet and enemies in every backyard. He's on a mission to save the world with his own brand of truth. It's a truth he's about to uncover in a place where good and evil have taken a rest to bring something new to a familiar planet known as the Twilight Zone.
So they have their tanks in these long trenches, and we just put bulldozer blades on two of our tanks and ran along the trench and buried them. We didn't fire a shot, and for all I know, those tanks are still buried out there.
It was almost too easy.
General, priority call for you, line 1.
Yeah, easy was the word. Makes you wonder if we'll ever be able to fight a real war again. General Whitaker.
General, we have incoming first strike with counterforce and counter-value targeting. 894 incoming assumed RB missiles due to strike US 48 in 15 minutes.
Confirmed?
Confirmed.
Source?
Still unknown.
Proceed to DEFCON 1 and prepare preemptive countermeasures.
Yes, General Whitaker.
Connect me with the President.
How fast does this elevator descend?
Very fast, Mr. President. We'll be 1,000 feet below the White House in another 10 seconds.
What do we know so far?
The first U.S. impact is estimated to occur in 10 minutes.
Who did this? Russia? China? Who could put up so many missiles at once and with such accuracy?
The answer is we still don't know, and they are far from accurate.
Meaning?
Every country seems to be under attack, but then some aren't.
Which countries haven't been invaded?
Ireland, Madagascar, Denmark, and Monaco.
And everyone else?
All targeted somehow. Every part of the world, even Greenland, Samoa, and Antarctica.
And is someone going to explain why this is happening?
We have the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA, and an expert on this subject on the phone who should be able to help. Dr. Anna Johnson. She's at Cheyenne Mountain right now. She's the top authority on objects in space and atmospheric re-entry. She's our best bet to sorting this out.
In the next few minutes, I hope.
Anna, you there?
I'm here.
Anna, this is the President. What can you tell us?
There are now about 4,000 objects entering Earth's atmosphere with an angle of attack indicating non-ballistic re-entry with trajectories delivering impacts in the next 1 to 20 minutes across the globe.
I was told 10 minutes.
Anna, this is the Secretary of Defense. My information was 10 minutes to impact.
That's correct. Or at least it was about 5 minutes ago. But now, some of them have sped up, some have slowed down, and some... well, some of them have stopped.
Have any cities been hit?
No. I mean, some of the objects just stopped. Stopped at various altitudes. Some 20 miles above the surface of the Earth, and others just a couple of thousand feet from the surface.
Mr. President, this is General Whitaker. What's your recommendation, General?
Give me the order to shoot them down.
Have any of them exploded, Anna?
No, but some of them have landed.
What was the size of the impact?
No impact. They actually landed very gently.
Where? Where exactly did they land? New York, Chicago, L.A.?
Mr. President, I'm not requesting permission to retaliate, but please let us try to shoot them down while we have time.
Anna, how many have stopped or landed so far? And how exactly do they stop in mid-air?
About 600 of them have landed, and we don't know how they are doing any of this.
Any major cities?
Mr. President!
Generals, stand down. I'm not going to blow up our cities shooting at things that aren't attacking us.
Mr. President, the odd thing is they're not landing in cities. They're landing in places that are desolate and unoccupied.
Mr. President, we have defensive and offensive capabilities hidden in places desolate and unoccupied across the country.
And are any of these objects in those areas?
No.
Anna, what are these things?
I'm not really sure. We have live video of some of them. I'm transmitting it to you now. They appear to be large cylinders about 300 feet in diameter and about 400 feet high. Most are flat on the top and bottom, but a few appear to have a blunt, conical top.
Anna, what are they?
The surface of the objects are pitted and streaked. No markings or other features are apparent. Wait a minute. It appears all of the remaining objects we're viewing are now moving in unison toward the surface.
Mr. President, this is our last chance.
Where are they heading, Anna? What cities are in danger?
Only a small farm town. No major cities. One of them is landing in a farmer's field outside of a small town in Iowa. All the rest are landing in remote, deserted areas or in water.
How many have landed now?
Almost all of them. Whoa! Wait.
Anna, you have to tell us what you see.
Over areas of China, we're seeing significant explosions. The Chinese are trying to shoot them down.
We have to join this fight, Mr. President.
General, in case it hasn't occurred to you, this doesn't seem to be an attack launched by any nation on Earth. Speaking of which, Dr. Johnson, other than China, are any other nations taking defensive or offensive measures against the objects?
It's hard to tell. No apparent use of nuclear weapons. Everything is in the form of conventional weapons. I don't think anyone else wants to blow themselves up.
No surprise. Neither do we. General Whitaker, let's be safe. As chairman of the Joint Chiefs, get a team together fast and get some military supervision and security to every one of these objects. Do not attack without my orders. Alert FEMA. Evacuate the local civilian population as you see fit. We'll contact the diplomatic corps in case someone thinks this was our idea. Anna, have they all landed?
Most. The rest are either hovering or underwater at points throughout the world.
What do they want?
They? John, do we have some idea where these came from?
You said it yourself, sir.
Anna, you're the expert. What do we have here?
Without any additional evidence, I would guess this is a full-scale invasion of the planet Earth by an alien race with vastly superior intelligence and technology.
Well then, let's get some more evidence and be sure. Until then, we take no chances and we take no offensive action. Look, if this is a visit from some life form from another planet, we need to know the answer to two fundamental questions. Are they good or are they bad? I'm afraid it's one or the other, but let's be sure before we make what could be a bad situation worse.
And if they attack us?
General, if they attack, the order is to defend us. But only if they attack.
Understood.
Mr. President, if they are here for the good of mankind, I would like to be the first to welcome them.
Who is that? This is a secure line.
I'm sorry, it's Senator Reitzman. He's here at Cheyenne Mountain.
What the?
Mr. President, I'm here, and I witnessed this event as it happened. I can lead the diplomatic team that welcomes our guests.
Senator, I would appreciate it if you and everyone else stayed in Cheyenne Mountain until we better understand this situation.
Oh, no, you are not getting all the glory on this one. We get equal time. This is bigger than you and your party.
Senator, the President is the Commander-in-Chief and you will do what you are told.
Fine. But someday, I am getting out of this mountain prison, and if this thing blows up on you guys, I am telling the world that I could have been the hand that extended peace to our new neighbors.
You may get your chance, Senator, but until we understand the situation better, you will remain at Cheyenne Mountain. Anna, do you see any objects headed for Washington, D.C.?
No. The closest is about 100 miles away, landing in a swamp in Virginia. We're monitoring the object via satellite. Wait a minute. The swamp is drying up. The object appears to be consuming all the water.
Mr. President, it's obvious what they're here to do. They want to take all our natural resources. They'll leave us a desert planet, and we'll all be dead in days. We have to act.
Anna, are any of the other objects consuming water or any other resources?
No, just this one.
Maybe they were thirsty.
And who is that?
Sorry. It's the senator's wife. The room is secure now. I don't know how they got in.
Dr. Johnson, I need you to go to one of these landing sites. Take whatever and whoever you need and see if you can get some answers.
Understood.
General Whittaker.
Yes, sir.
I need to hear from you immediately if these things make any offensive maneuvers. Don't fire until I give the order. I don't want to escalate this situation because a swamp or two has lost some water.
And if they attack my troops?
Return fire. Now, let's get to work.
Have you got all the gear in the boat?
Yeah. You think today will be a good day for fishing?
It's always a good day for fishing. It's just up to the fishermen.
Do we got the bait?
We got it all. All gassed up and ready to... What in tarnation?
You okay, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm all right. Where did that come from?
It just fell out of the sky. What is it? Looks like a giant tin can.
Tin cans don't fall out of the sky, Bobby.
It's on your property, Jimmy. You own it now.
I own it? Well, what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Kinda looks like an oversized oil drum. Maybe we should call the sheriff.
Oh, what's he gonna do, Bobby, but the same thing we're doing, just sit here and stare at it?
I don't like this, Jimmy. We ought to get out of here.
Yeah, maybe right. Hey, let's give it a minute. I want to see if something happens.
I don't think anyone could move that thing. You're gonna have it sticking out of your lake from now on, man. Gonna ruin the fishing.
Just be quiet, I'm thinking. You know, a lot of people would pay good money to see something like this.
Yeah? Yeah, I suppose they would. You know, we could charge admission. That big field on the old road, heck, you could park a few hundred cars.
At $10 a head, that's a couple of grand a day.
Let them take all the pictures they want, and then, hey, you know what? We could even have a concession stand.
Heck, with the money we're gonna make, we'll open a restaurant.
And a big deck where you can eat and look at the thing.
Let's go. I want to block the road. People are gonna start showing up soon, and the money starts today.
Fell right into our lap, didn't it?
Yep, money from the sky. Damn, I knew it.
Is that a news chopper? That'll get lots of people here.
It ain't no news chopper, it's military. They're gonna make us another Roswell. Damn.
It's Roswell, dummy.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special report.
Good evening. What you are about to see may be the most incredible occurrence in the history of humanity. Across the globe, thousands of large cylindrical objects have landed on the surface of the Earth. Others are reported to be hovering over the planet's surface, and an undetermined number below the surface of the Earth's oceans, lakes, and rivers. The reaction across the globe can best be described as a mixture of shock, fear, and for some people, hope. Here with a live report is John Porterson.
Thank you, Bill. I'm standing in a remote desert area of southern Utah where one of these large objects has landed in a shallow canyon. The appearance of all the objects is identical, at a height of about 40 stories, cylindrical in shape, and a diameter the size of a football field. There are no markings, windows, or doors, and so far, no sound or movement from the object. There have been reports that some of the objects are siphoning water from lakes and rivers, but that has not been confirmed. Soon after we arrived on the scene, a battalion of National Guard troops arrived, and they have moved us back some distance from the object. We were able to briefly approach it before troops arrived. There's a strong smell of sulfur surrounding the object, and the sides were extremely hot. The entire surface is a streaked combination of black, gray, and dirty rust. Troops continue to arrive and set up gunnery positions, which has all of us a bit nervous.
John, has the military given you any information? Is this a dangerous situation, and are they expecting the use of force?
The military has simply moved us back from the object. They have given us no information. As far as we can... The jets are bombing the object! We're moving out of the area! All the gunnery positions have opened fire! Go, go, go! There doesn't seem to be any movement or return fire from the object! We're all getting out of the...
General Whitaker here.
General, this is the President. Can you explain to me the situation in the Utah desert?
2 Air Force F-16s launched 8 missiles against the object. They were supported by artillery and small arms fire.
Were they attacked?
I'm still waiting for a report.
Has the object returned fire or been destroyed?
No. The object appears to have suffered no damage, and they have not responded in any way.
General, what exactly motivated this attack? Who gave the order?
No one. It appears the pilots acted on their own.
We have to get control of the situation, and that starts with us controlling ourselves. What if these visitors are peaceful? What are they thinking and planning as a result of this attack?
Mr. President, with all due respect, if we were to travel to another country for peaceful purposes, we wouldn't show up in 4,000 jet planes. There is nothing about this arrival that can be seen as anything less than an invasion.
General, if there is one more incident like this, I am relieving you of command. Now get your forces under control.
The whole world's in a panic, Mr. President. I'll do everything I can.
Position 43?
Bob, is that you?
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Has Dr. Johnson made any progress?
I'll patch you through.
Johnson?
Anna, this is the Secretary of Defense. I'm here with the President and the National Security Council. Where are you right now, and have you had any success?
We're in a deep forest in northern Michigan, and we're about to make another effort to make contact. So far, radio transmissions, loudspeakers, music, and colored lights have received no response.
What are you planning to do?
The only thing left to do. Knock. Try it again.
Can you hear anything?
Nothing. We've connected sensors, parametric acoustic arrays, range sounding, even stethoscopes, x-rays, and radar, you name it. We've seen nothing and heard nothing. If there's anything in there, they're not responding.
Is it possible these are not occupied? I mean, we send unmanned instruments into space all the time. Why wouldn't another intelligent race do the same thing?
Anything's possible. What we can't understand is their purpose. We don't know why they're here or what they're doing. There are no transmissions of any kind that we can detect. No communication between the objects on the ground or the various sections suspended over the Earth and in space. Our only assumption is that the sections eventually rejoin in space and form a large cigar-shaped transport. The few sections with the conical tops are probably on either end of a long tube of sections.
Are they after the water?
Not just water. We have reports of minerals, water, and air being slowly collected by various objects. If I had to guess, I'd say it's an intergalactic freight train that's come to harvest various materials.
So they are, in fact, after our natural resources. Is there any danger that they'll consume the atmosphere? Is that why some of the objects are hovering?
That's our assumption. What's curious is there seems to be no danger. They're not collecting that much of anything. Considering their size, the most they've taken is a sample.
Could it be a scouting expedition? Preparation for an invasion?
Mr. Secretary, 4,000 objects? If this is preparation for an invasion, I'd hate to see the real thing. No, I think this is a peaceful, if not passive, mission. Although they may be sampling resources for future collecting. There's no way of knowing at this point.
Keep trying, Doctor. We need some answers. Things are getting out of hand.
What do you mean?
The military. All over the world. Some countries have taken the offensive, including, I'm sorry to say, our own. An isolated incident, but an attack nonetheless.
Have they retaliated?
No, not once. Not even after a nuclear detonation in South Africa. Every report is the same. No damage to the objects, no retaliation or response of any kind.
Then I guess we can stop knocking. If a nuclear detonation doesn't get their attention, they're not going to pay much attention to our sledgehammer.
Mr. Secretary, I have an urgent call from Senator Reitzman.
Anna, don't tell me he's with you.
No, sir. We left him back at Cheyenne Mountain.
Put him through.
Mr. President? Mr. President, are you there? Can you hear me?
Jack, are you okay? Is everything all right at NORAD?
I am not in Cheyenne Mountain. I'm in Montana, I think. We found one of the objects.
Senator, the president's orders were crystal clear. You were to stay at Cheyenne Mountain.
Yeah, well, I didn't, and the world will thank me for it someday.
Jack, are you alone?
No, my wife is here, and a lieutenant who I ordered to fly us here in his chopper. We need cameras. Mr. President, the news media, the world has to see this.
Senator, the world has been staring at pictures of these objects for almost 2 days now. Believe me, yours is no different.
Well, that is where you're wrong. This one is different. This one is different because I am here, and I did it. I'm the one who did it.
And what exactly did you do, Senator?
Exactly what I said I would do. I made contact.
This is Tom Hillridge reporting from southern Montana. In an amazing turn of events, Senator Jack Reitzman claims to have successfully made contact with what are believed to be a highly advanced form of life from another planet. This is the first time anyone on Earth has succeeded.
Accompanied by his wife Jocelyn, the senator will read a statement he has prepared to reassure the visitors that we can coexist in peace and mutual trade. I'm here with James Parker, the owner of the property where the object has landed, who witnessed the landing. Can you tell us what you saw?
Well, first of all, I just want to make it clear that this is private property. Now, I know that a lot of people are watching this, and we don't need y'all showing up just yet. Now, the military has it secured, but if the general public wants to come around here, I'm going to have to charge a fee for, insurance purposes and the such. Thank you.
Mr. Parker, Senator Reitzman has stated that he has made contact. Have you managed to make contact with an alien life form as well?
Actually, no. I haven't seen any aliens. The thing is, it's sitting out there in my lake.
Have you spoken to the senator?
I don't even know who he is.
Thank you, sir. That was James Parker, a local farmer who was fishing when this particular object set down on the shore of his lake. I see there's some commotion over to our right. It appears the senator is prepared to make his statement.
After failing to win his party's nomination for president in the last election, the four-term senator has been a harsh critic of the president and has promised to reveal a government cover-up of the contact that has already been established with the aliens.
Good God, has he lost his mind?
John, this whole situation gets worse every day. No wonder they've ignored us so far. They have to believe we're absolute idiots.
What does he think he's going to accomplish with this?
I'm afraid we're about to find out.
Are we on? Oh, okay. To the people of planet Earth, my name is Senator Jack Reitzman. I am addressing you today from a mountain pass in North America. Right now, more than 4 billion people are listening to this broadcast. And that's good, because I have good news. We have made contact. And I have a message for our new neighbors. I want to personally welcome you to our planet. Welcome you as friends and partners. We are a peace-loving species. And like you, we are explorers. Together we can explore new worlds, new opportunities, and new frontiers. Now, I would like to introduce my wife, Jocelyn Reitzman, who made the initial contact. Jocelyn?
His wife made the contact? What did she do? Call them on her cell phone?
I just hope she tells us what they said.
Hello. Today, I feel truly blessed. When I received the telepathic message from the alien,
Oh no, she is such a nutcase.
I knew they would be kind. So we should be kind too.
Are you getting that? Are you getting that? The ship is leaving. The entire thing is rising into the air. Look out! Look out! This is Tom Hillridge reporting. The object that has occupied this spot in the Rocky Mountains for the last 3 days has taken off and is rising high into the atmosphere. All that's left is a deep impression in the ground. It was pandemonium here for a moment, but people are settling down and most are watching the object rise into the sky and wait a minute. On the horizon, I can see another object rising up as well. Wow, what's that? Yes, I see it. To the east of us, there's another object rising at a greater distance. Senator, do you think they heard you? Did they get the message?
Not only did they get the message, but I'm convinced that it's what they came to hear. That's why they're leaving. That is what they wanted, and I delivered.
It's been a month since the visitors, as we have come to call them, departed from the Earth. To date, there has been no evidence to explain the purpose of this strange and still mysterious visit. I'm here with Dr. Anna Johnson at one of the former landing sites. Dr. Johnson, what have you discovered?
So far, nothing.
Nothing? What about materials they left behind? Their technology, or their ability to hover silently?
We don't have a clue. It didn't seem to matter what kind of instruments we used when they were here or what we do now. They left no evidence. We don't know how or why they traveled here or anything about their technology.
Many people are claiming that there is a pattern in their landing sites and that we simply haven't decoded the hidden message yet.
We have many specialists trying to determine why they landed where they did, and all we can conclude is that it's a totally random pattern, although they seem to avoid areas where their landing would cause any harm to people.
So no one was injured?
Not as a result of any of the objects. Unfortunately, we do have reports of more than 800,000 fatalities worldwide due to various and assorted actions taken by governments and the military.
Senator Reitzman has announced his candidacy for president and continues to claim he was responsible for the departure of the visitors. What did he say that resonated with them?
I'm sorry, but objects across the world were departing up to 20 minutes before the senator said a word.
And the claims his wife has made about a telepathic message?
That's her claim. No one else anywhere had a similar experience, although some people are beginning to come out of the woodwork to claim they did.
Do you think they'll be back?
It's quite possible. I mean, they obviously know where we are.
And which will it be? Invasion or new alliance?
Quite frankly, I'd settle for either one. Unfortunately, I think if they do return, we're in for more of the same.
Which is?
Nothing. They didn't even seem to care that we existed. To put it bluntly, they came, they saw, they left.
Our first encounter has occurred. An uninvited visit that the whole world was witness to. A desperate world looking for answers and a message. This time the message was clear, and we delivered it to ourselves somewhere between cold indifference, foolish pride, and the raw rage of animal instinct. Will they return? Will they give us the answers we need? Probably not. Unless you're willing to take a moment and understand that beyond a special place in deep space and a very important and faraway destination is that favorite alien rest stop known as the Twilight Zone.
Rest Stop, starring Brandon Eales with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Steve Newby. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Danny Goldring, Linda Reiter, Frenette Lebo, Torrio Davis, Jeff Lupitan, Jim McCants, Lisa Wolfe, Jamie Barron, Sean Cooper, Doug James, and Joby Cerny. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Come on, Mac. Let's go. Out in the backyard. You got plenty of water, big guy. What's the matter? Something out there? Hey, maybe it's a squirrel. Nothing you can't handle. See you in the morning, big guy.
by myself.
I know, honey. It'll be all right, I promise. Daddy and I are in the next room.
Hey, sweetie, ready for bed?
Daddy, I want Mac.
He's outside where he belongs.
But I need him.
No, you don't. This is where you belong, in your room.
But
You're a big girl, aren't you?
Yes.
A very big girl. And big girls have their own rooms. In the morning, I'll make your favorite breakfast.
Waffles?
Waffles. For all three of us.
But it's scary in here.
Tina, honey, stop it.
Will you leave the door open?
Sure, sweetie. Plus, you have your nightlight.
Come on, Ruth.
But, Mommy...
If anything frightens you, call for me. I'll come right away.
Nothing's going to frighten her. The house is locked up tight as a drum.
But what if the bad man comes?
Oh, Tina, really?
Hey, then Mac'll get him. He's a good dog, isn't he?
Yes.
Go to sleep now.
Can I have a drink of water?
Of course. Night-night, sweetheart.
Night.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
She's been scared of her own shadow lately.
Yeah, separation anxiety. New room and all.
Did you hear what she said? The bad man. Where did she get that?
Maybe she's onto something.
What's that supposed to mean?
Like Mac. He hears things, doesn't he?
He's a dog, Chris.
Well, kids hear things. See them, too. Oh, I remember when I was little, my sister used to tell me about the Nighthawk.
The what?
That's a good question. I never did find out. But she'd say, the Nighthawk's gonna get you. Kept me on my toes.
What a mean sister.
Maybe she was just looking out for me. I thought I saw all sorts of things. Face in the window, something in the yard.
You would.
Just the same, maybe there are things we can't see. Just kids and animals.
That's enough, Chris.
Like when Mac hears a squirrel or smells another dog down the street, but we can't because we don't have the senses.
Next, you're going to tell me that there is a bad man.
I didn't say that.
Now I won't sleep a wink.
That's not what I mean.
Oh, what do you mean?
Nothing. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. Come to bed.
Sorry.
You should have been a science fiction writer. Visible world. Nice. Makes me feel all safe and secure.
I said I'm sorry.
Well, this is the real world. Remember that. I'm turning out the light.
Now what?
Oh, I forgot to get her a drink of water.
If you get up every time, she'll never go to sleep.
But I promised.
One time. That's it. Agreed?
Agreed.
Mommy? Daddy?
The voice of one frightened little girl. Name, Bettina Miller. Tina for short. Description, 6 years of age, average height and build. Blonde, quite pretty. Last seen being tucked into bed by her mother only a few minutes ago. Last heard, there's the rub as Hamlet puts it, for she can still be heard quite clearly, despite the curious fact that very soon she won't be seen at all. Not by her father or mother or anybody else. Present location? In the next bedroom, or so it seems. At this moment, it might be more accurate to say that she's just become a resident of an unseen world called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Little Girl Lost, starring Stephen Tobolowsky, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Chris?
Not again.
But she sounds so scared.
Yeah.
Mommy?
Listen to her.
I'm going. Where are my slippers?
I don't know what's wrong now.
Yeah. I'll talk to her one last time. All right, sweetie, Daddy's coming. Quiet, Mac! What's the matter now, Tina? Where are you? Against the wall? Here I am. Take my hand. Tina, where'd you go? Did you fall off? I'll lean down. Not against the wall, huh? Did you roll under the bed? Take it easy. I'm here. Tina, where are you? Over here. Come on out, baby. You must have crawled under the bed. Now reach out. Reach out for my hand. What happened to you? Where in the... Hold on. I'll get the light switch.
Daddy, help me.
I'm trying, baby, but I don't see...
Chris, what is it?
I don't know.
What's the matter?
She's not here.
What do you mean she's not?
I turned on the light. I can't...
Tina? Mommy's here.
See for yourself.
This is ridiculous. Tina? Tina!
I already looked under the bed. All the way to the wall. It's clear there's nothing.
Mommy, pick me up.
I'm trying, baby. Chris? Where is she?
I don't know.
But I can hear her right in front of me.
I can too.
It doesn't make sense. I'm looking under the bed. The floor's clear. It's absolutely empty. I don't see anything.
Honey, I don't know what to tell you.
What are we gonna do?
Quiet, Mac!
Listen, what's happening to her? Where is she?
I'm tired, Mommy. Going to sleep now.
Tina? Tina.
Hello?
Bill.
Yeah.
Bill, it's Chris.
Oh, hi. What time is it?
Can you come over?
When? Now?
I'm sorry, but it's an emergency.
What's the matter?
It's Tina.
What happened?
That's just it. I don't know.
You don't...
She's disappeared.
From the house? You mean she wandered off?
No.
Somebody took her?
She hasn't been kidnapped.
Well, then what?
I can't explain. She's here.
Is she injured?
I don't think so, but...
So she's okay?
I don't know.
Let me get this straight. She's there, and she's not hurt, and she's...
She's here, but she's not here.
I don't follow.
Bill, for God's sake, get over here. I don't know who else to call. And hurry.
She's still asleep. That's what it sounds like.
Ruth, stand up.
Shouldn't we wake her?
I called Bill.
Bill?
He's coming over. He's a physicist. Maybe he can...
What do we need a physicist for?
It's all I could think of.
Shouldn't we call 911?
And tell them what? That our daughter rolled off the bed and now we can hear her, but we can't see her.
Oh, God. Where is she, Chris? Where is she?
I'm going to look under the house.
Under the house? Why? There's no hole in the floor, is there?
Not that I could see. Oh, I better let Mac in. He's going to wake up the whole neighborhood. Sit on the edge of the bed. Wait here for me.
Get the flashlight. It's in the kitchen.
Right. Come here, boy. Mac, where are you going?
Mac! What's wrong with him?
He's after something. Like he's got a scent.
He's trying to get under the bed.
Grab him!
I can't!
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Step back. He's got to be under there. Mac, Come on out, boy. Here, Mac.
He's not, is he?
Now, don't jump to conclusions.
He's with Tina.
Oh, he's here. Bill.
I got here as fast as I could.
Thanks.
What's up?
I'd tell you if I could, but you wouldn't believe it.
Try me.
I wouldn't know where to start. You better see for yourself.
See what?
They're in the bedroom. You remember Bill, honey? From work?
Ruth?
She's still asleep. Listen.
Where's your daughter? Under there?
Take a look.
I don't see anything.
Neither do we.
Do you have a flashlight?
Here.
You were right.
About what?
Don't believe it. Let's move the bed.
Bill, where is she? I'm about to lose my mind.
Well, at least she's breathing normally. So she must be okay. Take the other end.
Got it.
Wait.
It's not that heavy.
We'd better mark where the legs were.
Why?
Do what he says.
Anything will work. You know, those books in the corner.
Put one on the floor here and here.
I don't see.
Thanks. Now, from the front, lift.
Right. Two more under this end.
Here?
Perfect. Now, lift it away from the wall just a few feet. There. All right, now sit it down.
Okay.
You can still hear it. That's her breathing?
Yes.
And these 4 books mark where the bed was.
The sound of her voice is inside the rectangle. The dog was too a while ago.
Dog?
Mac. I let him in the house and he ran straight for this spot, dove under the bed, and poof. He was gone too. But we could still hear him.
Not now, though.
Not now.
You felt the entire area?
All over, several times.
And?
Nothing.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Stepping very, very carefully into the rectangle.
Looking for...
the opening, maybe. I want to cover everything between here and the wall.
The opening to what?
I don't know yet, Ruth.
Quiet. There. Do you hear?
I hear.
You're moving as if you're afraid you're going to step on her. But there's no hole in the floor. You can see that.
Yes.
Why are you moving your hands?
To cover the air above the floor as well.
I did that.
We both did.
Well, maybe not every inch, but...
All right, take it easy. I'm almost at the wall. I don't get it.
Get what?
It's not in front of the wall. So that means it must be...
Bill! Look out!
Your hand's going into the wall.
Pull out! Pull out!
I guess I found it.
Found what?
Bill, what was that? Your whole hand disappeared into the wall.
It did. I saw it.
So did I.
This must be it.
What is?
The opening.
To where?
I'm not sure. But off the top of my head, I'd say... to another dimension.
Another what?
Dimension.
You think this is a joke, Bill?
No, I don't.
Then why?
I don't know if I'm right or not. I can't think of anything else, though.
Anything else but...
Look, there are 3 dimensions that we can see. Height, width, and depth. The 4th dimension is time. Now, if you know these, you can place anything. Where something is and when exactly. Like, what time is it now? 1:12 a.m. on this particular date in this location.
Why are we talking about this?
Wait, hear him out.
There may be other dimensions as well. Science is still arguing about how real they are. But there could be doorways to these other times and places. Other realms. And some of those doorways have been verified. Have you heard of wormholes?
I don't see what all this has to do with my little girl.
Wait, I think I'm getting it. Tina must have fallen out of bed, accidentally rolled under it, and
gone through. Like my hand.
Did that actually happen? I couldn't believe my eyes.
One way to find out. Let's try it again and be sure.
Bill, don't.
Right about here, wasn't it? I was touching the wall to see if it was solid and...
It's happening again.
Oh, this is it. An invisible opening of some sort.
I can't see your hand.
Pull it back.
There. I'm okay.
What did it feel like?
There was no sensation. It's just that, for a second, my hand was out of the visible spectrum.
Where was it?
That's what we have to figure out.
I don't care about the reason. I just want Tina back.
That's where Mac went too?
Must be. He's probably with her now.
But why?
He could have sensed it. Animals are sharper about that sort of thing than we are. He must have known she was in there and gone after her.
But we have eyes too. Why can't we see them?
Because some things may be right in front of us, but we have a blind spot.
Such as?
Do you have any change on you?
What?
Wait a minute, I do. Here's a quarter. Now, hold it out at arm's length, between your thumb and your finger. Yeah, that's it. Now, I want you to stare straight ahead at the ceiling light and move the quarter just off center a few degrees to the right, approximately the 3 o'clock position. But don't move your eyes. Go ahead, try.
Wait a minute.
What do you see?
Nothing. I can't see the quarter anymore.
Exactly. But if you move it an inch or two right or left, or up or down.
There it is again.
It always was there, right in front of you, but you couldn't see it. Do you know why? Because you have a blind spot on your retina. It's a very small area where the optic nerves tie together. You'd never know it. How can you be aware of what you can't see? But whatever's there is still there, isn't it? I mean, whether you see it or not.
I never noticed that before.
You could go your whole life and never notice it, unless there was some reason to. But it's been there all along, invisible, like the quarter.
Well, now that I know where she is, I'm going after her.
No.
Don't try to stop me. She's my little girl.
We don't know what else is in there, or how far it leads.
My daughter is in there.
I know that, Ruth, but we can't just...
Why not? You put your hand in and you pulled it out twice.
We don't have enough information yet.
Tina is right in front of us, on the other side of this dimensional opening, or whatever it is. All we have to do is reach in and...
If it's that simple, why hasn't Mac found her yet? If I'm right, and this is a kind of gap or blind spot, an opening to another dimension, it wouldn't be laid out the same as our world, would it, Chris?
There must be something we can do.
Listen to the man, honey.
You got a pencil? Anything to write with?
Check Tina's drawer.
Only crayons.
That'll do. A black one.
Here.
Now, let's see just how big this thing is. I'll have to mark up your wall.
Go ahead.
This is solid. And this. And this. Ooh, but not here. The same spot I touched before. All right, I'll mark it with a dot.
Take your hand out first.
Right. And all around the edges where it's still solid. There. These marks form a rough outline of the opening.
And you're saying it's always been there?
Oh, my God. That's why she didn't want to sleep in here. She knew somehow. She could have fallen through at any time.
Oh, I doubt it.
Why not?
Because locations are in space and time. The fourth dimension, remember? Oh, Lord knows, I'm no expert on this, but... Well, it's still pretty theoretical, but for now, I can connect the dots in at least 2 of those dimensions.
So you're establishing the perimeter?
As best as I can. I suspect that junctures, like this, are anomalies, freaks of nature, or of the space-time continuum, if you prefer. Occurring, well, who knows how often? Rarely, though, I'd say. I hope. Now,
If I take these points and extend them geometrically, and then draw lines to connect the limits, we should see the projected boundaries of our so-called doorway.
That's it. The outline?
All right, let's step back and see what we've got.
Kind of a vertical rectangle. Looks like a doorway, all right.
Not quite symmetrical, and a bit small. About 3 feet across, maybe 4 feet tall.
Exactly the size of Tina. She could have stepped through.
Do you still have that quarter?
Here.
Throw it.
What?
At the wall.
What for?
It's a test. Toss it between the lines, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, here goes. Where is it?
It went through. The quarter's in. The other place. Wherever that is.
Now what?
Well...
What are you doing?
Shh. This is where I heard her. Where the bed was. The sound was the loudest just off the floor, but now... I can't hear her anymore. Chris!
Let me try.
Put your head down as low as you can.
She's right. I can't even hear Tina's breathing. No.
Tina? Answer me, sweetheart. Where are you? Tina?
What's happened?
The temporal dimension may be shifting. In that case, she could be anywhere.
Tina! Tina!
Hold it down. You hear anything at all?
No.
She's gone.
Get up, Ruth. Move around, both of you, and keep listening.
What's the point?
It's a chance. Do it.
Psst. Over here.
That's her.
In the corner. What in the name of...
Quiet. It's getting weaker.
Where's she going now?
Tina, come back!
Keep looking for her.
But how?
Come on.
Where?
Anywhere. Try the whole house. I'll take the living room.
Tina? Tina?
What is it?
She's gone. Gone and never coming back.
We don't know that.
We don't know anything.
Come on, babe. You gotta be strong. For Tina.
In here.
Bill? What are you doing by the television set?
Put your ear next to mine.
Daddy, I want my dolly.
Tina? I'm here.
Mommy, I can't see you.
What is this? First, she was in the bedroom, now she's in here.
I've told you what I think, Chris.
But she went into this other dimension in the bedroom. What's she doing here?
If I could tell you, I would. You've got to think rationally.
How can we think rationally about an irrational situation?
One step at a time. We try every possibility. Cross off the ones that don't work.
I'm not going to wait.
Neither am I.
We can't get ahead of ourselves.
My daughter needs me. I've got to go to her somehow, some way.
Mommy? Daddy, help me. Help me now.
I've got to go to her.
I'm afraid it's not that simple.
Get out of my way.
Slow down. Let's think it through first.
We have to do something.
I know, but what?
She could be somewhere else entirely now.
Are you saying it's hopeless?
Chris, if she's beyond our world, everything's different where she is. The normal rules don't apply. The slightest movement on her part might seem, to us, to be all over the place, but she might just be turning over in her sleep.
Then what do we do?
I have an idea. Call him.
Who?
The dog. Call him. Hurry.
Mac! Here, boy!
That's it.
Here, that's a boy.
There she is. I hear her.
Where are you taking me, Mac? I don't want to go. Stop it!
Tell her to go with him.
Tina!
She hears you. She hears you.
Go with Mac, baby. Please, go with him.
Where are you?
Here, baby. I'm here.
Just tell her to go with the dog.
Sweetie, go with Mac. Right now, baby.
Where is he taking me?
Where we are. You want to be with Mommy and Daddy, don't you?
Yes.
Then go.
Will he take me to you?
Yes, baby. He will.
All right, Mommy. Hurry, Mac.
Let's go. The dog should go back to the place where he entered.
Yes.
Now, get down on the floor in front of the wall.
I don't hear anything.
Call the dog again.
Mac! Here, boy! Here! Nothing.
Bill, can't we help her?
It'll have to be the dog, Ruth. We can't take a chance going through ourselves.
Why not? If Mac could do it.
Mac has a better sense of smell and hearing. He might be able to find his way.
Mac! Come here! Right here! Come on!
I hear him.
He's doing it! Man! What a mutt!
They're not getting any closer.
This way, Mac! Come!
Tina?
Mommy.
I can hear him. But they're not coming through the wall.
They can't see the opening where they are.
Come to me, Mac! To me!
Daddy?
Bring her out, Mac! Now!
Daddy, where are you?
Here, baby. Right here. Just a little bit farther. Follow Mac.
I can't see you.
Mac, you better come. Right now. Why doesn't he do it?
Maybe he can't. He's confused. If you can't see him, he can't see you.
No, I won't have it.
What are you doing?
Reaching in.
Stop! Pull your arm back!
Tina! Take my hand!
No, Chris, it's too dangerous.
Let go of me! My hand, Tina! Take hold of it!
I can't see it, Daddy.
I'll lean a little further. See it now?
No.
Chris!
Here! Here!
Chris! Chris! Chris?
Yes!
You all right?
I'm okay. I got through. Can you hear me?
We hear you, pal. Don't move.
But I have to.
Don't move an inch, or you'll never find your way out.
But I'm just here, on the other side of the wall.
What do you see?
I'm not sure. It's dark. There are lights, millions of them, like stars. Some of them are flashing, moving past, and there's some kind of mist. I can't make out anything else yet.
Don't even try. Stay where you are.
I've got to find her.
Let her come to you, Chris. Call her.
Yes, call her.
Tina!
Daddy?
I can hear her. She's close.
Where are you?
Come to the sound of my voice.
I don't know which way.
I gotta help her. She can't see any more than I can.
Chris, I mean it.
Daddy, I'm scared.
Don't. Wait there for her.
I don't have a choice. She needs me. Tina!
Where are you, Daddy?
Right here.
Where?
Is Mac with you?
Yes.
Grab his collar. Can you see his collar?
I think so.
Put your fingers under it.
Mac, where are you going?
I'm coming, honey.
Chris, don't go after her.
I have to. Tina? Where did you go? Tina! Tina!
I'm over here, Daddy.
Stand still.
I don't like this place.
Don't be afraid. I'll get you out.
Where's Mommy?
Waiting for you at home. In your room. She's waiting for us. Listen to my voice. Come to me.
I don't know where you are. I can't see you, Daddy.
Where's Mac now?
Here.
Grab onto him. Hold tight. Can you do that for me?
I'm trying.
Chris!
Hurry!
Got his collar yet?
Yes.
Get a good grip now.
Okay, Daddy. But he wants to run away.
You have to stay with him. Don't let go. Mac! Bring her here. Bring her to me, Mac. Is he bringing you, Tina?
Yes.
Hold on tight, baby. Go where he wants to go.
I will.
You'll be here in a minute. Mac knows the way. Just hang on. Come on, Mac. Come on, boy.
Chris, we're running out of time.
That boy. Here. Right here.
Can you see her yet?
I'm not sure. There's shadows moving. Yes!
Tina?
Here, boy. That's right.
Daddy, pick me up.
Take my hand. I'm right in front of you. Reach out. Little closer.
I can't see you.
I know it's hard. Just try. That's it. Closer. There. I got her!
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, baby. Baby. You're okay now.
Daddy, Daddy.
Oh, baby. I got her. I got her. Hi, Mac. You big, beautiful animal. You did it. You found me.
I want to go home.
Me too. That's where we're going. Mac, let me take your collar. Now go. Go to Tina's room. Where is it, huh? Put your arms around my neck, honey. Hold tight.
Here they are.
Tina!
Mommy!
Take her. I've got his legs. I'm pulling as hard as I can.
There. I told you you'd make it.
Oh, Chris.
How does she look?
Fine. She looks beautiful.
Mommy.
Come on, honey. Let's get you out of this room.
I better go with him.
Sit down on the bed. Get your bearings first.
Oh, man. What happened anyway?
I pulled you out.
Feet first? How did you do that?
Half of you was still here.
But I was walking around.
You only thought you were. I was holding on to you the whole time.
I didn't feel it.
I know you didn't.
How come you kept telling me to hurry?
Because.
Yeah?
The opening was getting smaller.
What are you talking about?
The time element. At least that dimension was changing, or starting to. And if it had happened, we would have lost the location on both sides. For how long? I couldn't begin to guess.
The opening was shrinking?
See for yourself. Solid all over, now. Including the area inside the lines. It was closing up the whole time.
You mean...
Another few seconds, and it would have finished closing. With half of you here and the other half... there.
I would have been cut in two.
Yeah.
Mac? Oh, you did good, Mac. Real good. How would you like to sleep in the house from now on? Keep an eye on things. Yeah, that a boy.
Better put some boards on the wall for now, until we can figure out what happened and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Can we do that?
Well, we can try. Meanwhile, you might not want to let her sleep in here for a while.
Are you kidding? No way. Tina will never have to sleep in here again. Looks like she got her wish after all.
From the mouths of babes, huh, Chris?
From the mouths of babes. And good old boys like Mac here.
A brief journey into another dimension, perhaps. But which? The fourth? The fifth? Or one not yet charted by theoretical physics? They never came up with an answer, despite a battery of research scientists equipped with every instrument known to man. No explanation was ever found, only a little more respect and uncertainty about what can happen in the Twilight Zone.
Little Girl Lost, starring Stephen Tobolowsky with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Alyssa Frayden, Dana Bokor, and Doug James. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
And finally, boys and girls, I hope you've all been to the school library. We'll begin book reports on Monday. Till then, have a happy Thanksgiving. Walk, please. No running. And button your coats. It's cold outside. Knock, knock. Oh, hi, Lynn. Did you get your car fixed? Not yet. You're kidding. It was supposed to be ready yesterday. Something about a part they had to order. Well, come on. I'll give you a ride home. It's only a few blocks. Don't be silly. You're right on the way. I have to straighten up first. Straighten what? Your classroom looks better than mine. You know, Helen, they have people who come in after we're gone. They're called janitors. I know. You're very kind, really, but I have to... Have to what? Who's that? Where? In the hall. I don't hear anything. That song. Hello? Is someone there? What's the matter? I thought I heard a child. Take a look. All the kids are gone, and we're off for 4 whole days, okay? Now grab your stuff and let's get out of here. We can have a drink if you want. I know a perfect little place. I don't know. I do. Trust me, they have a great happy hour, and you won't believe the men. From the bank and that new office building downtown. You go ahead. I'm fine. Oh, I get it. Hot date tonight, huh? Nothing like that. I have a test to grade. So, you've got till Monday. I know, but maybe some other time. All right, be that way. Get your papers. I'll walk you out. How long has it been now? Since you started teaching? Oh, about a year. 2 next spring. Then don't you think it's time to loosen up? Do something for yourself once in a while. You know what they say, all work and no play. I go out sometimes. Yeah? When? Well, see. It's just that with all the homework and the extra credit... You spend more time on it than they do. You know something? It sounds funny, but I really don't mind. I mean it, Lynn. Kids grow up so fast, they need all the help they can get. They're not the only ones. But they seem so vulnerable. Well, maybe they are. But they survive. The bumps and bruises, the sore throats and earaches, it all works out, one way or the other. Look at us. What? We made it, didn't we? In spite of everything, we survived?
I guess. Don't ask me how.
I'm parked across the street. Last chance.
Careful, the light's about to change.
Come on, Helen. We don't have to wait for the crossing guard. We're grown-ups, remember?
That man.
What man?
In the car.
Sort of distinguished.
Don't stare.
He's staring at you.
Have you seen him before?
Not around here. I'd remember.
Lynn, do you ever see people and they remind you of someone, but you're not sure who? Someone you might have met once and...
All the time. The trouble is, they don't remember me.
It's just a feeling I get sometimes. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'll open your side. Get in.
No, I'll walk.
But it's freezing.
It's all right, honestly. It'll give me a chance to think.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. See ya.
Hey, you have someplace to go on Thanksgiving?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Dr. Anderson's.
Doctor, huh? You didn't tell me about him.
He's an old friend of the family.
Well, if it doesn't work out, you can always come over to my place. I'm cooking a really big bird.
Thanks, Lynn.
Call me later.
I will.
November, a wind stirs, leaves blow in the streets, and people move a little bit faster just to get home before dark. To this, add a young woman named Helen Foley, age 28, who has a calling. She believes in helping children, whenever and wherever she can. Taken all together, these are the improbable ingredients of a basic human emotion called fear. And the recipe is almost complete. All that's needed now is the face of a little girl, as perfect as a cameo and as solemn as a sphinx. Because Helen Foley is about to learn the properties of terror. In a few moments, a most unusual child will take her by the hand and lead her on a journey into the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, Nightmare as a Child, starring Bonnie Somerville, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hello? Is anybody there? It's all right, sweetheart. You don't have to be afraid.
I'm not.
Well, hi.
Hello.
And how are you?
Fine.
You're new here, aren't you?
What?
Just that I've never seen you before.
You haven't?
Are you visiting? Is that it? Are you visiting someone in the building?
Not exactly.
You aren't very talkative, are you? Not much to say? Actually, that's good. That's very good. It's not wise to talk to strangers.
I don't.
I guess I'm a stranger. But it's all right. I'm kind of an expert on children. Quiet ones and noisy ones. All kinds.
I know.
You do? But how would you know that? I'll bet you don't know that I teach school.
I know all about you.
I see.
I even know what you're going to do.
Do you?
You're going inside. 'Cause this is your apartment.
You're right. It is. Would you like some hot chocolate, honey?
Well...
On cold afternoons when I come back from school, that's the first thing I usually make. A nice cup of hot chocolate.
But no marshmallows.
What?
You don't like marshmallows, do you?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, I've never liked them.
I don't either.
All right, then. Absolutely no marshmallows. Here we are. Aren't you coming in?
If you want me to.
Oh, you really should tell your mother where you are.
Why?
I wouldn't want her to worry.
She won't.
Well, if you're sure, go ahead and sit down. The couch is over by the... Oh, I see you found it. I'll just take off my coat before I put the milk on.
You don't have to hurry.
All right.
but I can hardly wait to have that cocoa. It's awfully chilly, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
So, tell me, are you in school?
In a way.
What grade are you in?
Different ones.
Different?
It depends.
My, you must be very smart then. What brings you to this floor? I mean, if you don't live in the building. Of course, if you do live here.
I came to see someone.
Oh? I thought so. A friend of yours?
Sort of.
What's her name? Maybe I know her.
Maybe you do.
Really? I must say, you've caught my curiosity.
Don't let it get too hot. The milk.
Oh, yes, thank you. It didn't start to boil yet.
Good.
Here we are. I hope I didn't make it too rich.
No, it looks just right.
Careful. It might be hot.
It's fine. I'm glad it isn't too hot. I don't like hot things very much.
I don't blame you. I don't either.
I know. You got burned once.
What?
A long time ago. With hot tea.
How did you know that?
I just do. You still have a scar. Right below your elbow.
But how could you...
When you were a little girl, a pot of tea fell off the stove. You were playing in the kitchen. That's how you got burned.
Is it?
Don't you remember?
Why, no, I didn't remember. Until just now, when you said it. My arm, yes. My arm.
How could you forget that?
There are a lot of things I've forgotten.
What kind of things?
Things that took place when I was a certain age. Seems like a different life now.
Does it?
Something else must have happened to me then, a long time ago. I'm not sure exactly what it was. But there are some things that I'm rather vague about.
I know that too.
How in the world?
I know all about you, remember?
Yes. Yes, I do remember your saying that.
What's the matter?
Nothing, I think I've had enough cocoa for now.
Is that why you're going to the window? To open it? Because you're hot?
I'm not going to open the window, that's ridiculous. It's too cold outside to open the window. In fact, I hear there's a storm coming tonight.
There is.
You know that too, I suppose.
Yes.
What else do you know?
Oh, about people.
Which people?
The ones you see when you're walking.
When I'm walking?
They look familiar to you sometimes.
Now, why ever would you say that?
When you pass them on the street, or see them in a bank, or they walk by you, they look like somebody you used to know, don't they?
Well, once in a while.
But when you try to remember where you saw them, you can't. No matter how hard you try.
I wouldn't say it's quite like that.
Yes, it is. It happens lots of times. Like today.
Today?
Did somebody go by you today who looked familiar?
Why, no.
Really?
It's not very polite to contradict people. I told you, I didn't...
Didn't what?
Nothing.
You just remembered, didn't you?
There was someone.
That's right. Outside the school. You were crossing the street. There was a man in a car.
A man in a car, yes. Stopped for a light. I looked at him through the windshield as I walked past, and then he drove on, but I wondered...
You recognized him?
No. No, I didn't recognize him. He just looked so...
So familiar to you?
Yes.
He made you frightened, didn't he?
I really don't know what business it is of yours.
But he did. It's okay. He makes me feel that way, too.
You know him?
I don't know his name. He looks familiar, though. Like somebody I saw once, in a dream. And I know he frightens me. Just like he frightens you.
That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Who are you?
I told you.
No, you didn't. Where do you live?
Around here.
What's your name? Don't look away from me. Do you have a name?
Marky. That's not my real name, but that's what people call me. I said it's Marky. Did you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I heard you. Marky. That's a pretty name.
It's my nickname. Is that all you've got to say?
I think it's a very cute name. What more do you want me to say?
I thought it might remind you of something.
Well, it doesn't.
Feeling warm again?
No, I'm not, thank you.
Then why do you have sweat on your forehead?
What? Oh. You're right, it does seem a little warm in here now.
I don't think so. I think it's very comfortable.
No, it's warm. Strange, I haven't turned the heater on yet.
What's that?
I didn't hear anything.
I did.
Oh, that was the front door of the building, down below.
What floor is he going to?
How would I know?
He's coming here, to the 5th floor.
Well, we're not the only people on this floor. There are 4 other apartments.
I know, but he's coming to this one.
Is he?
I have to go.
Honey, there's nothing to be afraid of, I promise.
There is. Do you have a back door?
Yes, but...
I'm going now.
Wait, please.
Goodbye. I'll come back later.
Who is it?
Miss Foley. Miss Helen Foley? Miss Foley, do I have the right apartment?
Who is it, please?
It's Peter Selden, Miss Foley. I don't know whether you remember me, but I knew your mother very well.
Who?
That's better.
Mr...
Well, do you remember me now?
Why, you do look familiar.
That's a start.
Didn't I see you?
I thought you looked at me a little oddly. Yes, that's right. In front of the school, I was stopped for a red light.
So you were?
Do you mind if I come in for a moment?
Why, no. Please do.
Thank you.
Won't you sit down, Mr...
Selden.
A friend of my mother's, you say? I'm not sure
It's been a lot of years, Miss Foley. Quite a few, indeed. 18 or 19 at the very least.
That long? Then I must have been...
Got you stumped, huh? Well, it's no wonder. As you were just a child then. You couldn't have been more than 10 or 11. But I remember you. See, I used to work for your mother. Peter Selden, her financial consultant. Any bells yet?
I do seem to recall the name.
I'd heard that you... Well, after the tragedy, you were ill for a time. Isn't that right?
Yes. Quite some time.
What were you able to recall?
Pardon?
You said you seemed to recall...
I'm not sure. It was all so terrible.
In that time of recuperation afterwards... No, I shouldn't bring this up.
No, it's all right.
Well, in all those weeks and months, were you able to recall what it was that... What I mean is, Miss Foley, you drew a blank after that evening. I wondered if it ever came back to you. Any of the details to help with the investigation.
That evening?
The evening of the tragedy, when your poor mother was killed.
I don't know that I...
No, it must be very painful to even think of it. I should apologize.
No, it comes back to me in pieces sometimes. Only vague, disjointed things, that's all. I suffered from shocks.
Trauma, the doctors called it.
And then it took me a while. I was in therapy for a long time. After I got better, I moved to Chicago. I lived with an aunt there.
Yeah, so I'd heard.
I've only been back here for a year or so. I teach elementary school.
Yes, I'd heard that too. You'll forgive my interest, but I remembered you so well. I always wondered what became of you. Then I was passing through town on business and, well, someone pointed you out to me and I just felt I had to stop and say hello.
I'm glad you did, truly.
Your mother was a very special woman.
Yes, she was. You say you worked for her. I still can't quite...
I worked for her almost a year. I handled some of her investments at the time.
Yes, there was someone. Selden, you say?
That's right. But enough of the past. It's wonderful to know that you've grown up the way you have.
I don't know how wonderful it is.
And now you've become a special woman, too, in your own right. Very, very special. As anyone can see. I should have known. It couldn't have been any other way.
Please, Mr. Selden. There's nothing in the least special about me. I live alone. I go to work in the mornings, come home. Nothing at all out of the ordinary, believe me.
On the contrary. I was always quite fond of you. Such a beautiful little girl. Long, golden hair.
All children are beautiful at that age.
Not to such a degree.
Then I'm afraid your memory may be playing tricks on you.
No, I remember it all perfectly. I lived in the same apartment complex. I heard you screaming that night. I was the first one to find her. Miserable. Tragic thing to be attacked like that for no reason. They never found the person who did it, did they?
No, I don't think they did. Though I can't be sure. I'm not sure about anything that went on then. It just sort of left my mind, all of it.
Oh, that's probably a blessing. At least for you.
All I remember is a kind of vague, nightmarish feeling. Waking up in bed, hearing my mother scream, and seeing this person.
You saw his face?
I don't know. I really don't. If I did, it's one of the many things I've forgotten, or at least pushed out of my mind.
Pity for the police. There's no statute of limitations on murder, you know.
The police did all they could under the circumstances. So, tell me, Mr. Selden, are you here for a while?
No. I'm just passing through.
So you said. I forgot. Well, I'm delighted you stopped.
The pleasure's mine.
Excuse me for a second, would you?
Certainly.
Hello?
Helen? Sorry to bother you.
Dr. Anderson, how are you?
Very well. And you, my dear?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little cold in the apartment is all. They say there's a storm coming.
I don't mean to intrude, but I wanted to remind you about tomorrow night.
Tomorrow?
Thanksgiving dinner. Come as early as you like. And please don't bring a thing. We have more than enough food.
You know, I really should be going.
No, please. I'll be right with you.
You have a visitor?
That's all right. A friend of my mother's.
And who might that be?
Someone who worked with her.
How do you feel about that? Any anxiety?
No, I think I remember him.
You do? You've never mentioned him before?
It's beginning to come back. He worked with her on some things.
We'll talk about this tomorrow. For now, I want you to make note of any associations that come to mind. If you're troubled by any new recollections, call me at once. I'm always available, my child.
Thank you, Doctor. I will. I promise.
Yeah, I've kept you too long. I'll be going now.
I'm sorry. Wouldn't you care for a coffee first or a cup of cocoa?
It looks like you already poured one for yourself. I interrupted you, and now it's gone cold.
This cup? Why, it's not mine. I put mine in the sink. It's...
Something the matter, Miss Foley?
That's odd.
What is?
She'd almost finished her cocoa, or at least I thought she had, but here it sits, untouched. That is odd. But she's a rather odd little thing herself.
You're referring to...
The little girl who was in here, just before you came. Strangest little thing. So solemn, so wise, you might say. That's the only way I can describe her.
Well, I'll say goodbye now.
I must ask her how she does that.
Does what?
Her trick. Sitting there sipping cocoa and leaving a full cup.
Yes, that sounds like a regular magician.
Little Marky, I mean.
Marky?
That's her nickname. She wouldn't tell me her real name. Marky, that's what she calls herself.
You don't say.
Don't you care for the name, Mr. Selden?
Oh, in fact, I like it very much. That was your nickname, Miss Foley, when you were a little girl. They called you Marky.
Marky. Marky. Marky.
Something wrong?
What? Oh, nothing's wrong. Except that it's quite a coincidence. This little thing camping on my doorstep having the same name as I did.
I suppose it is.
Now that's odd, too.
Sorry, what is?
The way things are coming back.
Oh?
You're right, I was called Marky. I haven't thought about it in years. But that is what people called me, isn't it?
I'm sure that given time, you'll remember a lot more. Is that what the doctor said?
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, that the memories would come back gradually?
He doesn't know. None of them do.
You're looking a bit pale. Here, perhaps you should sit down.
No, I'm all right. I was just listening. Full of talents, our little Marky.
Well, how do you mean?
Her singing, for one.
Oh, she sang for you.
She's singing now.
I don't hear anything. Has she stopped?
I mean that. Listen.
To what?
Her singing. Can't you hear the singing?
No. I guess you have better ears than I do.
She's stopped now.
Oh, there's something else. It almost slipped my mind.
I'm really surprised you couldn't hear her. It was very plain. What's that?
I thought you might like to have this. It's a snapshot. Yeah, see?
But how?
Look at those golden curls, the eyes. She looks so much like her mother. Wouldn't you agree?
Where did you get this?
Your mother gave it to me a long time ago. So very much like your mother now. Why, when you opened the door and I got a good look at you, I was...
I don't understand.
What, Miss Foley? I'm sorry, what don't you understand?
This. It's a picture of the little girl, the one who came here today. A picture of Marky.
Don't laugh at me, I'm telling you. I'll do something about it. I will.
Get out!
Mommy?
Help me! Please! Help me! Silence!
Mommy!
Marky? What are you doing sitting out there?
Playing with my doll. Did that man leave yet?
He left some time ago. I must have fallen asleep on the couch. Marky, it's very late.
Is it?
Past your bedtime. Don't you think you should go home now? Your mother will be terribly worried.
No, she won't. She won't be worried at all.
Yes, she will.
I don't have a mother. Not anymore.
You don't have a...
Do you remember now? About Marky? Do you, Helen?
I think I'm beginning to.
And the time you burned your arm with the hot water from the teapot?
Yes. Yes, that too.
You got a nasty burn.
What are you doing?
Showing you my arm. Here's the scar. Just below the elbow.
Let me see that.
The same as on your arm.
Who are you? What's your real name?
You better let go. You're hurting me.
I'll let go, but first I want to know who you are. I want to know where you're from and what your true name is. Tell me. Do you understand? Tell me.
You don't know? You don't have any idea? And you were doing so well, Helen. You were starting to remember things.
What things? Remember what things?
What's that?
Where?
On the coffee table.
I wanted to ask you about this picture. Mr. Selden left it.
Is it familiar?
He said that's supposed to be me. That's supposed to be me when I was a little girl about your age. But it isn't. It isn't me at all. It's you, Marky. And that's impossible, too. How could it be?
You still don't understand, do you?
Understand what? And that's...
That I'm you, Helen.
And what?
Now,
and that's...
Stand and do you. I'm you.
What?
Now,
and that's... Talk is...
And do you. I am you.
What?
Now,
and that's...
I'm you when you were you. I'm old you.
What?
Now,
and that's...
Marky when you were you. I lived with your mother in the
and
other
that's
apartment. I was asleep in the bed that night. It was so cold. And the man came to visit. And your mother let him in.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. He was arguing with Mother downstairs, and she tried to run away. And she ran upstairs to her room. And the man came after her and caught her. And he choked her. Remember, Helen?
Yes.
He choked her, and then he picked up something heavy, and he hit her on the head, and she fell. And then you screamed. And the man looked down at you. He looked right at you. And you screamed, Helen. You screamed so loud.
The storm.
It was raining that night, too.
The lights, they've gone off. Marky, stay close to me. I'll light a candle. I have one somewhere. Marky? Marky, where are you? Be careful. Who's there?
Take it easy, Helen. It's only me.
Lynn! Oh, God, I thought...
Thought what?
I don't know. I fell asleep on the couch, and I must have been dreaming an awful dream.
I shouldn't have walked in like that, but I heard your voice, and the door was open. You okay?
Oh, come in, please.
I got to thinking about you, over here, alone. I'll bet you haven't eaten.
Actually, no, but...
So I thought, I'll stop by, and if you're hungry, we'll order something to go.
You must be soaked.
I got here just in time. Now the power's gone out. It looks like the whole block.
I was looking for a candle. Now where are those matches?
I've got some. Here.
Great, thanks.
Who were you talking to?
Oh, that was Marky.
Nice name. Where have you got him hidden?
It's a little girl. I want you to meet her. Maybe you can tell me if what she says is... Marky, honey, you can come out now.
I don't see anybody.
She was here, I swear.
It's raining really hard, but we can still order Chinese. They deliver.
Yes. Yes, I'd like that.
Oh, something hot. Sweet and sour, whatever.
What's the number?
I think it's...
Oh, no.
What?
There's no dial tone.
The phone lines must be down.
I'll make us some coffee.
How far's the restaurant?
Just at the corner.
Then I'll go get some stuff.
No, I couldn't let you do that.
Don't worry about it. You have an umbrella, don't you?
Yes, but...
Plus, I've got my car. No problem, honest. I'll get soup and everything. The works.
Then I'm paying. Just let me get my purse. You are too nice, Lynn.
Tell that to my last date.
Here, that should be enough. I'll get the coffee going.
Be back in a flash. I'll get an extra fortune cookie in case your little friend shows up. Where did you say the umbrella...
Behind the door.
Got it.
Don't open it indoors. It's bad luck.
If you say so.
Is she your friend?
Marky!
Her name's Lynn, isn't it?
Where were you, in the other room?
She's nice. Not like that man.
Mr. Selden? You're wrong about him, Marky. He's very nice. He just stopped by to say hello. He's an old friend.
No, he's not. You don't even remember him. But you've seen him before.
I know I have.
Is it coming back yet?
Is what coming back?
The last time you saw him, before today.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now sit down, and I'll make you some fresh hot chocolate.
Hear that? Someone's coming.
She must have forgotten something. Lynn, is that...
Hello again, Miss Foley.
Mr. Selden? What are you...
We didn't quite finish our conversation.
Where's Lynn?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about her.
Why do you say that?
That's just it, Miss Foley. There are things you don't understand. See, we need to talk. In private. I want to bring you up to date. You've been living in ignorance too long.
My friend's coming right back. Any minute now.
I seriously doubt it. At the moment, she's resting quietly in her car outside. I'm sure no one will notice her until tomorrow morning, the earliest.
What are you saying?
I want to impart some knowledge, Miss Foley. Obviously, it's begun to come back to you, in bits and pieces, as you say. I should be the first, don't you think? It's only appropriate, you see, because I was the man in your mother's condo that night. The one who followed her up the stairs to her room. The one you saw, however briefly.
Get out or I'll scream.
Oh, I'm afraid that wouldn't do any good.
There are people in the other apartments.
No, they're all empty. It's Thanksgiving week. Or have you forgotten that too? They're away visiting their families. You're alone on this floor. Quite alone.
Stay away from me.
Oh, I plan to. I'll be long gone and no one will know I was here. Even your doctor friend doesn't know my name. Just as soon as I tell you about how I killed your mother.
But why? Why?
Well, there was some trouble with the books. I pleaded with her to cover for me, but your mother, rest her soul, was a particularly rigid, straight-laced woman, and she was about to inform on me. When she went upstairs to the bedroom, I had to follow her. If only you had stayed in your room. I would have gone after you next, but your screams brought people there, and I had to get out in a hurry. It wasn't until later that I learned you had no recollection of who you saw. You blacked out the entire incident. Don't worry about the candle. I can see you in the lightning. There you are.
Let me go!
You haven't been neglected all these years, Helen. I've kept tabs on you. Chicago, college, then here. Yeah, I knew there'd come a day when the pieces would finally fit together, and you'd start to remember. That's why I came back. I had to come back. to take care of unfinished business. You're the only person who knows exactly how your mother died.
What are you going to do?
Oh, a simple fall, I should think. It was dark, you tripped on the stairs. Only that much more believable with the power outage. Come on, come with me, Helen. We're going out onto the landing. No, don't look down. It'll be easier that way.
No! No!
Here. Oh, what a kick you have there. Now, don't bother to run. There's only one way down.
Help me! Somebody please help me!
Come along, Helen. You know I'll find you, even in a darkened hallway.
You keep away from her.
Well. Who do we have here?
Don't you know?
That voice.
I'll light the candle so you can see.
That's not possible. Come here, you little wretch. You
Marky, look out! The stairs!
Yes, the stairs. One more step, and up we go.
Watch out, mister. Wherever I go, you're going with me.
Marky! Marky!
Male, broken neck, 55 years of age. Hey, Fran, want to get a picture of the body?
Sure thing, Lieutenant.
How is she, Doc? Gonna be all right?
I've given her a sedative.
She's a very fortunate woman. If she were any less fortunate, we'd have a homicide victim on our hands. At least that's the way she tells it.
So where's the other one?
Other?
She keeps talking about some kid. Says a little girl fell downstairs with him.
There is no other body. Only the man. Name of Selden, according to his ID.
The child she speaks of. That is her.
What?
A part of her buried deep inside. A memory that finally had to come out. It took the form of herself as a child.
Too weird for me, Doc.
The human imagination itself is weird. But sometimes in a crisis, it could mean the difference between life and death.
Here's her other friend, Lieutenant. Just like she said. Found her in a car half a block down. Somebody slugged her on the head and dumped her inside.
Helen? Where's Helen?
Oh, she's doing okay. Just a couple of bruises. Take it easy, young lady.
I want to see her.
There's plenty of time for that. You're both going to County General to get checked out.
Here's the ambulance now, sir.
Lynn, is that you?
Here. I'm here.
Hello.
Hello, little one.
Where are you going?
Back to work. I was sick for a while, but now I'm better. I have a whole classroom full of kids about your age. They're waiting for me.
Oh, are you a teacher?
Yes, I am. You know something?
What?
You have a lovely smile.
I do?
It's wonderful, truly. Do me a favor? Don't ever lose it.
My dolly has a smile, too. See?
Yes, you both have wonderful smiles.
Bye.
If you're still here later, I'll make us a nice cup of hot chocolate. Would you like that?
Oh, yeah.
Good. I'll see you then. Take care of yourself. Take good care.
Miss Helen Foley, who lived for a time in darkness and woke up from a nightmare, who found a spot on the tapestry of her life and rubbed it clean, then stepped back and got a good look at what she had left behind in the Twilight Zone.
Nightmare as a Child, starring Bonnie Somerville, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Dana Bokor, Roger Mueller, Elizabeth Lido, David Darlow, Roderick Peoples, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Linda Ryder, Meg Falcon, and Amanda Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
T-minus 1 minute. Count off. Pearson?
Here, sir.
Corey?
Corey here, sir.
Hudak?
All strapped in, ready to go.
Foster?
Ready as I'll ever be, Captain.
Nolan?
Let's light the fuse and go. I second that motion, Captain.
Take it easy, Pearson. This isn't a bottle rocket. We're gonna fly higher than anybody's ever flown before. Everyone clear on that?
Clear, Captain. Loud and clear. Fire it up. Come on, I got a hot date. Let's get this show on the road. Something tells me we're gonna go on a long, long trip. Just do it. The suspense is killing me.
Arrow 1. Come in, Arrow 1.
This is Arrow 1. That you, Brandt?
Affirmative, Captain Donlin. We read you loud and clear.
Well, do we have a go?
Weather's holding. Time for a system check.
We already did that.
Give it to us one more time.
On your mark.
Fuel supply.
Fuel check.
Computer presets.
Computer check.
Air supply and life support.
Life support check.
Flight plan trajectory.
Flight plan check.
Autopilot.
Autopilot check.
System coordinates.
All systems check.
Looking good, Captain. You've got to go.
Crew, stand by.
Hey, I changed my mind. I think my mother's calling me. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Fire rockets.
We have ignition.
Cleared for takeoff, Arrow 1. Prepare for countdown.
Ready for countdown.
T-minus 15. Minus 14.
Lock those seatbelts, boys.
Hey, I forgot to bring my lunch. Where's my lucky rabbit's foot? Do they have TV in space? We're gonna miss a World Series.
Minus 10.
Take a deep breath, everybody.
Minus 9.
You want we should hyperventilate?
Minus 8.
Captain, I need a drink.
Minus 7.
No more chatter.
Minus 6.
Anybody bring a magazine?
Minus 5.
I gotta finish my crossword puzzle.
Minus 4.
Don't I get a last cigarette?
Minus 3.
Wait, I forgot to lock the door.
Minus 2.
Cut it, I said.
Minus 1.
Somebody tell my wife I love her. Aw, ain't that sweet?
Blast off.
Hang on. This is it.
Her name is the Arrow 1. She represents 4.5 years of planning, preparation, and training, and 1,000 years of mathematics and the projected dreams and hopes of not only a nation, but a world. You might say that all of human history has led to this point, with man poised to take one giant step off terra firma and into the void, the unknown that lies beyond the safety of the nest. Because she is the first manned craft aimed into deep space, beyond the moon to other worlds that until now have been the exclusive province of science fiction writers and those given to imagination without bounds. For her hand-picked crew, this has been the ultimate countdown, the last few seconds before humanity takes its best shot and fires a tall silver arrow into the air. But you know the saying about the best-laid plans of mice and men. In just a moment, this ship will veer off course and into a region not on any star map for an unscheduled landing in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, I Shot an Arrow into the Air, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
All right, roll call. Sound off.
Nolan here.
Pearson, anybody got an Alka-Seltzer?
Foster, make it a promo.
Corey here. Hudak, look at me, I'm flying.
How you doing, Colonel?
I am A-OK. We all are, and so's the ship.
Are we there yet?
We're leaving the Earth's gravitational field. Instruments all in the safety zone. Pearson, give me a visual scan.
Yes, sir. Everything's on the money, Captain, as far as I can see.
Cabin pressure?
1.19, sir.
Disengage restraints. You can remove your helmets now. We're free to move around.
Got it. I feel more like I do now than I did when I got here.
Nolan, switch on the view screen.
There she is, Captain.
Wow. Will you look at that?
Is that talcum powder or stars?
Never saw so many in my life.
Quite a sight, huh? We're almost clear of the Earth's atmosphere.
Where is the Earth, anyway?
It's down there.
Hey, question. Which way is up and which way is down?
Watch the lower edge of the screen. It should come up any time now as our trajectory shifts. It'll be the blue one with clouds, about the size of a quarter from this far out, but we'll be able to see it.
What are those blips?
Where?
The ones moving toward us.
We've entered the asteroid belt. But don't worry, they're miles apart. The odds of hitting one are infinitesimal.
Mission Control to Arrow 1. Come in, Arrow 1.
Roger, Mission Control.
It's a big high five, Captain. We've got you on the monitor, center screen, right on course.
Just like a Sunday ride in the country. Any snafus down there?
That's a negative, Arrow 1. Hold on, Captain. Someone wants to talk to you.
Standing by.
I just want to say how proud we are of you, Donlin. You and the entire crew.
That you, General Langford?
That's right, Bob. How does it feel to make history?
I couldn't say, sir. We're only doing our job.
Sure you are. You make it sound so simple. The President will be sending you a live message at 1400 hours. Till then, keep your eyes on the prize. I can't express how proud I am of all of you.
Thank you, sir.
First, keep space. Every American...
What's that, sir? You're breaking up.
I say, in the world. First stroke.
General, we're losing you.
What's going on?
Some kind of interference.
Look, Captain.
What?
The stars are moving.
We must be turning.
Not this early. Did you punch in a course correction?
No, I didn't. General Langford, we have rotation here.
Till then, signing off.
Wait, the ship is yawing. That's not part of the flight plan.
Have it to your course. Up the screen, get deep.
Get back in your seats.
We're turning faster.
Now!
Captain, what's happening?
I said strap in.
What about you?
I'll try for a manual override.
Captain, we're spinning.
Lock your belts.
I can't get in the chair.
We're going into a dive.
0 G's.
Hold on and pray.
Vector 19.
Triangulate with Sydney, Australia, and South Africa.
We have no signal. We've lost it.
Well, what do you mean we've lost it?
See for yourself, General.
Good Lord, with 15 monitors going...
We could have 15,000 monitors, but the situation would be the same. We've lost contact.
Visual and radio? How is that possible?
Don't ask me. She's off her vector path, clean off the radar screen. Just gone. Completely gone.
When did you first lose contact?
A few minutes ago. There was a short period of heavy interference.
What kind of interference?
Probably solar. Some kind of sunspot activity. We haven't been able to identify it yet. In any case, when it was over, the contact was broken.
Couldn't a change in their course account for that?
The course was preset. The captain wouldn't change it without notifying us. Bob Donlin's a solid officer. And even if he did change course, the automatic tracking system would have been activated. It would show up here on the board.
So a ship with an 8-man crew just disappears like a puff of smoke. 1 minute she's there, the next minute she's gone.
That's not the worst part.
What do you mean?
Until we regain contact, if we do, there's not a thing anybody can do for them.
I shot an arrow into the air. It landed I know not where.
What say, General?
A nursery rhyme for the age of space. Gentlemen, wherever you are, may God help you.
Contact the observatory.
There's no readings. It's flat. She's gone.
Captain Donlin?
Go on, get out of here.
I can't find my helmet.
Forget your helmet. Go.
My God, look at Grimes.
Anderson. And Nolan. And Foster. Help me. It's Hudak. He's still alive.
Here, take his legs.
Now lift his head.
What are you doing, Captain?
Gotta drag the bodies out.
But the fuel tanks are gonna blow.
Hold on, we'll give you a hand.
Somebody, please.
Get him out, I said. That's an order. I think that's all of them.
That's all of them, Captain.
All right. Now, check the forward hold.
The fire's spreading.
We have to try and get the supplies out.
Yes, sir.
The others are all dead, sir. Except Hudak.
How bad?
He's still conscious. He keeps drifting in and out.
We should have gotten the supplies out.
We did the best we could.
We should have done that first. We knew the ship might go up. So now, instead of food and water, we've got 4 dead men and another one dying.
We didn't know they were dead, Corey.
Well, knock it off, Pearson. Maybe when your tongue starts swelling up, you'll realize where we are. We're on a rock here. We blew it. We wasted all that time playing Undertaker instead of going in there and getting supplies.
Let's cover them up. Pull something over their faces.
Why bother? What's the point?
You heard me. We'll take 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll bury them.
Yes, sir.
First entry, log, Arrow 1, Captain R.G. Donlin commanding. The first leg of the flight went off without incident. Now we have crash-landed on what appears to be an uncharted asteroid. Cause of malfunction and ultimate crash, unknown. We lost our course, the electrical system went out, and there was an explosion. That's all any of us can remember. Any of us, being Flight Officers Corey and Pearson, and Navigator Hudak, who has been seriously hurt, and myself. The rest of the crew are dead. There's very little left of the ship. The radio is gone, the bulk of the supplies were destroyed in the crash, and as of this moment, there is little certainty that we have been tracked and our whereabouts known.
Begging the captain's pardon.
What do you think you're doing?
This is no time to write your memoirs.
Stand down. Listen to me, Corey. We're in bad shape, but we're still a crew. As long as we're a crew, there'll be discipline and there'll be protocol. And until I'm lying in a hole like the rest of those poor devils, we'll operate from the book. Got it?
I got it.
Now give me the recorder. Go over there by the rock and sit down. Continuing this log entry.
Commander Donlin, it's hot, see? It's very hot.
Thank you for the information, Corey.
And that makes it hard to think. So if you're going to expend all that energy, use it to figure a way out of here. A way to get back home. A way to let them know where we are. Corey, you stay out of this.
You heard him. Go over there and sit down. You've got a bad cut on your forehead. Make a bandage and tie something around it.
Okay.
Something's wrong with Corey, sir. The bump on his head, or whatever it was, he's not acting right.
He's not the one I'm worried about just now. Hudak? Hudak, can you hear me?
Sir?
How about some water?
Water. Please, sir. Thank you.
How much is there?
5-gallon can and whatever we've got on us.
Then why waste it? He won't last through the day.
You the consulting surgeon, Corey?
I'm one man out of 3 who's gonna need that water. And 5 gallons isn't gonna last very long.
If the situation were reversed, Corey, if that were you lying there, I'll give you good odds you wouldn't want to get written off, 5 gallons of water or no.
He's going to die, Colonel.
If he dies, Corey, but nobody gets behind to push. If he's thirsty, he gets water. If he's hot, we move him in the shade. And then if he goes, we'll give him a prayer or two. Right?
If you say so.
Pearson?
Sir.
There's a broken shovel near the packs. Let's dig the graves. I'll relieve you in 5 minutes, then Corey here will relieve me.
Right away, sir. Captain?
Yes, Pearson?
That's odd.
What is?
The sun. Don't you think that's odd? The size of it, I mean?
What, the size of the sun?
It's hardly any different than we knew it on Earth. Same kind of star and almost exactly the same distance.
Which means that whatever asteroid we've landed on is close to the Earth.
How close?
Pick a number.
That's how it is, huh?
100,000 miles, 200,000, maybe more. A lot more. Who knows? Hard to say after we've blacked out. But wherever we are, it's a cinch it isn't heaven. We can count on that.
Yeah, I guess we can. Unless it's the other place.
We can count on this, too. We've got maybe 6-7 gallons of water and food concentrates for about 4 days. And that's it. So we'd better make our plans with that in mind.
What kind of plans?
We have to get our bearings and see what's here. Any water, plant life. We'll use this as a base and spread out in 2-man patrols, 1 man to stay behind and watch Hudak.
You think we'll find anything but rocks out there?
At least we'll see what's on the other side of the rise. Look at it this way. We've got several things in our favor. The air is breathable, so we don't need suits and helmets. The gravity's close to Earth's, so moving around's no problem. No signs of animal life, friendly or unfriendly. And there's no radiation to speak of.
You checked?
The Geiger counter still works.
I have to hand it to you, Colonel. That's what I call positive thinking.
We don't have much of a choice.
No, sir, I guess we don't.
It took 4.5 years to build that ship. There wasn't any prototype. Just the one, the only ship of its kind. So, if they know where we are and want to come get us, they've got to build another one, and that'll take another 4.5 years. So I suggest we dig in and get comfortable, because any way you look at it, we've got a devil of a long wait ahead of us.
Pearson, your turn.
How's it going, Pearson?
That's the last grave, sir. 4 of them.
Good job. How is he?
The same as when you left. Breathing pretty shallow, though.
Maybe the air here, well maybe it doesn't have as much oxygen in it.
It has enough. We're doing all right.
You two see anything out there?
Nothing we can't see from here.
Yeah, we saw something. Sand and more sand. Rocks. And those scrubby hills over there. But not a single drop of water. This isn't an asteroid, it's an 8-ball. And hot, Pearson. Hot like nothing you've ever felt before.
It'll be cooler at night, sir. I'll head south towards the mountains and take a look in that direction. If there is a night here.
There has to be. The sun's moved down to the horizon.
That you, Captain?
Right here.
What are you doing?
Giving him his ration of water.
Oh, no, not this time.
Corey, take your hand off my canteen. That's an order.
Not this time, Colonel.
What are you talking about?
I want an even shake. I want a chance.
You're alive, aren't you? That's a better shake than the men in those graves got.
For now. But I want to stay alive. So don't give him any of my water.
Your water?
That's right. It's ours now.
Stand down, Corey.
You heard him.
How are you doing, Hudak?
Hot. So hot.
Yeah. Here, take a sip of this. Let go of that.
Get off me.
I said leave it. Don't you ever raise your hand to me. I'm still the commanding officer here. Do you understand?
Captain Donlan?
What is it, Pearson?
See for yourself, sir. I think he's stopped breathing.
You'll be pleased to hear, Corey, that he won't be drinking any more of your water. Pearson, get something to cover his face.
Yes, sir.
You died a long way from home, boy. A long, long way.
Rest in peace.
Wait till dark. Then we'll make some treks over the hills and down to the flats in all 4 directions. We better get to know it, because this is our home now, gentlemen. Such as it is.
Corey, what are you doing?
What does it look like? I'm taking his canteen off his belt. He can't use it.
For the record, Corey, there's just 3 of us now. And the big problem is going to be staying alive. You hear me? The 3 of us.
I'll carry the extra canteen.
Something's wrong with you, Corey.
I was gonna share it.
Sure you were. Something's very wrong with you. Something happened to you when you hit your head in the crash. Okay, so you're not responsible for your actions anymore, but if I catch you filching just once, Corey.
Let it go.
This dirty little grave robbing.
I said forget it.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's all find a place in the shade and sit tight.
For how long?
Till the sun goes down.
Watch your step.
What's the difference? Can't see anything anyway.
Use your flashlight.
The batteries are going out.
Turn it on and off in bursts. That way they'll last longer.
You know, this is nuts. We're killing ourselves. For what?
You got a better idea?
Sure. Pack it in right now and head back to camp.
We're on recon, Corey. Captain's orders.
Well, I gotta stop for a minute.
Hey. Take it easy with that canteen.
I'm thirsty.
Well, so am I. Now listen to me. We'll need every drop of that water come morning. Right now we've got 2 choices. Either curl up and die out here, or keep moving.
What's the point? We can't see where we're going.
The mountains are getting closer.
They don't even look real. There should be stars, lots of them, and a moon. Doesn't this place have a moon?
It's the atmosphere. Some sort of cloud cover after the sun goes down.
Where are you going?
I'll peel off and head for the mountains. We'll rendezvous at base camp in 2 hours.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do?
Check out the flatlands straight ahead. Think you can do that?
Yeah, but if we split up...
What?
Well, we might not find our way back.
Are you telling me you can't walk a straight line, Corey? There's the rise directly behind us. If you get turned around, look for a light, okay? The captain will keep the fire going.
Yeah, right.
Listen, soldier. For all I care, you can lie down and fry like a piece of bacon when the sun comes up. As far as I'm concerned, you're on your own.
All right. If that's the way it is...
Keep your sidearm loaded.
What for?
In case we're not alone on this rock, after all. Corey? Are you following me? Corey? If you're out there, something's very, very wrong with you.
Pearson! Corey? Who's there? Identify yourself. What the... Corey?
Hello, Captain.
Well?
I must have walked 12, 15 miles.
Yes, and?
Nothing. Not a thing. Sand flats. That's all there was. Just sand. One stretch after another. I thought I could get some kind of a fix from the stars, but it's overcast.
I know. What about Pearson?
What about him?
You haven't seen him?
Not for hours.
You didn't pass him coming back?
He went south to the mountains, and I went west toward nothing. What time is it?
Oh, 3 o'clock in the morning, or it would be on Earth.
You kept the fire going.
This is what's left of the flight chairs. There are some plastic panels scattered around. When that's gone, the only thing left to burn will be our suits.
Fine with me. Not like we're going anywhere.
He's been gone 6 hours. He should have been back by now. Corey?
Yeah?
You're sure you didn't see him or hear him?
I already told you, Captain. We went in different directions.
Was it hot out there, Corey?
You know it. The sand doesn't cool off much at night.
And that made you thirsty, didn't it?
All the time. I guess I'm getting used to it.
Obviously. Very used to it. So used to it, Corey, that you didn't even need any of your water.
I drank some.
Hardly any. This canteen is almost full. You were out all those hours and you didn't touch more than a drop, is that right? That's pretty remarkable. Downright amazing, in fact.
So put me in for a medal.
Buddy, what I'm going to give you can't get pinned on a uniform.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I want to know why you started out 6 hours ago with half a canteen and then came back with it 3/4 full.
Hey, let me go.
Come on, Corey, talk. I want to know where you left Pearson and what you did with him. Now.
All right. It was like this. I found him, face down. He must have fallen and hit his head on a rock. That's all I know. He was dead when I got there.
And where did this happen?
At the foothills.
You followed him there?
I went looking for him. Sand was too deep, heading west. I had to change directions.
It's your story you'd better change.
Captain, I swear I didn't touch him. He was dead already. I saw his canteen, and I poured his water into mine. I knew you wouldn't believe me. That's why I told you I hadn't seen him. What's that for?
On your feet. We're going to bring him back.
No, you're nuts. It's 7 or 8 miles from here. I can't make it again. I'm dead, Captain.
Correction. You're almost dead, but you're not quite yet. Let's go, Corey. I want a conducted tour all the way to Pearson's body. I want to see for myself. Let's move out.
I don't see him.
No, neither do I.
But I'm sure this is the place. I'm sure this is where he was.
But he's not here now, is he?
Just these marks in the sand. Captain, look. He must have crawled away.
I thought you said he was dead.
I was wrong. I must have been wrong.
But you were so sure he was dead. You were so positive, Corey.
I was.
Did you do anything for him? Anything at all? Did you check his pulse, his respiration? Did you do anything to help him?
I checked, I swear.
Or did you just steal his water and then make a beeline back as fast as you could? You must have been hit hard in the head, pal, real hard. It knocked more out than your senses. It turned you into an animal.
Captain, please. I thought he was dead. I really did. And I was so thirsty. My tongue was swelling up. I swear on everything holy, my tongue was swelling up and I...
Pearson! Pearson! It's Captain Donlan. Pearson, answer me!
You can still see the tracks. It looks like he went that way.
Pearson, I'm here. You're going to be all right, Pearson. I'm coming.
Don't worry, Captain. I'm coming too.
Pearson.
Captain?
Pearson, thank God you're alive.
Water. I lost my canteen.
Yeah, here. Take some of mine.
Can't sit up.
I'll lift you.
Thanks, Captain.
And not too fast. You're all right, boy. We'll take you back now.
I don't know if I can walk.
I'll carry you myself if I have to, but you're gonna be all right.
Captain.
What, Pearson? What are you trying to say?
I saw.
What? What did you see? Where?
Up there. Over the hill.
Did you climb the hill? Is that it?
I went.
And what, Pearson? What did you see?
Captain, I saw.
What? Are you drawing a picture?
You should have seen. You wouldn't believe it.
What? No, Pearson.
Sorry, Captain.
Pearson. Come on, Pearson. Pearson, don't die on me. Don't.
Is he gone?
Yeah. Yeah. He drew this in the sand first. It's some kind of sign or symbol.
What is it?
It looks like a T, or maybe a cross. He was trying to tell me something.
Well, it doesn't matter now.
It might. What do you suppose he...
Captain?
Corey? Put the gun down.
Captain, 2 men can live maybe 5 more days. 1 man can live 10. You forgive me, Captain, but...
You killed Pearson, didn't you? In cold blood.
Maybe I did. What of it? Are you gonna court-martial me?
Corey, you're demented. You're a madman. You already killed once. Don't make this any... Corey, you murderer.
Sorry, Captain. Real sorry. But in a situation like this, there's no choice. No alternatives. It's not your fault. It just had to be. You can see that, can't you? What? Morning. That blasted sun already. Gotta get a move on. Goodbye, Captain Donlin. Pearson. Now, what were you trying to say, Pearson? Lines in the sand. Something over the hill. Is that it? Well, I guess you got me thinking. Just have to check that one out one time. There. Now we'll see what you... What? What in the... Oh, my dear God. It's a highway. Pearson. Now I know what you drew in the sand. It was a telephone pole. You were trying to draw telephone poles. And there's a sign. Reno, 97 miles. Captain Donlin, Pearson, all of them dead. Now I know what happened. I understand. We never left. That's why we went off the radar, why nobody tracked us. We never left the Earth at all. We just crashed back into it. Donlin, Pearson, I'm sorry. Oh, please forgive me. I'm sorry. Oh, stop! Please! Stop! Somebody! Anybody! Please! Stop!
Practical joke perpetrated by Mother Nature and a combination of improbable events. Practical joke wearing the trappings of nightmare, of terror, of desperation. Small human drama played out in a desert less than 100 miles from Reno, Nevada, USA. Continent of North America, the Earth, the solar system, the galaxy, and, of course, the Twilight Zone.
We'll be back to the Twilight Zone in a moment.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
I Shot an Arrow into the Air, starring Chelsea Ross with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Norm Woodell, Roderick Peoples, Jeff Lupetin, David Darlow, Rich Komanek, Turk Muller, Lawrence Nepodal, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
It was the day no one would ever forget. Not next week, next year, or the year after. Not for the rest of their lives. No matter how hard they tried.
All in?
Yes. Yes.
Anne?
Yes, Daddy.
Good. That's good then. Seatbelts, everybody.
Where are we going now?
Home.
Oh.
Unless anyone wants to stop for ice cream.
Can we?
If you like. I think your mother would approve. Don't you?
Well, I guess so.
What about you, Anne?
I want to go home. I'm kind of tired. Me too.
Very well then. Some other time.
Dad?
Yes?
I was wondering.
What, Tom?
Well, when they closed the
casket?
Are you sure they closed it real tight? So she would never be wet or cold or anything?
You don't have to worry, son. She's resting now. In a much better place. I promise.
It was the week the world ended. And yet, incredibly, it was also the week something new, something truly fantastic began.
Anne, are you in here?
You're supposed to knock.
This is my room, too.
I'm going to bed.
In the middle of the day?
It's cold. Tell Daddy to turn on the heater.
It is on. It's warmer downstairs.
Who's that?
Thank you for stopping by.
The children need me.
Come in. Nice of you to take the time.
It's Aunt Clara.
We know. Is she here to take us away?
Let's go listen.
I'll see about a sitter first thing tomorrow.
They need more than that.
A maid as well.
And when you work late?
They'll be in school most of the day.
And what about after school? And who will see that they're dressed and fed every morning?
A live-in maid, then.
Ugh, maids and sitters never work out. Beyond intolerable, everyone.
I'll do everything I can for them, Clara.
It's not enough. They need a woman's touch. George, I'm going to tell you this once. Babysitters and nursemaids are not the same as parental care. It's been a week since their mother died, and little Anne is more withdrawn every day. Can't you see she's miserably unhappy? And it's only going to get worse.
You're right about Anne. But Tom and Karen seem to be adjusting.
Oh, nonsense. They're only covering up. They're sad, lost children. They have no anchor now.
It's going to take time, Clara.
Well, that's all well and good. But how much time?
This is ridiculous. I know my own children.
Do you?
Clara, please.
Daddy.
Now you've upset the children.
There they are.
How long have you been listening?
We were on our way out to play a game. Weren't we, Tom?
Yeah. We were just...
Oh, come to me, my dears.
No.
Anne, please don't run away.
I should explain. Your father and I were having a talk. A very important one. And I told him I'm not pleased with the way things have been in this house since your mother died. But I have some good news. How would you like to come and live with me for a while? Well, how does that sound?
We're okay here.
School starts next week and everything.
Let us talk it over among ourselves. In private.
Is that your final word?
I'm afraid it has to be.
In that case, you'll hear from me, George. You can rely on that, and the next time it may be in the form of legal papers.
No doubt.
My only concern is what's best for the children. Goodbye for now. Oh, you precious dears.
She wants to take us away.
Does she, Daddy?
She doesn't approve. She says I'm too busy to bring you up properly.
That's not true.
Perhaps it is. I can't stay home from work forever. She says you're unhappy here. Are you?
No.
Well, if love were enough, you'd have all you need because I couldn't love you more. Perhaps I could find the right help, the right guidance. Someone who'll be here all the time, someone who cares. But where? Where do I advertise for that? Wanted. One loyal, gentle soul will always...
Dad. Look at this.
What do you have there? Modern Science magazine?
It came in the mail. There's an ad in the back. It says...
Let me see.
There.
I sing the body electric.
What does that mean?
A line from a poem by Walt Whitman, as I recall.
Keep reading.
Fantaccini Limited.
Huh?
It's the name of the company.
Inventors and makers of electrical shadows, effigies, mimics, and mannequins. We bring you the answer to all your needs.
That's stupid.
The first perfect micro-circuited auto-recharging Model Mark V electronic data processing device in humanoid form.
Like a robot.
Built with precision, designed to accommodate any problem, large or small. Worried about finding the right housekeeper, personal assistant, secretary? Whether you require a teacher, friend, or companion, the Model Mark V will listen, interact, and learn, adapting perfectly to your requirements. A lifetime warranty.
It never breaks down.
There's no such thing.
In male or female form, fully customized, satisfaction guaranteed.
Did you hear that? Satisfaction guaranteed.
It's a crazy idea. Let's not talk about it now.
Well, we need to do something.
I said that's enough.
Besides, anything they build has gotta be better than Aunt Clara. Doesn't it?
Sure does.
Oh, that was a good one, Tom. I don't know how long it's been since we laughed.
It even says there's a free trial period. Well?
Well, what? It sounds okay, but can they really make a machine that looks like a person?
I don't know.
It doesn't sound okay to me.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to pay them a visit. See what they're up to. No harm in that. I sing the body electric. It has a nice ring to it.
They make a fairly convincing pitch in the pages of a magazine called Modern Science. The revelation is just how modern, for robots, androids, and the like aren't science fiction anymore. They are products designed to help people, to make life easier. It doesn't seem possible, though, to find a woman who can fill the needs of this particular family, who must be 10 times better than Mother in order to be half as good. Except, of course, in the Twilight Zone.
There's the sign.
Fantoccini.
Why do they call it that?
Who cares?
We'll have to ask. As soon as I find a parking space. Okay.
Can I ring the doorbell?
You always get to do everything.
Now, your brother found the ad.
Wow, some bell, huh?
Won't you come in, Mr. Simmons? We've been expecting you.
You have?
I called ahead for an appointment.
Feel free to browse the showroom. I'll be right with you.
Wow, this is incredible.
Look.
What's that supposed to be?
A whole table full of marbles?
I don't think so, son. More like glass eyes.
Wow.
Blue and brown and hazel and green.
I want her to have eyes like this.
Well, careful, just don't touch them.
Oh, please do. Guido Fantoccini at your service.
An unusual name.
It's Italian. It means, roughly, dream people. Or, as I prefer, shadow puppets.
This is my daughter, Karen.
Hello.
And,
Don't tell me. Tom. And you must be Miss Ann Simmons. Age 11? Or is it 12?
She's only...
I'm going to be 11 next month.
In that case, allow me to present you with this golden key.
It's awful big.
What's it for?
To wind her up, of course.
To wind what up?
Why, your new, let me guess, nanny? Tutor?
Oh, that and more, I'm afraid. The children lost their mother recently, and without anyone else at home...
Nobody can take her place. Nobody.
In that case, might I suggest our grandmother model? It's very popular.
Do we have to wind her up every day?
The key is symbolic, a way of introducing our product line.
What sort of product are we talking about? If you can be more specific.
As specific as you like. The end result is entirely your choice. First, you'll select the eyes, any color at all.
This color's perfect.
Then you'll move on to the hair salon. Our wigs are of the finest quality. Blonde, brunette, brown, red, white, and every shade in between.
I want her to have long hair, like this one.
Ears, with or without earrings. Arms, slender or sturdy, graceful or strong. Hands, fingers, lips, full or thin. As for body type, the choice is again yours. Tall, short, The height you prefer to the millimeter.
Very impressive.
But they're just pieces.
Until we put them all together at the factory. Then they'll become something else, something new. They'll move and walk and talk.
Machines don't talk.
Grandmothers do. Listen.
I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself.
Who's that?
One voice out of many possibilities. Try another.
Myself and sing myself.
I sing the body electric.
I sing the body
celebrate myself.
Or another.
Sing myself and sing myself. I sing the body electric. I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself.
I sing the body electric.
Myself.
I celebrate myself.
I sing
and sing myself.
I
sing the body electric. I celebrate myself.
Pick one.
I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself. I sing the body electric.
That's not right.
I celebrate
Too high?
myself.
Too low?
And sing myself.
Go ahead. Turn the knob.
I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself. I sing the body electric.
Could you make her just like my mother?
Celebrate myself
If you wish.
and sing myself.
Exactly.
I sing the body electric.
A
I
T.
celebrate myself
Then
and sing myself.
I don't want her.
Please, Anne.
I want to leave.
You've dropped the key.
Wait.
I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself.
I've almost got it right.
Electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself. I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself. The armies of those I love engirth me, and I engirth them. They will not let me off till I go with them, respond to them, and discorrupt them, and charge them full of the charge of the soul.
Grandma. Hey, Ann, you want to help me fly my kite?
I'm reading.
Where'd you get that?
Dad bought it for me. Here, hold the string. I'll run till it gets up in the air and...
What's wrong?
Hear that?
So?
Somebody's coming.
Maybe it's the mailman.
No.
Then who?
Hello.
Hi.
You must be Thomas. Do they call you Tommy?
Just Tom.
Well, Tom, then. Is that your sister, Karen?
Yes, that's Anne over there.
Of course.
Who are you?
Well, give me any name you like. Melissa, Lavinia, Malvina.
Do I know you?
Well, don't you?
I think I saw those eyes before.
So did I.
You must be...
Yes?
Grandma?
Say it a few times. You'll get used to it.
But I thought you were going to come in a big box, all wrapped up like a...
Mummy.
Yeah.
Well, then I'd need an Egyptian name, wouldn't I?
Like Nefertiti?
Oh, Nefertiti's a fine name. Do you know what it means?
I believe I do. It means the beautiful one is here.
Well done!
George Simmons. So, we meet at last.
A pleasure, Mr. Simmons.
Welcome to our home.
You're not my grandmother.
Anne.
Well, then who am I, pray tell?
Nobody. Just a machine.
Well, she doesn't look like a machine.
Ah, but I am. A very special one. How shall I prove it? Let me see. Have you ever been to the beach?
Yes.
Sure.
And when you were there, did you pick up a shell and hold it to your ear?
Many times.
What did you hear?
The ocean.
Yeah.
Then, listen. I'll cup my hands together like this and hold them to your ear. Now, what do you hear?
I want her to have long hair, like this one. That's my voice.
All your wishes recorded. You too, Tom.
This color's perfect. How did you do that?
Well, you're a part of me now, stored in my circuits. Anne, what was it you said?
I don't care.
Well, it may take a while for that one.
I'm not worried. Tom, what is that you're playing with?
A kite.
Oh, will it fly high?
I think so. If I don't run out of string first.
Well, what do you know? I happen to have some with me.
Where?
Touch the end of my finger.
You have string in your finger?
If that's what you need. Now tie the end to your kite. Why don't you run with it, Anne?
Go on.
It won't fly.
Oh, are you sure? Hold it over your head.
Please, Anne. Give it a try.
Well, if you want me to, Daddy.
Hey, look at that! Don't let go of the string.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. How high shall we fly?
The moon.
The moon it is.
It's almost out of sight.
What do you say?
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks very much.
You're a great kite flyer.
Now, what's my name?
Grandma.
Anne, look at what Grandma did.
Anne?
I don't want to play.
There was a second day, of course, and a third, and a fourth, with Grandma busy every minute, cleaning and cooking, opening the drapes wide, filling the vases with fresh-cut flowers, baking cookies and pies, and leading long walks into town. But the most beautiful and special thing was the way she paid attention to everyone. She took time to listen, really listen, and remember every word, every thought, every wish, as if that were her only purpose. She seemed clever beyond clever, human beyond human. Anne finally began to join in, but slowly. To walk if not to run, to listen if not to hear, to watch if not to see. And as the days turned into weeks, Grandma waited. She never tried to urge or force. Sometimes, when Anne didn't come to the table, Grandma left dinner on a tray by her door.
Big spoons first, then the little spoons. Is that right, Grandma?
Perfect, Karen, dear. Is that your father home already?
Yeah. You heard him before he got here. Daddy!
Hello, sweetie. How was your day?
Grandma taught me how to sew.
Did she now?
Good evening, Mr. Simmons. Dinner is almost ready.
Well, looks like you have a helper.
I made the mashed potatoes.
Indeed, she did.
I'm proud of you, Karen. Where's Anne?
She's upstairs doing her lessons.
Anne! Come down and help your grandmother!
Oh, it's all right. I can handle the rest.
That's not the point.
Dad, whose car is that out front?
Which one?
The new one.
Oh, well, let me see. Oh, yes. It's ours.
It is?
I came home early to surprise you.
Can we go for a ride?
All of us?
I don't see why not. We'll take a run to the ice cream parlor after dinner. How's that? Now, go and wash your hands and tell your sister dinner's ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for being so good to us. Good for us. And that includes me. I'm sorry about Anne. I'll have a talk with her.
Now, don't you worry about Anne. She'll accept me eventually.
You seem very sure.
Mr. Simmons, children are the most complicated creatures in the world. I could be the greatest cook, the finest, most exciting playmate, the most interesting companion, but those are very small accomplishments. It's the heart I have to enter. A child's heart. It's a deep place, difficult to reach. But that, too, will come.
Anne, darling.
Are you hungry, dear?
Not very.
We're, going for a ride after dinner.
In our new car.
It's beautiful. Wait till you see it.
I'd like you to go with us.
Is she going?
Oh, Please, Grandma? I want to ride in the back seat with you.
Me too.
Then I'll stay home.
But why, Anne?
I don't like her.
You mustn't say that.
I don't want her here.
Dear child.
I never wanted you here. It was them, Father and Tom and Karen. They wanted you. They needed you. But I didn't.
Anne, stop it.
It's true. You sit and you talk to her and you eat the food she makes and you make believe, Father. That's what you do. You make believe, as if she's real, but she's not. She's a machine. Nothing but an old machine.
Anne, listen to me. Machines are neither bad nor good. Some kill, and some make war, and some guide people through the darkness like a lamp. Believe me when I tell you, I cannot lie, or sin, or be greedy or jealous. I don't seek power or riches. I've been programmed for other things. You'd be surprised at how much a machine can do. This one, for example. This machine can love.
Love who?
Oh, you, Anne. I can love you. And I do. I love you more than tongue can tell.
You don't love me. You can't. She said she loved me.
She?
My mother. She said I love you, but she lied. She lied. You're just like her. I hate you.
I'll go after her.
Not this time. There's no place for her to go. No place except to me. Anne, come home with me now.
No, you're just old junk.
Well, is that what you think? Is that why you hate me?
You're just like her.
Your mother.
I hate her too.
Because?
Because she lied. She said she loved me.
And didn't she?
She ran away.
Oh. Is that what you think?
She did.
Well, that's not true.
It is.
No. Death left her no choice.
But she let herself die. She shouldn't have done that to me. She shouldn't. She left me.
And you think I'm like her?
You are. You're only trying to trick me.
Oh, it's not a trick.
It is. I don't give you permission to love me.
There she is. Anne, come back.
No, I won't. I won't.
Anne, stop! The light's red! Anne!
No, child! You mustn't! There's a truck!
Leave me alone.
Then stay where you are. I'm coming.
Anne, no!
They're not moving. Either one of them.
Don't touch them.
I didn't see them, honest. I mean, they ran out into the street. A little girl and
Stand back.
a lady. Oh, man. Look, I'm gonna get an ambulance.
Wait.
She's moving.
Anne.
Oh, thank goodness.
Daddy?
You're going to be all right, darling.
We better get her out off the street.
Here, put your arms around my neck.
What happened?
There was a truck, but Grandma stepped in front and pushed you aside.
She did?
You fell down, that's all.
Grandma.
What about that lady? I mean, she's not breathing.
Look, she's starting to move her fingers. And her eyes. Grandma, can you see me?
Why, hello, Tom. You know, we really shouldn't be out in the intersection like this.
Come over to the curb, Grandma. Can you walk?
Oh, of course I can.
But how?
See, Anne? She's perfectly all right. She saved your life. Do you realize that?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Shh. Now stop your tears, child, and listen while I cup my hands by your ear. Remember? Like this.
A machine. Nothing but an old machine. You're just old junk. Old junk. That's my voice.
Your voice, Anne. The way it was once. When I was a child, I spake as a child.
Oh. Grandma? Grandma?
There.
You are alive.
Well, I most certainly am.
But the truck.
It couldn't hurt me. Nothing can. 2 leave takings in 1 year would be too much.
Then you're not like Mother.
Your mother didn't run away. She was taken away by death. Do you understand now that I shall always be with you?
You won't run away?
I can't. And I won't.
Oh, Grandma.
Thank you. You'll never know how much.
She had nowhere to turn. She was afraid that everyone would leave her, even her Aunt Clara.
Everyone except you.
Well, how could I? It's my job to live forever. Now, let's all go home and finish our lunch, shall we? Give me your hand, Anne. You too, Karen. I'll bet we get there before those two.
As of that moment, Grandmother became an irreplaceable member of the family, an integral part of their lives. She was more than important. She was vital, the very essence, the most crucial part of being alive. And she shared it all with them, without effort, as if it were what she was born to do.
This is so good.
Delicious.
Thank you.
May I have some more, please?
Well, if there's any left, I may have had more than my share.
I take it you approve, Mr. Simmons.
Oh, please. I'd prefer it if you call me George.
Clean your plates, all of you, or there'll be no dessert. That's enough for tonight. Tomorrow we'll read another chapter from Moby Dick by... What's the author's name?
Herman Melville.
That's correct, Anne. Now, there's just enough time for your language lesson. Who can conjugate the verb to love in Latin?
Me! I can!
Me!
She taught them better than any flesh and blood teacher, in a manner perfectly suited to their expanding minds, until learning became a hunger that would never be quenched.
Grandma?
Are you asleep?
Oh, you know better than that. Do you need something? Hot chocolate? A plate of cookies?
It's the storm. They're scared of thunder.
And you, Tom?
Heck no.
Oh, well, come over here just the same. Everybody crawl into my bed. That's it. We'll weather this old storm together.
They would never see lightning, never hear poetry, never listen to foreign tongues without thinking of her. Everything they would ever see, hear, taste, smell, and touch would remind them of her. She was all life to them, the source of the Nile. And all life became wondrous, quick and electric, like her. And one day, it came time for the inevitable, the unthinkable, the day of saying goodbye.
Thank you for carrying my suitcase, Tom. Such a fine gentleman.
It's the least I can do. The same suitcase you brought with you, how many years ago?
Now, let's not get maudlin.
Grandma, do you have to leave today?
Oh, yes, Karen. It's time.
We're going to miss you.
And I you, Anne.
But why do you have to leave at all?
You're going off to college now, and you won't need me. That's the way it should be.
But you've been our world.
I'm not the world. The world's out there, and it needs you.
What happens to you now, Grandma?
Oh, back to Mr. Fantaccini and the rest of the Pinocchios. He should have called himself Geppetto.
Don't joke about it.
Oh, but it's true. You've been my family here, and now I must go back to my first family. My brothers, sisters, aunts, cousins, all the other robots.
And do what?
Some stay at the factory. They're taken apart and recycled.
Not you.
Or perhaps I'll be returned and sent out to help another family like yours.
They can't destroy you. I won't let them.
Nor will I.
Destroyed? Oh, what a silly expression. I'll go for a while to the Room of Voices.
The Room of what?
Oh, a great dim room. A kind of parlor where all the other mechanical grandmothers are brought and stored for, a month or a year. And in that room we'll sit and rock and murmur and whisper to each other. And we'll listen and tell what we learned from the world and from the families we lived with. I'll share what I learned from Anne and Karen and Tom and even you, George.
You didn't learn anything from me.
Oh, didn't I? Don't be so sure.
But you taught us.
Is that what you think? Foolish lad. Why, now I have so much to share in the Room of Voices. Everything you ever said or did, everything you ever laughed or cried about. And someday...
Someday what, Grandma?
For reasonable creatures, we have an unreasonable dream. Someday, if we're very wise and very good, perhaps we'll gain the greatest gift of all.
Oh, Grandma, you don't have to wait. You're alive now. You've always been alive to us.
Well, there's my cab.
I'll get your case.
Oh, no, I wouldn't hear of it.
Grandma, am I never going to see you again?
Well, the world holds many surprises. Someday, when you're very old, with childish ways again, in need of help, send for me. The old nurse, teacher, companion. And I'll come back.
Hard to imagine.
Oh, we'll never be old. But then, you'll never come. I mean, if we don't, we won't ever...
Do me a favor, would you?
Anything.
Go on upstairs. Quickly now. I'm not one for goodbyes.
Grandma.
There. Mind your grandmother. Quickly.
She kept her word, as promised. She has remained with us always, to this day. I've saved the key, the golden key, in a special place. Sometimes when lightning rends the sky, I see her face flash before me in the dark. And sometimes I still hear her ticking and humming above our beds in the night, keeping watch. She passes like a clockwork ghost in the long halls of memory. The sound of bees swarming after the spirit of summer's lost. I remember the day no one will ever forget. Not for the rest of our lives. It was the week the world ended. And, incredibly, it was also the week that something new, something utterly fantastic, was about to begin.
As of this moment, the wonderful electric grandmother moved into the lives of children and father. She became integral, important. She became of the essence. As of this moment, they would never see lightning, never hear poetry, never listen to foreign tongues spoken without thinking of her. Everything they would ever see, hear, taste, feel would remind them of her. She was all life, and all life was wondrous, quick, magical, and electrical. Like Grandma. A fable, most assuredly, but who's to say that at some distant moment there might not be an assembly line, producing a gentle product in the form of a grandmother, whose stock in trade is love. A fable, sure, but who's to say what's possible in the Twilight Zone?
I Sing the Body Electric, starring Dee Wallace with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Ray Bradbury and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were David Pasquesi, Tony Marcus Jr., Donna J. Folks, Joe B. Cerny, Patrick Cerny, Haley Nabig, C.J. Amari, Elena T. Wilson, Natalie Pear, and Zoe R. Rand. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joe B. Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Oh, hello, Mr. Morgan.
Ferdy?
Nice to see you, sir.
Where's Daggett?
Mr. Daggett? At the table in the corner. He got here a few minutes ago.
Good.
I'd like to see a dinner menu.
I don't have much of an appetite.
A drink, then. The usual.
Yeah, make it the good stuff.
Of course. Harold, 1 tequila with lime, table 3.
Coming right up. He's here, boss.
Well, well. How you doing, Dane?
You wanted to see me?
Yeah, sure. You know Ben and Jimmy.
Dane.
How you?
Boys?
And Iris and Sherry.
Hi. Hello.
Pull up a chair.
No thanks.
Go ahead. Take a load off.
I thought you wanted to talk.
I do.
Mr. Daggett wants you should sit down.
I'll stand.
Now listen.
That's all right, Ben. If he doesn't feel sociable.
I don't have all night.
Well, we can't talk here. How's your drink, sweetheart?
What? Oh, fine, Bernie.
Order another one. Make it champagne all around.
Ooh, champagne. Are we celebrating?
That's right. A regular celebration.
What's the occasion?
The 6-month anniversary of a wonderful partnership. Come on, Dane. We'll go to my office. You too, Jimmy. Ben, stay here and keep the ladies company, like I told you.
Okay, boss.
After you.
Age before beauty.
That's a good one. Come on in, Dane.
What's a bodyguard for?
We don't have any secrets in here, do we, Jimmy?
Not on your life.
Sit down. Have a cigar.
I'll take a napkin.
What for?
My shoe.
You and your shoes. Always got a brand new pair. What's the matter? You see a piece of lint on them? Jimmy, give him your handkerchief.
Huh?
Do it.
Okay, boss.
There. That's better. So, what's on your mind, Bernie?
Oh, I thought we should have a little sit down.
Something wrong?
What? No. Business is jumping. A real healthy cash flow.
Most of it from my joints.
Yeah, well, see, that's just it. I'm feeling generous, so I thought I'd make you an offer.
Forget it.
Wait a while. I'm talking cash. I buy you out. You walk away with enough dough to live the high life.
I already live the high life.
Yeah, sure you do. But think about it. You could set up a new business. Anything you want.
I have a business.
Now listen, Dane. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Thanks for the warning. You want my answer? It's a big fat no. Don't waste my time, Bernie. I'm out of here.
Not on your life.
That's a laugh. A 2-bit mug with a heater in his pocket.
Sit down, Dane.
Tell him to keep his hands where I can see him, or I'll ventilate that cheap suit, but fast.
Cheap? It's a Versace.
We're not through here.
Read my lips. N-O.
Dane. I thought we had a good thing going.
See this 38, Jimmy? Out of my way.
Put the piece away, Dane. You're hurting my feelings.
You heard the boss.
Stay out of your pocket. You too, Bernie. Hands on that desk.
Anything you say, Dane.
I'm backing out the other door. I see this mug stick his head in the alley. I'll blow it off. Clear?
You're getting yourself in an uproar.
You need more than a clown in a cheap suit to put the squeeze on me.
Maybe so. Now, Ben!
You should have looked behind him.
Good shooting, Ben.
Just like you told me, Mr. Daggett.
Now, get this punk out of my office.
What do you want we should do with him?
Dump him with the rest of the garbage. Jimmy, clean up the blood. He's leaking all over my Persian rug.
Right, boss.
You got it, Mr. Daggett.
Meet Bernie Daggett, a successful West Side businessman. He's just concluded a merger with a partner who has certain investments and a preference for two-tone footwear. Make that had, because the owner of those shoes is now officially out of business. Said business will continue, of course, under different ownership. But what of the gray and black wingtips? They're brand new, with a shine so bright you could use them for mirrors. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. But never fear, a certain Nathan Edward Bledsoe of the Bowery Bledsoes is about to recycle them. At the moment, a few long blocks from here, Nathan just happens to be looking for a new pair of treads because the ones he's wearing are falling apart. He doesn't know it yet, but his search for a warm place to sleep and a bottle of forgetfulness is about to end. Dane's shoes will carry him out of his misery and straight into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Dead Man's Shoes, starring Bill Smitrovich, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Give me a swig, will you, Nate?
Sorry, Chips. All gone.
Well, let's go get another one.
Oh, you go. I'm gonna turn in for the night.
But it's early. Besides, I don't got no more money.
Go panhandle some. Move your head.
What for?
So's I can toss this bottle in the trash.
2 to 1 says you can't make it.
You gotta have money to gamble, remember? Oh.
You missed.
I guess we better clean it up.
Clean it up. That's a good one. Now you've done it. Somebody called the cops.
Wait. That ain't a cop car.
Okay, Jimmy. The coast is clear. Dump him.
Where?
Under the fire escape, by the trash.
What you got in the bag?
Quiet. Keep your head down.
Okay, Ben. Done it.
Let's go. Mr. Daggett said to come right back.
So long, Dane. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Will you look at that? They drove all the way down here just to dump their garbage.
That ain't garbage, you moron.
Then what?
What do you think?
You mean?
Go check it out. Maybe he's got a ring on his finger or something.
Oh, no. I ain't messing with no dead body.
You chicken?
Yeah, I'm chicken.
What's that sticking out?
I don't see nothing.
Wait here.
What is it?
Can you beat that? Just what I needed.
What?
Guy's got a pair of shoes on. Brand new.
I wouldn't touch him if I was you.
My size, too.
Careful, Nate. You're fooling with evidence.
Look at that. Perfect. Wonder if there's anything in the pockets.
Nate, we gotta get out of here, I tell you, before they hang it on us.
No wallet. Oh, nothing. Except for this key. Number 621. Mayfair Apartments. Hey. I know where that is. Pretty swanky.
Hey, where you going?
To check out my new digs. Mayfair Apartments.
Doorman, would you get me a cab?
Certainly, ma'am. Taxi! Next in line over here. Where's she going? West 84th. Ma'am, here you go.
Thank you. Now this is for your trouble.
Thank you, ma'am. Watch your fingers. Hey, fella, where you going? This building is for residents only.
Yeah, sure, pal. So sue me. Apartment number 621. Nice place.
Dane, I'm so glad you're here. I was just painting my toenails. Where were you? Who are you?
That's rich. Who am I, she says.
What do you want?
Not you, that's for sure.
You better get out of here, Buster. I'm not kidding.
Now, where's the liquor? Right over there.
That's Dane's tequila. If he comes back and finds out you touched his stuff, he'll kill you.
Sure he will.
Do you hear what I said? He'll kill you. For real.
Thanks for telling me, Wilma.
Who told you my name?
You know what I'm gonna do now? I'm going in the bedroom to get some clean clothes after I take a nice hot shower. And you know what you're gonna do?
What?
You're gonna fix me another drink.
I am.
And use the good stuff. The Gold Reserve.
But that's...
That's what?
Nothing.
Oh, and Wilma?
Yes?
Don't even think about leaving. You'd never make it downstairs. Shirt, socks, and a suit. Think I'll try the pinstripe.
Bernie, it's me, Wilma. Wilma! No, I can't talk any louder. Listen, is Dane there? Well, where is he? What do you mean you don't know? All right, do me a favor. Call me as soon as you do. Thanks, Bernie. Where is he?
Who?
Dane!
Dane? I don't know who that is.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't. Honest.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm not sure.
You walked in here with his shoes on. Nobody else wears shoes like Dane's.
I don't remember.
Well, maybe this will refresh your memory.
Hey, what are you pointing a gun at me for? I don't know what you're talking about, lady. I found the shoes. At least I think I did.
You mean you stole them?
Yeah, that's it. I stole them, okay?
Where?
Please, miss, I don't know anything about nothing.
What do you know?
Nothing. You gotta believe me.
I ought to shoot you right now. Busting in here like you own the place.
Please, I don't want any trouble.
All right, but you get dressed and get out of here. Move.
Okay, I'm going.
Hurry up.
I just gotta put my shoes on.
Those aren't your shoes.
Yeah? Is that right? And what about the gun? I suppose that's not mine either.
What? Keep away from me.
Give me that thing.
Ow!
You shouldn't play with guns, Wilma. You might get hurt. Hand me the towel.
What?
The bath towel. I see some dust on my shoe.
Just get out, please. I won't say anything.
Where's the other one?
I don't know what you mean.
The automatic. What do you think I mean?
In the closet. The shoulder holster.
Full clip. Good. What are you standing there for? I thought I told you to make me a drink.
Look, mister, I don't know what you want here.
A drink, I said.
Okay. What kind?
What do I have to do, break your arm? The only thing I ever drink. Tequila with lime.
Dane's due back any second. I'm warning you, for your own sake. If you know what's good for you...
I know what's good for me.
Please, don't touch me. Please, don't. Oh.
Who am I, baby?
Oh, it's not possible.
No? Let's try that again.
Dane? But you're not him. You're not.
Be quiet.
What have you done with him? What happened? What? Wait, you gotta tell me, please!
Tell you what?
I have to know!
Later.
Where are you going?
I got a little unfinished business to take care of. Where's Bernie?
Bernie?
Bernie Daggett.
At the club.
That's what I thought. You wait here. I'll be back after it's over. And don't answer the door. For your own good.
Sir?
Yeah?
Did you get the message from Mr... Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the matter? There problem?
Nothing, sir. I thought you were someone else.
Oh, is that so? Like who?
Another one of our residents.
Let me guess. The guy in 621?
That's right. You must know Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, you might say that.
Just visiting.
What's it to you?
Oh, nothing at all. It's just...
Just what?
That suit and those shoes. Mr. Morgan has a pair exactly like them.
No kidding.
Must be quite popular these days. Very smart.
I like 'em. You got a handkerchief?
Why, yes, I'm sure I do. Here you are.
Clean one, is it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. Got a scuff on the toe.
You do? It doesn't show from here?
Shoe shine stand's closed, huh?
Yes, sir. At this time of night.
Yeah, here you go. Here's a tip.
Oh, that's not necessary, really. It's the concierge's job, too.
Listen, get a shoe shine boy who works around the clock. Some people care about how they look.
Right, I'll do that.
Hey there, Mr. Morgan. Get a cab for you?
No thanks, Tommy.
Oh, begging your pardon, you're not Mr. Morgan.
Were you sure about that?
Get you a cab if you like, sir.
That's okay, Tommy. I feel like walking. Clean shirt, new shoes.
And I know just where I'm going to.
Sure looks like you do.
Yep. Clothes make the man.
That's what they say. Hello, Mrs. Tomlin. Oh, watch your step.
Why, thank you, Thomas.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like a table.
You have a reservation?
How about that one over there?
In the corner.
Next to Daggett.
I'm afraid that table is reserved.
It is, huh?
If you would care to wait at the bar, perhaps something will open up.
Well, here you go, Ferdy. This should take care of it. That table open now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, I should have known a man like you would have a reservation.
Yeah, must have slipped your mind, huh?
Right this way. Let me pull the chair out for you. And what may I bring you, sir?
The usual.
The usual?
Tequila.
Really? Any particular brand?
The good bottle, under the bar. With a slice of lime.
Certainly, sir. Right away.
Ferdy.
Yes, Mr. Daggett.
Bring us another bottle of champagne.
Of course.
Who's that, anyway?
You mean the gentleman with the...
shoes.
I'm afraid I don't know, Mr. Daggett.
Never saw him in here before.
Nor have I. I'll get you your champagne.
Friend of yours?
No friend of mine. Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah, boss?
That fella over there. You seen him?
Negative.
What about you, Benny boy?
Never set eyes on him.
Well, he seems to know us. What's he smiling for?
He ain't looking at me, honest. Of all the nerve.
Just some lush. Forget it.
Yeah, but a familiar lush. Something about him.
Maybe he's looking at me.
Iris?
It could be. Or ain't I worth staring at anymore?
Oh, nobody said that.
Said what?
Oh, nothing. I just said I was leaving you.
Yeah, sure. Jimmy, why don't you go over there and...
See? You never listened to me.
I'm all ears.
I said I was leaving you, Bernie.
Sure you are.
I mean it. We're Splitsville.
There's only one way people leave me, honey. Feet first. Drink up, everybody. Let's finish this bottle.
Sorry to tell you, boss, but that guy's still looking at us. Like he's got a secret or something.
Oh, he's driving me crazy.
All right, that's it. Can't even have a drink in peace. Ben.
Yeah?
Invite him over.
What if you don't want to come?
Then get rid of him.
No problem. Hey.
You talking to me?
Mr. Daggett wants you.
Oh, isn't that nice? Makes me feel all warm inside.
He wants you should join him.
Well, what do you know? An invitation from the great Bernie Daggett at his own personal table. Are you sure?
He loves you should join him.
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Don't say nothing, just do it.
Well, if you put it that way, I accept.
Here he is, boss.
Well, well. Allow me to introduce myself.
Hello, Bernie.
You know me?
Everyone does. By reputation.
Oh, I get it. Sit down.
Thanks.
Get the man a chair.
You, celebrating something?
You might say so.
Big business deal?
Who told you that?
Friend of mine.
That right. What are you drinking?
Tequila. With lime.
What did you say?
Something wrong with that?
No. It's just kind of funny.
Is it?
A coincidence is all. I had a friend drank the same stuff.
Well, no kidding. What happened to him?
What do you mean?
Well, you said had.
Say, what's your name?
Kilroy?
Look, buddy, when Mr. Daggett asks you a question...
Easy, Jimmy. I'm sure he didn't mean no disrespect. What line are you in?
Restaurants.
Just like Dane.
Isn't that something?
But tonight, I'm a messenger boy. And I've got a message for you, Mr. Daggett.
Well, go ahead. Let's have it.
Oh, I'm sorry, no can do.
What do you mean?
I have instructions to deliver the message personally. In private. It's kind of a touchy matter. You understand?
And who's this message from?
Afraid I can't say.
Here you are, sir. Another bottle of champagne on ice and 1 shot of tequila with a slice of lime.
On me. Here you go, Paulie.
Yeah, thanks.
Think nothing of it.
Anything else here?
I'll let you know.
Yes, sir.
Nice drink.
Glad you like it.
Nice place, real nice. You own it?
This guy, what did he look like?
Which guy?
The one that gave you the message.
Well, sometimes, Mr. Daggett, it's my business to forget things, not remember them.
Okay, messenger boy, let's go. Ben, wait here with the girls, keep an eye on things. You know what I mean.
Don't worry, boss, I got you covered.
It has to be private.
It will be. My office?
Suits me.
Hey, I didn't say where it was yet.
Didn't you?
Down the hall, the door at the end.
Right. Nice place you got here.
Soundproof, too, so we can talk in private.
Good idea.
Come on in. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh, age before beauty.
That's a good one. Jimmy?
Put your arms out.
What for?
Just till we get acquainted. Go on, Jimmy. Frisk him.
Well, what do we got here?
Well, it looks like a 38 to me. What's the matter? The monkey can't see?
You got nerve bringing a piece in here?
That's okay. I know how it is. A man needs protection nowadays.
Yeah, you don't know what kind of trash you'll run into.
Hold it for him, Jimmy.
Hey, careful with that.
I'm always careful.
Just till we're finished.
Tell your monkey I want it back, with all the bullets.
Hear that, Jimmy?
Absolutely.
Have a seat. Cigar?
I don't smoke.
Good idea. Could be dangerous to your health.
So could a lot of things. Yeah, looks like you got a good thing going here.
I get by. Win some, lose some.
I bet you don't lose very often.
I try to keep my hand in the game.
And what game is that?
Oh, you know. Little of this, little of that. I got a string of restaurants now.
That right.
Strictly legit.
Must be doing pretty good. Nice digs, mirror on the wall, big desk.
They call it Danish modern.
Real oil paintings.
Cost me plenty, let me tell you. See that picture there? Thomas Kincaid original.
No kidding.
Of course, I got a special discount.
Yeah, you paid too much.
What?
I have 3, just like it. Picked them up at a fire sale. Guy turns them out like a factory. Doesn't even sign his name. Got a room full of brunettes to do it for him.
Jimmy, make a note.
Yeah, boss.
See if there's a money-back guarantee on this crap. Now then, what were we saying?
The message?
Oh, yeah.
You're monkey deaf, too?
Say, hotshot.
Don't worry about it.
When does he go back in his cage?
I got no secrets from my boys.
Yeah, you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
And one thing first.
What's that?
Give me a handkerchief.
You got one in your breast pocket.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to get it dirty.
Hear that, Jimmy?
Yeah. Here you go, hotshot.
There's a piece of dirt on my shoe.
Maybe you should watch where you step.
Right. All kinds of dirt around here.
Where'd you get those shoes?
I borrowed them.
From who?
A friend of mine.
What's your friend's name?
I think you've met.
What's your real name, mister?
My name? That's from my friends.
Aren't we friends yet?
I don't know. Are we?
Yeah, I'd buy you a drink, invite you to my office, and all because you got a message to deliver. If that ain't friendly, I don't know what is.
Bernie.
Mr. Daggett to you.
How'd you get it cleaned so fast?
What?
The rug on the floor?
What about it?
Well, blood's hard to get out, isn't it?
Say, what are you inferring?
You have to send it to the cleaners, unless you got your own cleaners. Nickel and dime mugs who wipe up people's messes for him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you?
But I know one thing. You got a bad attitude. The kind that can get you in trouble.
Absolutely.
You think so? Then here's what I'm gonna do, Bernie. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about another guy who had a nice thing going for him. Yeah, plenty of dough, plenty of action, restaurant uptown, only he wasn't happy. And you know why?
Let me guess. People were sticking their nose in his business.
Close, but no cigar. He had a partner. That meant he couldn't be number one, see? And being number one was very important to him. So he offered to buy the partner out, and when the partner refused to sell, this guy, he brought him in his office, and he killed him. Blew him away. Just like that. Or rather, he had his monkeys do it so he wouldn't get his hands dirty. It happened right here, and nobody was the wiser. Oh, it was one slick job.
You're out of your mind.
Only not slick enough. You didn't get it all up. Take a look. There's still some little bits of blood on the rug around the edge, see? Geez, I hope you didn't wash it in hot water, Bernie. That makes the stain set, so it'll never come out. There'll always be traces. You know, the cops come in, put the stuff on it, the luminol, then they shine a purple light, and whatever was there, bing, there it is.
Who are you?
I told you, a messenger. And here's the message.
Look out, boss. He's got another piece.
I thought you said he was clean.
He didn't check behind my back. Anybody but a monkey knows to do that. Now take the gun out of your pocket and set it on the desk. Real slow.
Better do what the man says, Jimmy.
Okay.
Now take the other one, the 38 you took off me, and put it down on the floor. And kick it over to me, nice and easy.
Can't we talk this out?
And don't go for your own gun, Bernie. Keep your hands where I can see them.
That looks like you got the drop on me. You heard the man, Jimmy. Nice and easy.
I'm doing it, see?
But you're not doing it right, you big monkey. You put it down so the barrel's pointed at me. You're gonna go for it, aren't you, Jimmy? You just can't help yourself. So I better do something before you make a play.
Are you nuts? You shot Jimmy in cold blood.
That's right. And now it's your turn.
You won't get away with this.
Not unless I take care of Ben, too.
What are you talking about? There's nobody else here.
He's outside in the alley. Come on, drawing a bead on the door right now. As soon as he opens it, I'm history. Unless I shoot first.
What are you doing shooting holes in my door?
Didn't think it would work for a second time, did you, Bernie? Ben waiting in the alley before I can back out, huh?
You're crazy.
Open it. Take a look. Bet I drilled him right through the stomach. At least I hope so. Takes longer to die that way.
There's nobody out there, I tell you.
Oh, and by the way, where's the other 38, Bernie? The one you took off me the first time. In the desk? Huh? I'd like to have it back.
Dane. You are him. But it ain't possible.
Say goodbye, partner. Vaya con Dios.
Now, Ben! You remembered the door to the alley, smart guy. Only I never do the same thing twice. You didn't think about the mirror. A two-way mirror to the next room.
Too bad, Bernie. That means 7 years bad luck.
Got him. Nice and clean.
Good shooting, Ben. You cut that pretty close.
I wanted to take him out with one shot, the way he got Jimmy.
Bernie, listen to me. And listen good.
You want I should finish him?
Wait.
I'll come back, Bernie. And I'll keep coming back. Again and again. And sooner or later, I'll kill you. So help me. I'll kill you.
Get him out of my face.
Right.
Drop this scumbag in the garbage any place you want. Just don't let me see those shoes again. Not as long as I live.
With pleasure.
Get some of the boys over here. We should bury Jimmy nice and proper.
You got it.
And remind me to send some money to his old lady.
Who was this piece of junk anyway?
I'll tell you something, Benny. I don't know. I really and truly don't know.
Go, the boss is waiting.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Spare change? Bus fare? Something to eat? Hold on. What in the... Nice pair of shoes. Huh? Nate? That you? Oh, no, no. Poor Nathan. I'm sorry. You forgive me, don't you, Nate? But I guess you won't have any use for him now. Rest in peace, buddy. Yeah, what do you know? Perfect fit. Spare change, sir? Ma'am? Anything at all? Hot meal? That's all I need. Yeah, and a hot bath and a change of clothes. That's all. 'Cause I got places to go and things to do.
There's an old saying that goes, clothes make the man. And another one that says, if the shoe fits, wear it. Keep both phrases in mind should you ever find yourself on a lonely street at night. Because nothing comes without a price. And if you happen upon a pair of expensive black and gray loafers, size 9, be very careful. Because they just might have a mind of their own. Try them on, and chances are you'll find yourself on a long-distance trek into the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this. Dead Man's Shoes, starring Bill Smitrovich with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for the Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont and O.C. Rich. Heard in the cast were Meg Thalken, Christian Stolte, Rick Arthur, Alex Sopener, Fernette Lebo, Amber Lake, Doug James, Dale Rivera, Roger Mueller, Rich Komanek, Eddie Martinez, Tony Castillo, and Carl Amari.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the field reports. Who wants to go first?
I will, sir.
Proceed. I don't want to spend all eternity on this.
Yes, sir. First up is Angel First Class Scott Cousins. Assignment, Orion. Project, Evening Miracles. Job rating, excellent.
Good man. Real stuff. Next.
I have a report on Angel's second class William Allen. Assignment Beetlejuice, Project Planet Rotation and Weather. Job rating, excellent.
That's his third good rating this month. Recommend him for promotion to first class.
I concur, Chief. Right on down the line. Miracle-wise, he's done tremendous things. First class it shall be.
Moving on. Cranston?
Yes, sir?
Well, how about the occupied planets?
How about them? Oh, I'd say solid results all the way down the line, Chief. With the possible exception.
With the possible exception of what?
Apprentice Angel Harmon Cavender, sir.
What's his assignment?
Earth.
Earth?
It's the dinky one, sir. In the solar system, the third planet from the sun.
Oh, yes, that's the noisy one with all the trouble spots. And so who did you send down there? Cavender?
Yes, sir, I'm afraid so.
You'll forgive me, Cranston, but there's a question of judgment here. The last time you sent Harmon Cavender out on a project, we lost 3 planets, and it took 1,000 years to repair the damage. May I ask why we're still using that man?
He means well, sir, and he's the oldest angel we have. By the laws of seniority, he has first rights to any assignment that'll win him his wings.
It'll be a cold day in the other place when Harmon Cavender wins his wings. The man is an idiot. I hate to do this, but, well, I think it's time for reclassification.
Oh, no! Forgive me, sir, but we haven't had a reclassification of an angel in at least an eon. This will most likely, well, destroy poor Cavender's spirit.
Destroy his spirit, eh? And what has he done to our morale? Not to mention the Miracles Bureau, the solar systems, and the whole concept of natural and unnatural laws. Why, the man is incorrigible. His last project on Earth... Do you recall it?
Well, he was supposed to be working on a magic elixir, which would benefit the people of the planet.
That's right. And after he went missing for 113 years, what did that elixir turn out to be? Gin. 113 years, and there he sat, an apprentice angel with the power of miracles, the prerogatives of a celestial entity, the acquired wisdom of 1 billion eons. And what is his accomplishment? The repeal of Prohibition.
With your permission, Chief.
What? What's your recommendation now? That man won't win his wings, no matter the time, the place, the circumstances.
With the Chief's permission, I could assign him to a very minor project. I mean, put him on an individual case, a relatively unimportant one.
Like what?
One of the Class D problems. You know, Chief, as we've done on occasion. Pick out one Earth inhabitant who seems unable to function without some kind of heavenly aid.
Have you someone in mind?
We could find such a person.
Where?
How about that one? Down there.
Orient me. My eyes aren't what they used to be.
Grep, Agnes, age 26. Habitat, New York City. Unable to hold a position, constantly in debt. Accident prone, somewhat discombobulated. Any change there would be a marked improvement.
How right you are. But apprentice angel Harmon Cavender? The girl needs help, not more trouble.
We could give it a try, sir.
Well, let's see what he has to say for himself. Summon him at once.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Submitted for your approval the case of one Miss Agnes Grep, whom we are about to meet up close and personal. As you will soon see, she was put on Earth with 2 left feet, an overabundance of thumbs, and a propensity for falling down manholes. In a moment, she will be up to her jaw in miracles, wrought by an apprentice angel named Harmon Cavender, who is intent on winning his wings. And though it's a fact that both of them should have stood in bed, they are about to tempt all the fates by moving into some particularly tricky territory known only as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Cavender is Coming, starring Andrea Evans with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Is this the 3rd Celestial Division?
Yes, sir.
Angel Placement Bureau?
That's correct. Do you have an appointment?
Yes, I'm looking for a Mr. Henry Polk.
Our supervisor. And you are?
Cavender. Harmon Cavender.
Ah, yes. We've been expecting you. Go right in.
Thank you. You called me, Chief?
Ah, there you are. Cavender, I presume?
Nice office you have here. I like the cloud effect. Makes it look like infinite space out there.
It is infinite.
Oh.
Apprentice Angel Cavender, it has come to our attention that you are the only angel in your class not to have won his wings.
Sad but true. Not for want of trying, I can assure you.
It has further come to our attention that you are a clod.
A clod, sir?
Never mind. Before reclassifying you...
Reclassify?
We're going to give you one more chance.
Oh.
Walk over to the edge with me and look down through the cloud cover. What do you see?
Oh, which one?
The one in the theater, with the costume, the usherette, I believe they call them.
Nice-looking girl.
You think so? Good. She's your next project.
Oh, thank you, sir. I especially like the uniform she's wearing. Very military, with epaulets. And what's that on her head? Is that a fez? Haven't seen one of those in ages. Quite a few ages.
You will return to Earth and supply her with aid, assistance, and advice for a period of 24 hours. If you are able to improve her lot in any significant way, we will reopen your case.
You mean there's a possibility of getting my wings?
It would be taken under advisement.
Oh.
Actually, Cavender, there seems to be considerable question about the damage you can do with just arms and legs, not to mention wings or your mouth. However, we've graciously consented to give you one more opportunity. You have 24 hours to see what, if anything, you can do with that that young Earth woman. Take a good look. She's the one lining up for inspection right now in the lobby.
Who's doing the inspecting?
The theater manager, the short one with the ridiculous little mustache.
All right, girls, positions, please. Ready for inspection before we open the doors.
Excuse me.
End of the line.
Can I get in here?
This is my position.
Pardon me.
Inspection. Left lapel wrinkled.
Sorry, sir.
Lipstick crooked.
I'll fix it.
And you.
Yes, Mr. Stout?
Stand up. No slumping. Eyes straight ahead. Eyes straight, I said.
I'm trying, sir. It's a natural condition. You see, my eyes aren't straight.
You're the new one.
Yes, Mr. Stout, and I can't tell you how glad I am to have the job, and I work very hard, and this is the first time I've ever been an usherette, and I love the uniform, and...
Miss Grepp, is it?
That's right, Agnes Grepp. It used to be Grabinski because my father's father was Lithuanian, but when he married my mother...
If you don't mind, Miss Grepp. Now then, for the benefit of the new recruits, I will go over very quickly the prescribed positions and order of the day. Pay attention, please, Miss Grepp. I will repeat this only once. You will take the spot girl position in the middle of the lobby, ready to give directions such as stairway to your right, aisle 2 straight ahead, and so forth.
Excuse me.
What is it?
What if I have to...
Have to what, Miss Grepp?
You know, take a comfort break.
You will wait for your 30-minute lunch period, the same as the other girls. Now then, after you have taken their stubs...
Their what?
Ticket stubs. You collect them. Then the directions you give the patrons will be as follows. Stairway to your right, stairway to your left, aisle 2 straight ahead. Psst. Aisle 3 to your right, balcony and loge upstairs, and... Miss Grepp, if you please.
What if I need a drink of water? Yeah, you know, all those directions and my mouth might go dry. It used to go dry when I had to stand up in front of the class, and sometimes it gets dry even when I...
Then you look my way and make a face. Like this.
Mr. Stout, you look like a fish, doesn't he? Isn't it cute the way he does his mouth like that?
The doors are opening for the first performance of the day. Take your positions. Hup, hup.
Yes, sir. I'll work the candy counter, sir. I'm in the loges. Where's my flashlight?
Spot. Miss Grepp, take your spot.
Oh, don't worry about me, sir. I got it covered.
Hello, dear.
Hi.
Can you tell us where to find the best seat?
Give her your ticket first, Gertrude.
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are, dear. About those seats.
Immediate lodging. 3 aisles straight up. I mean, in the balcony.
Pardon?
Well, and I think there's some candy to your right, popcorn, and... Oh, God knows what else.
Pardon me?
Must have water. That man, ask him, but please.
Oh, Mr. Manager, I think your usher here is having a fit.
Any aisle, any seat, I'll just go.
What do we do with these tickets,
Is there some problem?
No problem.
A regular fit.
Fit?
A conniption.
Oh.
Miss Grepp?
Mr. Stout?
Your epaulets.
Oh, Mr. Stout, look at me, please.
Close your mouth at once, Miss Grepp. Consider yourself cashiered out. You will never make usherette at Blonsky's Bijou of famous Hollywood hits. Now, turn in your uniform. Up. Dismissed.
Oh well, that's showbiz. Just plain fickle, I guess. What's the difference between me and all those women in the movies? Classy, sophisticated. Hey, bus!
You got a bus pass?
Not as such. I wanted to get one, but then I thought if I did, I might lose it, and then I'd be out all that money, so I never got one, and now I...
Put your quarters in the machine.
Where did you come from?
Don't panic, Miss Grep. Above all, don't panic. If you'll give me just a moment, I can explain.
Who's panicked? I almost missed the bus, that's all.
But you didn't.
No thanks to you.
On the contrary, I know this will come as rather a shock to you, but I happen to be a guardian angel.
Say, when did you get on? I didn't see you. The whole bus was empty, and then...
Indeed. I arranged it that way. As I was saying...
Did you pay?
I don't have to pay. I'm an angel.
Oh, yeah? Where are your wings, then?
That's a long story. In point of fact, I've been given 24 hours to help you out in every way possible. This does not preclude the use of miracles. As I say, I know this is going to shock you, but I happen to be your angel.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry about it. I daydream a lot myself. Last week, I daydreamed I was an astronaut. I made 111 orbits before Mr. Goldfarb fired me.
Mr. Goldfarb?
He ran the delicatessen where I was working. I took care of the steam table all day long, and that's where I used to do most of my daydreaming.
Wouldn't you at least like to see a little miracle?
Okay, if it makes you feel better. Like what?
Well, for example, instead of a run-of-the-mill bus that everybody uses, how about a nice, flashy, chauffeur-driven convertible?
Wouldn't that be something?
All right, then. Here goes.
Is that it?
Well, I have a way of fouling these things up, but if you'll give me just a second to concentrate...
Wow, Central Park.
Well, at least it's a carriage with a convertible top. Driver, once around the park, if you please.
What is going on here? What happened to my bus?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You don't know how to handle horses, do you? Of course not. A small miscalculation.
A Lincoln Continental, real snazzy.
That's more like it. Driver, take us to, well, the lady's residence. What is the exact address?
I ain't taking nobody nowhere in this here car. I signed on to drive a bus.
Oh, all right.
From here on out, folks, you're on your own. When the supervisor comes to claim the bus, tell him I resigned.
Well, Miss Grep, what have you got to say now?
Excuse me?
Well, where are you going?
Where do you think? I'm going home. This is my stop.
No, wait! Miss Grep, please, wait!
Hey, Aggie. Hi there. How's my favorite little girl today?
Okay.
Been playing?
Yeah.
I'll bet you had fun, huh?
Well, it would be more fun if you could play with me. How come you have to go to work?
Not anymore, I don't. I'll play with you tomorrow, okay? We'll go to the park.
Promise?
You come over and knock on my door in the morning and we'll go, okay?
Okay. See ya, Aggie. Hi, Aggie.
Hey there, Teddy.
You got any candy today?
Have I got candy? Look at this. I brought it all the way from Plonsky's Theater, just for you.
Gee, thanks.
Aggie, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Wanda, what is it?
When you make potato pancakes, is it 3/4 of a cup of flour and a half an onion, or a half a cup of flour and 3/4 of an onion?
I think it depends on how much you're making. I mean, if you make potato pancakes for 4, it's 1 cup of flour, or is it 1 onion? No, wait a minute. No, maybe it's 1 egg and half an onion.
How's the job, Aggie?
Hi, Joe. You mean, how was it?
Oh, Aggie, you didn't go lose another one, did you?
Yep, I went and lost another one, all on my own.
Which one was this again?
Plonsky's Bijou downtown. I flunked close order drill.
Listen to me, don't you worry about it none. You'll get another job, but fast. Nice person like you.
Aggie. Why, what's the matter, sweetie?
I broke my cookie.
Oh, sweet baby. Aunt Aggie has a cookie for you. Here. You like it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Aunt Aggie's gotta go now, but I'll give you another cookie later. Would you like that? Be careful now. Don't drop it.
Don't panic.
Oh, I know. Say, I thought I left you back there.
Perish the thought.
How did you get in my apartment? It was locked.
As I told you, I'll be with you for 24 hours. 23 hours and 31 minutes, to be exact.
Don't you ever give up?
How could I? I'm here to change your life, Miss Grepp. Interesting place you've got here.
I like it.
Oh, I do too. Particularly the stuffed animals and the Cupid dolls. Been collecting them for some time, haven't you?
If you'll excuse me, I have got to take these shoes off. My feet are killing me.
Let's get down to business, shall we?
What kind of business?
In a case like this, I usually examine the most pressing problems and then formulate a plan to alleviate them.
Me too. Only whenever I make a plan, something always happens. You know, like a fly in the ointment. Is that an expression? Oh, my mother used to say that. Whenever my father made plans, like the time he went into business raising rock Cornish game hens, it was a great plan, let me tell you.
I think the way to attack this employment problem of yours...
Would you like something to drink?
Oh, yes. That is, no, I really shouldn't. As I was saying...
Tea or coffee? You look like a tea man to me. I think I've got some tea bags somewhere.
Don't trouble yourself.
How about a beer?
Oh, no. No. Now, why don't we fix it so that you're independently wealthy and don't even need employment?
Wine?
What kind?
I've got some sherry.
I don't think so. Now, my dear young lady, we are discussing the alteration of your entire future. For the moment, we can dispense with the convivialities and proceed directly to...
Yes?
You wouldn't happen to have any gin, would you, by any chance? Just lying around, going to waste?
Afraid not.
Oh.
Oh, but I could run down to Mrs. Riente's apartment. Her husband makes it. Well, sort of. You see, he starts with, what do you call it, neutral grain spirits, and then he adds these sloe gin berries, and then...
No, thank you. I've had that kind. Manufactured in a bathtub, as I recall. But back to business. First off, you can't live here.
Why not? Something wrong with this place?
Well, not at all, but it wouldn't fit in with your new lifestyle. I happen to know that there is a penthouse available right now at the Savoy Arms.
Where's that?
Park Avenue and 58th.
A penthouse? And how would I pay for it on my salary, even if I had a salary?
My dear, there are all sorts of ways.
Hey, Buster, I am not that kind of girl.
Dear lady, I have no doubt. But please try to grasp the situation. As of this moment, you are independently wealthy.
Now, why would you say a thing like that?
Watch this. Nothing up my sleeve.
Where did that come from?
Look closely. This is an absolutely genuine statement from the New York National Bank, savings account number 66103, in the name of Miss Agnes Grepp.
You think maybe there's another Agnes Grepp?
I seriously doubt it. The total balance in liquid assets is... but perhaps you should read the figure for yourself. I like to use odd numbers, by the way. An aesthetic preference on my part, more pleasing to the eye, don't you agree?
I think you like to use too many zeros, too, don't you?
Perhaps you should sit down. Now, on to social activities.
I go bowling on Thursdays.
Bowling schmoling. That's okay for pin setters, not for a Park Avenue debutante.
Who's a debutante?
Look around. I think you'll get my drift. If I do say so myself, I'm getting pretty good at this.
Look at the way they're all dressed. Tuxes and evening gowns, and me with these ratty clothes.
Oh, oops. There. I hope you like the color.
A perfectly charming party, Agnes, my dear.
And you, ravishing, absolutely ravishing.
Thank you very much, I guess.
Anthony Chumley builds and operates ocean liners. The young lady is Miss Darlene Carruthers Morgan Jones. Her father is president of the bank where your money is.
My dear, you are exquisite, enchanting, delightful.
Hey, don't wear out the hand, okay?
I intend to notify the society editor at the Times that this was the high point of the season. Absolument, the peak. What an image you are. What a dream. Jacques Lemond, very big in perfume.
Champagne? Martinis?
Over here.
Very good, sir.
Now this is what I call a miracle. Best martinis I ever conjured. The absolute peak.
I better not drink. I get silly when I do. Say all kinds of crazy things.
Come with me. If you think this is something, look in the other room.
Where are we going?
Your boudoir. All yours, my dear. Part of the miracle.
You have got to be kidding me. I've never even seen a round bed before, well, except in the movies. Is that satin on the walls?
Want to try something?
Now you wait a minute.
No. Push the button there, on the wall.
You mean there's a whole nother room full of clothes?
That is your closet.
No. It's bigger in my apartment.
Oh, my darling Agnes, a perfectly stupendous party. I just told Wilfred that nobody in the world can throw a party like Agnes Grepp. You just ask him if I didn't say that. No one in the world, my dear. Wilfred, do you think you've had enough champagne? Wilfred, will you please not?
Well?
Well?
It's a blast, isn't it?
Yeah. Real crazy.
Time to mingle with your constituents, Agnes. Go on, get out there.
If you say so, Mr. Cavender. Guess I can give it a try.
Oh, darling. Agnes, you simply must tell me who designed that dress.
Come over here and meet my friends from the club.
Fabulous party if I do say so. The beverages, too. Absolutely fabulous. What? Oh, yes, the party. A real blast. A humdinger. Cavender, you have outdone yourself. What time is it?
Early, sir.
Where is everybody?
They've all gone home, sir.
Oh, and Miss Grepp, is she...
She's gone on an errand, sir. You're the last one in the penthouse.
Oh, did she say where?
Something very pressing, I should say. Would you care for a continental breakfast, sir? A Bloody Mary?
Agnes! Agnes!
Wait here, driver.
Yeah, miss. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Can I help you?
Hi, Wanda. Guess I was out pretty late last night. How are you this morning?
Fine, miss. Anyone in particular you're looking for?
Just my own bed, good old 13A.
13A's been rented.
It has?
To a nice couple. You a friend of theirs?
Hi, Joe. Gonna get the morning paper, huh?
Yeah, so?
So I just thought I'd say hello.
What's with the fur coat, sister? You slumming?
Joe. Hi, sweetie. Were you waiting for me?
Huh?
Remember? We said we'd go to the park today, you and me. Just as soon as I change this dress and get out of these awful shoes.
Who are you?
It's Aunt Aggie, honey. Don't you...
My mom said not to talk to strangers.
Oh, there you are.
She doesn't know me.
Of course not.
And my apartment, it's been rented.
Naturally.
And my landlady didn't even recognize me. And you know what Joe, my neighbor, said?
Miss Grepp, you can't have your cake and also eat it. That is, somebody's got to pay the fiddler, or something along those lines.
What does that mean?
Well, you know yourself. It's a kind of a give and take thing. Life, I mean. The whole philosophy of living. Well, what on earth did you expect? What do you want from me?
Not much of anything, really. I didn't expect anything except...
What?
Friends, maybe.
Excuse me.
Hey, what do you say, Slugger? Aunt Aggie's back, and she got candy for you. She's got...
What's that? That's not a candy bar.
No, honey, it's not a candy bar. It's a bottle of perfume. Costs $100 an ounce. Big deal, huh? You know what? I wish it were a chocolate bar.
Come on, Teddy, leave the lady alone. Come back up here.
Mrs. Rienti? That's okay, it's me, Aggie.
Come on back for your breakfast. I told you don't bother the lady.
Mrs. Rienti, it's Aggie. Don't let this sable coat throw you.
Driver, take the lady back to the Savoy Arms.
Yes, sir.
No, not the Savoy Arms.
How's that?
No more Park Avenue and 58th. I don't want to go back there. I want to stay here.
Why, I'll never win my wings now. I'll be drummed out. I'll be reclassified. Didn't we have a wonderful time? Don't you have everything you want?
Mr. Cavender, you want to make me the happiest girl in the world? Then knock it off with the Park Avenue penthouse, the sable, the whole bit. I want it the way it was.
The way it was? Unstable, unresolved, and unemployed?
Disconnected, discombobulated, and behind in my rent. But that's for me. That and bowling, babysitting, and potato pancakes. How about it, Mr. Cavender?
All right, Miss Grepp, but I think you're making an awful mistake. I tried. God knows I tried. Can you hear me up there? You can't take that away from me.
What do you say, Egg?
Top of the morning, Joe.
Aggie, on this potato pancake stuff, how many eggs?
An even dozen, and I'll be down in a minute.
Hi, Egg.
Hi, Mrs. Rienti. I hope you don't mind. I brought something for the kids.
Hi, Aggie.
Here you go. Here's a chocolate bar for you and some candies for you.
Thanks, Aggie.
No, thank you, you beautiful, gorgeous children. I just wish it was more. Mr. Cavender, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I sure am glad you're here. Because I wanted to say thanks a whole bunch. It was wonderful knowing you.
Wonderful knowing you, Miss Grepp. Excuse me, what's that, Chief? Yes, sir. I'll be there right away. Cavender checking in, sir.
I was just looking over the report we received on you. Conduct unbecoming an angel. Gin and tonic consumption, gin fizz consumption, gin on the rocks, extra dry martinis, general inebriation. Need I go on? Cavender, you're a disgrace to the entire service.
I'm sorry, sir. I truly am.
I'm afraid you know what this means.
Reclassification, sir.
At least reclassification.
I know it. I expected it.
I hate to do this, Cavender. I really do. As a matter of fact,
Hey, Chief, look at this.
What?
Why, this is incredible.
It is.
See for yourself, Chief. Come over here.
My eyes aren't so hot lately.
Try, Chief. You can do it.
Where are you pointing?
Lean over the edge.
That planet there, the little blue and green one?
Yeah, check the island of Manhattan, the lower part. She's happy.
She is, isn't she?
She looks at least 6 times happier than when I found her. She's incredibly, deliriously, totally happy.
I don't understand how that could be.
But I tell you she is, sir. See? See what she's doing now?
What is that costume she's wearing?
A bowling shirt, I believe it's called.
Say again?
Bowling, sir. She bowls every Thursday night.
Fascinating. And is she supposed to keep her finger in the ball after it starts rolling down the lane?
Ooh, no, sir. She still hasn't quite got the hang of it. I do hope she didn't hurt herself.
Well, Cavender, it seems I may have been premature in my judgment.
Oh?
After all, your assignment was to make her happy, and that's precisely the way she is now, so... Well, there seems to be very little left to do, except...
Go on, sir. I'm all ears.
I noticed. I think under the circumstances, Cavender, since you've done so very well with this subject...
Yes?
Well, it occurs to me that there are other deserving subjects down there who may require a little angelic assistance from time to time.
Oh, definitely. No doubt.
Each of them could be your personal project, so to speak. How would you like that?
And my wings, sir?
We'll reopen that issue later on. But for the moment, we'll start a dossier on the people you'll be assigned to. In a strange way, I feel rather sorry for them. Cavender? Cavender, are you listening?
Chapter 1 in the saga of Harmon Cavender, Guardian Angel, proving, among other things, that happiness is relative, that angels have their own problems, and that some people never had it so good, or something along those lines. Tonight's excursion into the Never Never Land known as the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Cavender is Coming, starring Andrea Evans with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Richard Hensel, Roderick Peoples, Doug James, Peter DeFaria, Linda Reiter, Maggie Carney, Martin Hughes, Lauren Patton, David Darlow, Maria Stevens, and Meg Falcon. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Get your hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Pretzels.
Take a chance. 3 balls for $1. Knock one over, win a prize. How about it, folks?
Can we?
No, thanks.
So easy, my own mother could do it.
Look at all the stuffed animals.
Let's go.
Throw a dart, break a balloon.
Not this one.
Aw, you're no fun.
There's better places.
Hey, this is your lucky night.
Where's Freddy?
Taking a break. You wouldn't want to play, would you?
What do we have to do?
Shoot out the bullseye. Think you can handle it, soldier?
He was in the infantry.
Yeah?
What do we win?
Take your pick. Plastic Cupid dolls, pandas from China.
I want the pink one.
You got some taste.
How much?
How much you want to spend?
Sign says $1.
Ask for kids' prizes. Wax lips, pencil on a string. You have to work your way up.
Freddy gives me 3 games for 2.
Yeah, 50 BBs each. Never knock out the bullseye that way.
How much for a full load?
Say 3.
Forget it.
2.
We're leaving.
All right. 100 shots for, let me see, a penny apiece.
I get to pick my own machine gun.
Man knows what he's doing.
Ready?
Hey, how about a side bet? 5 will get you 10.
You hustling me?
Come on, show your girl what you're made of.
She already knows.
Can't blame a guy for trying.
Watch this. There. How's that?
Wait a minute. You didn't get it all.
What are you talking about?
There's one little piece of the bullseye hanging. See?
What are you trying to pull?
Well, I mean, it could be, if you squint one eye.
Evening, folks. Everybody having fun?
Oh, hi, Freddy.
You gonna give me my bear or not?
What's the ruckus?
Just having a friendly discussion.
He doesn't want to pay off.
We won fair and square.
A slight disagreement is all.
Get your hand off that teddy bear.
Give the young lady her prize. We don't want any trouble here.
There you go, pal. Semper Fi.
I'm not your pal.
I'm surprised at you, Wally. That's not the way. First, you give him a few wins, build up the payout, then you sock it to him. Remember?
I got a lot on my mind.
Wally, you used to be a good con, but lately...
Tell me something, Freddy.
You can keep what you made while I was gone, for old time's sake.
Listen to me. You see those 2 guys over by the funhouse? White ties, pointed shoes. Don't turn your head.
What about them?
They, by any chance, been hanging around tonight?
Well, you know those mugs?
Do me a favor. Anybody asks, you haven't seen me. I hopped the steamer to Timbuktu. Now, if you don't mind, I'll just fast forward on out of here.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll think of something. Go through the back and down to the beach.
Thanks, Freddy. I owe you.
You sure do, boy. But this time, I don't think I'm gonna collect.
Introducing Wally Beecher, once promising con artist and small-time hustler. But of late, he couldn't talk his own grandmother out of ice cream money. Mr. Beecher has become what's commonly known as a loser. He's off his game and down on his luck because somewhere along the line, he lost faith in the con and in himself. And tonight, the biggest debt of his life is about to come due. The reaction is panic, thanks to the certain knowledge that his credit is run out and there is no place left to hide. But if he plays the odds just right, there might be one last unexpected chance to start over. If not in this world, then in the Twilight Zone.
Carlton Motel. Yeah, I got rooms by the day, the week, or the month. By the hour. You have to leave a cleanup deposit. Hey, same to you, buddy. Hey, Mr. B.
Any calls tonight?
Nope.
Not even my brother?
Nah, I've been quiet as a tomb.
Oh, don't say that.
Here's your mail. Maybe that check you've been waiting on?
No such luck. Anybody ask for me?
Afraid not.
Good, that's good. Jack, I want you to listen real close. It's important.
Yeah?
If somebody wants to know where I'm at, I already checked out.
Anything you say, Mr. B. Only I sure need that rent. before you do check out.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Just say I did.
Got it, but about that rent, it's Thursday already.
You're the first on my list.
The manager won't let me carry you much longer.
I got some deals going. One of them's bound to come in. Just remember what I told you, especially if they're wearing alligator shoes. You call my room with a heads up, okay?
Sure thing, Mr. B. Forget your key? I got an extra.
That car across the street. That black one?
The Crown Vic?
How long's it been there?
I can't really say.
They're watching.
What's that?
Is there another way out of here?
Yeah, sure. In back.
Remember what I told you? I'm not here, never was. Raj, it's me, Wally. You got a line on the 5th at Belmont? Yeah, tomorrow. The number 9 horse. Yeah, he's still 40 to 1? Put me down for 100, straight across. I understand. No more credit, but this one's a lot. I'm not conning you. The guy I know clocked him in the workout. Raj, come on, Raj. A C note, that's all I'm asking. Wait, don't... Rosie? You bet it is. How's your kid? Good. Hey, listen, Rosie, remember that business opportunity I told you about? Yeah, that's the one. The Feedback drive-thru. World's best deep-fried burgers. Well, they're getting ready to open their first store. Me, I got my personal life savings riding on it. So if you want to get in on the ground floor... he is? Oh, jeez, that's terrible. Hey, I could let you post-date a check if you... Your life insurance policy, too? Yeah, I understand. Hey, hold on, Rosie. I got another call. Great talking to you, hon. Come on.
This is Frank Beecher. Sorry, but we're closed for business. Please leave a message after the tone.
Frank, I don't blame you for not returning my calls. I know what you're thinking, but I swear, it's not like before. I need to talk to you bad. I hate this, believe me. If there was another way, I got a situation here. Frankie, I'm your kid brother. I don't have anybody else. Call me at the Carlton, please. I'm begging you, Frank. I'm begging you. Who is it? Yeah, I'm in here. So what? I don't care anymore. Bring it on. Just bring it. Huh?
Wally.
Frank?
Give me a hand, kid.
What'd they do?
Funny thing happened on the way home.
Sit on the bed. Jeez, Frank, they really worked you over.
It's okay. Your nose wasn't straight to begin with, huh?
A couple of guys in a black Crown Vic?
No. Cadillac. 2 gentlemen with scars and pinky rings. They made quite an impression on my head.
I'll get some towels. You're bleeding bad.
This is a first.
Take it easy, Frank.
I was always the one who took care of you. You got in a fight at school or fell off your bike.
Let me wipe your face.
Ow! I'll do it. You order a steak from room service. Blood rare. Best thing for a black eye.
Hold this against your head.
They have room service here? See, you moved up in the world.
And them two guys, did you get a name?
Nah, they didn't talk much. But they must be from Western Union, and I'm the message.
Those punks. I'll take it out of their skins.
You should have called me.
I did.
Sorry, I'm out of town.
It's all my fault.
Now, what did you do to rattle their cages?
Well, what do you think? Got myself in hock up to my eyeballs when I couldn't make the vig.
I've got money.
It's too late for that now. Even if I do pay up, they'll leave me sleeping with the fishes. I am stupid, so stupid.
Sounds like it's time for Mrs. Pierce.
Who?
An old lady lived down the hall. Remember? In the building where we grew up.
What about her?
Every time you got in trouble and you didn't want Dad to find out, what'd you do, huh? You came to me, right?
Yeah, you find a way to fix it. I was always a loser, even back then.
Yeah, you were little, that's all. You didn't know any better.
What's Mrs. Pierce got to do with it?
She was the one who took care of things, not me.
What do you mean?
Oh, when anyone in the neighborhood had a problem, Mrs. Pierce made it right.
Don't give me that. It was you, Frankie. When I didn't do my chores or I got in a jam.
Nah, I handled some of it, but there was some I couldn't. Like the time Vincent Cazzatori wanted to fight you, or you lost the raffle tickets and the principal called the police.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was Mrs. Pierce who got you out of it. She didn't want people to know, but she was the one.
How?
You tell me. I'd tell her, and then she'd pray to her own special saints, I guess. Someone came to her with a problem, she'd make everything right. Yeah, you could count on it.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it sure is. But it's true. Hey, where's the phone?
Oh, who are you gonna call? The cops won't do nothing.
Yeah, hello, information. You have a listing for Mrs. Arlene Pierce on Weber Street.
She probably is dead by now.
Yeah, hold on. Where's pencil?
Here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, operator.
It's too late, I tell ya.
She moved, but I got it.
All right. What have I got to lose? 10-1, she won't even remember me.
Come on, let me.
Not this time. Give me the phone, Frank.
And I'm afraid it don't work that way.
Why not?
Hello? Yeah, may I please speak to Mrs. Pierce? An old friend from Weber Street. My name's Frank Beecher. It's been years, but... Oh, hello, Milo. Of course. Oh, she is? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Look, I hope she feels better soon. No message. Just that her friends wish her the best. I'm really sorry to have bothered you.
Sick, huh?
Yeah. She had a stroke. She's been in a coma since last week.
Well, that was a stupid idea anyway. Hey, easy, Frank.
Get me the sink, kid.
Can you stand up? Here, let me help you.
It was the pointed shoes that did it.
Frank, you're coughing up blood.
It feels like something's broken inside.
I gotta get you to emergency. Quick.
Not now. Those goons who sent the candygram, they'll want to know if you got the message.
Oh, I got it. And I got a message for them. They want to clean my clock? Let them. I'm not gonna let you die here. Come on.
You better lay low, kid.
They're gone. I heard them drive off. I got my car in the alley. For once in my stupid life, I'm gonna do something for you.
So what do you think? Nice car, huh?
It's really cool, Wally. Are you sure it's okay with your dad?
Sure. He lets me drive it all the time.
I wish you'd slow down.
Chicken?
You're halfway off the road.
I know what I'm doing. I got my license next month. So, baby, where to?
Just don't get us in a wreck.
How about down by the boardwalk?
I have to be home by 10 o'clock.
What? I was gonna show you a good time. Walk on the beach, have a couple drinks. I know a guy who'll get me some booze. Name's Freddie. You know Freddie? I'll introduce you.
Careful!
Hey! Look where you drive it, jerk!
Wally, will you please slow down?
Too fast for you?
That cop wants you to pull over.
He don't mean me.
Stop!
What for?
Let me out.
At this time of night?
I mean it. Now.
Oh, okay, Dollface. If that's the way you want it. What did I tell you? He wasn't following me. Chasing some punks. He'll get him, too. See, the cops around here, they drive Ford Crown Vics with the F-150 engine, all souped up. I could probably take him. I got more horses under the hood. Hey, where are you going?
Bye, Wally.
What's the matter?
I'm walking home. It's safer that way. Thanks for a lovely evening.
Are you nuts? Get back in the car.
Maybe I'll see you around. When you get your license.
Oh, man, what are you doing here?
You shouldn't have taken the car.
Mind your own business, Frank.
Dad won't like it.
So? I'll bring it back before he gets home.
He'll find out.
What's he gonna do? Take it out of my hide? I'm too old. He can't hurt me anymore.
Maybe not, but it'll hurt him.
Big deal.
Move over.
What for?
I'm driving.
What about your car?
I'll come back for it.
And how are you gonna do that?
Walk if I have to. Now move.
Go chase yourself.
What did you say to me?
Let go of the door.
Give me the keys.
No way.
I said give me the keys.
Back off, Frank. I'm warning you. What'd you do that for?
Slide over.
Yeah, you always looked after me, didn't you? No matter how bad I screwed up. Come on, move!
Hey, slow down, hotshot.
You okay back there?
You're going too fast.
Don't you worry, Frank. Only a couple more miles. I'll get you to County General. It's the last thing I do.
Wally, can you close the window?
It is closed.
Well, then turn on a heater. It's cold. It's so cold.
Oh, Jesus. Hang on, Frank. The hospital's coming up.
All patients in need of emergency care, please sign in. You will be treated in order of arrival.
I told you we'd make it.
My legs, they won't work right.
It's all right. I got you.
Please have ID, proof of insurance, or payment in form of cash or credit card.
Get me to the counter.
I'll take care of it. Can I get some help here?
You have to wait your turn.
I can't wait. My brother needs a doctor. Fast.
Sign in at the window.
And then what? Take a number?
I have to sit down.
Hey, here's a bench. Put your feet up. That's it. Ah, for crying out loud. Wait here, Frank. I'll be right back.
But I don't have any insurance.
Then I'll need a cash deposit.
I can give it to you tomorrow.
It's hospital policy, payment in advance.
But I need the treatment now.
Step aside, please.
Just like that? Are you gonna throw me out?
Someone will check your vital signs. You'll receive basic care if the condition is life-threatening. Next.
I got his wallet and ID. Here's his credit card.
Has he signed in yet?
He can't. He was coughing up blood before.
Then sign for him.
What are you trying to pull?
There's a pencil on the clipboard.
There. That good enough for you?
Have a seat.
Blood. That's disgusting.
Oh, jeez, Frank! Hey, I need some help right now!
Somebody clean it up.
Hey, mister, you can't do that. Those gurneys are hospital property.
Here, get up on this stretcher thing.
I'll try.
You have to wait your turn.
Back off.
Sir, you can't go in the main hospital.
Out of my way.
I need cleanup, quickly.
What's this?
Something's broke inside. He's all messed up.
Massive internal hemorrhaging. I'll take him.
You gotta do something fast. You just gotta.
Where's the chart?
There isn't any.
Who are you?
His brother.
Wait outside.
Oh, no.
Someone see this man out? There's a waiting area at the end of the hall. We'll let you know.
Frank! Frank!
Cleanup and emergency. Interns to receiving.
Excuse me, nurse?
Yes?
The guy I brought in, he's gonna be okay, isn't he?
The nurse's station will have that information around the corner to your left.
These jokers don't even know which end is up. Well, they better figure it out. Oh, Frank. Frank, what am I supposed to do now?
Wally?
Huh? Who are...
It is you.
Milo?
I'd know that face anywhere. How many years has it been?
Oh, too many. I can't believe it. What are you doing here?
It's my aunt. My sister's inside with her.
Jeannie's here?
She comes by when she can. Old Wally. It's been a long time since Weber Street.
Oh, sure has. You mean your aunt's in here? How's she holding up?
Not so good.
Yeah, I heard. That's tough. A stroke, wasn't it?
Yeah, we take turns sitting with her. My dad comes as much as he can. It's hard since Mom passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Arlene's the only family he's got besides us. So, where'd you move to?
Different places. I decided to come back for a while and regroup. You know something? I thought there was a big, wide world out there, but take it from me, it ain't all that.
I talked to your brother. We see him around sometimes. He's doing well.
Milo, would you mind if I go in?
She won't know you're there.
That's okay. She's a nice lady. I like to pay my respects.
Okay, go ahead then.
Come in.
Hi, Jeannie.
Wally?
Hey, how you doing?
Can I help you?
We're looking for a guy.
Friend of ours. Fell down, hurt himself.
Check emergency.
No such luck.
Well, this is all private rooms here.
He's telling the truth. Says right on the door. P-I-E-R-C-E.
What's that spell?
Purse.
Some name.
A little guy was with him. Looks like a weasel.
I haven't seen him either.
You sound mighty sure.
Tell you what, if I do, you'll be the first to know. Now, do you mind keeping your voices down? There's a sick lady inside.
Have a nice day.
It's nighttime, Sal.
Yeah, that too. You know, it don't make sense. They gotta be here. We've seen them come in.
I'll check the rooms. You watch the lobby.
Sure thing.
And call the boss. Tell him we got it covered.
The fabulous Beecher boys.
One thing's for sure. They walked in, but they ain't walking out.
I don't believe it.
Hello, Jeannie. Been too long. How is she?
As well as can be expected.
What does that mean?
There isn't a lot of hope. They asked us if we want to pull the plug.
Oh, don't do it.
That's what Dad says.
I mean, you never know. Things can change.
I suppose so.
But you're looking awful nice.
Wally, don't start.
Listen, Jeannie, can I talk to her?
Why? She can't hear you.
Just the same, I wanted to thank her for being so nice.
You barely knew her.
Yes, I did. In a way.
Well, okay. For a minute. I was going to take a break anyway.
Well, thanks, Jenny.
Wally?
Yeah?
It was nice of you to come by.
Oh, no problem. And don't forget to take care of yourself. You can go home and get some sleep. Let Milo cover for you.
Maybe I'll do that. Bye.
Goodbye, Jeannie. Mrs. Pierce? Can you hear me? I hope so. Because I got something to say. It's Wally. I used to live in the building down the hall. Me and my dad and my brother. You remember Frank? He always did good in school. Not me, though. I was a different story. A real dumb kid. I started messing up, getting into trouble. And Frank, he looked after me. Then when I moved out, he wasn't there anymore. Before, he always saved my skin. Except it was you. Oh, it sounds nuts, but my brother wouldn't lie. If I know one thing, I know that. I don't understand how, but the whole time, it was you. Well, since then, I pulled some bad stuff, and tonight it all came down. I can't handle it on my own. I would if I could, but now it's just flat out too late. Some guys want my head on a platter, and there's nothing I can do about it, not this time. So I guess what I'm saying is, I need help. I never needed it so bad my whole life. I sure hope you can hear me. I never asked you for nothing. And I'm not asking now. It's my problem. For once, I'm gonna take my medicine. But this isn't about me. It's about my brother.
Hey, Frankie! Watch me ride my bike! Look! No hands!
That's great, Wally.
Frankie, I did all my chores. You think Dad will take us someplace tonight?
If he doesn't, I will. Want to get pizza at the corner?
Can we?
I don't see why not.
Gee, Frankie, you're the greatest brother I ever had.
Get your jacket, let's go.
I wanted to be just like him when I grew up. I had my shot, but it wasn't in the cards. But it ain't right that Frank should suffer. They took it out on him so I'd get the message. Those punks. Well, I got it, only it's too late now. Look, Mrs. Pierce.
Yes, huh? Yes?
Oh, you can hear me?
Is that little Wallace?
Mrs. Pierce, oh, thank God.
Is anything wrong?
Yes, ma'am. I hate to ask you, but...
Say it, boy.
Frank's hurt bad. If you don't pray for him, he's a goner for sure. You can't let him die. You can't let him die, please. I'm begging you.
Very well, honey.
What?
You can go now, Wally.
What do you mean? He's gonna be okay? He's gonna be alright?
Why, he already is.
What? Just like that? Oh, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You know what this means.
You run along, dear. He's waiting for you.
Frankie, you hear that? You're gonna make it. Nurse, where's Frank Beecher?
Beecher. Oh, yeah. He was just released from IC. They're moving him to 1101.
Oh, thanks, dollface. Frankie?
Hey, kid.
You okay? You look like you are.
Oh, yeah, it only hurts when I laugh.
Oh, you sure had me worried for a while.
Yeah, I don't know, must have been something I ate.
Frankie, I am so sorry.
Ah, for what?
It was my fault. We both know it, but I went and I took care of everything.
Oh, is that right? What did you do?
I talked to Mrs. Pierce.
Wally.
Now, don't get mad. You're not going to believe this, but I ran into Milo, her nephew. It's the same hospital she's in. Can you beat that? And while I was talking to her...
Wait, I thought she was in a coma.
Well, she was, but she come out of it. Anyway, I asked if she could help. She turned her head, looked right at me. Next thing you know... I'm telling you.
No. It doesn't work that way.
Well, it did this time. I told her what went down tonight, and she must have prayed like she used to, just the way you said. And, long story short, everything's gonna be okay.
That's impossible.
Well, look at you. It's like I said.
Wally, you can't ask for yourself. You have to ask for someone else. That's the secret. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That's why I went to her when you were a kid.
But Frank, I didn't ask for myself. I asked her to let you live.
You couldn't have known that. I didn't teach you.
You taught me good, Frank. Only, I'm kind of slow. It took me all of this time, but I finally got it. And now, it's over.
No, not for you. Here, Wally, look in my wallet, right? I got a few $100. I want you to take it, get as far away from those strong-arm types as you can. Then call me, and I'll try to figure something. Maybe I can help you cut a deal.
Maybe nothing. You don't have to do a thing. Tonight's the last time I'm running out. Whatever they want to do, let them. The slate'll be wiped clean. They'll never bother you again.
Wally, you listen good. Those guys in the Cadillac are bad news. I'll try to buy you some time, long enough to talk to the DA, and we can
Forget it! This time I'm standing up for myself.
Oh, don't be a fool.
I'm not. I used to be, but not anymore. I'm ready. It's been a long time coming. And Frank...
Yeah?
If I don't see you again, thanks. Thanks for everything. I hope I paid you back a little.
Kid.
Don't worry about me. I'll be better off. Just think, I won't ever have to run scared again.
Well, Weasel.
I figured you'd show up.
Let's go, little man.
Anything you say.
Get in the elevator.
Do it here if you want. Take it out of my skull. Just leave my brother be.
Yeah, the boss wants to have a little talk first. The limousine's waiting.
Which floor, mister?
The parking lot.
I'll get the button for you.
Hey, what'd you pull the alarm for?
You're not going to parking.
Say, what's the ruckus?
Federal agent, hands out of your pockets. Mr. Beecher, step over here next to me.
Glad to.
You got the wrong guy.
Don't move. You're under arrest.
What's the charge?
You take your pick. Racketeering, extortion.
You know who I work for?
We have Mr. Sacchetti in custody.
You're making a king-size mistake. Pull that button, we go down to the lobby. The door's open and a friend of mine's gonna be standing there. And he don't like feds.
Some friends of mine already picked up your partner.
For what?
Kicking a coffee machine.
I saw you in front of the motel, right?
You've been under surveillance.
Sure. The V8 F-150. I should have known. The heat always drives Crown Vics.
Do me a favor, Mr. Beecher. Pat him down.
My pleasure. Ooh, a 38 Smith & Wesson. Awful heavy. It could wreck that suit of yours.
Get your hands off the merchandise. Hey!
Freeze!
You, G-Men, drop your piece, or Sonny Boy here gets it.
Don't listen to him.
You'll never get out of the building. There's a police line outside.
Where did they see my little insurance policy? Push the button, now.
You won't make it.
Throw your piece on the floor. Now push P level, or the Weasel's a dead man.
You big boy! How'd you like that, huh? This one's for my brother! And this one! And so's this one! And this one too, you dirty...
That's enough! Stop! You won! It's over! You won!
Milo, Jeannie, I just wanted to tell you not to worry.
Oh, Wally.
What are you crying for? She's gonna be all right now.
He doesn't know.
Know what? She's got a new lease on life, and she's not the only one.
Come on, Milo. We have to sign the papers.
Well, I could tell by the way she looked at me.
Who are you talking about?
Your aunt. I knew she was gonna make it.
That's not very funny.
What's not? I'm telling you, she said everything was gonna be all right. She knew. That's because she was praying the way she used to.
Wally, please.
She couldn't have. She never came out of it.
What?
The doctor said there were no brainwaves for days. Not at all.
But...
One thing was strange, though. When she passed, she had a really unusual expression on her face. It was peaceful, almost happy. Like, what's the saying? God's in his heaven and all's right with the world.
Wally Beecher, once promising con artist and small-time hustler, commonly known as a loser. Despite the odds, he asked for another deck and a fresh deal. It's not easy to end up a winner when you're down that far, but it happens sometimes, thanks to a very special gift, one that must be given as well as received. It goes by various names, the most familiar of which is love. Look for it, and you just might find it here and in the Twilight Zone.
Mrs. Pierce is Praying for Me, starring Tim Kazurinsky with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Dennis Etchison and based on a story by Robert Patterson. Heard in the cast were Roger Mueller, Fernette Lebo, Sandy Marshall, Roy Anderson, Richard Hinzel, Kurt Nabig, Rick Vargas, Sarah Court, Meg Thalken, Kate James, Justin Kaufman, Peter DeFaria, Doug James, Fern Persons, Zoe Rand, Patrick Francis Cerny, Quinn Wormeling, Evan Armacost, and Samuel Corbett. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Perry.
Yeah, over here.
Find anything?
I'm not sure.
We better get back to the car.
I can't see where I'm going. Whoa!
Careful.
Jeez. Why'd we get sent out here on a night like this? First snowfall of the season?
Watch your step or you'll end up with mud all over that nice, clean uniform.
I could sure go for some coffee right now.
Well, there's a diner over on the road by the edge of the woods.
Is it still open?
Let's find out as soon as we call in. So, what did you see out there?
Hard to say. Tops of some trees have been knocked off. Sure looks like something hit the pond, all right.
Something like what?
Maybe a plane.
No flights in the area, I checked.
No, could have been a private aircraft.
Possible, I guess. Easy to get off course in this weather.
Well, we're not going to find it with the water freezing over. Whatever it is, it's going to stay under that ice till next spring.
You think it could have been a meteor?
Maybe.
Well, we better call in a report. Tell them there's nothing here. Lady who saw it wants to alert the National Guard. That's all we need. This is 1183A. 1183A reporting in.
Headquarters, go ahead.
We're checking out a report on a UFO supposed to have gone down in the area of Hook's Landing.
A what?
Unidentified flying object. Don't kill the messenger. Just doing our job.
Okay, did you find it?
Well, it appears something did clip off some trees and came down, but whatever it was, she's under the ice in Tracy's pond now, and we can't see a thing.
Hold on a minute.
See anything else?
Nothing but a sea of snow. But there's something.
This is Paget again. We can't get a look around till morning. We're gonna head back in and then,
Hey, Bill!
Yeah?
Looks like some footprints over here.
What kind?
It's hard to say. Maybe an animal?
Maybe?
They lead up out of the pond.
What's going on out there?
There appears to be some evidence that,
Say again?
Those have got to be fresh prints with all the new snow. So if something did crash land, I'd say at least one person got out alive. They made it up to the woods and over to the highway.
Right. Just swam up out of the ice and then started walking.
What are you talking about?
We'll have to call you back.
Come on, is this a gag? You guys are at the donut shop, right?
We may have a situation up here.
What kind?
I don't know yet. We'll report back in a little bit.
All right, Paget. Listen, there's talk about a bridge going out. Enough ice jammed against it to cool the Congo, so as soon as you can, better make sure it's posted and blocked off. Otherwise, you'll really have a situation.
Got it. Roger and out.
My flashlight's going out.
Yeah, it's the cold. Mine's still good. Let's have a look at those prints.
See? They came out over here.
What did?
Well, whatever survived. Something left that pond. Came out here and went that way across the highway.
Toward the diner.
Makes sense. Cup of hot coffee to take the chill off.
Looks like a bus parked in front. Don't suppose it came out of the pond too, do you?
These aren't wheel tracks. They're footprints.
All right, then. Let's follow them and make sure that's where they lead.
Say they do. Then what?
Then I guess we go inside and check everybody's green card. And if we don't find any little aliens with 3 eyes, we call it a night. That okay with you?
Let's do it.
Wintry February night. Order of events. 2 state troopers take a report from a frightened woman and note the arrival of an unidentified flying object. Then the checkout you've just heard, as the troopers verify the event but find nothing more enlightening to add, beyond evidence of some strange lights and tracks leading across the highway to a diner. You've heard of trying to find a needle in a haystack? Well, stay with us and you'll be part of an investigating team whose mission is not to find that proverbial needle. No, their task is even harder. They've got to find a Martian in a roadside diner. And you'll search with them, because you've just landed in the middle of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up? Starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hello, officers.
Evening.
Come on in. Coffee?
You read our minds.
2 coffees coming up. You guys sheriffs?
State troopers.
Any trouble out there tonight?
Whose bus is that in front?
Mine, officer. What's the problem?
Bridge up ahead. It's been declared impassable.
Oh, no kidding.
The county engineer just put out a warning. Ice flow stacked up against it. Another pound of weight, it'll be driftwood.
That's gonna be tough. Really tough.
All right, so it looks like you're gonna have to turn around and go back. Spend the night at the last town.
No can do, boys. There was a slide up at the turnoff soon as we went through. Blocked the whole road.
Looks like you're kind of marooned.
Oh, no.
I can't believe this.
What are we gonna do? We can't just wait here.
Till morning anyway.
Till morning? No, that's quite impossible. No, I've got to be in Boston at 9 a.m.
Then you better start walking, mister. That bus is going to stay parked out there till they fix the bridge. Either that, or hope they drop you some snowshoes.
I tell you, it's out of the question. I absolutely must be in Boston. I'll pay extra. Name your price, bus driver.
No way. I'm not risking my life or the lives of any of these folks, not to mention that bus out there, property of the Cayuga Bus Company.
Then I'll hire a cab. Where's the telephone?
Right there on the wall. But don't waste your dime. Nobody'll drive out here on a night like this, with the snow and all.
This is outrageous. Do you know how much money is at risk?
Take it easy, mister. That goes for everybody. Better make yourselves comfortable and get some hot food in you.
No problem. I can cook up any kind of grub you want. cheeseburgers, bowl of chili, clam chowder. I even got some nice T-bones in the cold case. Anybody for steak and fries?
You the owner?
That's me. Haley's Diner. And I'm Haley. At least I was last time I looked.
There a motel around here?
Not for the next 35 miles.
How about a boarding house? Anything?
Nope. This is it.
What are we gonna do, George? Will the bridge be open by the morning?
I can't guarantee it. Afraid you'll just have to take your chances.
Oh, that's just great. That's really swell. You get comfortable, eat some grub. That's precious little consolation for my meeting in Boston.
Calm down. We're all in this together. Why don't you just have a seat like everyone else?
Oh, this is quite a bus line you work for. They don't care much about keeping a schedule, do they?
I wouldn't be too hard on them, mister. They don't control the snowfall, and the bridges, and the avalanches, and the sides of hills that decide to come down. That's pretty much out of their hands. They try, but sometimes Mother Nature, she just doesn't listen.
Need I remind you they nonetheless have a responsibility to their passengers. A legally binding contract.
What do you think?
They're all off the bus, aren't they?
Are they?
Well, I don't see any little green men, do you?
Ready for a refill?
Not just yet. Let me ask you a question.
Shoot.
All these people from the bus?
Well, now I guess they are. Where else would they be from?
Well, that's what we were wondering.
What's the trouble?
We didn't say there was any trouble.
Maybe not, but you fellas got that look in your eyes.
What kind of look is that?
Kinda on guard. Checking everybody out. I can see it in your face. So, you're tracking somebody, huh? An escaped fugitive?
Nothing like that.
Anything I can do to help?
We'll let you know.
This criminal. What'd he do anyway?
Oh, nothing yet.
To tell you the truth, we're not sure who we're looking for, or even if he's here.
So it is a he?
Come on, Perry, finish your coffee. We better get a move on.
How many people got off the bus?
Take a look. The gang's all here.
You saw them come in?
Sure did.
You there, driver.
Yeah, officer?
You have a passenger manifest?
A passenger manifest? Well, what do you think I got parked out there, a 707?
Just answer the question.
Mister, that's a 14-year-old bus, and business is lousy. Personally, I think my boss would run rum across the border if there was enough money in it. Me, I wouldn't do that, of course, because it's against the law. Besides, I'd get caught. But for now, we don't ask the passengers any questions. We take their fares, kiss them on the cheek, and help them on and off. We're glad to have them with or without names.
You know how many you had, though?
Yes, sir, that I do know.
How many?
6, unless one of them fell out a window when we hit a bump. I picked up 6, and I'm supposed to deliver 6. That's what they pay me for.
And you don't have any kind of list.
In that case, we might have a little bit of a problem.
What's that?
I count 7, besides Haley and the driver.
Me too. So if nobody fell out, somebody must have jumped in.
Wait a minute. The young couple in the booth. Those 2 retired folks, the lady at the table with the fake fur coat.
This isn't fake, honey. It costs plenty.
Sorry, miss. Then there's Mr. Boston, Big Shot, and the old guy at the counter. 7. You're right. It's funny. I know I only had 6.
Anybody in here before the bus stopped?
Nope. I haven't served anybody since 11 this morning. What a day, huh? Then the bus pulls up and these folks get off.
You saw that?
Yep. I saw them walk in, all together. Where else would they come from? Say, is this a trick question?
They did. This place was empty when we came in.
Then how do you account for 7 people?
Well, it sure beats me.
So that means one of them didn't get off.
Which one of you people wasn't on the bus?
I was.
We both were.
What's he talking about?
We all were. What kind of interrogation is this?
It's not an interrogation.
Then what would you call it? A police grilling? A lineup? Or are you fishing for something else? Some unspecified crimes?
We're simply gathering information.
Well, if we're going to be questioned, I insist on the right to consult with a lawyer.
Oh, that's a good one. Ain't that a good one now? First he wants snowshoes, then a lawyer.
I didn't see you on the bus.
No, that's really funny, because I didn't see you either. So I guess that makes one of us a liar, don't it?
All right, everybody, hold it down. Nobody's in trouble here. We just need your cooperation.
This is preposterous. What difference does it make who was on the bus, who wasn't? And whether there were 6 or 7 or 120?
Easy, mister.
And you, proprietor, you're supposed to be serving us. So we're going to get some food, or aren't we? Is this a diner or a Gestapo headquarters?
What's it all about, fellas?
Go ahead. Tell him.
You hear something fly over here tonight?
Fly? You mean a plane?
Anything.
Nope, I don't think so. Why?
Well, there was a call into Central about 2 hours ago. Woman said she heard something fly over, and then she looked out of her window and saw it go down.
Down? From where?
From up there.
Up there?
Unidentified flying object.
Well, now that's something new. Unidentified flying object, huh? Nothing come down from up there except snow, snow, and more snow. That's all I've seen for the past 14 hours. Where'd she say it came down?
Close to here.
A UFO? Oh, that's a good one.
Something did land in Tracy's pond.
How do you know that?
It left a lot of broken branches before it hit. And
what?
We found tracks leading away from the water, or rather the ice.
Tracks leading where?
To here.
Let me get this straight. You mean somebody landed or crashed or whatever they did in Tracy's pond and then came here right into my diner? Oh, that's crazy. Nothing came in here since this morning. Nothing except...
Except me and my busload. My 6 fares. I only had 6. But there's 7 in this room. That means one of these people.
I don't like this. How do we even know you're state troopers?
Easy, honey. They got uniforms. See their badges?
I don't like this one bit. We're going away to get married, and now this thing happens.
Sit down, Connie. It's gonna be all right, I promise.
How can you, George? How can you promise?
Relax, miss. There's no need for...
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, officer, but I'm not sure I...
Let the man talk.
You're trying to tell us that there's one among us? We don't know which one, mind you, who landed in some kind of flying saucer and then joined us, infiltrated the group, and then slipped into the diner right alongside us? Do I understand you correctly?
Came in here with us, but that's not possible. We would have seen him.
Not necessarily. Do you remember who you were sitting next to?
Why, I wasn't sitting next to anyone. I was all the way in back, trying to take a nap.
Well, there you go then. It's snowing at dark, and we climbed out of the bus with our eyes closed because of the snowfall. Anyone could have come in with us, and we wouldn't have noticed.
But you were all together on the bus. Some of you must have noticed who the other passengers were.
That doesn't cut much ice. They loaded up in the snow down at Hook's Landing.
How long ago was that?
How long? Let's see. We left the landing 3 hours and 12 minutes ago. And to tell you the truth, I don't remember who got on. All I know is there was an even half dozen.
Just like a real science fiction story. That's what she is. Like a regular Ray Bradbury. 6 humans and 1 monster, all the way from outer space. Wonder if it came from Mars or from Venus.
Oh, why don't you keep quiet?
What about you, fella? You wouldn't happen to have an eye in the back of your head, would you?
I find you insufferable, sir. Do you know that?
And you ain't no prize yourself.
Well, what do you do now? Line us up for a strip search?
Nobody said anything about a search.
Good. Because there's a little matter of civil liberties. Without reasonable cause, you have no right to ask anything beyond identification. And more than that, you're skating on thin ice, legally speaking. Very thin ice indeed, sir.
Well, go ahead. I'm a dancer. I don't have a whole lot to hide. I usually get paid to take off my clothes. But if that's what you want...
Look, lady, this isn't exactly par for our course either. We go off on an awful lot of nutty assignments, but this one...
Then let me make it easy for you. I work a lot of clubs, and I know how to spot people.
Go ahead.
You pair off the couples. Since it's just one person who doesn't belong here, that eliminates the couples.
Sounds logical.
Whew, I guess that means we're in the clear. Cross us off. We're 2 of the humans.
And us too.
Yes, George.
My wife and I were exonerated.
Connie? Connie, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Yes, there is. What are you looking at me like that for?
I could have sworn...
Sworn what?
That you had a mole on your chin.
A mole? Connie, I've never had a mole on my chin.
You did too.
Honey, I did not.
I can tell you what's happening now. We're all going to get so panicky that everybody and his brother will start picking up invisible clues from everybody else. This stuff is nonsense.
It certainly is nonsense. If a husband and wife suddenly start to wonder whether the husband really is the husband or the wife is really... When did you start turning so gray?
Now, wait a minute. I think 23 years is long enough for a woman to figure out who she's married to. So stop looking at me like that.
Oh, this is rich. I love this. Better than a horror movie.
He don't know who she is, and she don't know who he is. And as for you, Miss Fur Coat, we don't know who you are. And that big-talking lemon sucker over there, he's the most suspicious of the bunch.
What's happening?
That jukebox. It started up by itself.
Who did that?
Nobody was anywhere near it.
That ever happened before?
Not unless you put a quarter in it.
The lights!
What's wrong with the lights?
Somebody turn the lights back on.
There's your lights again. Just gotta be patient is all.
This happened a lot, does it?
Not till now. Must have been the storm. Could have tripped a circuit breaker, I guess.
Or a power outage, a line down somewhere. Only
what?
Why did it last a couple of seconds and then come back on? Unless...
What are you thinking?
Unless someone caused it to happen. Where's your circuit box?
In back.
You want my flashlight?
Everybody stay where you are.
Leave your gun in your holster, Perry.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. We'll question each one of you one at a time.
Now see here.
One at a time.
Stay seated, everybody. You got a back door to this place?
Sure do.
How does it lock?
Night latch and key, why?
Where's the key?
Right here on my belt.
Go back there and lock it.
It's always locked. But if that certain somebody is really from outer space, they'll just go through the wall anyway, won't they?
Check 'em for wings. Check 'em all for wings. Look under their coats.
Might as well start with you, Grandpa. You got identification?
I left it down there by the pond in my spaceship.
Who won the National League pennant last year?
What is this anyway? Some practical joke? If so, well, you've prolonged it beyond the point of human endurance.
Yeah, human.
Just answer the question.
I understand. I get it. So keep your britches on. Pittsburgh Pirates won it, officer. And then they took 4 out of 7 from the Yankees.
That's right.
Sharp boys, those two. Real sharp. Didn't figure a Martian would know anything about the great American pastime, did you?
You got identification, miss?
No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I left my wallet. I left my wallet with my suitcase.
And where's that? On the bus?
I didn't give her a baggage check. I would have remembered. That means it was a carry-on.
Was it?
No.
See there? You better strip search her pronto.
It was shipped on ahead.
What's your name, miss?
Ethel McConnell. I'm a professional dancer.
With how many legs? How many you got under that coat?
I'm gonna belt you, Grandpa.
She was on the bus.
How do you know?
Yeah, she's the only one I noticed.
Thank you.
But who noticed him? How do we know you're the same fellow who was driving the bus? There ain't nobody who's been exonerated yet, that's for sure.
Look, let's cut this farce right now.
That's what we're trying to do.
Well, then let each one of us show our identification and put an end to it for good and all. This whole thing is getting out of hand.
Then how do you explain the extra person in here?
Very simply. The driver is mistaken. 7 people got on the bus, and he thought there were only 6.
Is that possible?
Not a chance in the world. I counted 6 heads before we took off, like always. There were 6 passengers.
And what's your name?
Olmsted. That's O-L-M.
Hey! Who's doing that?
Never happened before, I swear.
Oh, I can't stand this.
Connie, please, sit down.
I mean it. I can't.
Getting upset isn't going to help matters.
What if it were invisible?
Sit down, please.
What if there were something in here from that pond?
Oh, Connie.
What if there were, but we couldn't see it?
I said, sit down.
Hey, I'll see to her, officer. Honey, calm down.
Why is he taking his gun out?
Easy, Perry.
I think it's time for a look around.
All right, folks. We may have a good laugh about all this in the morning, but for the time being, do the smart thing. Everybody just stay where you are. My partner's going to check the grounds. And please, nobody do anything foolish, like trying to leave. I'll be right outside the door. Perry?
Here's your flashlight. Back door's locked up tight like he said, and there's no tracks back there. Whatever it was, it came in the front door, just like everybody else.
This isn't gonna work.
What do you mean?
We can't hold them here.
We're not holding them. They can't go anywhere in this weather. Meanwhile, we're going to find out what happened.
What if nothing happened? What if they're telling the truth?
Look, add it up. 6 + 1 is 7. Is that nothing?
Somebody could have remembered wrong.
What about the tracks?
You can't even see them anymore.
But we did see them. We both did. Isn't that right?
That's right. The question is, what should we do about it? We could have a group of innocent people in there.
Well, if we do, we'll find that out too. Hey, give me your flashlight again.
What's the matter?
What's that?
Here you go, miss. 1 New York steak. Medium rare, just like you ordered.
How much do I owe you?
Put it on my bill, Haley.
Sure, you say so.
No strings?
No strings. With your bag stuck on another bus somewhere, back around Binghamton is my guess, it's the least I could do.
You're a nice guy, Olmsted. Next time you're in the city, stop by the club. Drinks on the house.
Baby, you got yourself a deal. Hey, Haley?
Yeah?
Where are the troopers?
Still outside, I guess. Snow seems to be letting up.
Say, you didn't pull that gag, did you? The business about the lights and the jukebox starting up.
Not me. I'm strictly short orders and pay my taxes to Uncle Sam. I don't know anything about science fiction. A jukebox is a jukebox. And if the blame thing feels like starting up on its own, you'd better go call an electrician.
Don't have to do that. Just take me to your leader.
Snow's letting up, is it?
Quite a bit. You can see the bridge now.
And?
Well, she seems to be holding up pretty well.
I know that bridge. And what's more, I don't trust it.
Well, then thank goodness it's not your judgment we have to concern ourselves with. Because if that bridge gets a clean bill of health, you're going to drive the bus across it.
Mister, you may be a hotshot in Boston, Mass., but when it comes to bridges and buses, I got seniority. And I tell you, that bridge is so old that...
There it goes again. Almost like a strobe light.
They keep going on and off like somebody's throwing a switch.
We're losing power. I'd say it's the whole area.
Or it could just be right here.
This is getting weird. Just plain weird.
I wish whoever it was would play his cards right now and get it over with.
Why don't they do something? What's the point of us all staying cooped up here and...
Connie, sit down.
I will not sit down. Take your hand off me, George.
Oh, my. The young lady suffers from claustrophobia, I suppose. Isn't that just dandy for the rest of us?
She's right. If this is some sort of a game, let him come out in the open like a man.
That's right. It's because he's afraid. The human race is too tough for him, is that it? Well, I'll take him on. Even at my age.
The point is, we're all kids in a closet here.
What does that mean?
We're all just as much in the dark. Nobody understands what's going on. But it happens to be a fact that if it was some kind of saucer that landed in the pond, and if he did come in here, I think it would be a real healthy idea if we pinpointed that particular somebody and kept him from leaving.
That makes sense. I think that girl might have the right idea. Maybe whoever it is invisible. Maybe he's just playing around, cat and mouse.
Oh, please. That's utter nonsense.
It's as good an explanation as any I've heard. But what if the thing doesn't show itself? Do we just sit around here holding our breaths?
We may not have to.
You mean you figured out who it is?
Not exactly, but we found something in the snow outside that may be a clue.
Really? And what is it? An alien spacesuit?
No, just this.
What is it?
They look like scales of some sort.
Oh, please, for the love of God. Look, it could just as easily be guitar picks dropped by some itinerant teenager.
That's what I thought at first. But it turns out there are a lot of them outside, scattered in the snow. Mostly under the snow by now. They sparkle when they catch the light, like fish scales. Trail leads across the highway, from the pond, straight to here. So this is the first hard evidence we have. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm afraid it's true. Someone in this diner is not what they appear to be.
By golly, I knew it. It's the creature from the Black Lagoon. Flew down here from some water world, and now he shed his skin like a snake. Better look under everybody's coat, boys. Pretty soon he'll be swallowing folks whole.
What about you? I don't see you eating any food.
I had me some fries and a Coke. Can't eat meat. Too greasy.
Hey, my food's not greasy. Of course, it is ground-up cow.
Now, if you ask me...
Nobody asked you, and nobody will.
Why don't you leave the old man alone?
And who invited you to speak your piece?
Oh, I didn't realize we were waiting for invitations. I've seen your type, fella. You got a thing about bossing everyone around.
Those scale things, they couldn't be from Mars. No water up there. Has to be Venus. Now, Martians, they hide in the sand till something comes by and zap, get 'em with their tongues, like one of them lizards out in the desert. Or is it the other way round?
Look, it's bad enough having to sit here without listening to all this petty arguing. I told you it would come to this, and I was right.
Come off that high horse of yours.
Everybody sit down, now. We're not playing around here.
What was that?
The sugar bowls. They all cracked, just like they exploded.
Well, now I gotta go and buy new ones.
You all right, Miss McConnell?
I think so.
Now, who'd be calling here this time of night?
I told headquarters where we were.
I'll take it.
Be my guest.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's Perry here. What's that? Mm-hmm. It's definite? Yes, sir. That's fine. Right. Thank you.
Well?
The bridge is okay.
Well, it's about time.
Are you sure?
County engineers just checked it out. The load of snow just broke away, and, well, with no more snowfall, they say it's safe.
Shall we go?
Well, if that was a county, I reckon it's okay. I'm gonna take it real slow, though.
What about it?
We can't hold them.
You're making a big mistake, officer. A big mistake. You're letting a monster out.
Well, that might be, Pop. That may well be. But I can't hold people on suspicion of being not human.
You can move them out anytime.
Okay, folks, let's go. You're sure about the bridge, officer? I never liked that sucker. She swings in the wind, and she's not a suspension.
Well, you can follow us. We'll take the car across first, just to be sure.
You can pay your checks over here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a real pleasure serving you. Safe trip and Godspeed. You all come back and see us real soon now. Except for one of you, that is.
Yeah, that's it then.
Just like that. What was it all for, anyway?
Just part of the job, to protect and to serve.
I sure hope they're going to make it safe and sound. I feel like we should follow them.
As soon as they cross the county line, they're out of our jurisdiction. All we can do now is lead them across the bridge and hope for the best. Whatever happens after that, it's out of our hands.
Yeah. But I still got that feeling, you know?
What feeling?
Like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
No tips. Not a one. We're closed. I said we're all closed up. Didn't you see the sign?
Coffee, please. Black.
All right, one coffee. But that's it. Kitchen's shut down.
Did you burn yourself?
No. I'm all right. But what I mean is, didn't you get on the bus? I saw you with my own eyes.
Oh, I did indeed. Yes, I went on the bus. And you know something? The bridge wasn't safe. It collapsed halfway across. State trooper's car, the bus, kerplunk, right in the water. It's a terrible scene. In fact, nobody got out except me.
Except you?
Except me. Lucky, I guess.
Very lucky, but...
But what?
You're not even wet.
Wet? What's wet?
What do you mean, what's wet? You landed in the river, but your clothes are all dry.
An illusion is all. Just an illusion. Like that thing playing. That's an illusion.
Say, how'd you do that?
Or the telephone ringing.
Hello? Hello? Nobody there.
You see, just an illusion. A parlor trick is all.
What's going on? What are you, some kind of magician?
Me? Hardly. See? Nothing up my sleeves. I'll take my gloves off so you can be quite sure. Do you have a match by any chance?
Your hands, you've got scales all over your skin. Well, what do you know?
Before you faint dead away, I might as well tell you. The name really isn't Ross, and I wasn't really going to Boston. Actually, I've been sent down as an advance scout. You know, these, what do you call these cigarettes? Oh, they taste wonderful. We don't have a thing like this on Mars.
No kidding.
That, incidentally, is where I'm from. We're beginning to colonize, and my friends, who will be arriving shortly, I think they're going to like it here. It's a lovely area, so homey, so off the beaten track. Just the place to start a colony. Don't you agree, Mr. Haley?
I don't mind. I have a little waiting to do myself. You see, Mr. Ross... excuse me.
How did you do that? With your tongue? Most remarkable. Must have been 18 inches long.
Just a tasty little trick I learned back home. It makes it unnecessary for me to eat the local fauna, which is, let's face it, pretty disgusting. Cows and all that. Anyway, the name isn't Haley, and I agree that this is an exceptional place to colonize. We folks from Venus had the same idea, only we got it several years ago. I think I ought to tell you now that your friends aren't coming. They've been intercepted. There is a colony arriving, but it's from Venus. If you're still alive when they get here, you'll see how much they differ.
What do you mean by that? If I'm still alive?
Not much silicon-based protein here, and I've always heard about Martians. An intergalactic treat. Supposed to be a real delicacy.
Don't look at me like that. You stay away now.
I'm just going over to the jukebox for the time being. I agree about what they call music. It helps to pass the time. Why don't you play some while we wait?
All right, if you insist.
Incident on a small outpost of civilization. To be believed or disbelieved, depending on your frame of reference, your imagination, and whether or not you're from Mars, Venus, or Missouri. But no matter the degree of your skepticism, if a sour-faced dandy named Ross, who looks like a stocks and bonds salesman, or a big, good-natured counterman who handles a spatula as if he'd been born with one in his mouth, if either one of these two entities walks onto your premises, you'd better hold his hand, scales and all, or watch his words, especially that long, sticky tongue of his. Because the gentleman in question just might try to colonize you, or at least take you with them on a one-way trip into the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up, starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Chaz Holloway and Dennis Etchison, and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, David Darlow, Brooke Sanford, Doug James, Jeff Lupiton, Kurt Nabeg, Meg Thalkin, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, Sarah Marks, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Mr. Sperry, Director of Development. Please hold. Good morning, sir.
Yes, this is market research. Mr. Abercrombie is still at
Mr. Jameson's office, personnel. I asked Mr. Sterling to return your call. Oh, hello, sir.
Legal department. I'll connect you with Mr. Farwell.
No, he hasn't. Not yet. May I take your number?
Miss Pepper.
Mr. Feathersmith, how are you this morning?
Miss Pepper, when the old gentleman arrives, will you show him in?
Of course, sir. Is there anything I can get you? The mail's on your desk. I have a list of your appointments.
The old gentleman, that would be...
Mr. Dietrich?
Then it's Der Tag.
What's that?
The day.
Today?
Isn't that right, Helen?
Well, he has an appointment.
He's going to get it. Mr. Feathersmith will have him drawn and quartered and served up in the executive dining room with an apple in his mouth.
Shh, there's Mr. Dietrich.
Excuse me. I have an appointment to see Mr. Feathersmith.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dietrich.
If you'd let him know that I'm here.
He's expecting you, sir. Go right in.
Thank you very kindly.
Yes.
Mr. Dietrich, sir?
Come in.
I can just see him now, that big happy grin before he draws blood. Have a cigar, Mr. Dietrich, before I rip you to pieces.
A cigar, Mr. Dietrich?
You're about to witness a murder, a willful, predatory case of homicide. The victim is a Mr. Sebastian Dietrich, age 77. The killer is a Mr. William Feathersmith, a robber baron whose body composition consists of refrigeration coils covered by thick skin. In a moment, Mr. Feathersmith will proceed on his daily course of conquest and calumny with yet another business deal. But today's deal will be one of those bizarre transactions that take place only in an odd, out-of-the-way marketplace known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to the Twilight Zone with Of Late I Think of Cliffordville, starring H.M. Wynant, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I said, would you like a cigar?
No, thank you, Mr. Feathersmith. You asked me to come here at 2, and it is now 2. What did you have on your mind?
You've never cared much for my personal habits, have you, Dietrich? Smoking, for example.
Whether I do or don't is really not at issue, Mr. Feathersmith, but the extent of time that you keep me here is, on the other hand, of considerable import. I'm a busy man. I'd like to get on with it.
Oh, by all means. We've gone a pretty far route, the two of us.
Have we?
I owe you a great deal, Mr. Dietrich. I remember vividly the afternoon many, many years ago, back in Cliffordville. You called me into your office. You ran a rinky-dink, nickel-and-dime little tool shop. And you said, Bill Feathersmith, I like your style, boy. I want you in with me. Do you remember that afternoon?
I shall never forget that afternoon, Mr. Feathersmith. I thought about it a good deal in the ensuing years, and I've never ceased to regret it.
You never did like me.
I wouldn't say that. I have disliked and detested you with great cordiality. I have found you to be, as of the day you walked into my office, a predatory, grasping, covetous, acquisitive animal. Without heart, without conscience, without compassion, and without even a subtle hint of the most commonplace decency. Does that answer your question?
I give you this, Diedrich. You never were a man to toady around with a lot of phony euphemisms. You always did speak your mind.
And you, Mr. Feathersmith, mark you, this is perhaps the singular compliment I can dredge up, have always been a man to speak yours, so why don't you?
All right, then. I'll do precisely that. See this map? It's my empire. Mining over here, electronics here, here and here, lumber, railroads, minerals, an industrial complex I built up step by step, piece by piece, and in which I take pardonable pride. Yet there's a piece missing.
Go on.
Well, that is to say, there was a piece missing. The Diedrich Tool and Die plant.
Was?
A good, substantial plant employing 13,000 people, some 40 years in operation, not always perfectly managed.
But sufficiently well to make you move heaven and earth to try to buy it. Thank God I won't live to see the day when you get your greasy hands on it.
Of course, as a matter of your financial problems, I happen to know, Mr. Diedrich, that you secured a loan of $13 million. This is the note here, isn't it?
How do you...
I bought the note, Mr. Diedrich. I paid an exorbitant amount of money, far more than it was worth, but it was, let's say, an exceptional opportunity for our lives to crisscross again.
What is your point?
The point is right here on the note. It says payable on demand. So, on demand it is. I want it paid. Not tomorrow. Now, this moment. I want your personal check in the amount of $13 million, or I'm very much afraid I'll have to send out the painters to the Diedrich Tool and Die Works and cross your name off the sign.
Feathersmith, if you call in that note, you'll ruin me. You'll put me into bankruptcy. You'll kill off everything I have, everything I own.
You're a most discerning man. Here it is only 6 minutes past 2. 6 minutes! That's all the time it's taken for you to comprehend that I've managed to kill you off.
Mr. Dietrich, are you all right? Sir, is everything...
Would you like to sit down? You look so pale.
Miss Pepper? Miss Pepper? Where is she? What time is it?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I didn't know you were still here.
I'm here, my good man. I'm assuredly here. And here is the mountaintop. The high rung on the ladder.
I'll finish cleaning later.
No. You may join me on the mountaintop. Here I am, way up on the mountain, like who was it? Genghis Khan or Julius Caesar? Julius Feathersmith.
Don't worry, sir. I'll clean it up.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm Hackett, sir. The custodian, top 3 floors.
Well, how would you like a drink, Mr. Custodian of the top 3 floors? Yes, I have another bottle somewhere.
Thank you, no, but I appreciate it.
How long have you been performing this illustrious task?
34 years, sir. I've been 34 years in the building. I got a gold watch last year.
A gold watch? After 34 years. That's practically as long as I've been in the building. But I didn't start here. No. No, indeed. I started in a little town called Cliffordville. Ever hear of Cliffordville, Mr. Heckett?
That's a coincidence, Mr. Feathersmith. I was born in Cliffordville. Grew up there.
Well, then we have something in common. We're both from Cliffordville, and we both put on our pants, one leg at a time. But there, the similarity ends. Come here, I want to show you something.
Yes, sir?
See this picture on the wall? Know who it is?
Why, I'm not sure.
That's William Feathersmith. Me. Taken in front of our old home in Cliffordville. Now, that was a town, wasn't it? That was a real place. Stately trees, gracious homes, beautiful, sprawling park, and real people who knew the value of a buck, people who worked hard to get it. There was none of this crazy stuff about unions, retirement benefits, or antitrust suits, or any of that claptrap. Those were the real times, when a man could go up to the stars if he had a mind to, and the legs to carry him, and the fingers to reach out and grasp. Not like now. Nah, not like now at all.
I reckon so.
I'm going home now, Mr. Heckett. May as well. No place else to go.
Yes, sir.
I've been sitting here for 3 hours, all by myself, thinking about Cliffordville. About how I wished it was that way again. I had an old man here today, Diedrich. He gave me my first real job. Well, I fixed his wagon. He never liked me, I never liked him. We both used each other, and I got the most use out of it. I broke him to pieces today, just like he would have done to me if he could. And he's tried, Mr. Heckett, let me tell you. He's tried.
Good night, then, Mr. Feathersmith.
William Feathersmith, what a crock. Alexander Feathersmith is more like it. Alexander the Great Feathersmith. I've got everything there is to get. But I'm still hungry. Understand? I'm hungry. A 20-course meal. I've got a tapeworm inside me that's taken every bit of it.
He cried.
What? What did you say?
Alexander the Great. He cried because he had no more worlds to conquer. I guess maybe he was kind of like you, Mr. Feathersmith.
You know what I wish? I wish I could go back to Cliffordville. Back 50 years ago and start all over. Because getting it all, that was the kick. Not having it, getting it. Good night, Mr. Heckett, custodian of the top 3 floors. Don't forget to wind your gold watch. Oh, at last. Hold on. This isn't the lobby. Hey, wait! I said wait! Where? 13th floor. Oh, great. But this building doesn't have a 13th floor. Hello? Who's there? Hello? Hello? I'm glad you're still here. The elevator let me off at the wrong floor.
Oh, how do you do, sir? I was just about to close up.
Who are you?
Devlin.
Just Devlin?
The first name's not important.
No. I own this building.
I'm aware of that, Mr. Feathersmith.
What I'm not aware of is you're having an office here, whoever you are.
Oh, I've just opened it, Mr. Feathersmith.
Devlin's Travel Service.
As a matter of fact, I opened it for your convenience.
Mine?
Would you care to come in?
Why?
Why, because, Mr. Feathersmith, we've got some business to transact, you and I. Please, have a seat. There's no reason why we shouldn't be comfortable, is there?
I must have missed something. We have business? What sort of business?
Travel, of course. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Sit, please. Now, isn't there anywhere you'd like to go? Your heart's desire?
Well, there was this town.
Of course there was.
The name of the town was Cliffordville.
Ah, yes, Cliffordville. And it was a pleasant town?
It was better than pleasant. And there were the local girls. Oh, beautiful, just beautiful.
They always are. Go on. You were saying?
I remember old Doc Wagner, too. Treated me when I broke my arm. That's another thing. There was none of this blood pressure, basal metabolism, cholesterol nonsense. Old Doc Wagner looked at your tongue and wrote out a prescription, and that was it. And the food, simple, fair, healthy, and delicious. That was the way life was then. Simple.
And you enjoyed that, didn't you?
What? No, I didn't have time to enjoy anything. But I did what I wanted to do. I worked, I scrambled, I dug, I scratched, I pushed, drove, and I went up. Understand? I went up.
And now you're all the way up. But you're simply bored. That's what it is, isn't it, Mr. Feathersmith?
I'm worse than bored. I don't have any purpose now. No plans. No drive, because there's no place left to go.
Are you sure?
The sign on your door, what does it mean exactly?
A succinct suggestion of the kind of service I offer, Mr. Feathersmith.
And that is?
Just as it says. Travel. Or, more to the point, if you don't mind the rather melodramatic terminology, one might call it time travel.
Miss Devlin, I think we may have something to talk about after all.
Indeed, Mr. Feathersmith. You've got everything you want. And the pleasure is not in the acquisition. It's in the struggle to acquire. Isn't that the sense of it?
Go ahead.
So, let's do this. Let's send you back to Cliffordville. The Cliffordville of 50 years ago. And you can start fresh. Acquire. Build. Consolidate. Do it all over again. How does that sound?
You're not dealing with a bumpkin, Miss Devlin. This isn't one of those sell your soul for a nickel country boys. Try this. You send me back in time to Cliffordville, but I want to look like I looked 50 years ago.
Agreed.
Number 2, I want to keep my memory, everything that's happened since, not impaired one bit.
Check again.
And I want the town to be exactly as it was, the same people.
All very easily arranged.
Now for the price. I suppose the standard payment is, well, what you call a soul.
On occasion, that is part of the transaction, but in your case, I believe we got a hold of your soul some time ago. Let me check. Oh, yes, here it is. There was the crash of the Trans-Mississippi debentures, the company you bought and manipulated. You ruined several hundred people with that bit of chicanery. The bulk of your soul went over to us shortly thereafter, and there are several other items here. Private life, subconscious thoughts and dreams, indirect murders, people you drove to ruin, hopelessness and suicide. No, I'm afraid your soul is not yours to negotiate.
Then what do you charge?
Cash, Mr. Feathersmith. The old Missoula. I have your current assets tabulated here. Were you to liquidate as of this moment, you'd be worth precisely $136,891,412.14.
You're very thorough.
We have to be. Now, the cost for what you ask is nominal. The entire bill, and this covers transportation, clothing, the retaining of your memory, the maintenance of the town in its historically accurate form, including its citizenry, is $136,888,006, leaving you a balance of $2,812.14.
Highway robbery!
Quite a little nest egg, considering.
Considering that I know where the oil is, just outside of town. 1,400 acres not discovered until they brought in the first well. And of course I know the stock market in advance and every important invention over the years. Before it happens, I can get in on the ground floor.
The absolute basement. All things considered, Mr. Feathersmith, it's a fortune.
You just send me back there with my bankroll and watch my smoke. How soon can I go?
I'll handle the liquidation for you. Just sign this power of attorney, and there's no reason why you can't leave, say, tomorrow morning.
Done.
Exemplary, Mr. Feathersmith. You're one of the few remaining rugged individualists. A pleasure doing business with you. Now, Union Airways, 8 a.m., followed by a rail connection the rest of the way. I'm afraid there was no airport near Cliffordville back then. You'll arrive at noon, exactly 50 years ago. And needless to say, I wish you everything that you deserve.
Little lady, you don't have to wish me anything. I'll get everything I go after. Everything.
You know, Mr. Feathersmith, I believe you. In fact, I have no doubt whatsoever. Care for a cigar?
Here's your stop, sir.
Are you sure?
Yeah, this is it.
Yes, there's the town square.
You need a hand with your bags?
I don't have any bags, and I don't need a hand from anybody.
Then good day to you, sir. Enjoy your stay in Cliffordville. All aboard!
Cliffordville. The devil, you say?
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like to see the president of the bank.
That would be Mr. Gibbons. Do you have an appointment?
No, but he'll see me.
He's having his lunch right now.
Tell him Mr. Feathersmith is here to talk about investments. Some very important investments.
All right, sir. I'll tell him.
Take your time, sweetie. By the time the bank closes, I'll have this dumpy little milk stop tied up with a ribbon around it, deliverable to me.
I'll only be a moment, sir. I don't normally let business interfere with pleasure.
I never allow pleasure to interfere with business. The name is Feathersmith. I'm not a peddler, a drummer, or door-to-door salesman. I'm here to make myself rich, and in the process, you'll pick up a few crumbs of your own.
I beg your pardon?
The Widow Turner's land. The south end of town. Is it available?
The Widow Turner's land?
There were 1,400 acres. Mr. Gibbons, is there an echo in here?
No, indeed. It's just that... Well, sir, you're talking about a valuable piece of property. A beautiful spot. Singing birds and constant sunshine. A Garden of Eden for a man with vision. The potential is unlimited.
It's a swamp for mosquitoes, and the potential's malaria. I just want you to tell me who owns it and how much they want for it.
As a matter of fact, it was purchased from the late Mrs. Turner's estate by... yours truly. In partnership with a Mr. Sebastian Diedrich.
Diedrich, huh? What do you know? Well, do you suppose you and Mr. Diedrich could be persuaded to part with your land, assuming the price is right?
As valuable as it is, well, sir, everything has its price. How does $8 an acre sound?
Lovely.
Good.
If I were an idiot. But I'm not an idiot, Mr. Gibbons. I'll give you $1 an acre.
Well, why don't we strike a compromise and say $6?
Let's say $1.50.
You drive a hard bargain. Mr. Diedrich and I might hold still for $4 an acre.
Mr. Gibbons, you wouldn't hold still for a back rub if it couldn't be converted into currency. $2 an acre, and that's it.
2, you say?
2, I said. And 10 minutes from now, it'll go down to $1.60. Going. Gone,
Mr. Feathersmith. I presume this will be a cash transaction.
You bring the deed over to my hotel tonight. Properly signed and notarized, and you'll have your money.
Well, now, sir, this is the way I like to do business. No fiddling around, just two staunch men of goodwill who know what they want. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Feathersmith?
I'll agree with you all the way down the line, Mr. Gibbons, as long as you keep both hands on the table.
Ah, Mr. Feathersmith.
Right on time.
I don't believe you two gentlemen have met. This is my associate, Mr. Dietrich.
How do you do?
Yes, I recognize you, Mr. Dietrich. So very, very much younger, though.
You have me at a disadvantage, sir.
Never mind. Sit down. Please.
I presume you have the cash?
1,403 acres, $2,806.
You like to put all your eggs in one basket, don't you, Mr. Feathersmith?
Don't concern yourself, Mr. Dietrich. I happen to have an exclusive contract with the hen.
Waiter, beer's all around.
Right away, sir.
All right, gentlemen, let's get down to cases, shall we? When it comes to a fast shuffle, I don't mind telling you I'm a very knowledgeable dealer. Comment, Mr. Dietrich?
You have the floor, Mr. Feathersmith. You seem rather anxious to have it.
Just a human frailty to gloat a bit when one has just skinned a couple of professional skinners. I suppose you're thinking that when this pigeon flew into town, you plucked him bald. Well, I sent a telegram to a geologist this morning. He came in on the 1 o'clock train, spent the afternoon out at the Widow Turner's land, made some preliminary soil tests. Care to hear the results?
Feel free, sir.
Then I'll oblige. That crummy swampland you sold for $2 an acre is worth 1,000,000 times that. There's oil in that ground. Oil, understand? Black gold, enough to produce 500 barrels a day for the next 1,000 years. Oh, I swear I can almost feel sorry for you. Maybe you didn't hear me.
Oh, we heard you.
Oil. How's that for a shocker?
Well, at the time, it did make us gulp.
At the time?
4 years ago, when the first geological tests were done. Well, there was no doubt then that the land had oil under it, 6,000 feet under it.
Which means that it might just as well be on the moon. There's no way that oil can be taken out.
What do you mean, no way? I could drill down 1 mile, 2 miles if need be.
You could, perhaps, Mr. Feathersmith, but nobody else on Earth could, unless you've already invented such a drill.
Of course. I forgot. It wasn't until several years later that they came up with a drill bit strong enough to...
Something wrong, Mr. Feathersmith? Not feeling too well?
Something I ate.
Oh, something you ate, no doubt. Something like crow, sir?
Excuse me.
Mr. Kronk, this here is Mr.
Feathersmith.
Yeah, he says he wants to talk to us about inventions.
What kind of inventions?
Something that'll turn this 2-bit bicycle shop into a factory.
Such as?
Well, for starters, how about a motor-driven scooter for kids?
You want to enlarge upon that, Mr. Feathersmith?
What do you mean enlarge upon it? It's a gadget that gets kids around town. Teenagers, too, even businessmen.
What's it used for?
It's used to make about $200 million. That's what it's used for. Lightweight aluminum with wheels and an electric motor.
What's wrong with foot power?
Everyone's gonna want these. Kids will be begging Santa Claus for them. Look, I'm handing you the whole thing on a platter. All you have to do is build it.
Well, I'll tell you what. You draw me a blueprint and some specifications, and Mr. Clark and I will give it a try.
I'm no crummy draftsman. I've given you the principle. All you have to do is manufacture it.
Not without a blueprint and specs, and some backing. You have any money?
I can get it. Anyone with a little imagination could see.
Well, only place that makes loans around here is the bank. That'd be Mr. Gibbons. You better talk to him first, with your blueprints, of course.
I don't need you. What other machine shops are there in this hick town?
Well, you might try Otis over at the gas station. He's got all kinds of tools. Of course, he's pretty busy re-grooving people's tires.
See you in the funny papers, boys. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
What was his name again? Featherhead?
Modems. You connect your home computer to the telephone line.
Your home what?
Cable television. You pick up the signal from a satellite.
What's a satellite?
Listen, you download it over a dish network.
Dishes? But nobody watches TV in the kitchen.
Pantyhose! I say take off your garter belt now and throw it out. Now!
And I say get out of my store. All the way out. You have a filthy mouth, sir.
Diedrich! I know this is your house. Come out here.
Who's out there?
It's me, Feathersmith.
Do you know what time it is?
It's 50 years too early. That's what time it is. Listen, I played it all wrong. I should have had it done the way it happened in the first place. I'll start in the morning, just like I did before.
What are you talking about?
You said I had get up and go. You said I had drive. Then I went to work for you and I moved up from there.
You want to do what again?
I want to go to work for you.
I wouldn't hire you if you were the last man on Earth. You're a loudmouth clod born to get suckered out of his last quarter. Now let me have my sleep.
I got to rest. Oh, this pain in my chest.
Are you all right, sir? You look pale. Why don't you sit down on this bench?
Doc Wagner? Is that you?
Now, you must be the new fella in town.
Nothing but idiots in this place.
Now, take it easy. That's not a very good pulse. Not good at all.
Never mind that. How do I get through to these village idiots here? They're peddling their lives away on bicycles, and I'm trying to give them the space age.
I don't know much about that. But I can tell a bad pulse when I feel one, and yours feels like the heart of a 75-year-old man. You sure don't take care of yourself.
What did you say? The pulse of a what?
A man in his 70s. If I've said it before, I've said it 100 times. Modern man drives himself to an early grave just trying to keep up with the pace of life nowadays.
Why, that dirty, cheap little thief. She didn't change me inside. That's why I'm so tired. That's why I can't make it here, because inside I'm old, the way I was.
Swallow 2 of these pills.
You horse doctor. I remember when you were diagnosing acute appendicitis as cramp colic. Go on, get out of here. You couldn't diagnose anything.
Well, I can diagnose insanity when I see it. And that's what my diagnosis is in your case. Insanity. Plain and simple.
I don't need you. I don't need this jerkwater town.
If I were you, I'd check myself in for observation. At a mental hospital.
Well, you're not me. It was that Devlin dame. That dirty, two-timing little hustler.
Why, Mr. Feathersmith, everything all right? You look a bit queasy.
You miserable.
Now, let's be fair. Nothing was said about changing your chronological age. You wanted to look 30. And you do. We said nothing about your insides. Your heart, veins, kidneys.
What about this town?
You wanted it as it was. The contract was very specific. It's really not my fault that your memory is so imperfect. And as to the possibility of investments, your problem was that you leapt before you looked.
But everything else is wrong, too. I mean, the deals, the inventions. They've never heard of space shuttles or microchips or...
Of course they haven't. And you, Mr. Feathersmith, because you're a wheeler-dealer, a raider, because you're a taker instead of a bringer, you are now what is commonly referred to as behind the old 8-ball.
Look, I don't want much. I swear to you. Make it the way it was, that's all. Get me back with Dietrich. Let me start out there, that's all I ask.
I think we might be able to arrange that. Mind you, purely as a gesture of sympathy, though it hurts me to mouth the word. Frankly, you are so unhappy, so totally abject a creature that I cannot find it in my... well, in the place where you'd normally find a heart, to leave you here. There's a train out at midnight. A special train.
Bless you, Miss Devlin.
Please.
I won't forget this.
There is a small surcharge for the service.
How much?
$40. Things do cost, Mr. Feathersmith.
I don't have $40. I don't have 10. I don't have...
What's this in your pocket? Well, how about that? This is your night. You have one negotiable item left. The deed. All you need to do is liquidate it.
But who'd buy it?
That I wouldn't know.
What do I do?
You've got a few seconds. Find yourself a customer. It's as simple as that.
But where?
There's a young fellow over there on his way home. You could ask him.
It's bargain night, right here.
Huh?
1,400 acres of singing birds, constant sunshine, all for $40. Here, please.
Well, for $40, I might be able to...
All aboard! Please hurry. There. You won't be sorry. You'll be rich. Hey, what's your name, young fella?
Hackett, sir. Bill Hackett.
Yes, want something?
I was gonna clean up, sir.
So clean up. Who are you?
Feathersmith, sir.
Great old town.
What is, sir?
I was just thinking about Cliffordville. That's where I grew up, got my start.
That's a coincidence. I grew up in Cliffordville, too.
Well, now, how similar we are, Mr. Feathersmith. We both came from Cliffordville, and we both put our pants on one leg at a time. And here we both wind up in the same building, each with his own particular function, eh?
Yes, sir, our own particular function. They gave me a gold watch 4 years ago. My 40th year as custodian.
Well, now, maybe for your next 40 years, if you really apply yourself, Featherstone, I'll get you a box of these imported Cuban cigars. What do you think of that?
That sounds great, Mr. Hackett, sir.
Have one now, why don't you? On me.
Mr. William J. Feathersmith, tycoon, who tried the track one more time and found it muddier than he remembered it, proving with at least some degree of conclusiveness that nice guys don't always finish last, and some people should quit when they're ahead. Our tale of Iron Men and Irony, delivered FOB from the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Of late, I Think of Cliffordville, starring H.M. Wynant, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling from a story by Malcolm Jameson. Heard in the cast were Susan Hart, Joe Forbrick, Doug James, Christian Stolte, Mike Baccarella, Jeff Lupiton, Meg Thalken, Jessica Schramm, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, and Christy Schramm. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Have them water the horses first.
Some of them need shoeing.
Well, there's a blacksmith shop.
But no blacksmith, or anybody else for that matter. Looks like they all just cut and run.
It's Johnny Reb for you. Leave nothing behind.
I got a feeling, though. Don't you, Major?
What feeling?
Like eyes.
Eyes where?
That's just it, sir. I don't know. But I sure got the feeling. The back of my neck. Like we're being watched. Maybe this town ain't so empty after all.
No place to hide. A few stores, church. If there's a sniper up there, he'd be a fool to take on this many.
Well, it's like you say, sir. Johnny Reb's got more guts than brains.
Take 2 men and look around.
Miller!
Sir?
Check out the general store. Davis, you take the livery stable.
Ain't nothing there, Captain. I can see it from here.
You make certain, son. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
The rest of you, see to your mounts.